Chapter 151. Weird, it's really weird. Yes, half con level, Hao Ren said. What is, half con level? Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren and asked. That is, not fully at con level yet, but my level is higher than before, Hao Ren explained. However, he wasn't clear about this himself. He said this only because Su Han said so. Oh. That means you haven't reached con level yet. Zhao Yanzi put on a solemn face again. Ms. Luo is leaving. Zhao Hongyu yelled from downstairs. Zhao Yanzi immediately lay on the bed and covered herself with the blanket, acting like she didn't hear anything. Luo Ying had embarrassed Zhao Yanzi in front of Hao Ren with all the bad things that she said about Z during her visit. Zhao Yanzi hated Luo Ying to death because of that. As Hao Ren saw Z's reaction, he had no choice but to go downstairs and say, Z is not feeling well. She is resting in her room. Of course, Luo Ying knew that Zhao Yanzi was having a tantrum. However, she didn't want to argue further as she was visiting her student's house. She said, all right, let her rest. Take care, Ms. Luo. Zhao Hongyu walked Luo Ying to the door politely. Anyways, as I said, I know you guys are very busy, but as parents, don't neglect your child's education. The reason I am here today is to communicate with you guys. I still have a few families to visit, so I won't bother you longer. Luo Ying turned around and said. Thanks a lot, Ms. Luo, Zhao Hongyu answered politely. Luo Ying nodded as she grabbed her small backpack and walked out of the door. Suddenly, a man with a dark face appeared outside the door and almost scared Luo Ying to death. Ms. Luo, are you leaving now? Zhao Kuo said with his rough voice as his eyes were wide open. Zhao Kuo's appearance had always been vicious and scary. However, it was even more terrifying since it was nighttime and he was making a scary face. Luo Ying was so scared that she took a few steps back subconsciously. I still have something to do, so I am going to leave now. Luo Ying walked by Zhao Kuo, sped up, and ran away as if she was trying to escape. Zhao Kuo, why did you scare Ms. Luo like that? Zhao Hongyu scolded. She's just an ordinary human. So what if I scared her? Zhao Kuo came in angrily. I heard everything from the outside. She kept saying bad things about Z. She is lucky that I didn't beat her up. Continue with this nonsense, and I will remove your elder status, Zhao Guang said angrily. But it's true, she is just an ordinary mortal being. She has no right to tell you and Z what to do. Zhao Kuo was not convinced as he continued. Zhao Hongyu stared at him and was too tired to argue with him. She walked up the stairs and wanted to check up on Z. Zhao Guang wanted to scold Zhao Kuo further, but he hesitated for a moment and decided not to argue. He walked away glumly towards his study room. There was only Hao Ren alone in the living room now, so he yelled, "Hey kid, come here." Hao Ren didn't bother to acknowledge him and started walking towards the stairs. Zhao Kuo was furious as he was not respected. However, he couldn't take out his anger on Zhao Guang, Zhao Hongyu, nor Zhao Yanzi. When he saw that Hao Ren was ignoring him as well, he immediately threw out a dash of blue light to block his way. In the moment of desperation, Hao Ren formed a sword energy on his palm and threw it towards Zhao Kuo. You haven't even reached con level yet. Zhao Kuo didn't even bother to look as he waved his hand. However, the moment his hand touched the sword energy, a crackling noise was made. Zhao Kuo felt strange and immediately drew back his hand. He looked down and found a small black spot on his arm with a few burned hairs. 5 elemental lightning? Zhao Kuo was so surprised that he forgot to teach Hao Ren the remainder of the lesson. Hao Ren, on the other hand, didn't know what the 5 elemental lightning was. He walked around Zhao Kuo and continued to step up the stairs. Zhao Kuo wasn't willing to let it go. He stopped Hao Ren and said, "Hit me again with that." As Hao Ren ignored him once again, he turned into a blue light and flew to the middle of the stairs, blocking Hao Ren's way. "Hit me again," Zhao Kuo said in a threatening tone. Hao Ren has never heard requests like this before. He thought about it for a moment, formed a sword energy on his right hand, and threw it towards Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo waved his hand and created a watery blue wave sphere to catch Hao Ren's sword energy. As he blocked the stairway with his thick body, Zhao Kuo looked down at the sword energy and asked suspiciously, "Light-splitting sword shadow scroll? What else could it be?" Hao Ren replied. "But this sword energy, it is like a cloud of lightning," Zhao Kuo mumbled to himself. He then suddenly slapped his thigh and said, Oh, I understand now. This light-splitting sword shadow scroll is not a sword technique. It is a 5-elemental lightning technique. Because of Zhao Kuo's shouts, Zhao Guang walked out of his study room. When he saw Zhao Kuo blocking Hao Ren on the stairs, he thought Zhao Kuo was trying to embarrass Hao Ren. He yelled, "Zhao Kuo, you better stop now." "Brother, it's not what you think." Zhao Kuo was at a loss for words. This kid, can release 5-elemental lightning. Who are you calling kid? Watch your language. 5-elemental lightning. Zhao Guang suddenly stopped being furious as he processed Kuo's comment and started walking towards the stairs. You see. Zhao Kuo opened his palms, and a gray sword energy wrapped in a blue water ball appeared. Zhao Guang looked carefully and found that the sword-shaped energy was sparkling like a cloud of mini lightning. This, Zhao Guang frowned. Light-splitting sword shadow technique is not a sword technique. We are all fooled by its name. This technique basically uses the 5 elements to create lightning. Forming a sword is a bonus, but creating lightning is the main point. It is not as simple as releasing a sword, but creating lightning within the sword energy, Zhao Kuo said. Zhao Guang nodded and fell into contemplation. I will contact Premier Shah and ask him to change this light-splitting sword shadow scroll to a blue-grade cultivation technique. Zhao Guang quickly went to his study room. Zhao Kuo started to get serious even though he rarely does. That's why there was no improvement when I was cultivating this technique. I was in the wrong direction. The sword energy without the basis of the 5 elements was useless, only to look good. He was crazier than Su Han about cultivation. Zhao Kuo was seized with remorse when he found out the secrets behind the light-splitting sword shadow technique. However, since he has reached the top-grade Qian level already and the fact that he was weeks away from the heavenly tribulation, he did not have the time to re-cultivate and learn the light-splitting sword shadow technique. This isn't right, Zhao Kuo mumbled to himself again while touching his chin. Balance between the 5 elements. My body is all water element. How can I balance it? Furthermore, how can it be this easy to balance it this delicately? His burly body almost blocked the entire staircase. Hao Ren coughed lightly and asked, "Can I go now?" You can go." Zhao Kuo moved aside. Then he continued to stand still and mumble to himself, "Perhaps this is the cultivation technique of human cultivators?" Thank God. Su Han is not as crazy as him about cultivating, Hao Ren thought. He walked to the door of Zhao Yanzi's room and pushed it gently as he walked into the room. All he could see was Zhao Yanzi laying on her bed, and Zhao Hongyu was hugging her head. At the moment, Zhao Yanzi was saying something bad about her class advisor angrily. What was happening out there? Was Zi's third uncle giving you a hard time? Zhao Hongyu, who was hugging Zhao Yanzi, asked. Nothing happened. He was just trying to see my cultivation progress. Hao Ren smiled gently, then he looked at Zhao Yanzi and asked Zhao Hongyu, "Is Z okay?" "She is shameless. Of course, she is fine," Zhao Hongyu laughed. "Mom." Zhao Yanzi complained. Zhao Hongyu smiled softly again and pinched Zi's cheek. She then asked Hao Ren, "I heard from Z that you have reached half-con level." I had a little breakthrough after learning the light-splitting sword shadow technique," Hao Ren replied. "I was wondering why your temperament seemed different today. It turns out you had a breakthrough again," Zhao Hongyu said. "Mom, how is he different?" Zhao Yanzi sat up from Zhao Hongyu's arms and asked. In front of Hao Ren, she felt embarrassed acting like a little girl in her mom's arms. "When Hao Ren came to our house today, I could feel that his spirit was strong, and his eyes were clearer," Zhao Hongyu answered. "I don't feel that," Zhao Yanzi said while she inspected Hao Ren. Hao Ren, on the other hand, has never been looked at by her like this before as his face started getting hot. This uncle, really, his temperament does seem better than before. His eyes sparkle like the stars. Seems like he is even better looking than those celebrities on TV. Zhao Yanzi thought secretly as she continued to look. On the other hand, Hao Ren wasn't used to Zhao Yanzi staring at him. As he felt uncomfortable, he tried to avoid eye contact with Z and said to Zhao Hongyu, "Auntie, I don't think I will come and tutor Z for a few days this week. I have midterms on Thursday and Friday, as well as next Monday and Tuesday. I have exams for my foundation courses on the first 2 days and specialized courses on the last 2 days. I need to study during those days." "Sure, no problem. Don't neglect your education to tutor Z." Zhao Hongyu considerately nodded. She continued, "Oh yes, I also want to ask you about something." "Auntie, please ask. Last time when you and Z came to my studio, I thought if you were interested in housing design. The studio has been quite busy lately, and we wanted to recruit a university intern. The main responsibility is to handle some general stuff during weekends. But you must know about design graphics. I was thinking, rather than recruiting someone I don't know, we might as well find someone we know. Our studio is a little famous in the country. If we hired someone who is not responsible, some important information might be leaked." Zhao Hongyu was being humble when she said her studio was a little famous within the country. Note that her studio was ranked within the top 6 design studios. Zhao Hongyu's team was even involved in designing some of the famous buildings outside the country. Hao Ren answered immediately without any hesitation, "If it's not too hard, I can help." "Great. Thanks a lot. We are really shorthanded recently. Once you finish all your exam, I will pick a time to teach you some basics." Zhao Hongyu smiled gracefully. "Okay, Auntie. Seems like it's pretty late already. I think I will start heading back now," Hao Ren said. "Okay." Zhao Hongyu nodded. Hao Ren walked over and picked up some of the teaching materials he left behind from last time. Then he went downstairs and said goodbye to Zhao Guang. While Hao Ren was leaving, Zhao Yanzi, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly turned to Zhao Hongyu and asked, "Mom, all those smart university students who specialize in design couldn't even get a chance to work at your studio. Why him?" Zhao Hongyu avoided answering her question directly and said with a gentle smile, "Isn't Ren becoming more handsome?" "Ha! He is not handsome at all." Zhao Yanzi pouted her lips. Chapter 152. Valuable Treasure. Hao Ren got on the bus and went back to school. He had no idea how surprised Zhao Guang and Zhao Kuo were. Zhao Kuo, as a tier Qian level cultivator, had almost an immortal body. Even a full attack from a Xuan level cultivator wouldn't be able to hurt him. However, Hao Ren was not even on Kan level yet, and he could burn a few hairs off of Zhao Kuo. It was the difference between heaven and earth from Kan to Qian level. If there was a real fight, Zhao Kuo, who was on Qian level, could easily eliminate tens of thousands of Kan level cultivators. Hao Ren fondled the sword energy in his palm as he solidified and dissipated it continuously. Although his cultivation realm couldn't be improved at the moment, the technique of forming nature essence into sword energies could be practiced. That was the difference between techniques and realms. In order to level up one's realm, one needed to absorb more nature essence continually. However, the improvement of realm relied on both the cultivator's foundation and the proficiency with the technique. Su Han was in a higher realm than Qin Xiaoyang, but her technique and actual combat power weren't as strong. Just as Premier Xia mentioned, technically, even someone with lowest red grade technique could reach Qian level. However, the power of a red grade technique would be far weaker than other grades. Similarly, Hao Ren's realm was not comparable to Zhao Kuo's, but his technique was something that Zhao Kuo had to be careful of. Lightning technique that could break through other elemental techniques was more than enough to intimidate Zhao Kuo. The bus arrived at the school very soon, and Hao Ren walked to his dorm carrying his tutoring materials. Zhou Liren and the guys didn't play cards today, and Zhao Jiayi didn't go for his training at the stadium. They were all reviewing the materials for their courses in the dorm. The midterm exams would be starting on Thursday, so they were all tensed up, especially Zhao Jiayi. He had failed university physics 2 semesters in a row during his freshman year. Therefore, he couldn't afford another failure. Hao Ren put the materials on the desk, freshened up, and climbed into his bed with a textbook. However, he wasn't in the mood to study. Secretly, he summarized the remarkable abilities he had acquired after breaking through the first level of the light-splitting sword shadow technique. The cultivation method was not that difficult. It was about absorbing the 5 elements in nature into his own body. It was a fairly slow process even though he had the assisting accessories on his necklace. One of the fantastic things that it allowed Hao Ren to do was to dissolve the 5 elements in nature with the balanced 5 elemental array formation in his body. That was how he opened Zhao Yanzi's door. He quickly absorbed and dissolved the metal elements in the doorknob. However, this kind of absorption could not be turned into the 5 elements that he could store in his body. The other thing was that the technique allowed Hao Ren to condense the weak sword energies that had a tiny bit of lightning in them. The reason why Zhao Kuo got a few hairs burned was that he didn't defend. On top of that, This type of attack was weak because Hao Ren couldn't control the sword energies properly and could only throw them out as if it was a grenade. However, the sword energies could always become sharper and more akin to a sword after more practice. The most important thing, for now, was to improve his technique. Hao Ren sighed as he put the sword energy away. Each of the 5 elements in his body had decreased to 7%. Although they were now balanced as a whole, this little amount of nature essence was still like nothing. If the reference coefficient for breaking through the 3rd level of the spirit concentration scroll was 1, then 7% of that would be 0.07. Along with the other 4 elements, the total came to 0.35. This meant that Hao Ren's total nature essence had reduced to 1/3 from before. He could only advance to Con level after that number becomes 1. That was why Su Han called it half Con level. Certainly, balancing the 5 elements improved the light-splitting sword shadow technique and enhanced its power. Hao Ren picked up a mechanical drawing book and fell asleep while reading it. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N.O.vel. B. in. The second day, East Ocean University appeared to be very festive with lanterns and banners hanging everywhere. One after another, fancy vehicles lined up from the Clearstream cafeteria to the library. Many famous people in the art circle came to attend this event. All the art courses were cancelled, and students of the arts program were busy meeting the influential figures in the field who were rarely seen. However, this didn't concern the students of all the other faculties. Therefore, the guys still needed to go to their classes. Since the midterm exams were on the day after, all the professors were doing final reviews for the students as usual. The key points that were mentioned during these reviews were usually questions on the exams. Therefore, although Zhao Jiayi and the guys barely paid attention in class, they were exceptionally attentive today. Even Zhou Liren was able to completely ignore the pretty girls from the arts program who were walking around outside. He had no other options. He failed 6 courses last semester, and it caused him a heartbreaking amount of money to retake those courses. After the mechanical engineering theory class finished, Xie Yujia walked to the back of the classroom from the front with a big bag in her hand. She put it on Hao Ren's desk and said, "I made a copy of my notes for all the same courses we have. As for the ones I took before, I found my old notes and made a copy of them too. They are all categorized by different subjects. There shouldn't be too much difference for the same courses. Also, I highlighted the sections that would be on the midterms." Hao Ren was surprised at how thoughtful Xie Yujia was and didn't know what to say. He was planning to beg her for the notes after the class today but had no idea that she made copies for him herself. She also included the courses that she took before and he was taking this semester. She even highlighted her notes so he wouldn't waste unnecessary time. The guys beside Hao Ren were all astonished too. The class president's notes had always been the most helpful. However, no one dared to borrow them from her. Usually, they would be thrilled if any of the girls would be willing to lend them their notes. But today, the class president offered a copy of them to Hao Ren herself. Oh, the guys started to make a fuss as soon as they realized what was going on. Xie Yujia flushed. "Good luck. I'm going to lunch with Malina." "Oh," Hao Ren said after thinking for a bit. "How much was it to make the copies? I'll pay you back." "It's nothing. Don't worry about it." She turned around, went back to the front, and walked out of the classroom with Malina. Hao Ren glimpsed at the thick stack of materials that piled up in the bag and thought, "Nothing? It's as thick as the mechanical engineering textbook." The guys in the back shouted as the class president exited the classroom, "Ren, I'll buy you breakfast for 10 days if you lend that to me to make a copy. Lend it to me first, and I will give my items in the World of Warcraft to you." "Me too. I'll treat your entire room 302 to hot pot. If anyone is getting a copy, it has to be us from 302 first. Others should get in the line." Zhou Liren, who was very stressed about the midterms, suddenly got excited and shouted in rampant. In their eyes, Xie Yujia's notes were more precious than any treasures. It was just that they weren't close enough to borrow it from her. Since she was always the top student in the program and won full scholarships every semester, who wouldn't want to take the shortcut and use her notes to review for the exams? Seeing the crowd getting bigger, Hao Ren said loudly, "You can all get a copy, but don't rush and don't tear up the original copy. You are in charge, Zhou Liren." Zhou Liren straightened up his back and held the bag in his arms. Here. Call me Mr. Zhou first, and then I'll let you have a copy. Let's see who still have the guts to call me Little Lee. Humph. Jiu Jiadong, since you beat me in poker the other day and called me a sucker, you are going to be the last one. Since Xie Yujia gave the copies to Hao Ren in front of the class, she wouldn't mind him sharing it with the other guys. Plus, she was not that kind of person. She had always helped patiently whenever the girls in the class had questions. She was always the captain of the reviewing team before exams. Hao Ren and the guys, on the other hand, were comparatively too shy to ask Xie Yujia for help, let alone borrowing her notes. Hence, they never had the opportunity to enjoy her gift. Hao Ren shook his head as he saw the guys in excitement. He walked out of the classroom and headed to Su Han's office. The streets were busy, but Su Han's office was so quiet that one could even hear a pin dropping. In Hao Ren's mind, Su Han had always preferred the quietness. As the regional inspector, she was dedicated to cultivation. In her theory, governing by non-interference was the best way. Hao Ren pushed the door open and saw her cultivating with her eyes closed. She looked demure and sweet in her vintage-style dress and the delicate chiffon blouse. The long lashes over her eyes tilted up slightly as she looked calm and breathed steadily. This image under the sun was 100 times prettier than the beauties on posters. A ray of red light which indicated the metal element and a ray of blue light which indicated the water element reflected onto each other and surrounded her as a mixture of purple appeared. The purple light was not settled. It throbbed up and down akin to the heartbeat. Then, it started to throb even faster. Would she be breaking through again? Strange how I said, Agan. Hao Ren stood at the door, surprised and bewildered. Chapter 153. Cultivate with Martial Arts. Bang. The purple light expanded, and the air pressure in the office changed with it. Hao Ren was forced 3 steps back, and his back touched the door. Su Han exhaled deeply before opening her eyes, in which a bright purple light flashed before vanishing. She turned to look at Hao Ren at the door and said lightly, "You can go on with your cultivation while I take a rest." "Did you make another breakthrough?" Hao Ren walked over and asked her casually. Su Han didn't want to answer him, but she said after a moment of consideration, "It's not a breakthrough of realms but cultivation technique. I've just reached level 8. In the profound cultivation palace in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, Hao Ren had flipped through the ice frost scroll that Su Han had been cultivating and knew that the technique was divided into 9 levels. The cultivation technique was mainly water elemental while its offensive power was metal elemental. It was perfect for Su Han's metal water body type. As a master of Qian level, Su Han had only reached level 7 of the ice frost scroll, which showed her indifference to techniques. She paid more attention to the elevation of cultivation realms. Probably due to Qin Xiaoyang's taunts, she advanced to level 8 of the Ice Frost Scroll. "I'm in a good mood today. You may ask any questions you want," Su Han continued. She stretched her long slim legs and put on a pair of pretty and elegant sandals with decorative engravings. She was a cultivator but also a woman who loved beautiful things. "Will you show up at Qin Xiaoyang's art exhibition?" Hao Ren asked. It was 4 o'clock, and the cultivation session would end at 6, which was when the exhibition would start. "Depends," Su Han said. As if she was struck with a thought, she turned to Hao Ren and asked, "Regarding my class, how's your exam preparation going?" I haven't begun yet." Hao Ren didn't expect this question, but he had to admit that her class was the most difficult one this term. "I see." Su Han nodded. Hao Ren was disappointed since he had thought that Su Han would give him the answers to the exam. "This exam will be very hard. You must prepare for it," Su Han said. "Well, okay." Hao Ren broke into a sweat. "Now that you have balanced the 5 elements, you can formally cultivate the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. In fact, after the breakthrough of the 3rd level of the spirit concentration scroll, the 108 acupoints in your body have been unblocked. It means that you have reached the realm of a martial arts master in the mortal world. If you want to continue to Con level and up, you must unlock the openings on the Dragon Core." Hao Ren listened to Su Han's explanation more attentively now compared with during her class since it concerned his life. Cultivators were, in fact, stealing the essence from nature, which was an act against the natural law. If the cultivators were not careful, they would be turned into ashes. By reaching Con level, you will unlock the first opening in your Dragon Core. The higher the realm, the more openings will be unlocked. Zhao Yanzi's third uncle has reached top-tier Qian level and unlocked all 368 openings in the Dragon Core. Then, the next step is to pass the heavenly tribulation and become a heavenly dragon. Hao Ren nodded. No wonder Su Han said that I'm not at Khan level yet. Although the Dragon Core in my body is silently absorbing the nature essence, the amount is not enough to unlock even one opening. Only after he unlocked the first opening in the Dragon Core would the Dragon Core be fully activated. By then, he would become a real member of the Dragon Tribe. The more openings you unlock, the more nature essence the Dragon Core could absorb, and the stronger you will be. After you reach Dewey level and unlock 232 openings, you will have the ability to transform into a dragon. Transform into a dragon. Hao Ren was amazed. A golden-scaled dragon with 4 claws and 5 fingers on each claw. If one can transform into a dragon at Dewey level, why does one need to pass the heavenly tribulation and become a heavenly dragon? Hao Ren asked immediately. Peak Qian level is not the real end. Only after you pass the heavenly tribulation can you become a true immortal golden dragon. That is the ultimate dream of the cultivators in the Dragon Tribe. You won't understand it, Su Han said. Discouraged, Hao Ren remained silent. He felt like the distance between him and Su Han was like the distance between humans and the ants. The humans could understand all the behavior of the ants, but the ants couldn't understand what the humans were thinking and doing. I'd better turn my mind back to cultivation and try to reach Khan level. Without any more questions, Hao Ren sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Protected by the array formation, Su Han's office was an excellent place for cultivation. Watching Hao Ren cultivating, Su Han smiled lightly and thought, this guy doesn't like unrealistic dreams. With his diligence, he will reach Gen level without a doubt. However, his progress will be slow with the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Oblivious to Su Han's gaze, Hao Ren closed his eyes and calmly absorbed the rare nature essence. By now, the 5 elements in his body had formed a small 5-elemental array formation around the Dragon Core. Each trace of the nature essence he absorbed would be automatically broken down into the 5 elements, and they would enter the 5 small spheres around the Dragon Core. Although the traces of nature essence were weak, the process continued without stopping. Time ticked away, and Su Han, who had been staring at Hao Ren for 2 hours, suddenly saw that it was almost 6 o'clock. Hao Ren also sensed that the time was almost up, so he opened his eyes. Seeing it was already 6, he stood up and was ready to take his leave. He asked abruptly, "Will you go?" Su Han turned to the window and looked at the sunset. After a moment of silence, she grabbed the key to the office and said, "Let's go." He was surprised that she agreed to go. He only asked to be polite and was certain that she wouldn't like to go to such a crowded place. Hao Ren walked with Su Han out of her office toward the cafeteria. Although Su Han didn't need to eat mortal food, Hao Ren had to have his dinner. It was during the peak hour, and the students were amazed to see the beautiful Su Han walking into the cafeteria with Hao Ren. Wow! Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is it really Su Han? Is he the guy who had an arm wrestling match with Huang Zuji at the bus stop? He's also the guy who defeated Huang Zuji in the rock climbing competition. The gossips began to buzz over the cafeteria while guys and girls all looked toward Hao Ren and Su Han curiously. Su Han didn't eat. She just quietly sat across from Hao Ren and watched him eat. Hao Ren felt abashed and paid more attention to his table manners. It was no big deal for a teacher and a student to have a meal together in the cafeteria. However, since Su Han was the famous #1 beauty in East Ocean University, her appearance in the cafeteria with a student was sensational. Uncomfortable under the stares coming from Su Han and the other students in the cafeteria, Hao Ren finished his meal quickly before walking toward the library with Su Han. Wearing an elegant cupcake skirt, an elegant chiffon top, and a pair of eye-catching high-heeled sandals, Su Han impressed everyone who saw her. Hao Ren knew that he would become the common enemy of the guys sooner or later, but he had no time to worry about that now as he followed Su Han into the library. In the hall on the first floor, the lights were positioned well, and the boards divided the spacious marble-floored hall into independent sections in which different styles of Qin Shaoyang's paintings were displayed. It was only 6:30. According to the rules, the students were still not allowed in here. Since Hao Ren was walking together with Su Han, who is a teacher, he slipped into the exhibition with her. There were all kinds of paintings on the walls, including oil paintings, gouaches, drawings, and sketches. Traditional Chinese paintings were displayed in another secluded section. Qin Xiaoyang was an inspector of the dragon tribe. In the mortal world, he was a genius artist who was highly regarded around the globe. Having received some education from Zhao Yanzi when they visited the 1825 art district a couple of days before, Hao Ren could see the excellence of the paintings. Dressed in a black suit, Qin Xiaoyang looked dashing. Right now, he was talking with some of the influential figures in front of one of his huge oil paintings. His straight figure, handsome face, resonant and magnetic voice, and golden eyes all added to his charisma. If Hao Ren didn't know that this man was an inspector, he would undoubtedly have regarded him as a perfect man. Equipped with his great talents and eloquent speeches, it made sense why countless female fans worshipped him. In addition, the rumors added to his mystery. It was said that he also had extraordinary talents in music and had amazed all the people there when he played the piano in a private party hosted by a famous international music master. Seeming to have sensed Su Han's arrival, Qin Xiaoyang paused his conversation and turned abruptly. Spotting Su Han in the hall, he immediately left the great artists and hurried toward her. "Han, you are here." His voice contained a lot of confidence. It was obvious that he was very pleased to see her. However, Su Han ignored him and turned to another small section. She looked around at the paintings as Hao Ren followed her. Qin Xiaoyang's expression changed due to the cold treatment he received, but he regained his composure quickly. He quickened his steps and stood before Su Han. "Han, if you are interested in the paintings, I will be your guide. I'm here to check if there's anyone who is not supposed to be here." "I have no interest in your paintings," Su Han said coldly. "I know this is your territory, but you don't have to treat me so coldly. Don't you know that the purpose of me holding this exhibition here is to show you the achievements that I have made in the past 2 years?" Qin Xiaoyang pleaded. He glanced at Hao Ren who was standing beside Su Han and found him annoying. However, he didn't want to anger Su Han right now by attacking Hao Ren. Su Han didn't answer. Instead, she continued to walk forward. Seeing Qin Xiaoyang blocking a beauty, some of the influential figures in the art circle all looked toward them curiously. Qin Xiaoyang held his fury in check and forced himself to step away graciously, allowing Su Han and Hao Ren to walk into the depth of the hall. "You'd rather stay with a guy who isn't even on con level than speak to me. I can kill him like an ant. Also, I still need to repay him for the 6 slaps. Looking at their backs, Qin Xiaoyang's golden eyes had a gleam of cold hatred. In one of the inner sections of the exhibition, Su Han turned her head abruptly and asked Hao Ren, "Aren't you afraid?" "Of what?" Hao Ren asked. "Of his revenge," Su Han said. "I have offended him already, so it won't hurt to give him another reason to hate me. Anyways, the arrogant people always think that others are in the wrong instead of blaming themselves," Hao Ren said. With a smile, Su Han turned to another section with elegant steps. Su Han was smart, and she knew what Hao Ren meant. In fact, if Qin Xiaoyang weren't disgustingly arrogant, she wouldn't have made this patrolling inspector her enemy. She liked to take things slow and didn't like Qin Xiaoyang's arrogant attitude. This man thought that he was the center of the world due to his perfection. They turned to the section of traditional Chinese paintings when Hao Ren suddenly sensed a huge wall moving toward him. He looked up and saw Xie Wanjun and his basketball team. Today, the players on the basketball team were all wearing black suits instead of jerseys. Although Bai Zhishang and the others were obviously uncomfortable in suits, Xie Wanjun looked majestic in his formal wear. With his square face, tall figure, and broad shoulders, he was a born fashion model. It was the first time that Hao Ren saw Xie Wanjun wearing a suit, but he found him quite dashing. "Why are you here?" Hao Ren asked. Having worked with Xie Wanjun once, he was not afraid of this big guy anymore. "They train all day in the stadium, and I'm afraid that they will fall behind the times. So, I asked for some tickets from the principal and brought them here to have a taste of art," Xie Wanjun explained in his rough voice. Hao Ren was surprised, unable to place the sweaty basketball players and arts in the same picture. This is called gouache, which has different characteristics from the oil painting since gouache is opaque. Besides the difference of painting methods, the oil paintings give people a thick and heavy feel while the gouaches have a brighter touch, Xie Wanjun began to explain to his teammates. Hearing Xie Wanjun's professional explanations, Hao Ren was even more surprised. This is another blow. Even the basketball player Xie Wanjun is more artistic than me. Hao Ren was mortified, wondering if the world had progressed too fast for him or he had lagged behind too much. Our captain does oil paintings. Seeing Hao Ren's mortification, little Fatty, who was friends with Hao Ren, came over and told him. Oil paintings? Hao Ren was dumbfounded. He imagined the 2-meter-tall Xie Wanjun sitting on a small stool while putting fine strokes on an oil painting and blocking the whole canvas board with his body. Excellent academic performances, a full scholarship from an American university, superb basketball skills, and talented in oil painting, Xie Wanjun was an all-rounder. Has Yujia bothered you recently? Xie Wanjun turned his head abruptly and asked Hao Ren. Oh, no, the midterm exams are only days away, and she put all her attention on reviewing, Hao Ren answered. Okay, Xie Wanjun nodded. And you are her little older brother? Knowing that the secret was out, Hao Ren smiled in embarrassment. Nodding, Xie Wanjun threw his arm around Hao Ren's shoulders. After this year's National College League, I will go to the US for my postgraduate degree. I entrust Yujia to you. His words were meaningful, and his arm was heavy. Feeling this big brother's sincerity, Hao Ren gritted his teeth and nodded. In the past, Xie Wanjun was the one who took care of Xie Yujia at school. Now that he was in his senior year and about to graduate early, his greatest concern was his younger sister, who seemed to be quite excellent but actually a bit naive. After patting Hao Ren's shoulder twice, Xie Wanjun didn't say anything else. He led the basketball team to the next section. The players dressed in suits were all uncomfortable to be here, but they had no choice since their captain insisted that they should improve themselves with arts. This Xie Wanjun would be close to the connate realm of martial arts if he lived in the past, Su Han said abruptly. Connate realm? The realm equal to the third level of the spirit concentration scroll? Astonished, Hao Ren turned to look at the majestic back of Xie Wanjun. Is it possible for one to reach the highest realm that is attainable by a mortal being by only playing basketball? With his powerful aura and strong focus, he could have entered the cultivation world with martial arts. However, for a mortal being, he has reached his limit. Standing beside Hao Ren, Su Han said lightly. Ms. Su. A crisp voice sounded abruptly. Hao Ren turned his head and saw Xie Yujia and Ma Lina walking toward them from another direction. It was Xie Yujia who called out to Su Han. Seeing Xie Yujia coming over to her, Su Han smiled. It was an unusual act for her. Why are you here? With Xie Wanjun's words still in his ears, Hao Ren asked Xie Yujia. My brother got me 2 tickets. Otherwise, I would still be outside in the long line. Ordinary students are not allowed in until 8 o'clock. We got the tickets and came here on our way back from the night study so we can relax a bit, Xie Yujia told him. In her white t-shirt and soft black long jacket, she looked simple and elegant. Your brother just passed by us, Hao Ren said. Okay. I'll go find him later. Since it was no longer a secret that she was Xie Wanjun's younger sister, she didn't bother to cover it up. She looked at Hao Ren and Su Han and asked, Ms. Su, did you come with Hao Ren? Yes. Su Han nodded. Xie Yujia pursed her lips, and a complicated emotion appeared in her eyes. She had heard that Su Han and Hao Ren were close, but it felt different when she witnessed them together. Ms. Su, will the exam be difficult? She asked again. You are the best in the class, so you don't have to worry about it, Su Han said with a smile. Xie Yujia felt humbled by Su Han's dazzling smile. After a moment of consideration, she said, You two go on. I'll go find my brother. Okay. Su Han nodded slightly. Sister Su. Another crisp voice sounded abruptly. Hao Ren turned again and saw Zhao Yanzi coming towards them while holding Zhao Hongyu's hand. Zhao Yanzi let go of Zhao Hongyu's hand before running toward Su Han. Su Han smiled helplessly and placed a hand on Zhao Yanzi's shoulder to stop her from throwing herself into her arms. After all, she was an inspector and was supposed to keep her distance from East Ocean. However, she couldn't resist Zhao Yanzi when the latter was always so enthusiastic to see her. Sister Zhao, you came as well? Qin Xiaoyang came over with a few influential figures in the art circle. In a polite manner, he introduced to the others, this is Zhao Hongyu, the boss of LOM Design Studio. The people in the art circle obviously had heard about LOM Studio since they all looked very impressed. Hee hee, I'm here to see the exhibition. Mr. Chin's skills are getting better and better, Zhao Hongyu said with a smile. She came today for two reasons. One was to bring Zhao Yanzi to the exhibition and have fun, while the other was to take this opportunity to meet Qin Xiaoyang. After all, East Ocean was their territory, and it was necessary for her to meet this inspector informally first using her identity in the mortal world. My brother has left. I couldn't find him. At this moment, Xie Yujia returned. Qin Xiaoyang was still incensed by Zhao Kuo's threat from a couple of days before. He was planning to give Zhao Hongyu a hard time as an inspector but stopped at the approach of Xie Yujia. He exchanged some polite remarks with Zhao Hongyu before leading the influential figures to the other sections. Zhao Hongyu had a bad feeling about him as she observed Qian Xiaoyang more. Chapter 154. So many heroes. When Zhao Yanzi saw Xie Yujia, she immediately became hostile. She found that every time she came to this school, this beautiful class president was around Hao Ren. It had become a pattern. No wonder she took Xie Yujia as her rival in love. Boldened by the presence of Su Han today, she was about to attack her rival with words. However, Zhao Hongyu stopped her with a tug and a look of warning. Let's see the exhibition together then, Zhao Hongyu said pleasantly to Xie Yujia and Su Han. Okay. Xie Yujia had met Zhao Hongyu last time in the stadium. Knowing that this woman was gentle and considerate, Xie Yujia was quite fond of her subconsciously. In science, she admired Yu Yang, but in life, she wanted to be a graceful woman like Zhao Hongyu. This is an impressionistic landscape painting which is usually painted on a piece of raw rice paper. It pays more attention to the spirit of the landscape than meticulous style drawings. For example, this painting follows the style of Shi Dao, one of the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou 1. Look at the right half of the painting. It depicts the depth of the landscape with a close-up view, which is an example of Shi Dao's section method. Zhao Hongyu was telling Zhao Yanzi this while appreciating the paintings. The others also listened to her quietly. Hao Ren knew that Zhao Yanzi's knowledge in art all came from Zhao Hongyu. The 15-year-old Zhao Yanzi was already several levels higher than him in art appreciation, so Zhao Hongyu's knowledge was way beyond his imagination. Listening to the explanations, Xie Yujia was more and more amazed. Under Zhao Hongyu's guidance, she began to understand the details that she would have missed. Glancing at Hao Ren, who was also listening attentively, and looking at Zhao Yanzi, who kept showing off by talking to her mom, Xie Yujia suddenly remembered the art books that Hao Ren had borrowed. She wondered if the reason behind Hao Ren's sudden thirst for art knowledge was this little girl. After they finished walking around on the first floor, Zhao Hongyu had given them a thorough lesson about the paintings. Hao Ren had learned a lot, and Zhao Yanzi was feeling smug. Well, now you understand that my mom knows everything, she thought. Xie Yujia admired Zhao Hongyu's knowledge and temperament. Glancing at the babbling Zhao Yanzi, she wondered if this little girl could really grow into a gentle and elegant woman like her mom. It was now 8 o'clock, and the students who were waiting outside in line finally could enter the exhibition. The quiet hall suddenly became lively. Lu Qing brought Lu Linlin and Lu Lili into the hall. The moment he saw Zhao Hongyu, he hurried over. Hello, Principal Lu, Zhao Hongyu greeted. Ah, Ms. Zhao. How are you? Lu Qing asked in a slightly tentative voice. Together with Lu Qing were some directors of the art program. He introduced, this is Ms. Zhao Hongyu from LOM Design Studio. Her husband is Zhao Guang, the chairman and CEO of Mingri Group, which is the biggest donor of our school. LOM Design Studio was well known among the teachers of the art program, and her identity as the wife of Mingri Group's chairman made them even more respectful. After all, the buildings and the advanced facilities of the art program were all funded by Mingri Group. Ms. Zhao, it is an honor to meet you. They lined up to shake hands with Zhao Hongyu. Half of the development funds of East Ocean University came from Mingri Group, the biggest corporation in East Ocean City. In fact, Mingri Group funded all the expansions of the university which were not covered by the government grants, including the facilities, benefits of the teachers and students, develop and research branches, and all kinds of guest lectures. The rapidly growing reputation of East Ocean University was attributed to the generous donations of Mingri Group. Standing beside Zhao Hongyu, Xie Yujia heard Lu Qing's introduction, and her eyes widened slightly. This chapter's initial release occurred on the N0V3LB1N site. This elegant and easygoing woman is, in fact, the wife of the chairman of the biggest corporation in the region. And Hao Ren is tutoring their daughter, she thought. In short, Zhao Yanzi's family controlled Mingri Group, and Mingri Group was the big hidden boss of East Ocean University. No wonder Vice Principal Lu Qing is so respectful towards them, she thought. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili rushed over, and they each took one of Hao Ren's arms. They didn't care about where they were. The students gushing in from the entrance happened to witness the intimate behaviors of the Lu sisters toward Hao Ren. Even the teachers of the art program who were standing beside Lu Qing saw it. However, since the girls were Lu Qing's granddaughters, and Lu Qing didn't show any disapproval, they just pretended that they saw nothing inappropriate. Therefore, the students saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lili clinging into Hao Ren blatantly in front of Vice Principal Lu Qing while the teachers around them just watched with smiles. The students gasped. This guy is so extraordinary that even Vice Principal Lu Qing doesn't mind him dating his granddaughters. Hurriedly, they memorized Hao Ren's look and reminded themselves not to mess with this plain-looking guy. At this moment, Huang Zuji, who had cut the line, walked in with the members of his rock climbing club. Although dressed casually, he was the most dashing one among the guys. When he saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lili clinging onto Hao Ren and Su Han standing elegantly beside him, Huang Zuji's chill and confident expression vanished. However, seeing Lu Qing and the directors of the art program standing across from Hao Ren, he didn't dare to cause trouble and had to hold back his rage. He couldn't understand how this rival who was insignificant a month ago became so much influential than him in such a short time. Besides the great strength, this rival of his had even attracted so many beauties to his side despite the plain look and the ordinary background. Why? Why? Huang Zuji cried in his mind. Hao Ren's sharp eyes caught the minuscule change on Huang Zuji's face. He withdrew his arms from the twin sisters' hands and looked disapprovingly at them. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili stuck their tongues out at each other before giggling. It seemed like they had done it on purpose to make someone jealous. On the other side, the girls spotted Qin Xiaoyang in the suit and rushed toward him, shrieking. The security guards immediately blocked them with their arms. Accompanied by many influential figures in the art circle, Qin Xiaoyang slowly took off his suit jacket and revealed the white shirt underneath. The white shirt was thin and fitting, highlighting his muscular body. It again had made the girls scream in excitement. Next, a slightly devilish smile appeared on his face, and the usually quiet library was filled with a round of collective screams instantly. Huang Zuji was a little dazed and thought, this is what people call charisma. Today's exhibition is displaying the traditional Chinese paintings that Mr. Qin Xiaoyang has painted in the past several years for the first time, and it represents Mr. Qin Xiaoyang's formal entrance into the field of traditional Chinese painting. As you all know, Mr. Qin Xiaoyang's oil paintings have won him a great reputation in the world, and the average auction price for one of his oil paintings has reached 7.8 million yuan. The host in a tuxedo walked out with a microphone and introduced Qin Xiaoyang to everyone. An average of 7.8 million yuan for one painting. Damn. The world is full of rich people, Hao Ren thought. Now that Mr. Qin Xiaoyang has begun to focus his attention on traditional Chinese paintings, his international reputation will bring our traditional Chinese paintings to the world. I'm sure that he will make traditional Chinese paintings the hottest collection items in the eyes of international buyers. The great artists in the Chinese art circle here today all agreed that Mr. Qin Xiaoyang's skills in terms of traditional Chinese painting have reached a very high level. At our persistent request, Mr. Qin Xiaoyang will paint on the spot to show his passion for traditional Chinese paintings. Please watch and enjoy. After saying that, the host backed off, and the lights in the library were suddenly turned off. Clap. A spotlight lit up the area that Qin Xiaoyang was standing on. Two pretty girls in elegant traditional Chinese dresses carried out an antique-looking desk and placed it before him. Then, one pretty girl spread a sheet of white rice paper on the desk while another beautiful girl walked over and began to make ink by grinding an ink stick with water on the inkstone. The sound of melodious music appeared, and the spotlight moved to another pretty girl who was playing a Chinese lute. The atmosphere was now completely relaxed. The girls had stopped screaming, and they looked at Qin Xiaoyang with wide eyes. Qin Xiaoyang tossed aside the hair in front of his forehead with a light shake of his head, and he slowly rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. The pretty girl who was making ink finished grinding and backed off silently. Qin Xiaoyang lifted the brush with one hand and stirred the tip in ink in the ink stone. Swoosh! He waved his hand abruptly, and a streak of ink spread onto the rice paper, creating a dragon-shaped mountain. He shifted his body before brushing onto the paper again, and ink dots that were representing trees fell on the mountain. His movements were sometimes light and sometimes heavy, and his strokes danced with the music produced by the Chinese lute. Qin Xiaoyang's female fans held their breaths, afraid that they would make a sound and interrupt the beautiful scene. Hao Ren also quietly watched Qin Xiaoyang paint while Lu Linlin and Lu Lily stood close to him on both sides. Xie Yujia and Ma Lina widened their eyes since it was the first time that they watched someone paint a traditional Chinese painting. Due to Zhao Yanzi's lack of height, she had to stand on her tiptoes but still couldn't see. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu had to secretly boost her up with an invisible energy. Su Han stood elegantly with her hands together, and her face was expressionless. However, she looked extraordinarily beautiful in the darkness. As the music of the Chinese lute slowly came to an end, Qin Xiaoyang also put down his brush before straightening his body. His white shirt was still spotless, which was quite a feat in itself. The white shirt originated from the west and the landscape painting from the east didn't give people an impression of disharmony. Click. Click. The lights were back. Two pretty girls in traditional Chinese dresses stepped forward and carefully lifted the landscape painting with their slim hands while the ink was still wet. The endless river flows eastward. With its huge waves, all those gallant heroes of the past are gone. People say that to the west of the ancient fortress was the Red Cliff where General Zhou won his early fame when the Three Kingdoms were in flame. Rocks tower in the air, and waves slammed on the shore, rolling up 1,000 heaps of snow. This world is like a painting, and so many heroes have put on great shows, too. A poem was written on the left side of the painting. Great handwriting. The vice president of Chinese Artists Association, a white-haired and high-spirited old man, applauded. This painting proves the saying that, there is painting in the poetry, and there's poetry in the painting. With his applause, the other influential figures in the art circle all showed their appreciations as well. With a slight smile, Qin Xiaoyang took the painting from the girls before walking into the crowd. He said with his magnetic voice, "Han, this painting is for you." Wow! The girls realized that Qin Xiaoyang was taking this chance to show his love. But who is this, Han? The girls wondered. With the painting in his hands, Qin Xiaoyang walked through the crowd and stood before Su Han. A bright smile was on his face. Su Han looked at the painting before taking it from his hands. Then, she slowly tore it into pieces. All of the people there were stunned. It was a painting that the genius artist Qin Xiaoyang had done under their eyes, and it was the first painting that he had ever done in public. With its significance and his reputation, the painting was worth at least 5 million yuan. But an ordinary lecturer tore it into pieces before their eyes? Good try. Su Han dropped the torn pieces of the painting from her hands and said lightly. Her eyes were as sharp as lightning. She would never change her determination in pursuing the ultimate goal of cultivation. Qin Xiaoyang's effort of dissuasion was an insult to her. Su. What did you do? Oblivious to the situation, the principal hurried over and scolded Su Han. Surprisingly, Qin Xiaoyang was not angry. He lifted his hand to stop the principal and smiled graciously. It was just a casual painting. I don't mind that it was torn. However, Ms. Su does have a quick temper. Still angry, the principal said to Su Han, "Come to my office after the exhibition." In his mind, Su Han usually stayed in her office and rarely showed her face on campus. However, she was a good and responsible teacher. But today, her behavior brought the school disgrace. Su Han knew that Qin Xiaoyang was trying to make her lose her job in the mortal world. She caught Lu Qing's apologetic gaze and said after a moment of consideration, "It's just a painting. I will repay you with another." Then, she stepped forward to the painting desk. The teachers and students all knew her, and they stepped aside to let her pass. Is it possible that the #1 beauty in East Ocean University could paint traditional Chinese paintings? This question appeared in everyone's mind. In her chiffon top, Su Han walked to the painting desk, and her beauty instantly overshadowed the pretty girls in traditional Chinese dresses. Slowly, she lifted the brush, looked around, and called out, "Hao Ren, come here. I will teach you how to paint." Chapter 155. The power of the scroll. Hao Ren was stunned at this sequence of events. Su Han, I will die at your hands. I can't even sketch a picture of chicken pecking rice. Seeing everyone turning to look at him, Hao Ren panicked. Su Han just stood there waiting for him. Come on, go up. Huang Zuji was the first to yell. Then, the other guys followed suit and yelled jeering encouragements. Uncle, you go up and draw a picture of chicken pecking rice. Zhao Yanzi, who was behind him, urged as if she could read his mind. Whatever. I'll try to draw a picture of chicken pecking rice. Anyway, I'll be notorious after this at least. Hao Ren forced himself to go forward to the painting table. Su Han stepped aside and handed the brush to Hao Ren. The two pretty girls in ancient Chinese dresses stepped up and spread out another piece of rice paper that was more than half a meter long. Feeling hundreds of pairs of eyes on him, Hao Ren was nervous. He whispered to Su Han, "What are you doing?" Then, the lights went off like before, and a spotlight illuminated Hao Ren and Su Han in front of the desk. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. When I say one element, you must use this element. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. If I tell you 1, you must use 1/10 of your strength, so on and so forth, Su Han whispered. Then, she stepped to one side to grind ink for Hao Ren. The guys yelled indignantly, jealous of Hao Ren as the great beauty Su Han was grinding ink for him personally. Calm down and concentrate. Recall Qin Xiaoyang's hand movements when he drew the painting. Do you remember each stroke? Su Han asked. They whispered to each other in front of the desk, at least half a meter away from the crowd. Therefore, no one could hear them. Yes, I do. Hao Ren nodded. He had a great memory, to begin with, and he could remember everything he had seen after breaking through to the third level of the spirit concentration scroll. Metal, 6. Su Han said. Hao Ren activated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll and a pure yet weak metal elemental sword energy shot out of his fingertip before traveling into the tip of the brush. Swoosh. The ink went with the movement of Hao Ren's wrist before splashing onto the rice paper and forming a dragon-shaped mountain. Good use of essence. Su Han praised silently. However, the students who were watching couldn't see anything special about it. They thought Hao Ren was just imitating Qin Xiaoyang's movement, and they booed at him slightly. However, the influential artists were slightly shocked, thinking, what a sharp stroke. The second stroke. Water, 7. Hao Ren copied Qin Xiaoyang's second stroke from memory, and the brush splashed the ink several centimeters above the rice paper. The force of the water elements threw the ink drops out continuously. Whoosh! A big surging river appeared. It looked misty and lively. Smooth. The influential artists, especially the masters who focused on traditional Chinese paintings, froze. Everything in the world is made from the 5 elements. The third stroke. Wood, 3. Su Han said. The brush in Hao Ren's hand began to make dots like crazy. Fire, 2. Little black drops appeared like the stars in the night sky. Earth, 8. Water, 4. Metal, 9. From top to bottom, be deep and powerful. Metal elements were sharp and lethal. Wood elements represented life. Water elements combined firmness and flexibility. Fire elements could lit up the world. And earth elements were so thick that they could carry everything. The 5 elements in Hao Ren's body took turns as Su Han issued instructions and lightly ground the ink. The audience watched Hao Ren move with smooth strokes while Su Han stood beside him elegantly. What a perfect couple in the spotlight. This thought appeared in everyone's mind. Su Han, I can't do it anymore. Hao Ren said, feeling that the 5 elemental essences in his body were depleting. The continuous transitions and conversions of the 5 elements were quite energy-consuming. Besides, he had to infuse the 5 elemental sword energies into the brush before each stroke, which was exhausting on its own. After all, he now only had a cultivation value of 0.35, and he had been continuously releasing sword energies with the light-splitting sword shadow scroll for more than 10 minutes. Big drops of sweat flowed down his face, and his arm that was holding the brush was shaking slightly. Water, 7. Abruptly, Su Han put down the inkstick and stood behind Hao Ren. With her right hand holding onto Hao Ren's right hand, she whispered into Hao Ren's ear. Hao Ren felt a surge of pure water elemental essence entering his body through his arm, and he immediately absorbed it with the light-splitting sword shadow scroll before releasing it. He splashed 3 big drops of ink, and they formed 3 weirdly shaped rocks on the mountain. Wood, 5. Convert it by yourself. Su Han injected a surge of pure metal and water elemental essences into Hao Ren's arm. Hao Ren took a deep breath and circulated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll at a great speed, converting these essences into the wood elements. The light ink gave the painting a sense of liveliness. Hook, crack, rub, point, dye. The techniques of the landscape painting were demonstrated through the 5 elemental essences. Meanwhile, people gasped at the scene. Su Han was holding onto Hao Ren's hand intimately while they painted together. Feeling Su Han's warmth beside him and hearing the whisper in his ear, Hao Ren took another deep breath, and several sailing boats appeared on the big river. Hao Ren and Su Han are indeed intimate. Xie Yujia looked at them sadly. Swoosh. Hao Ren and Su Han both lifted their arms with the brush, and a streak of rainbow appeared at the top of the painting. It was finished. The 2 pretty girls stepped forward and gently lifted the rice paper up. Looking up at the high mountain and walking on the wide road, excellent, excellent. The white-haired vice president of the Chinese Artists Association applauded. After his comments, other people began to understand the spirits expressed in the painting. The highest level of landscape paintings valued not the techniques but the spirit and meaning. They were the most critical in landscape paintings. Compared with Qin Shaoyang's painting and calligraphy, the landscape painting drawn together by Su Han and Hao Ren was better in its portrayal of the spirit. The surging river and rolling clouds depicted the spirits of valley and mountains. High mountains were there for one to look up and admire, and the wide road was there for one to explore. The spirit expressed in this landscape painting was Su Han's response to Qin Shaoyang. The road ahead is long, and I won't stop exploring and searching. Qin Shaoyang's face turned pale, and his body shook all over. The sharp rejection Su Han gave him through the painting was one reason for his reaction, but the more important reason was the sight of Su Han and Hao Ren drawing the painting together with their bodies touching. I didn't know Hao Ren was such a great painter. Standing beside Xie Yujia, Malina said in surprise. And Zhou Liren and his buddies standing in the crowd were all stupefied, thinking Hao Ren had disguised himself so well that they thought he could only draw something like a chicken pecking rice. Zhao Yanzi put her fingers on her lips while she studied the masterly drawn landscape painting. She turned to ask Zhao Hongyu, "Did Hao Ren really draw it?" "Yeah." Zhao Hongyu smiled. "Now you think he's quite dashing, right?" "Humph. Not at all." After a moment of consideration, Zhao Yanzi turned her head away. Chapter 156. The True Master. This is for you. Su Han placed it into Qin Shaoyang's hands. Qin Shaoyang's face turned red then livid. He wanted to burn it into ashes right now, but he forced himself to control his rage considering his public image. Then, he rolled up the painting before handing it to his assistant beside him. The art program in East Ocean University is indeed full of talented students. Are there any other students or teachers who want to come up and show their talent? The host walked up with a microphone and tried to smooth things over. At the same time, the director, vice directors and professors of the art program looked at each other in mortification since none of them knew a talented student named Hao Ren in their program. At the moment, even students in the art program didn't dare to be so audacious in front of the world-famous artists. This small painting event was over, and the students began to scatter around to see the exhibition. The influential figures the art circle went to a pre-arranged quiet corner to have tea and chat with Qin Shaoyang and the officials of the art program. In the chaos, Hao Ren slipped back into the crowd before joining Zhao Yanzi and the others. Meanwhile, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily approached the painting desk that was now in the shadows. They pulled out a blank piece of rice paper and began to mess around with the brush and ink while giggling. Hao Ren couldn't find Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. Seeing that Zhao Hongyu was about to take Zhao Yanzi home, he offered to walk them out. Zhao Hongyu's red Ferrari was parked in front of the stairs leading up to the library. The sports car was quite eye-catching in the night. "Auntie, have a safe trip home," Hao Ren said with a wave after Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Yanzi got in the car. "Thank you. Please get prepared for tomorrow's exams yourself," Zhao Hongyu said with a smile. Zhao Yanzi kept quiet and looked unhappy. The car started and drove toward the main gate of the school. Hao Ren turned around and was about to return to his dorm for the exam preparation when he suddenly saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lili stand right behind him. Startled, Hao Ren jumped back subconsciously. "Gongzi, the exams are tomorrow," Lu Linlin said while covering the prankster-like smile with her hand. Hao Ren knew it was her idea to scare him. "Gongzi, you did good with the use of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll," Lu Lili said while blushing. Obviously, she was a bit embarrassed for giving Hao Ren such a big surprise. "Thanks." Hao Ren nodded. In fact, he had tried his best tonight. He didn't expect that it would be so exhausting to transfer the 5 elemental essences continuously while controlling the strength of the sword energies. "Gongzi, what are your plans for tonight?" they asked. "What plans?" Confused, Hao Ren asked. "Are they planning to go out and play?" he thought. "Prepare for the exams," the sisters answered at the same time. Like in a magic trick, they dug out 2 small bags that contained books and notebooks. "You don't have to go back home?" Hao Ren asked. "Elder Lu has arranged for us, and we could live on campus," they explained with smiles on their faces. Hao Ren sighed and gave in. "Okay, I'll study with you." Lu Linlin and Lu Lili smiled at each other and said, "Then, we'll walk you to the dorm for your study materials." Feeling like a hostage, Hao Ren smiled powerlessly before leading them to the dorm area. They crossed the campus and arrived at the Hao Ren's dorm building. Hao Ren asked them to wait outside while he went in to get his materials. It was very quiet in the dorm tonight since everyone was cramming for tomorrow's exams. The same was true for Hao Ren's dorm. Zhou Liren and Cao Ronghua had come back from the exhibition and were sitting at their desks busy reading Xie Yujia's notes. Seeing that Hao Ren was back, they all looked at him as if they were observing a strange beast since they had not yet recovered from the shock they got from his performance in the library. Hao Ren didn't want to explain anything since he needed to put every minute he had on preparing for tomorrow's midterm exams. Picking up the photocopied notes that Xie Yujia had given him, Hao Ren grabbed 3 jackets before hurrying out of the dorm. The study rooms were very cold during the night. Although he knew that Lu Linlin and Lu Lili could withstand the cold since they lived in the ice palace for more than 200 years, he felt it was not gentlemanlike to only get a jacket for himself. "Ren, where are you going at this late hour?" Seeing Hao Ren rushing out, Zhou Liren yelled after him. Immediately, Zhou Liren ran to the balcony and yelled indignantly when he found that Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were waiting downstairs for Hao Ren like 2 little flowers. "You totally forget your friends when you're with beauties." Back downstairs, Hao Ren handed the sisters the jackets before putting on his. "Thank you, Gongzi." After putting on Hao Ren's jackets, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili looked especially happy. Hao Ren smiled. His mind on tomorrow's exams. In the past month, he had focused his attention on cultivation and tutoring Zhao Yanzi. Thus, he missed many key concepts in class. If he had not borrowed Xie Yujia's notes, he suspected that he would fail the exams miserably. Crossing the quiet campus, Hao Ren led them to Academic Building D. Academic Building D was mostly comprised of study rooms that were usually open until 10 o'clock, but these rooms were open 24 hours a day during the exam seasons. It was his first time going to a study room. He usually preferred to do the reading and reviewing in his dorm. Seeing the couples in the rooms, he realized that these study rooms were places where student couples came to prepare for exams. While they were all couples of 2, Hao Ren attracted attention when he brought 2 beauties there. Spotting a big room that was relatively less crowded, Hao Ren forced himself to walk inside with Lu Linlin and Lu Lili. The guys who had been busy reading looked quite angry when they saw Hao Ren come in with the 2 beautiful girls, which was a blatant show-off during this intense time before the exams. "Okay. Let's sit here." Hao Ren found a corner and sat down. He took the study materials out of his bag and spread them on the desk. Meanwhile, in the temporary tea room in the library, a staff member came over with a piece of rice paper and asked carefully, "Mr. Qin, did you forget to mount and display this painting?" This, Qin Xiaoyang hesitated and replied, "Doesn't look like mine. Where did you find it?" "It was left on the painting desk," the staff member answered. Curious, the art masters who had been having tea and chatting with Qin Xiaoyang leaned over to look. The moment they saw what was on the rice paper, they froze as if they had been electrocuted by lightning. There were 3 bamboos, and they looked so lively that it seemed like they were swaying out of the paper. This was a realm that even the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou couldn't reach. It should belong to heaven instead of appearing in the mortal world. What was more, the artistic masters saw a painting of chicken pecking rice beside the bamboos. There was no inscriptions or signatures on it, so no one knew who drew them. East Ocean University is full of talented people. The art masters who had been studying traditional Chinese paintings for many years were all stunned into silence. Chapter 157. You opponent is me. Just when the great artists were stunned by the 3 bamboos in the painting, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, the pranksters, were preparing for their exams with Hao Ren in a study room in Academic Building D. What they wanted to draw was the picture of chicken pecking rice, and the 3 bamboos were a result of their casual brushings. However, the staff panicked, thinking that the bamboos were Qin Xiaoyang's work and the picture of chicken pecking rice was someone's prank which ruined the masterpiece. Now, wearing Hao Ren's jacket, the sisters were sitting together and talking about the notes while comparing them to the content in the textbooks. They were serious with their preparations. They were sitting close together, and their confused expressions and earnestly attitudes created a cute scene. Hao Ren glanced at their textbooks and found that these books were mostly liberal art subjects. He didn't think that the exams would be challenging to the smart sisters. Occasionally, they were puzzled by some technical terms. However, they would soon understand them after discussing it among themselves. As to the difficult ones, they would ask Hao Ren for an explanation. Hao Ren found it funny that the sisters would be taking exams in the mortal world. Time ticked by, and Hao Ren had almost finished preparing for tomorrow's exams with the photocopied notes that Xie Yujia gave him. He had mastered cramming for exams. He could cover a half-term's content in one night and get passable scores. This time with Xie Yujia's notes, it was much easier for him to prepare. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had also finished reviewing all the textbooks of the film program. In fact, equipped with their photographic memories, they could even rewrite the books if they wanted to. The problem for them was that they didn't know how to approach and answer the questions that might be asked on the exams since it was their first time taking them. Since they wanted to keep Hao Ren company, they had to stay in school. Therefore, they had to pass the exams not to get kicked out. It's 12 o'clock now. Are you done with your preparations? After flipping through Xie Yujia's notes one more time, Hao Ren checked his watch before asking them. Yeah. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily both nodded. In fact, they didn't want to go back home and would rather stay the night with Hao Ren. However, they also didn't want to exhaust him. Let's go. Hao Ren packed up his stuff and stood up. With dark circles under their eyes, the guys in the huge room looked at Hao Ren with jealousy again. Seeing Hao Ren coming and going with 2 beauties trailing behind him was too much for them to accept. The campus was quiet, illuminated by the dim light of the street lamps. Lu Qing had specially arranged a 2-bed dorm for Lu Linlin and Lu Lily in the postgraduate residence area located next to Yixin Cafeteria. While Hao Ren walked them back to their dorm, it suddenly occurred to him that since the sisters were both mid-tier Kun level master and he was only at half Con level, he was not qualified to walk them to their dorm as a bodyguard. However, he was a guy, and it was his duty to walk the girls to their dorm. Gongzi, good night. Thank you for your tutoring. Standing at the door to the dorm building, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily waved at Hao Ren. Good night. Hao Ren smiled at them before turning to leave. Even though there was dim light coming from the street lamps, most of the campus was dark. Hao Ren kept alert while walking back to his dorm. What? Are you afraid of my attacks? Qin Xiaoyang, dressed in a suit, suddenly appeared in the darkness. Hao Ren took half a step back, and a gray sword energy appeared in his palm. Qin Xiaoyang took half a step forward and said, now, as an inspector. Before he finished his sentence, Hao Ren abruptly threw out the sword energy with full force. Startled, Qin Xiaoyang immediately put up a golden light shield in front of him. Hiss! Hao Ren's gray sword energy penetrated the light shield and hit Qin Xiaoyang on his chest, burning a hole in his black suit jacket. With a grunt, he backed off half a step and looked at Hao Ren incredulously. How is this possible? His strength is beneath Con level. How could he hurt me? He thought. In fact, Hao Ren's full force attack could even burn several hairs off of Zhao Kuo, the #1 cultivator in the mortal world. The golden light shield Qin Xiaoyang had hastily created was nothing. Hundan lightning could break the 5 elements in nature. This strike certainly doesn't belong to the dragon tribe. Qin Xiaoyang suddenly remembered the girl who appeared by Hao Ren's side during the day. He hesitated for a moment before lowering his hands. Today, I'll let you go. I'll settle the accounts with you at Zhao Yanzi's birthday party, Qin Xiaoyang threatened. After all, no outsiders would interfere in a small gathering of the dragon tribe. Ignoring him, Hao Ren walked around Qin Xiaoyang and headed for the gate of the school. Qin Xiaoyang turned and looked at Hao Ren until he disappeared around the corner. He didn't want to offend people before he understood the situation, so he had to clench his fists and control himself. Suddenly, Su Han appeared in the darkness. "Your opponent is me," she said coldly. Hiss, a white sword appeared in her hand. A huge surge of chilly energy instantly swept over the ground. Swoosh! Like a reversing shooting star, Qin Xiaoyang flew into the sky. He had been oblivious to Su Han's presence, if she had launched a sneak attack. He started to sweat. The long sword in Su Han's hand turned into a sheet of white light when she struck it toward Qin Xiaoyang. A golden weaving shuttle appeared in Qin Xiaoyang's hand, and it blocked Su Han's sword. Bang! The huge noise woke up half of the students on campus. Qin Xiaoyang felt some numbness in his arm. Immediately knowing that Su Han had advanced in Ice Frost Scroll's level, she was here for revenge. A dark red light sphere instantly engulfed them. Bang! 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 Inside the light sphere, the collisions made the space shake violently. For the students who were studying or sleeping, the whole campus quieted down after that first huge banging noise. Hao Ren, who had been walking toward his dorm in the south, also heard the huge sound. Thinking that something dropped to the ground in the construction site in the distance, he ignored it and returned to his dorm with his study materials. Quickly, he fell asleep. It was Thursday, and the nerve-wracking midterm exams had finally come. Thursday and Friday were exams of fundamental courses such as advanced mathematics, university-level physics, and university-level English. Even on these 2 days, Hao Ren still went to Su Han's office to cultivate after 4 o'clock. Cold as usual, she meditated with her eyes closed. Though once in a while, she would open her eyes and give Hao Ren some instructions on his cultivation. Hao Ren relaxed a bit after the last exam ended on Friday. He returned to his dorm to get his study materials and other stuff before walking to the bus stop at the main gate of the school. He was going home for the weekend. After this weekend, the next weekend was Zhao Yanzi's birthday party. "Did you know that I saw Qin Xiaoyang on Thursday?" Some girls standing before him at the bus stop were talking among themselves. "Oh. How was he?" "He was there to pack up the exhibition. However, I saw that he had band-aids on his face and hands. He seemed to have scratches on him." "Band-aids? He must have looked dashing in them. Maybe he put them on for fashion purposes as like some of the celebrities," a girl said excitedly. Hao Ren was surprised that a master like Qin Xiaoyang got wounded and didn't recover right away. If he only had minor scratches on his face and hands that could be covered by band-aids, it seems that his opponent went easy on him. Who was the person that wounded this arrogant inspector? He thought. Chapter 158. I want to be surrounded by great-grandchildren. Hao Ren took the bumpy bus to the seaside and walked the rest of the way to his home. When he was about to yell, "Grandma!" Hao Ren found that Xie Yujia was there already in her white apron. What are you doing here?" Hao Ren asked in surprise. "I'm here to keep Grandma company," Xie Yujia answered calmly. "Why, Ren? Do you have a problem with that?" Grandma walked out of a room on the first floor and went to Xie Yujia's side. No problem." Hao Ren put his backpack on the couch and asked Xie Yujia nervously, "How did you get here?" "By bus. However, it only took me to the entrance, so I walked the rest of the way," she answered. Hao Ren nodded. He assumed that Xie Yujia must have handed in her exams early, so she got here earlier than him. However, it was a half-an-hour walk from the bus stop to the house. It must have been hard for a girl like her to walk under the heat. "Why didn't you come back with Ren?" Grandma complained to her. "I didn't know when he would be back since he may have some activities with other classmates. Besides, I am here for you." Xie Yujia smiled brightly. "Poor girl, you had to walk so long." Grandma looked at Xie Yujia and said. "It was a 1-hour bus ride and a half-hour walk from the school to here." It could be counted as an exercise for Hao Ren but not an easy task for a girl like Xie Yujia. Grandma, can I cook the fish the same way as last time? Steamed? Xie Yujia changed the topic. Sure, whatever way you want. As long as you are the chef, I will love it, Grandma said pleasantly. Okay, Xie Yujia nodded and went into the kitchen. Hao Ren noticed the empty house and asked, "Where are my parents, Grandma?" "Ah, them. Speaking of them sets me off." Grandma appeared to be annoyed. "They went to Beijing for some big national project this time and won't be back for a month." "They went together?" Hao Ren asked. "Yeah, they said it's a multi-fields project, and they didn't tell you because they didn't want to affect your mood during the exams," Grandma said. Hao Ren thought to himself, if it would, then my exams would be affected years ago. He was already used to that. Hao Ren sighed lightly and asked, "Then, do you want to go live with Z for the month?" He thought that Grandma must feel very lonely at the house by herself. Uncle Wang couldn't do more than cooking and taking care of the flowers and vegetables, so it would be more relieving if Grandma stayed with Zhao Yanzi's family. "We shouldn't bother them this time. I've decided to go to the countryside for a while. A good friend of mine from a long time ago got in touch with me a few days ago. She said that she is living in Zhejiang province now, and the mountains and rivers in her village are gorgeous. She is surrounded by her children and grandchildren there, and she invited me to live there for a while," Grandma said. "By yourself?" Hao Ren was worried. "I am much healthier than before, so I will be fine. Plus, living in the countryside and talking with my old friend about the past will be a lot of fun," she sighed. "A big family surrounds her, but I am here all alone. Both my son and daughter-in-law are not here, and you are my only grandson. Who knows where my great-grandchildren are at this moment?" Hearing this, Hao Ren stopped her and comforted, all right. I'll take you there as soon as I finish my exams." He thought, if she goes there and sees the large family, who knows what she will be thinking by the time she comes back. There wasn't much that Grandma could do since Hao Ren was the only child. In her traditional view, the responsibility of carrying on the family and extending the bloodline was all on Hao Ren's shoulders. Uncle Wang went back home for some family issues, so there were only the three of them in the giant house. If Xie Yujia didn't come, there would only be Hao Ren and Grandma, which would feel even lonelier. Since there were just the three of them, Xie Yujia didn't cook a full table of dishes. She made 3 vegetable dishes, a meat dish, and a bowl of soup, very well matched and balanced. They were quiet when Grandma didn't say anything at the dining table. Xie Yujia took small bites as Hao Ren swallowed his rice without even looking at her. Grandma watched the two of them as she ate. She noticed that something was wrong. "Z is not coming here this week?" Grandma thought of Zhao Yanzi and asked. Her parents took her to Nanjing, and they won't be back until Sunday," Hao Ren said. "Oh." Grandma sounded a little disappointed. After hesitating, she asked again, "Those 2 girls from last time, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, are they not coming here either?" Grandma liked it when there were more people, but the house was as quiet as an ancient castle. She used to look forward to Hao Ren's return every day. But now, she has started to look forward to the girls' visits as well. "Grandma," Hao Ren shrugged. "They both have their own things going on and can't come to spend time with you every week." "But they told me that they would come over every weekend," she murmured. She adored the sweet and beautiful twins. Hao Ren felt terrible seeing the disappointment in his grandma's eyes. She only wanted to have people over for some company. "Stay here for the night with Grandma, little Yujia." Grandma suddenly looked at Xie Yujia and said. Xie Yujia hesitated for a second as her pretty eyes blinked a few times. She picked up her cell phone and replied, "Let me phone my aunt." She stood up and walked to the French windows facing the ocean. After a little bit, she hung up the phone and came back. "My aunt said that it's okay if I'm staying at Hao Ren's place," she said. Grandma smiled happily at her answer, and it boosted her appetite suddenly as well. She asked a lot of questions, and the kids answered them one by one. They seemed like a real family at the table. After dinner, Xie Yujia and Hao Ren cleaned up the dishes together. Although Xie Yujia had confessed to Hao Ren in the library, there was still something weird going on between them. They cleaned everything up quietly and quickly moved away when they ran into each other from time to time. Unlike those crazy and wild girls at school, she was candid and reserved at the same time. Hao Ren also wasn't one of those guys who would pursue girls casually and could pretend that nothing had happened after being rejected. Grandma was watching TV in the living room while Xie Yujia and Hao Ren were doing the dishes in the kitchen without a word. Later, you can sleep in my parents' room. It's empty because they went to Beijing, Hao Ren said in a dry voice after a long period of silence. Okay. Xie Yujia wiped the dishes dry smoothly as she answered. Then, nothing more was said. Chapter 159. Unwilling to admit defeat. The two remained silent. For Hao Ren, he was apologetic for making Xie Yujia wait so long. Also, he felt like he was not worthy of her wait. Therefore, he did not know how to respond to her. On the other hand, Xie Yujia was asking herself, what am I doing? After putting away the bowls and chopsticks in the cupboard, they came out of the kitchen. Lying on her side on the sofa, Grandma was dozing off with the remote control in her hand. She was about to fall asleep. Being considerate as she was, Xie Yujia walked over, picked up the jacket on the side, and laid it gently on Grandma. Xie Yujia had worried about Grandma getting too lonely being on her own as Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang were so occupied with their careers. That was why she made time to visit her today. Seeing that Grandma was dozing off while watching TV, she could imagine how Grandma usually spent her daily life alone at home. She felt a little heartbroken just thinking about that. Did you finish doing the dishes? Rubbing her eyes, Grandma asked as she let out a prolonged yawn. Why don't you guys go and rest early night? Somehow, Grandma's remark seemed a little ambiguous and dubious to Hao Ren. Sharing Hao Ren's view, Xie Yujia also blushed at Grandma's words. Yet, Grandma had not realized the awkward feelings her previous remark had induced in them. Instead, she further added, I had a dream just now. In my dream, Ren had a lot of children, and they were all calling me great-grandma. Grandma, I am a male. How could I give birth? Helping his grandma up from the sofa, Hao Ren found her dream both funny and weird. Haha. Grandma did not explain herself any further. She turned to Xie Yujia who was still blushing and suggested, Grandma is getting sleepy, so I am going to bed now. Since it is still early, why don't you two go for a walk along the beach? Xie Yujia nodded habitually at Grandma's suggestion. You should talk with little Carrot more. Now that you two have reunited, how come you seem more distant? Grandma turned to Hao Ren and asked. I will. Grandma, you go and get some rest. Supporting Grandma by the arm, Hao Ren helped her into her bedroom on the first floor. Watching Hao Ren, Xie Yujia found another virtue that Hao Ren possessed, filial piety. Xie Yujia realized that ever since the first year of university, it had always been his gentle and straightforward nature that attracted her. It never had anything to do with whether he was good-looking or not. Let's go take a stroll around the beach, Hao Ren said as he came out of his grandma's room. Sure. Xie Yujia nodded lightly. The beach was only a few dozen meters away from the house. The sand was very soft, and it was comfortable to walk on it barefooted. Xie Yujia took off her shoes altogether and began to walk. The sound of the waves was also very gentle. Moreover, the sea glistened in the moonlight. As they were in a suburb area of East Ocean City, the air was fresh, and the stars were brilliant. After walking along the beach for a few minutes, neither of them had spoken. How did you do on your exams today? Hao Ren asked. Since he was a man, he should be the one to break the silence. Oh, today's exams were not really difficult. I think it shouldn't be a problem to get at least a 90 on each of them, Xie Yujia replied. Hao Ren smiled helplessly. He would be immensely thankful if he could achieve a 70 on each of the subjects. When they were children, they used to went for walks along the beach, just like now. Yet, though it seemed only a moment ago, they were now already in their early 20s. Ouch! Xie Yujia suddenly bent down. What's wrong? Hao Ren moved closer. In the moonlight, Xie Yujia could be seen furrowing her brows. I might have stepped on a piece of glass or something. Hao Ren quickly helped her to sit down and lowered his head to inspect her right foot. The bottom of her foot was bleeding a little as she stepped on a shattered shell. Xie Yujia's skin must be very soft to get cut by a shell. In a moment of rashness, Hao Ren scooped up some seawater with his hands to help her rinse the wound. After that, to prevent Xie Yujia from getting hurt again, he ran to get her shoes and helped her to put them on. Intently watching Hao Ren's every move, Xie Yujia was touched. When they were kids, Hao Ren always liked to pretend to be a big man and ignored all her cries. Only when things got out of hand would he come over reluctantly and try to calm her down. Now that he had gotten older, he had somehow become very gentle and meticulous. It should be all right. Let's go. Hao Ren grabbed Xie Yujia's arm and helped her to get up from the ground. The sand gets very cold at night, so you might get a stomachache if you sit on it for too long. Yeah. Xie Yujia felt a bit of pain from the bottom of her foot. Yet, she endured it as she did not want to appear weak. I remember when we were little, I jumped down from that gigantic rock a few times. I always thought that since it was all sand underneath, it wouldn't hurt even if I fell. Come to think of it now, I don't understand how I was so daring as a kid. Hao Ren said as he pointed at a huge piece of black rock not too far away. I know, right? I even followed you and jumped off it myself. However, I ended up twisting my ankle and spent 2 full days bawling at home, Xie Yujia complained. Haha. When you were little, you never liked to admit defeat and rarely gave in. Hao Ren remembered. Xie Yujia did not respond. She believed that he was probably correct. Wherever little older brother went, she followed. Whatever little older brother did, she would try to copy as well. They no longer talked about what happened at school. Instead, they began reminiscing the memories they shared as kids. As they pieced together their memories piece by piece, they were able to recall the events that took place one by one vaguely. All the little stories they couldn't remember were found in each other's recollections. Piece by piece, their shared experiences became dimensional and vivid. A light breeze caressed Xie Yujia's face and blew up strands of her hair. Bathing in the moonlight, Xie Yujia's beautiful figure seemed especially gentle and serene. It was hard for Hao Ren to imagine that she used to be little Carrot who refused to accept any defeat and was always sprinting around like a tomboy. Since Xie Yujia's foot was no longer hurting, they had walked very far away. Now, they were slowly strolling back to the house along the beach. When they got home, Grandma who was on the first floor was already fully asleep. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia tiptoed their way onto the second floor. They each went back to rest in their own rooms. Xie Yujia had not told any of her friends about the fact that Hao Ren was her little older brother. Likewise, Hao Ren also did not mention anything to his buddies. By leaving it a secret, they grew to understand each other more even though they had to act more cautiously around each other. Hao Ren knew that there were a lot of male students going after Xie Yujia at school. After all, Xie Yujia was pretty and kind. Just how many guys have pictured their dream girl to be like her? Nonetheless, Xie Yujia had always maintained a low profile and never tried to make her popularity into an asset of hers, unlike Lin Li, who liked to show off her popularity by making the number of her admirers known to the whole school. Furthermore, most of Xie Yujia's outfits were simple and unflashy, whereas Lin Li's choices of outfits were usually conspicuous and ostentatious. If they were to compare the two, most guys at school would agree that Xie Yujia was more beautiful and graceful than Lin Li. Also, Hao Ren was aware that many senior students on the student council tried to find ways to approach Xie Yujia, but most of these guys feared Xie Wanjun and had never openly expressed their admiration for her. However, it was well known among the senior students that after this year's National College Basketball League, Xie Wanjun would be attending school in the United States. Gradually, the entire house went back to its original peacefulness and serenity. As the tides turned, Hao Ren woke up from a pleasant dream and realized it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. He crawled out of bed quickly and went over to check on the room next door. He found that the door was open, and Xie Yujia was nowhere to be seen. She wouldn't have left already, would she? Hao Ren got a little anxious suddenly. Still in his pajamas, he immediately went downstairs. Downstairs, he found Xie Yujia in a clean outfit, the one she had left here from last time. Also, she was wearing 2 rubber gloves. At this time, she was tipping her toes on a stool out on the balcony, trying to hang a quilt onto a bamboo stick. Grandma was seated inside and was enjoying the bread that Xie Yujia had baked with a heartfelt smile on her face. Grandma, what is she doing? Hao Ren asked Grandma as he pointed towards the balcony. What is she doing? Grandma rolled her eyes at Hao Ren. Yujia got up early in the morning and went for a walk with me along the beach. She then made breakfast for me and even helped me wash my bedsheet and cover. Now, she is trying to hang them up to dry. I was going to wake you up, but she said that I should let you sleep more since you've been studying very hard for your exams lately. Oh, Hao Ren answered dully. Once again, his gaze moved toward Xie Yujia who was busying herself on the balcony. This time, he felt guilty and ashamed. He had never done any of these things for his grandma. Yujia is such a good girl. Whoever gets to marry her in the future will be blessed. Watching Xie Yujia sprinkling water drops in the sunlight, Grandma praised with an emotional sigh. Hao Ren nodded, agreeing with Grandma's statement. Xie Yujia was smart, capable, virtuous, and a talented cook. Indeed, it was almost like she was a younger version of Zhao Hongyu. How wonderful would it be if Yujia is my granddaughter-in-law, Grandma kept on expressing herself. Grandma's remark made Hao Ren feel uneasy. He hurriedly picked up another piece of bread and put it in Grandma's hand. Grandma, you keep eating. I'll go check on her out there, Hao Ren said. He then ran over to the balcony, pulled open the door, and walked out. Xie Yujia was still standing on the stool and was trying to stabilize the bedsheet with laundry clips. Seeing that Hao Ren had come out, she smiled at him. You're up. Scratching his head, Hao Ren felt a little embarrassed. Yeah. It was already very nice of you to visit Grandma. You don't have to help with the chores. It is no inconvenience. After all, since your parents are not home, no one is here to take care of Grandma. Jumping off from the stool, Xie Yujia patted down the bedsheet that was still dripping a little before putting the stool back into a corner of the balcony. She took off the rubber gloves and revealed her fingers. Drops of water were seen lingering on her fingertips, making her fingers look like slender white jade. From now on, you don't need to do these chores. I will take care of them, Hao Ren said again. Xie Yujia smiled and glanced at Hao Ren as she said, You? I highly doubt that you'd ever think of helping out with things like these. Hao Ren laughed awkwardly. Indeed, when he came home to see Grandma every weekend, he had never thought of helping her wash her bedsheet or bed cover. It was true that only girls could be so thoughtful. I left you some breakfast too. You should go eat it now. I still have some of Grandma's shirts and pants here that need to be hung up, Xie Yujia added. Okay. Hao Ren turned around and went in. A very neatly placed breakfast was on the dining table. It consisted of milk, a hamburger, and hard-boiled eggs, simple and healthy. Grandma, I'm going to head back now. After she finished hanging up all the laundry, Xie Yujia walked in to inform Grandma. So soon? Grandma didn't want to part with her. Yes, it's almost noon. We have more exams coming up next week, so I have to go back and study, Xie Yujia explained. Aren't you in the same class as Ren? Why don't you stay here and study together with Ren? Grandma thought of a good excuse. It's okay. Hao Ren might get distracted if I stay here. Xie Yujia smiled. Grandma, you take good care of yourself. I will definitely come to see you when I have time. All right then. Knowing that she could not convince Xie Yujia to stay, Grandma got up and walked her to the door. I'll give you a ride. Hao Ren quickly got up while trying to swallow a mouthful of milk. That's okay. You should focus on studying. It doesn't take long for me to walk to the bus stop anyway. It'll be a good exercise. Looking at Hao Ren with her glistening eyes, Xie Yujia smiled, turned around, and walked out of the door. Grandma stood by the door and watched Xie Yujia gradually walk out of her sight. Suddenly, she turned to Hao Ren, who was still holding the hamburger in his hand, and said, Ren, regardless of what you think, Grandma has to make something clear. If you don't treat little Carrot the way she deserves, Grandma won't forgive you. Chapter 160. The strongest in the mortal world. Hao Ren let out a long sigh. He understood what Grandma meant, but there was not much that he could do about it. Although Grandma was senile, her mind was sharp. She could clearly tell that Hao Ren had been avoiding Xie Yujia in the past 2 days. Even when he talked to her, it was more just out of courtesy. There was a distance between them that was maintained on purpose. Little Carrot's family had reached out when Hao Ren's family was going through the toughest times. Therefore, Hao Ren's strange behavior toward Xie Yujia had angered Grandma greatly. On top of that, Xie Yujia was kind and considerate, and there was nothing that Grandma didn't like. Since Xie Yujia was loving, respectful, and thoughtful as if she was Grandma's own granddaughter, Grandma could not stand Hao Ren's aloof attitude toward Xie Yujia. Grandma, Hao Ren wanted to explain himself, but Grandma wanted to hear none of it and went back to her room. This weekend, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily didn't come to visit, and Zhao Yanzi did not call either. Hao Ren and Grandma were all by themselves in the house, and it seemed desolate and dreary. The contrast further demonstrated how admirable it was for Xie Yujia to come and take care of Grandma. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily must be busy studying for their exams. After all, no matter how bright and intelligent they were, Having to deal with exams right after they started going to school would be a serious challenge for them. As for Zhao Yanzi, she was still young and could not fully comprehend the mind of a senior. Therefore, she did not think of giving grandma a call from Nanjing. As the slightly depressing weekend came to an end, Hao Ren had finished packing up for school by dusk on Sunday. Thinking of the fact that grandma would be all alone at home again, Hao Ren felt terrible. "It's all right, you can go. Grandma will be fine at home. Your Uncle Wang will be back tomorrow." Grandma tried to make Hao Ren feel better as she saw the guilty look on his face. For the past 2 days, Grandma had been cold to Hao Ren due to his attitude toward Xie Yujia. Now, seeing that her grandson was about to leave for school, Grandma gave in and became gentle and kind again. "Ah, all right." Hao Ren put on his backpack and began walking out. After he was a dozen meters away, Hao Ren turned around and found that Grandma was still watching him by the door. He felt like his heart was struck, and he suddenly started walking back. "What's wrong? Did you forget something?" Grandma asked. "No." Hao Ren smiled and tried to sound lighthearted. "How about I take you to Zi's house to stay for a couple of days? I will finish my exams in 2 days, and I can take you to Zhejiang then." "Well," Grandma hesitated, "why don't you give Hongyu a call and see if it would be convenient for them?" "Okay." Standing at the door, Hao Ren took out his cell phone and called Zhao Hongyu directly. The phone call was connected quickly, and Zhao Hongyu immediately agreed to Hao Ren's proposal. Her unconcealed enthusiasm actually made Hao Ren feel a little embarrassed. Even though Grandma did not want to trouble Zi's family, she did indeed miss Zi and Zhao Hongyu. Hao Ren looked around the house and found the keys for his dad's white Ford. After Grandma finished packing up some clothes, he drove the car out of the garage and brought her to Zhao Yanzi's house. Since they knew that Grandma was going to stay with them for 2 days, Zhao Yanzi's family had been eagerly awaiting her arrival. Hence, when Grandma arrived, both parties seemed a little excited. While trying to help Grandma settle into the room that she stayed in last time, Zhao Hongyu also invited Hao Ren to stay for the night. However, Hao Ren was worried about tomorrow's exams and was determined to go back to school. Nonetheless, Hao Ren felt relieved to see Grandma's mood lighten. Watching Zhao Yanzi, who was yawning with a weary look on her face, Hao Ren knew that she must have just returned from Nanjing and had an exhausting weekend. Although Zhao Hongyu didn't seem to mind at all, when Hao Ren got out of the house, he thanked her again and again for looking after his grandma. "Zi has been traveling a lot with us lately and has been exhausted. Don't take it to heart if she didn't seem interactive or responsive," she explained to Hao Ren. "It's fine. I know how she is." Hao Ren smiled as he knew that Zhao Yanzi had always been proud. Even when she seemed cold or indifferent, it was not indicative of her real thoughts or feelings. "Don't worry about anything else and just focus on your exams. I'm planning to let Zi have a 2-day break before her birthday party as well," Zhao Hongyu told him. "Great. Auntie, you could use some good rest as well." After taking out the car key, Hao Ren got into the white Ford. Since the garage at Zhao Yanzi's house only had room for 2 cars, Hao Ren could only drive this Ford to school. As he drove to the southern dorm area and was looking to park his car in a corner that was inconspicuous but not too far away, he saw Xie Yujia. She was wearing a black jacket, a pair of blue jeans, and gray canvas shoes. With a small backpack on her back, she was about to walk out of the southern dorm area. Hao Ren thought for a second before driving over and stopping right before her. "Oh, it's you." Xie Yujia saw Hao Ren and said in surprise. She almost thought that it was a good-for-nothing young man from a wealthy family who intentionally tried to block her way to get her attention. It had happened before when the news about her being Xie Wanjin's younger sister didn't get out, and her brother had to come over in person and subtly handle the situation. "Class president, it is so late at night. Where are you going?" Hao Ren asked. Constructions were going on around the school lately, so many unfamiliar faces were active in the nearby area. Hao Ren worried about Xie Yujia's safety if she were to go out at night by herself. "I am going to study at school. Since there is a curfew at the dorm, lights won't be allowed. I plan to pull an all-nighter tonight. Oh, my bike broke, and I won't be able to repair it until after the exams," Xie Yujia answered as she pulled her jacket over her body tightly. "How about, I go with you then?" Hao Ren suggested. "That's okay." Xie Yujia shook her head in response. "It's fine. I plan to stay up all night to study anyway. Hao Ren got out of the car and pulled open the rear door for her. After a few seconds of hesitation, Xie Yujia got into the car. It was warm and toasty inside the car with soothing music playing in the background. It was a sharp contrast to the cold piercing wind outside. When Hao Ren got into the car, he drove out of the southern dorm area and headed to Academic Building D. Fortunately, the materials that he needed for his review were all in his backpack, so he did not need to return to the dorm room first. "I didn't know you could drive," Xie Yujia said softly from the back of the car. "Don't make fun of me now. Driving is way easier than cooking," Hao Ren said as he drove steadily. "People would think that you're from a wealthy family if they see that you are driving in school," Xie Yujia added. "That won't happen. I have planned to park the car in a far corner before walking to the dorm building. Are you worried that the snobbish girls in our school would cause me trouble if they think that my family is rich, class president?" Hao Ren asked while slightly turning his head. Xie Yujia pouted. "Don't put words in my mouth. All right now, focus on driving. Actually, class president, your family's annual income is over 300,000 United States dollars, isn't it? You indeed keep a low profile," Hao Ren suddenly said. However, the annual income of 300,000 United States dollars was likely only a modest statement from the casual conversation between the parents of the families. Xie Yujia's father, Xie Ming, had been continuously expanding his business in the United States and was the owner of at least 4 or 5 factories. His income was definitely far higher than this number. Yet, he probably did not want to make his old friend who was a poorly paid scientist feel bad, so he gave a number that had been moderated greatly. "That is the money that my parents make with their hard work. I only ask for a monthly allowance of 500 yuan. I still think it's important to be self-reliant and to make money on your own," Xie Yujia replied without second thoughts. Hao Ren respected how hard Xie Yujia studied and knew that she was telling the truth. Even before he found out that Xie Yujia was indeed Little Carrot, he had secretly admired her for her calm but motivational attitude. When they reached Academic Building D, Hao Ren locked the car and walked in with Xie Yujia. As there were only 2 days of exams remaining, the number of students studying in the building had decreased enormously, and it seemed a lot quieter. Hao Ren did not plan to stay up all night to study, but he was concerned about letting Xie Yujia stay up all night outside of the dorm by herself. Moreover, remembering his grandma's words, he felt that he was now responsible for Xie Yujia somehow. Xie Yujia noticed that Hao Ren was following her closely and understood his concerns. Lately, there had been rumors about the disorderliness and dangers around the school. She did not know whether the rumors were real, but she had made up her mind to pull an all-nighter and secretly hid a few defensive weapons in her backpack. However, the fact that Hao Ren took the initiative to be her company was a big relief to her. This feeling of dependence and safety was hard to come by in any other ways. The clock was slowly ticking away. The study rooms in Academic Building D were open to students throughout the night. While reviewing for exams, Hao Ren had been practicing the spirit concentration scroll and did not feel sleepy at all. On the other hand, Xie Yujia was unable to resist the drowsiness and had laid her head down on the desk for a small nap. Gazing at her soft and slender arms underneath her exquisite face, Hao Ren had never imagined that there would be a time when he and Xie Yujia would go out and pull an all-nighter together. The few other students in the room were all lying down and resting, and their positions were all different. If Hao Ren were not there to guard her, Xie Yujia could not have fallen asleep so peacefully. Even though her breathing was even and stable, her long and curly eyelashes were continually fluttering. Hao Ren knew that she must be dreaming in her sleep. As the spirit concentration scroll could help people become calm and collected, Hao Ren stealthily touched her fingertip with his finger and transferred to her a sliver of nature essence. As expected, Xie Yujia was now in a better sleep. Even her breathing had become long and deep. Browsing the pile of heavy textbooks and notebooks on her desk, Hao Ren could tell that Xie Yujia was indeed studying very hard. However, according to her, her reason for all these efforts was to become good enough for her little older brother. Although it turned out that her little older brother was actually quite terrible at school, Xie Yujia's beliefs and principles were already established. No matter what she was doing, she had always been inspiringly serious. "Ha! What time is it?" After she woke up from the dream, Xie Yujia opened her misty eyes and asked Hao Ren, who was seated next to her. "It's 2 o'clock in the morning," Hao Ren answered as he checked the time on his phone. At the same time, his face was burning quietly as he realized that he had spent the last 2 hours staring at Xie Yujia and not his review materials. Ah, there are still 2 books that I haven't gone through. Xie Yujia sat up abruptly while rubbing her eyes. Then, she let out an elongated yawn with her arms stretched out. Her actions were so natural and unpretentious that Hao Ren thought he had found the adorably cute side of her personality. Why are you staring at me? Don't you need to review too? Xie Yujia turned to look at Hao Ren, and she asked while blinking her eyes. Oh, I am. Hao Ren quickly put his head down and opened the book before him. The time was passing by them. Since Hao Ren almost had a photographic memory, he was able to skim through all the materials for his upcoming exams quickly. Although he did not fully understand the stuff he just read and did not acquire as much comprehension as Xie Yujia, there shouldn't be a problem for him to pass the courses. 2 hours later, Xie Yujia couldn't help but needed another short break. Again, Hao Ren was still awake, guarding her while she slept. As Xie Yujia commended Hao Ren's endless energy, she also appreciated his attentive protection. Yet, at the moment, her focus was entirely on the exams and had no time for any other thoughts. Soon, dawn had arrived quietly. Hao Ren silently moved his fingers that were touching Xie Yujia's fingertip a moment ago. He was transferring slivers of nature essence to Xie Yujia. More or less, it had helped to nourish her body and ensure a sufficient level of energy. This is weird. I feel like I'm not tired at all from this all-nighter. When Xie Yujia woke up again, she did not have any feeling of soreness in her back or neck. Instead, all the ideas and concepts she had in her mind became exceptionally clear and sharp. Thank you for pulling an all-nighter with me. Let me treat you to breakfast, Xie Yujia said as she started gathering her belongings. Xie Yujia thought that the reason why she was able to sleep well was that she felt safe sleeping under Hao Ren's watch. What she didn't know was that Hao Ren had been sending her nature essence for 4 hours. That was an amount that required Hao Ren 8 to 10 hours of cultivation to acquire. Sure. Thank you, class president. Hao Ren accepted the offer readily. After they finished packing up, they headed toward the cafeteria. Hao Ren decided to leave the car parked at Academic Building D until he completed all of his exams on Tuesday. He thought it might attract too much attention driving it back and forth in the next 2 days. Spending a quiet night together seemed to have fully removed the barriers between them. Now, Hao Ren was busy ordering different types of breakfast items while Xie Yujia was paying for them joyfully with her card. As they entered their exams, the atmosphere had once again become intense. Afterward, Xie Yujia decided to stay up for another night to study, and Hao Ren continued to stay with her. Zhao Jiayi and the others were amazed to see Hao Ren and Xie Yujia spending the 2 days closely together. In their mind, Hao Ren had found great help, as everyone knew that Xie Yujia had always gotten first place on every exam. Studying together with her would not only help with the development of their relationship, but Hao Ren would also not need to worry about failing any of the courses. Meeting their envious and dismissive gazes, Hao Ren did not bother explaining himself to them. He knew that certain things could not be explained. Xie Yujia finished all of her exams before Hao Ren did since he had one more course. After she was finally liberated from exams, Xie Yujia went to the western gate of the school to take the bus home. She did not hurry home after getting off of the bus. Like always, she went to the market to buy a delicious takeout dinner and went to visit the old grandma who lived in the slum hut instead. It had been a few years now. This grandma had always lived alone, and her health condition was neither good nor bad this whole time. According to others, she had a son, but he rarely came to visit. On every weekend or holiday, Xie Yujia would come to see her, and she had been doing this for quite a few years now as well. After all of her exams were over, Xie Yujia felt a complete emotional release. As she watched the grandma eat the takeout food she bought, Xie Yujia couldn't help but begin telling the old lady what was on her mind. She did not know whether this mute grandma could understand what she was saying, but she found it cathartic to be able to reveal her secrets to someone. Grandma, I have been in such a bad mood lately, I hope you don't mind me ranting. Haha, next time, I will tell you something more uplifting. After unburdening her mind for half an hour, Xie Yujia said apologetically as she stood up and gently squeezed the old lady's dry hand. The mute grandma looked up at Xie Yujia with her turbid eyes. She then reached out her hand and affectionately patted Xie Yujia's forehead. All right, Grandma, I have to go now. We have a 2-day break after the exams. I will come to see you again tomorrow and the day after. Xie Yujia walked to the door, turned around, and waved her hand before leaving. In the worn-down house, the senile and mute grandma sat silently on an old and shabby chair in the dusk. After a prolonged silence, she sighed deeply. Since the dawn of time, excessive affection often ends in regrets, just as good dreams are the easiest for one to wake up from. Suddenly, a blinding 5-colored godly light emerged and began moving in spirals beneath her feet. Soon, she had disappeared entirely. If any of the elders of the dragon tribe were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly gasp in disbelief. Soul Formation Cultivator. Chapter 161. Collectedness. Hao Ren finally finished his last exam at school. After letting out a long sigh of relief, he picked up his backpack from the corner of the room and walked out of the lecture hall that was used as an exam room. Zhao Jiayi and Zhou Liren were also in the same exam room as he was. At this moment, they were still scratching their heads and rubbing chins as there were a few questions they were struggling with. Hence, they did not want to submit their exams before they ran out of time. Whereas, Hao Ren, who used to be the last person to hand in his exam, had submitted his before they did. The others firmly believed that it was all due the time he spent with Xie Yujia. Unlike the others, Hao Ren did not think much of it. The only reason he submitted his exam early was so that he could go see his grandma at Zhao Yanzi's home. When he got to the ground floor, Hao Ren unlocked the car, threw his backpack into it, and got in. At this time, many students had finished their exams and were walking out of the building. Hao Ren's white Ford seemed especially eye-catching in the green backdrop of the campus. The fact that Hao Ren got into the car surely attracted attention from numerous students. Yet, Hao Ren did not want to pay any attention to their comments. He directly inserted the car key and started the car. Knock knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the car window to his left. Hao Ren turned and saw a very young girl standing outside of his car timidly. He couldn't recall seeing this girl before, so he rolled down the window and asked, "Yes? Hi senior, my name is Zhao Xiaoling, a freshman in the art program. I would like to learn traditional Chinese painting from you." The girl was very pretty and polite. This was the first time that Hao Ren was referred to as a senior. The girls who were in the art program were mostly from well-to-do families, and this girl's attire further confirmed this presumption. It looked like the girl had acquired information about his exam arrangements and had been waiting for him by the door. She seemed earnest and sincere, but Hao Ren had a hard enough time dealing with the class president and dared not get involved with other girls. He promptly shook his head and said, "I know nothing about traditional Chinese painting. It was all random doodling the other night." The girl was obviously unconvinced. She continued to look at him with eyes full of innocence and sincerity. "Excuse me, I have to go." Hao Ren rolled up the car window and prepared to leave. In comparison to the girl who offered Hao Ren her QQ number the other day, this girl was more earnest. Nevertheless, Hao Ren stayed uninterested. "Haha, isn't this the great Gongzi of the second year?" Just as Hao Ren was about to drive away, Huang Zuji shouted as he walked out of the academic building D. Apparently, he witnessed how this pretty girl had approached Hao Ren's car and got rejected tactfully. The fact that pretty girls were now approaching Hao Ren made Huang Zuji realize that Hao Ren had become more and more popular. Back then, things like this would only happen to Huang Zuji himself. Moreover, Hao Ren had even started driving to school. Huang Zuji thought Hao Ren was stealing too much of his thunder. Huang Zuji walked over and stood right in front of Hao Ren's car, blocking the way. Hao Ren was in no mood to pay him any attention. He quickly shifted the gear and began backing his car. However, the few students who were with Huang Zuji had walked around to the back of the white Ford and occupied the space that Hao Ren needed to back his car. Hao Ren's expression turned cold as anger began fueling him. It was a known fact in the school that there was enmity between him and Huang Zuji. Yet, he would only strike back when Huang Zuji provoked him first. Hao Ren was not the type of person who liked to initiate fights. "A little Ford got you so big-headed," Huang Zuji said as he noticed Hao Ren's gloomy facial expression. Although Huang Zuji knew that Hao Ren had monstrous physical strength, as the son of the deputy mayor, he also knew very well that physical strength did not mean much in this day and age. In Huang Zuji's eyes, Hao Ren is merely a lucky bastard. It was only through luck that Hao Ren got to know Su Han. was able to rescue the beautiful twins on the street, could gain the attention of the entire school with his brute force. If Hao Ren came from a powerful background, Huang Zuji would know that it was better to leave him alone. Actually, Huang Zuji might even try to be friends with him if that was the case. However, Hao Ren was obviously only an ordinary student from a slightly well-off family. Huang Zuji felt like Hao Ren has received too much undeserved attention, and he had no problem displaying his jealousy and disdain publicly. As two tigers couldn't reside on the same mountain, Huang Zuji believed that East Ocean University was his territory, and he could not stand the fact that Hao Ren was becoming far more popular than him. Those who had supposedly been at the top of the ladder for too long would usually think differently compared to ordinary folks. Therefore, Hao Ren couldn't understand Huang Zuji's thoughts and behaviors. Bang! Hao Ren got out of the car and shut the car door forcefully. Seeing that Hao Ren, who was noticeably shorter, had boldly approached him, Huang Zuji, who was robust and strong, took a step back subconsciously. "Do you want a disciplinary warning?" Huang Zuji's eyes widened as he stated. Everyone in the school knew that he was the son of the deputy mayor. Hence, he didn't think that Hao Ren dared to lay a finger on him. "I will give you 30 seconds to get out of my way," Hao Ren declared before going back into the car. He did not feel like getting physical yet. Hao Ren just imagined that news headlines such as, "Son of famous scientist Hao Zonghua, perpetrator of school violence," would be very eye-catching to readers. Since Huang Zuji was forced to take a step back, when Hao Ren sat back into the car, he was able to steer the gear, set the parking brake, lightly step on the gas. The engine of the car started roaring immediately, but the car didn't move. The situation had become stalemated. Many students were exiting from the exam rooms and stopping to watch the commotion. This left Huang Zuji no way out. He didn't expect that Hao Ren would react so calmly and put him on the hot seat. While he didn't believe that Hao Ren would be bold enough to try to run him over with the car, he feared that Hao Ren would suddenly lose his temper. 10, 9, 8, 7, Hao Ren rolled down the window and started counting down in a calm and collected manner. "You really think you have the guts to run me over?" Huang Zuji was furious and stomped onto the hood of the white Ford with his foot. Instantly, a footprint had been added to the previously spotless body of the car. 6, 5, 4, Hao Ren continued counting down without the slightest change of emotion on his face. Huang Zuji couldn't comprehend Hao Ren's strangely emotionless eyes. However, he could clearly tell that the footprint on the gleaming body of the car had infuriated Hao Ren. Clunk! Hao Ren shifted the gear, and the car abruptly rushed forward slightly. Due to the setting of the parking brake, the car did not dash forward, and only a cloud of dust was whipped up. The car was now growling like a ferocious beast. With the sun brightly shining down, a large sweat droplet slid down from the corner of Huang Zuji's forehead. "I'll let you win this time." Huang Zuji promptly got out of the way. 2, 1. Hao Ren calmly finished counting down, released the parking brake, and stepped on the gas pedal. He drove out of the parking lot and headed out of the school with a smooth turn. He stayed level-headed throughout the whole incident. Yet, it was the kind of collectedness that did not allow any types of offenses. Haha, Gongzi is becoming more and more formidable. That Huang Zuji is no match for Gongzi. Oh, sister. What should we do about the girl who was harassing Gongzi? From afar, Lu Lily was talking with Lu Linlin. What more is there to do? We can go warn her and tell her to stay away from Gongzi. That should do it. Lu Linlin patted Lu Lily's head. Lu Linlin pouted resentfully in response. This week, they had stopped multiple girls from approaching Hao Ren. They didn't want to see other girls getting close to Hao Ren, and they had a legitimate reason. Gongzi needed to focus on his cultivation and shouldn't be distracted by women. Of course, the sisters thought of themselves as the exceptions. Hao Ren drove directly to Zhao Yanzi's home and got there right at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, Zhao Yanzi was still in school, and Zhao Guang was at work. Zhao Hongyu was working from home in order to be by Grandma's side. Hao Ren entered the house and told Zhao Hongyu that Grandma is leaving to stay in Zhejiang for a month. "You're leaving today?" Zhao Hongyu was surprised. "Yeah, it takes 3 hours to drive over there. We should be able to make it before it gets dark," Hao Ren answered. In the past 2 days, he had done thorough research on the routes and duration of this road trip. "Sorry to have inconvenienced you over the past 2 days. Look at you. You are not even going to work and have been spending most of your days at home with me, Grandma said as she stood up. Even though Zhao Hongyu wanted to persuade Grandma to stay longer, she gave in when she saw that Grandma was clear and adamant about leaving. I know Zi's birthday is coming up. This is a little red pocket for her. Grandma took out a red pocket and shoved it into Zhao Hongyu's hands. From the thickness and bulkiness of the red pocket, Zhao Hongyu could tell that there was at least a few thousand yuan in there. Zhao Hongyu did not want to accept a red pocket of such high value, but Grandma put on a solemn expression and said, "This is an expression of my gratitude. I will get upset if you don't accept it." Zhao Hongyu chuckled. Well then, I'll accept it on Zi's behalf. The birthday party this year will be a family affair, gathering mostly Zhao Guang's relatives. I apologize for not being able to invite you. That is all right. Old ladies like me are not used to lively and boisterous gatherings anymore. Let's meet up again when I return from Zhejiang, Grandma replied. Then, she headed to her room on the second floor to pack up her belongings. In the living room, Zhao Hongyu looked at Hao Ren and asked with concerns, "What is wrong? Are you in a bad mood?" Not really, Hao Ren shook his head. Friday night is Zi's birthday party. I was planning to let her take the next 2 days off to get some rest at home. How about I let her go to Zhejiang with you for the next 2 days instead? Zhao Hongyu asked, seeking Hao Ren's opinion. Maybe not this time. I am just taking Grandma there and don't know much about how things are like over there. If I brought Z, there is a chance that she might not find it fun, Hao Ren explained. Zhao Hongyu thought for a second and added, don't give yourself too much pressure. You have already achieved half con level in such a short period, and it is not an easy thing to do. Even if you don't reach con level, East Ocean can still manage it on our side. Just then, Grandma carried her luggage out of her room, and Hao Ren hurried up the stairs to help. Although Zhao Hongyu had more questions, she had to keep them to herself in front of Grandma. Zhao Hongyu walked Hao Ren and Grandma to the door and watched them drive away. After letting out an airy sigh, she went back into the house. Hao Ren, who drove onto the highway smoothly, had not uttered a word. Ren, you don't seem to be in a very good mood. Seated next to him, Grandma finally couldn't help but ask. It is all right. Hao Ren smiled slightly and continued driving. With hints of worry on her face, Grandma studied Hao Ren intently. After a while, she shook her head. The children can take care of themselves when they grow up. Ren has his own problems to deal with, but he will surely prevail, she thought. Lily, I am fine. You don't need to follow me anymore. Just go back. Hao Ren suddenly lifted his head slightly and spoke to the small bell on his wrist through his mind. High up in the air, a green ray of light and a cyan ray of light abruptly turned back. Chapter 162. The last moment. After 3 hours of driving, the car finally arrived at a small town in Zhejiang province. With the help from the local people and the GPS, he finally got to a small village that was at least half an hour drive away from the town. Compared with East Ocean City, the little village with red bricks and white walls looked quite impoverished. Driving along the winding paths, Hao Ren felt like he was racing with tractors that were releasing black smoke. Hao Ren prided himself on his driving skills, which prevented the car from falling into the fields beside the paths. They asked people along the way and drove forward before finally coming to a small courtyard. Hearing their car, the whole family came out to welcome them. The old lady standing in the foremost was Grandma's childhood playmate. Seeing Grandma, she walked forward in excitement. Little 5. Excited, Grandma got out of the car and pulled her into her arms. Little Leaf. The old lady with wrinkles all over her face threw her arms around Grandma. They hugged each other happily. After parking the car in the courtyard, Hao Ren got out of it and greeted, "Hello, Grandma." "Oh, your grandson has grown up already." The old lady looked at Hao Ren and said. Hao Ren nodded with a bashful smile. This old lady was Grandma's best friend in her childhood. After she married into a faraway family, Grandma had never seen her again until now. After being separated for many years, these two old ladies were very emotional. Hao Ren could have gone back after getting his grandma settled down. However, due to his low spirits recently, he decided to stay here for a couple of days, away from the city. The old grandma ushered Grandma and Hao Ren into the house. They had prepared a simple meal, and Hao Ren ate it with them. After knowing that Hao Ren wanted to stay there for a couple of days, the old grandma immediately cleared out a guest room. It was a little room built with tiles and bricks, and it had one wooden bed and one set of beddings in it. They washed their faces and brushed their teeth at the sink in the yard, and the latrines were outside the courtyard. However, Grandma was quite fond of these simple facilities. She used to live in a similar old house, and she found this place comfortable and relaxing. Compared with the apartment downtown and the modern house near the sea, she preferred this type of old countryside houses. There were several grandkids of this old grandma in the house, and they were about 7 to 8 years old. Seeing Hao Ren for the first time, they kept looking at him curiously, and some of the naughty ones even tried to mess with him. They reminded Hao Ren of his own childhood since he had been a naughty and bold boy just like them. Since this old grandma's sons worked in the nearby towns, only 2 daughters-in-law and grandkids stayed at home with the old grandma during the weekdays. This was a simple family. Although they were not rich, they were friendly and sincere. Grandma would feel relaxed and comfortable here while catching up with her childhood friend during her 1-month stay. In the evening, the old grandma grabbed her grandkids and gave them a bath in the courtyard. The children took off their clothes and jumped around in the big bathtub. Watching the antics of these kids, Hao Ren's grandma laughed heartily. She loved little kids. Without the convenience of a shower, Hao Ren took a washbasin and roughly cleaned himself with water and a towel in his simple little room. This village was devoid of the city's noises and phony glamour. It was a perfect place for Hao Ren to unwind. On the second day, after a simple breakfast of pickles and congee, Hao Ren went to the nearby hills by himself. The air was several times fresher than the suburbs of East Ocean City, and Hao Ren walked up a hill and chose a grass field before sitting down cross-legged. The dragon core in his body began to rotate, absorbing the relatively denser nature essence here. The nature essence would flow through the 108 acupoints all over his body before emerging into the dragon core. Devoid of any distractions, obsessions, and resentments, Hao Ren sensed the nature quietly. The 5 elemental essences seemed to be growing slowly from its current level of 0.35. The spring was gone, and the summer had just begun. The wildflowers in the mountains were in full bloom, and the breeze swayed the sea of flowers. This scene was typical to the locals, but to Hao Ren, it was a perfect place for cultivation. Dao begets 1 1, 1 begets 2 2, 2 begets 3 3, and 3 begets all things. Hao Ren cultivated the 5 elemental essences in his body while gaining an understanding of the world and pure nature. Seeing the sun had risen over his head, Hao Ren stood up and walked down the hill, feeling refreshed. The old grandma's family was about to have lunch when Hao Ren came back. They thought he had been wandering around in the village, not knowing that he had been meditating on the hill for 5 hours. Reluctant to have lunch, the kids were still frolicking in the courtyard. The lively scene suddenly gave Hao Ren, who had just come out of cultivating, some inspiration. To cultivate the heavenly Tao, one must first cultivate the mortal Tao. The East Ocean Dragon clan is cultivating the mortal Tao by living in the mortal world. The heavenly Tao is mystic and aloof while the mortal Tao is real and close. How could a cultivator understand the secrets of the heavenly Tao without love and passion? Grandma, I'm finished. Hao Ren put down his chopsticks and strode out of the courtyard. The kid, how come he eats so fast? Grandma was exasperated. Holding this inspiration inside, Hao Ren went on to a hill. Not high or covered with dense forests. This hill had one side facing the sun while the other away from the sun, forming a perfect picture of yin and yang. Hao Ren sat down, feeling that the inspiration had merged into his body and activated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Metal, 6. A beam of white sword energy appeared at the tip of his right pinky finger. Water, 7. A beam of blue sword energy shot out from his left index finger. Wood, 10. A surge of green sword energy shot out from his right middle finger, cutting a shallow line in the grass-covered ground. The 5 elements in the world were water, fire, metal, wood, and earth, and they nurtured everything in the world. It suddenly dawned on him that what Su Han taught him during the painting session was, in fact, the proper training method. Converting the 5 elements into each other at will was the core of any 5 elemental cultivation technique. Beams of green, blue, red, yellow, and white sword energies shot out of his fingers one after another. They were pale and weak but looked as beautiful as fireworks. 5 elemental sword energies. With the use of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, The 5 elements in Hao Ren's body were fully activated. The well-balanced 5-elemental array formation began to rotate around the dragon core. The lost essences were always replenished by the new ones, and this movement was called circulation. Wood begets fire. Fire begets earth. Earth begets metal. Metal begets water. Water begets wood. That were the mutual creations of the 5 elements. Fatigued, Hao Ren exhaled deeply before lying down on the grass. The full circulation of essences according to the light-splitting sword shadow scroll had emptied him. The process of cultivation was the process of destruction and creation. It allowed for a constant expansion of one's limits. After replenishing the 5 elements in his body, Hao Ren felt like his cultivation value had broken through the previous limit. Compared with the ultimate cultivation value of 1, his cultivation value had now almost reached 0.7. He lowered his nature essence before gradually elevating his cultivation realm with the practice of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. His method of destruction before creation was a success. Kun-level masters would always put themselves in seclusion before making a charge toward Qian level. Hao Ren's cultivation in the wilderness could also be called seclusion cultivation. When darkness began to appear, Hao Ren walked down the hill and returned to the old grandma's house to rest. Having not seen Hao Ren for almost the whole day, Grandma thought he had been wandering around the village. She was relieved when she saw his peaceful expression, thinking that her Ren had finally gotten over his troubling thoughts. After dinner, Hao Ren went back to his room to continue cultivating. He hoped to make a breakthrough in 2 days, and that was why he had come here with Grandma and didn't take Z with them. He had been working hard on his cultivation recently, but he had also been troubled with the daily distractions. If he were able to cultivate peacefully every day like this, he believed that he would have reached Khan level earlier. Su Han had kept herself away from all the unnecessary distractions in the city and focused all her attention on cultivation, gaining more understanding of the heavenly Tao and mortal Tao at the same time. That was why she had made one breakthrough after another and finally reached mid-tier Qian level. Hao Ren spent the whole night cultivating the Spirit Concentration Scroll and the Light-Splitting Sword Shadow Scroll by turns, treasuring each small increase of 0.01 or 0.02 in his cultivation strength. Before he came here, he had been troubled with the thoughts of Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia. After he immersed himself into cultivation, nothing could disturb his mind. The roosters in the village crowed when the sky turned a little bright. Hao Ren had a bowl of congee for breakfast. Refreshed, he went back onto the hills. The simple and natural life here gave him a different feeling. When the sun moved from the east to the middle of the sky, Hao Ren had cultivated for half a day, and his cultivation value seemed to have reached 0.9. Now, he was more proficient in releasing the sword energies. However, the closer he got to Khan level, the slower the cultivation process became. It seemed like there was an invisible veil blocking his path. Only half a day was left before his return, but Khan level seemed to be just out of his reach. He had gradually mastered the techniques of the first level of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, including essence transference, essence absorption, releasing elemental sword energies, and forming the Hunden sword energies in his palm. Cultivating the techniques could gradually increase one's strength, but the elevation in realms was a change in quality. If the cultivator couldn't gain a thorough understanding and the first opening in the dragon core couldn't be unlocked, it was useless to put more effort into practicing the technique. Only one step. Hao Ren felt like he was very close to Khan level as his cultivation value had returned to 1. Compared with before where his power comprised mostly of water elemental essences, he now had a balance of all 5 elements. He was in the perfect state. Gongzi Hao. Premier Shah suddenly appeared in a gray short-sleeved shirt. "Why are you here?" Hao Ren was surprised. "The Dragon King sent me here to give you 2 immortal elixir pills." With both hands, Premier Shah presented him a small box with a smile. "It's not easy to break through to Khan level. The Dragon King just wanted to test you. I don't need them now. You can put them over there." Hao Ren pointed to the ground beside him. Premier Shah was surprised, but he did as he was told. Taking a deep breath, Hao Ren sat back down and continued to charge at the breakthrough point through cultivation. He had kept Su Han's instruction in mind, knowing that the realms achieved by elixirs were not stable, and he'd better not eat them if he didn't need to. Fuma is a hard-working cultivator. Only half a day is left, and he is still trying. Premier Shah stood in the sun and thought. Excessive affection often ends in regrets. Just as good dreams are the easiest for one to wake up from. A beam of 5-colored godly light flew across the sky, and a grain-sized spark floated down from the sky, blinding Hao Ren's eyes. He felt a burning sensation on his forehead, and the inscription on the monument in the Taoist temple on top of the greenstone mountain suddenly came to him from his memory. Clap, clap, the 2 Mount Tai bracelets on Hao Ren's wrists broke one after another. Chapter 163. Soul Formation Cultivator. Instantly, Hao Ren was unblocked from head to toe, and the dragon core in his dantian got one opening on it after a crisp, clap, sound. The mountains in the distance looked clearer, and the grass and trees on the hills seemed to be brighter. The broken Mount Tai bracelets dropped to the ground in 4 pieces. This meant Hao Ren had broken through to Kan level. The nature essence that had been circulating around the dragon core began to travel around his body like a small dragon. Hao Ren had been tired after half a day of cultivation, but now, he felt instantly refreshed. However, Premier Shah wasn't surprised by Hao Ren's breakthrough. Instead, he was gazing up at the sky and murmuring, "Soul Formation Cultivator." Hao Ren controlled his strength and tried to get used to the power of Kan level before asking Premier Shah, "Soul Formation Cultivator." Premier Shah turned around and nodded. "A soul formation cultivator just passed through the sky, inspiring you. Different from us, soul formation cultivators are purely human cultivators. Qian, Kun, Xuan, Dui, Zhen, Li, Kan. Which level are they?" Hao Ren asked. Premier Shah immediately shook his head. The soul formation cultivators are all super powerful cultivators who can sweep through the earth. They have reached the ascending realm, but they don't want to be regulated by the heavens. After blocking the heavenly tribulation, they remain in the mortal world. Does this mean that they are even more powerful than Zhao Yanzi's third uncle? Hao Ren wanted to confirm his guess. Their power is indeed greater than that of Third Lord. Premier Shah admitted helplessly before continuing, "We dragons possess dragon cores which give us a natural cultivation boost. The core formation cultivator is equivalent to our gen level, but the effort required before the core formation realm is 10 times more difficult than our cultivation before gen level. That is why it is thousands of times more difficult for them to reach the nascent soul realm compared to us reaching the equivalent Qian level. Without extreme fortitude and luck, it's impossible for a human cultivator to reach the soul formation realm. That is why even the dragon kings of the 4 oceans would show respect to the soul formation cultivators when they meet each other. Even the mighty inspectors who supervise the dragon tribe have to keep their distance with these cultivators. In short, you can never mess with the soul formation cultivators," Premier Shah concluded. "Okay." Hao Ren nodded. "Was it a passing soul formation cultivator who helped me with the breakthrough?" Premier Shah nodded with force and explained, "That was a sign of your great luck. Maybe the soul formation cultivator was in a good mood and gave you a hand when he or she saw you cultivating diligently. No one can get a glimpse of the soul formation cultivators. They either lived as hermits in the depth of mountains or stayed among the humans disguised as mortals. No one can look through their disguises, and not a single person can pose a threat to them." Premier Shah didn't believe that Hao Ren knew a soul formation cultivator. Hao Ren was startled by Premier Shah's words. If these cultivators were in a good mood, they could casually help him break through. Did it also mean that they could destroy him casually if they were in a bad mood? They were masters who were even more powerful than Zhao Kuo. Seeing Hao Ren's alarmed expression, Premier Shah smiled. "Gongzi Hao, don't worry. The soul formation cultivators rarely show themselves, and there are no more than 10 of them in the mortal world. They rarely move around and never interfere with the mortals' businesses. You are really lucky to have received guidance from one of them." Hao Ren relaxed. After all, his current realm was tens of levels lower than the soul formation realm, and it was impossible that this cultivator came here on purpose to inspire him. He raised his head and bowed in the direction where the 5-colored godly light beam had disappeared to thank this cultivator for helping him. After breaking through to Kan level, his entire body was refreshed. He was about to walk down the hill when his belly was suddenly struck with a sharp pain. The pain was so sharp that he felt as if his head was going to break, and he felt like the dragon core in his body was cracking. "Gongzi Hao, this is the sign of the official breakthrough. Please hurry up and take the elixir pills. Seeing that Hao Ren was experiencing excruciating pain, Premier Shah picked up the box from the ground in a hurry and was about to put it into Hao Ren's hands. Hao Ren lifted his hands and pushed the box away. He was determined to pass this transformation process on his own. Thud, thud, he pushed both of his hands into the ground. The 5 elemental essences rushed around aimlessly in his body, penetrating his skin and bones. Swoosh, Hao Ren shot out sword energies through his fingers randomly, creating several deep holes in the ground. Gongzi Hao, Premier Shah walked close to Hao Ren and said in concern. Hao Ren shook his head, refusing to take the elixir pills. He began to shake uncontrollably, and he felt like all the meridians in his body were reforming. They were turning from human meridians to dragon meridians. This would happen when the dragon core got its first opening. After the dragon core acquired enough openings, Hao Ren's meridians and blood would completely become dragon meridians and dragon blood. At that time, he would be able to stay in his current human form or transform into a real dragon. Layers of tribulation clouds appeared, but they were white instead of black. Different from the breakthrough of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, this breakthrough didn't trigger a lightning tribulation. These clouds were the result of the fast rotation of the dragon core, which had quickened the condensation of nature essence in the area. These were auspicious clouds. If it had been the time when cultivation was popular, people who saw the clouds would know that someone just had a breakthrough. Reaching Khan level meant that Hao Ren was officially entering the cultivation world. Instantly, he turned from a mortal to a cultivator. To earn the opportunity of glimpsing at the heavenly secrets, one must experience the painful total body transformation. Even though the nature essence was flowing chaotically in his body, Hao Ren sat on the ground stubbornly, determined to pass it with his own effort. If the pain he experienced last time felt like he was being skinned alive, this time, he felt as if his body was being cut into several pieces before being glued together. Boom! 10 sword energies shot out of his fingers, instantly blowing up the bushes around him. Congratulations, Gongzi Hao! You have reached Khan level. Premier Shah stepped forward and picked up the elixir box before congratulating Hao Ren with a relieved expression. Hao Ren exhaled deeply and stood up. The dragon core and the 5 elemental array formation around it were now one system, and the first opening on the dragon core was now diligently absorbing the nature essence around it. Dragon cores were the foundation of the dragon clan. Due to the dragon core's nature essence absorption ability, the dragons were capable of much faster cultivation speeds compared to human cultivators. After unlocking of the first opening, Hao Ren was now a cultivator instead of a beginner. He didn't need any certificate to prove it since one could feel it from his aura. Hao Ren brushed off the dirt on his clothes and looked at Premier Shah, who had been waiting for him. How come I see a blue light around you? He asked. Hee, your question shows that you have truly reached Khan level. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth corresponds with white, green, blue, red and yellow. The blue light you see on me shows that I am a water elemental dragon, Premier Shah explained. As they walked down the hill, Hao Ren suddenly saw an old man standing along the path in a traditional robe. This old man greeted Hao Ren and Premier Shah when they approached. There was a yellow light around him. He is the earth dragon who is responsible for these hills, and he is also referred to as the Tradition 1 foot by the local mortals. When you were cultivating here for the last 2 days, he was here guarding you, Premier Shah explained. Hao Ren smiled and greeted this old man. Then, this old man smiled before turning into a cloud of yellow light and vanishing. Most of the dragons are water elemental dragons, and we are divided into the categories of stream, river, lake, and ocean, and the blue light on us goes from pale to dark. This old dragon who is guarding this land must have seen the deep blue on your body and knew that you are a member of the ocean dragons. To show his respect, he has been secretly guarding for you. Hao Ren didn't know that this earth elemental dragon had been protecting him until now. He wanted to express his appreciation, but that dragon had already vanished. When that earth elemental dragon saw a member of the East Ocean Dragon clan here, he was unsettled. He was relieved when he saw that Hao Ren had just come here to cultivate. Afraid of interruptions, he had protected Hao Ren and prevented humans and wild animals from entering the area Hao Ren was in. He was actually relieved to see Hao Ren leave in peace. Hao Ren stopped at the foot of the hill and asked, Premier Shah, why are you still here? I will accompany Gongzi Hao back to East Ocean City, Premier Shah answered. Huh? Hao Ren was surprised, but he immediately realized that as the head organizer of the Dragon Palace, Premier Shah would undoubtedly go and help with the princess's birthday party. Seeing his nervous expression, Hao Ren knew that it was Premier Shah's first trip on land, and Zhao Guang had told Premier Shah to give the elixir pills to him before returning with him. You go ahead this way and wait for me at the eastern entrance of the village. I'll meet you there soon, Hao Ren said. Very well, Gongzi Hao. Premier Shah answered before finding the correct direction and taking off. He looked so cautious as if he was afraid of getting lost in the small village. Anyway, he was a Kun-level master, and Hao Ren didn't think he would encounter any danger. After returning to the old grandma's courtyard, Hao Ren told her that he was going back today. Knowing that he had school, she didn't try to keep him. She and grandma told Hao Ren to be careful on the highway. Hao Ren wanted to ease their minds by telling them that he wouldn't be alone, but he was afraid that there would be more questions for him if he did. After promising that he would call grandma as soon as he got back to East Ocean City, he got into the car. After driving through several narrow and winding concrete paths, Hao Ren got to the eastern entrance of the village. Premier Shah was waiting impatiently in his gray short-sleeved shirt, and he looked like a little kid who was expecting to be picked up at the end of the school day. Premier Shah, get in the car, Hao Ren said as he stopped the car and rolled down the window. Chapter 164. Heavenly Dragon Realm. At Hao Ren's call, Premier Shah circled Hao Ren's white Ford and didn't know how to get in the car. Realizing that Premier Shah was a newbie on land and not familiar with cars, Hao Ren got off the car and opened the door for him. Premier Shah touched the metal box tentatively for a while before finally climbing in. Hao Ren was amused. Premier Shah, don't worry. Just treat it as a Dharma treasures. Right. I have been overcautious, Premier Shah said. Hao Ren started the car, and the white Ford began to move. As he looked out the window, Premier Shah sat up nervously, not daring to move a muscle. The car began to accelerate when it got onto the main road. Just as Hao Ren was about to enter the highway, 2 dashes of silver light slipped into the car. He turned and saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lily sitting in the backseat, smiling. Congratulations, Gongzi, they said at the same time. Have you been following me in the last 2 days? We dared not to disobey your order. We knew that you would be returning today, so we are here to welcome you back, Lu Linlin said. Hao Ren smiled helplessly, wondering if she was telling the truth. Although he had broken through to Khan level, he still had some burdens on his mind. After seeing that Hao Ren was silent, Lu Lily added, Gongzi looks cool even when he's angry. She felt embarrassed immediately afterward, and her face turned a bit red. Hao Ren didn't answer. Instead, he turned to ask Premier Shah, you mentioned that the core formation realm is equivalent to Gen level and the nascent soul realm is equivalent to Qian level. Can you explain it to me? By now, Premier Shah had gotten a bit used to the car after sitting in it for more than 10 minutes. He relaxed his hands that had been tightly holding the handle on the door and coughed before saying, there are almost no human cultivators in the mortal world, and the once popular cultivation methods were lost long ago. Gongzi Hao, you don't have to pay much attention to it. After a moment of consideration, he continued, human cultivation is different from ours. Their cultivation realms are divided into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and soul formation. The Qi refinement realm is equivalent to the cultivation of our spirit concentration scroll. It's the basic stage, and only the ones who are on the foundation establishment realm can be called cultivators. The foundation establishment realm is equivalent to our Khan level, the core formation realm is equivalent to our Gen level, and the nascent soul realm is equivalent to Qian level. After the nascent soul realm is the soul formation realm, and the cultivators in this realm can fly around the world at will, live as long as the earth itself, and shine as bright as the sun. Even though they are not heavenly immortals, they are earthly immortals. Is Qian level the pinnacle of a dragon? Is there a level equivalent to the soul formation realm? We don't have soul formation realm. However, once we reach top-tier Qian level, we can activate the heavenly tribulation. After we pass the heavenly tribulation, we would become heavenly dragons, Premier Shah said in high spirit. Heavenly dragon, Hao Ren murmured, wondering which one was more powerful, the heavenly dragon or the soul formation cultivator. He turned to glance at Lu Linlin and Lu Lily and found no light on them. He asked Premier Shah, "Why don't Linlin and Lily have lights around them?" "Hee, Gongzi Hao, the colored lights and auras are the essences emitting from our dragon cores, and we use these colors to recognize each other. Since Linlin and Lily have no dragon cores, they don't have lights around them," Premier Shah explained patiently. "What color do you like, Gongzi? We can emit colors for you to look at," Lu Linlin said playfully. Colorful lights began to appear around her, making her look like a little bulb. Of course, ordinary people can't see these lights. Hao Ren ignored her. He turned his attention to the road ahead and asked Premier Shah, "What color does Suhan have? She has a metal water body type." "The metal water body type, if she shows her essence, the color should be purple. However, if the cultivators are 2 levels higher than you, they can easily disguise and cover their essences from you. If you don't see colored lights on someone, this person is either a mortal or a dragon who is 2 levels higher than you," Premier Shah said. Hao Ren nodded as he thought for a few seconds. The lower-leveled cultivators had no secrets in front of higher-leveled ones. It meant that any cultivator who was at Khan level or higher would see that he was at the low Khan level. After all, the brightness of the light emitted showed which level the cultivator was on. Also, the inspectors have their own ways of disguising themselves and recognizing others. That is why even I can't recognize the inspectors who purposely hid their identities, Premier Shah added. It was these stealth techniques and disguises that made the inspectors terrifying. Inspectors like Su Han and Qin Xiaoyang who had revealed their identities were easy to deal with. The real trouble lied with those secret inspectors who lurked in the shadows like secret agents. On the other hand, it was the establishment of inspectors that made the forces in the dragon tribe cautious of their behaviors since they were under the inspector's watch. The rules and regulations prohibited them from flying in the sky at will, harming the mortals, and killing each other. They had protected the dragon tribe from exposing themselves to the mortal world, and they had made sure that the mortals could go on with their lives and continue the race. These rules were a part of the covenant made between the human cultivators and the dragon tribe before the human cultivators ascended into the heavens as a group. To some extent, the handful of soul formation cultivators in the mortal world were the forces that balanced the power of the dragon tribe. If the dragon tribe had decided to go back on their promise and mistreat the mortals, these cultivators would have attacked the dragons together. The car passed the toll gate and entered the highway. Hao Ren stepped harder on the gas pedal, and the car quickly accelerated to 100 km per hour. Premier Shah sighed as he looked out the window. "Is this the car that you mentioned last time? The speed is quite fast, almost as fast as flying on a mid-tier Dharma treasure." Hearing Premier Shah's laments, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily who were sitting in the back seats smiled at each other with their hands over their mouths. "This Dharma treasure doesn't need nature essence and can be driven by mortals. It's amazing," Premier Shah continued to lament. Hao Ren shook his head helplessly. It was fortunate that Premier Shah was only here to host the party and would return to the Dragon Place tomorrow. Otherwise, he would cause a scene on land. The 3-hour ride from Zhejiang province to East Sea City was not boring when Premier Shah and the Lu sisters kept Hao Ren company. Night had fallen when they arrived at East Ocean City. Premier Shah didn't dare to bother Dragon King's family, so he decided to spend the night at Lu Qing's home. Hao Ren decided to join him and also spend the night at Lu Qing's. Coming out from the garage, Premier Shah was both cautious and curious about the things that he had never seen before, such as the elevator, electrical lights, and hot water shower. He touched this and that and would be alarmed when he triggered something like the TV or lights, thinking that he had made some unforgivable mistake. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were having fun while they showed him around. They also didn't know what was what when they first came onto the land, but they learned fast. Comparatively, Premier Shah was slower than them in accepting new stuff. After one night, Hao Ren felt that his Khan level had gradually become stable, and he could release and pull back the 5 elemental sword energies at will. However, his strength was still weak. His most powerful attack could only make a dent on a steel plate that Lu Qing gave him for experimenting. When he cultivated during the night, he recalled the stone monument in the Taoist temple on top of Greenstone Mountain again. After the characters and inscriptions reorganized on their own and gave a new meaning, Hao Ren had finally understood that the inscription needed to be read in different sequences. The inscription was the general guideline of the 5 elemental cultivation. It explained the 5 elements from the perspective of the heavenly Tao. Hao Ren thought it was just a simple method to master water elements and was on the wrong path. At his current realm, Hao Ren couldn't understand the deeper meanings behind the inscription. It was too profound for him. While the light-splitting sword shadow scroll was a cultivation technique, the inscription on the stone monument was a highly technical article about cultivation theory. After a night of cultivation, Friday came. Zhao Yanzi's birthday party would begin at 6 o'clock in the evening, but the guests could enter after 5. The venue was the Starlight Restaurant, the best in East Ocean City. It was also the place where Hao Ren's family met Zhao Yanzi's family. Lu Qing drove Premier Xia to the restaurant while Hao Ren drove Lu Linlin and Lu Lili back to school. According to the practice of East Ocean University, there was no class for the 2 days after the midterm exams. The third day was a Friday. Even though there was no class, but there would be class conferences, talks with the counselor, and distribution of report cards. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were a bit nervous about their exam results since it was their first time taking exams. They had considered sneaking into the office and taking a peek at the grades, but they decided against it due to their respect for Vice Principal Lu Qing. Hao Ren stopped his car at Academic Building A, in which the film program would be holding the class conference. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were getting off here. Gongzi, we can't attend tonight's party. You must be careful. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were reluctant to go. Okay. Got it. Hao Ren was a bit nervous about tonight's party. When Hao Ren just parked his white Ford, he saw a Mercedes-Benz stopping beside him. The window rolled down and revealed Huang Zuji's face. He took off his sunglasses and gestured at the steering wheel. Sophomore, wanna try this car? Hao Ren ignored him since he had no interest in a test drive on campus. At this moment, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili got off the white Ford. Huang Zuji's eyes widened as he was surprised that the 2 beauties were in Hao Ren's car. He was furious when Lu Linlin and Lu Lili went around to Hao Ren and pressed their palms on their lips before touching Hao Ren's cheeks. Goodbye. Gongzi. Without even looking at Huang Zuji, they entered Academic Building A. Hao Ren was surprised by their actions. However, when he saw Huang Zuji gritting his teeth, he knew that the twins did it on purpose to make Huang Zuji jealous. He started the car and drove to Academic Building F. Most of his classmates had arrived, and they all turned to look at him when he walked into the classroom. The previously unknown Hao Ren had now become a celebrity of the school. With Lu Linlin and Lu Lili following him everywhere he went, his fame was amplified many times. Class President Xie Yujia walked up to the teaching platform in the front and announced the overall performance of the class and the major activities planned for next term. Then, the counselor went up and gave a lecture about the overall development and some problems in the class. The report cards were handed out to everyone except for a few who needed to go to the counselor's office. They would have to have a private talk with the counselor before getting their grades back. Zhou Liren, Cao Ronghua, and Zhao Jiayi all got their report cards. They were exhilarated when they found that they had passed all their exams. Xie Yujia's notes were indeed helpful. However, Hao Ren was one of the few whose report card was kept with the counselor. After the class conference, he needed to go find the counselor and have a talk. These students were either those with poor grades and might be expelled or those who have repeatedly broken the school's regulations and needed a warning. The special students went in for the talk one by one. Half an hour later, it was Hao Ren's turn. Faced with the rarely seen counselor, Hao Ren didn't know what to say. Hao Ren, your problems are quite complicated. I've seen your file and found that your entrance examination score was quite high. However, during the last 2 years, your academic performance just hovered above the passing line. The counselor looked up at Hao Ren and said. Knowing that the academic performance was not the issue, Hao Ren waited for her to continue. You had a conflict with Huang Zuji a few days ago. The school doesn't encourage students to drive in the school, and what's more, you even tried to crash into Huang Zuji with your car. Do you know that this is a very serious issue? The counselor's tone got sterner. Do you know that Huang Zuji is the deputy mayor's son? If anything happens to him, can you bear the consequences? She pointed out the key issue. Hao Ren remained silent. Our program can't afford students like you. The art program is interested in your painting talent and asked us if we could transfer you to the art program. I think it might be a good fit since many of the students in their program drive to school, the counselor said. Hearing her bullet-like words, Hao Ren was incensed. Knowing that the reason for this talk was that Huang Zuji was the deputy mayor's son. Click. The office door suddenly opened. Hao Ren, you drove to school today, right? Give me the car key since I need to go out to run some errands. I'll call you this afternoon, and we'll leave together. Su Han entered suddenly and said to Hao Ren. Okay. After digging out the car key from his pocket, Hao Ren tossed it to her. Su Han caught the key and left the office without saying anything else. The counselor looked at Su Han before turning to look at Hao Ren, who still stood in front of her. Perhaps the students were not clear about Su Han's background, but the teachers were. A couple of days ago, the principal had scolded her for what she had done in the exhibition. A few minutes after she left his office, the principal received a call from the provincial education office and was reprimanded harshly because of a minor issue at East Ocean University. They concluded that Su Han was not a relative of Vice Principal Lu Qing but of someone in the provincial government. According to the teachers' conjectures, Su Han had an elder family member who was a powerful figure in the provincial education office or an even higher office. At this thought, the counselor's expression changed from stern to soft. I just wanted to remind you that Huang Zuji is the deputy mayor's son, and you should try not to make the conflicts between you two worse. My reminder is for your own good. As to the issue with the art program, you can think about it, and I will not make it hard for you. Okay. Thank you for your concern. Hao Ren nodded. That's all. Oh, this time, you did well on your exams. Keep up the good work. The counselor smiled at Hao Ren before digging out his report card from a drawer and handing it to him. Goodbye, counselor. Hao Ren backed out of the office with his report card. The counselor in the office exhaled deeply and raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Walking out of the academic building, Hao Ren opened his report card and saw that all of the grades were above 85. He didn't dare to return to his dorm with the report card, afraid that Zhao Jiayi and the others would kill him with their eyes. He ate lunch alone and found a spot to rest. He knew that Su Han would find him here. Sure enough, after Hao Ren had cultivated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll for 2 circulations in 2 hours, Su Han walked into the cafeteria with the car key dangling on her fingers. Let's go. She stopped in front of Hao Ren and tossed the car key at him. Hao Ren caught the key and realized that it was not the key to his white Ford. Since flying is not allowed in the city and the traffic is bad, the elders from the depth of the mountains and forest dared not to venture into the city after arriving at the edge. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu drove your car to pick them up. Su Han led Hao Ren out of the cafeteria as she talked. Sure enough, Hao Ren saw the red Ferrari parked in front of the cafeteria. You drive. Su Han got into the passenger seat. Hao Ren had no choice but to start the eye-catching red Ferrari and drive to the main gate of the school with the great beauty Su Han sitting in it. Huang Zuji, who was driving the 1 million yuan Mercedes-Benz S350 with several buddies, suddenly saw a 10 million yuan limited edition Ferrari flashing past him with Su Han sitting inside. The driver of the sports car was no other than Hao Ren. Chapter 165. Gold and Jade on the Outside. Su Han glanced at Hao Ren's bare wrists. You broke through, right? Yeah. Hao Ren nodded. Su Han remained silent. In fact, she had sensed it when the Mount Tai bracelets broke, knowing that Hao Ren had made the breakthrough. Con level was not difficult to achieve, but it was the dividing line between the mortals and the cultivators. However, Su Han thought that he had made the breakthrough with the aid of elixirs. She knew that East Ocean would help him at the last moment since they were determined to make him a member of the Dragon Clan. However, the realm achieved with elixirs would negatively affect the future cultivation. Every single breakthrough needed to be achieved through inspiration. Without inspiration, the realm wouldn't be solid. Just like a building, it won't be tall if the base was unstable. What's your relationship with Xie Yujia? Su Han asked abruptly. We're classmates, Hao Ren answered after a slight hesitation, surprised that Su Han had brought it up. Okay. Su Han clenched her fists but didn't say anything more. She was only cautious of one person on campus, and that person was Xie Yujia. On Xie Yujia's left shoulder, there was a pale cyan mark. That mark wasn't even visible to Qian-level masters like Zhao Kuo. Only inspectors could see this mark. In the dragon tribe, the ones who could attack mortals when necessary were inspectors. However, with the mark on her shoulder, Xie Yujia was a person whom even the inspectors couldn't touch. It was because the cyan mark signaled that Xie Yujia was under the protection of a soul formation cultivator. Even the arrogant Qin Shaoyang must avoid her after seeing the mark because he would die if he messed with a soul formation cultivator. Even the inspectors dared not to investigate the soul formation cultivators. That was why Su Han didn't pursue the topic. Oblivious to Su Han's dilemma. Hao Ren thought that he had been too close to Xie Yujia recently, and Su Han was concerned as Zhao Yanzi's big sister. When the car arrived at the Starlight restaurant, a bellboy in a suit immediately walked up and offered to drive the car to the underground parking lot for Hao Ren. Seeing the deep blue light emitting from the bellboy, Hao Ren knew that the handsome bellboy was a member of the East Ocean Dragon clan who was here to help with Zhao Yanzi's party. The moment Hao Ren and Su Han entered the hall, they saw a poster at the entrance with information about Zhao Yanzi's birthday party. If outsiders saw this poster, they would have thought that it was just a rich girl's birthday party. The spacious marble-floored hall was filled with people. Hao Ren found that even the service staff were emitting lights. Most of them were blue, and they were mingled with some whites, green, reds, and yellows. He even saw some kids emitting gray light as they frolicked with each other. In the corners of the hall, there floated about a dozen dark red energy spheres, and there were kids in there who were emitted blue lights. The kids inside the spheres were having practice battles, and the other kids gathered under the light spheres and watched. The thing was that the blue lights on these kids were as bright as Hao Ren's. It meant that these kids who were about 7 or 8 years old were as strong if not stronger than Hao Ren. Watching the different lights moving in the hall, Hao Ren felt like he discovered a whole new world after reaching Khan level. By reaching Khan level, he had now officially entered the world of cultivation. What are those gray lights? Hao Ren asked. They are still cultivating the spirit concentration scroll and have not yet reached Khan level. They are here with the elders to enrich their experience. Don't you see how young they are? Su Han said. At a closer look, Hao Ren found that the ones with gray lights were just 5 or 6 years old kids. That meant before his recent breakthrough, he had been in the same realm as these little kids. Even after he advanced, he was now in the same realm as those 7 or 8 years old kids, and these kids were all able to create their own energy spheres to battle in, something Hao Ren didn't know how to do yet. As an inspector, it's not proper for me to walk with you. You should go on by yourself. With that, Su Han parted ways with Hao Ren. Spotting Hao Ren, elder son, who was responsible for greeting the guests, hurried over to him. Gongzi Hao, here you are. Elder son. Hao Ren folded his hands in the front to greet him. He didn't see elder son often, but among the strangers in the hall, elder son was a familiar face. Ms. Z's birthday party will begin in 2 hours. Gongzi Hao, please go ahead and get prepared for it. He took Hao Ren's arm and walked him to a waitress dressed in a cheongsam. Gongzi Hao, this way, the waitress said softly. Only now did Hao Ren realize that he was dressed too casual for this occasion. Due to his lack of experience, he had not thought of dressing up at all. The waitress led Hao Ren into a dressing room, and the makeup artist in the room was emitting a blue light as well. She was also a member of the East Ocean Dragon clan. In fact, all the service staff in the restaurant were members of the East Ocean Dragon clan since Zhao Guang had booked all 3 floors of the restaurant and it wasn't open to the public. The makeup artist called Hao Ren over, and a stylist came to him to get his measurements. Then, Hao Ren went into a fitting room to change into a black suit. He walked out, and before he had time to look in the mirror, the makeup artist and the hairstylist walked over and pushed him into a chair. They began to work on his face and hair. To get Hao Ren relaxed, the makeup artist started to chat with him. During their chat, Hao Ren learned that the restaurant was, in fact, the property of Elder Sun, and Elder Sun had chosen a service team comprised of all East Ocean Dragon clan members for this gathering, making it the safest place for the party. From their conversation, Hao Ren also learned that besides this luxurious restaurant, Elder Sun also managed a martial arts dojo which trained a lot of bodyguards with the East Ocean background. Of course, the mortal masters trained in his martial arts dojo had placed in a lot of national competitions. In other words, Elder Sun was quite a figure in East Ocean City, handling all the minor issues for Zhao Guang. After a full hour, the makeup artist and the hairstylist finally stood aside. Their work was done. Hao Ren could finally stand up and look at himself in the mirror. Clap, clap, clap. With 3 claps, Qin Xiaoyang walked in wearing a silver suit. He lowered his hands and stared at Hao Ren. There's a saying that applies to you. Gold and jade on the outside, but garbage and trash on the inside, he said. Chapter 166. Party guests. Hao Ren turned his head and found Qin Xiaoyang's blue light quite dim. It seemed like he was on Li level, which was only 1 realm higher than Khan. The makeup artist and the hairstylist had the same impression. They took 1 step forward and said to Qin Xiaoyang, "This is East Ocean's dressing room, and no one can come here uninvited." Bang! A surge of energy was released from Qin Xiaoyang's body. The makeup artist and the hairstylist stumbled several steps back before crashing hard into the wall. Although Hao Ren was prepared and didn't fall back by holding onto the edge of the dresser, he felt an uncomfortable pressure on his chest. "This is what you get for disrespecting an inspector." With a snort, Qin Xiaoyang turned and walked out of the dressing room. The makeup artist and the hairstylist rubbed their chest and could breathe again after a good while. They walked to Hao Ren and said, "Gongzi Hao, sorry for the trouble we caused you." "No problem." Hao Ren smiled at them. "It's just that I may have dust on my face, and the hair is messed up." "It doesn't matter. We will do it again." They stood before Hao Ren and got busy once again. Looking back at the door that Qin Xiaoyang had walked out from, Hao Ren clenched his fists. Strength spoke loudest in the world of cultivation. If he had reached Zhao Kuo's realm, even an inspector like Qin Xiaoyang wouldn't be daring enough to mess with him. After half another, Hao Ren once again looked handsome and refreshed in the mirror. "You are late," a high-pitched voice sounded in the dressing room. Dressed in a blue and white striped blouse and a classic long skirt, Zhao Yanzi appeared by the door. She had both the elegance of a little princess and the cuteness of a girl. Her outfit was obviously another masterpiece of Zhao Hongyu's. She had light makeup on which accentuated her beauty, and she would look stunning at the party. "I arrived long ago, but I stayed in the dressing room the whole time," Hao Ren said. "Humph. You need makeup to look handsome." Zhao Yanzi walked to where Hao Ren was sitting and yelled. Hao Ren was speechless and thought, "Well, I'm not handsome enough to match you, a lady born with beauty and bad manners." The makeup artist and the hairstylist were making the final adjustment. They didn't dare to mention the incident with Qin Xiaoyang. "Good. It's done." They stood back half a step and said. Hao Ren stood up and moved to stand in front of the mirror. Staring at the man with a straight figure, a handsome face, graceful movements, Zhao Yanzi almost didn't recognize Hao Ren, who was in the black suit. She stared at him while taking 2 steps back subconsciously. Hao Ren wanted to ask her how much time was left before the party begins, but Zhao Yanzi said before he opened his mouth, "Not handsome." "Huh?" Puzzled, Hao Ren asked, "When will the party begin?" Zhao Yanzi avoided Hao Ren's eyes. "About half an hour." "Where are uncle and auntie?" Hao Ren asked. "They are also preparing." Seeing Hao Ren walking toward her, Zhao Yanzi suddenly became nervous. Abruptly, she ran out of the dressing room. Confused, Hao Ren looked at the door, having no clue as to what caused her strange behavior. Suddenly, it occurred to him that he had not gotten Zhao Yanzi a birthday gift. However, it was too late now. He decided to compensate for it later. "Well, Ren, you look dashing today." When he was thinking about the birthday gift, Zhao Hongyu walked in with Zhao Guang. "Uncle, auntie." Hao Ren greeted them respectfully. Today, both Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang were dressed in formal attires, a gown and a suit. They were a perfect couple with Zhao Hongyu's beauty and elegance and Zhao Guang's handsome looks and majestic presence. "Z told us that she is looking for you. Where is she?" Zhao Hongyu looked around and asked. "She ran out a moment ago. I guess she went to find Su Han," Hao Ren said. "I suppose Su Han came with you." Zhao Hongyu handed him the key to his car. "When Su Han came to visit me today, I was about to pick up some elders in the suburbs. So, I borrowed your car for it." "No problem." Hao Ren also took out the key to the Ferrari. "If you like, you can keep the car. I'm planning to get a new car since the Ferrari is quite picky with road conditions, but our garage can only park 2 cars. Zhao Hongyu said as she raised a hand to push the key back to Hao Ren. "No, I can't accept it." Hao Ren was determined. "Then, I'll lend it to you." If you still refuse it, I'll have to sell it for 1 million yuan, Zhao Hongyu continued. It is quite a waste to sell the almost brand new car that worth millions for only 1 million. Hao Ren thought for a moment and decided to keep the car for Zhao Hongyu temporarily since the garage in his home by the sea was quite big. Okay, I'll keep it for you until you find a good buyer, Hao Ren said. Good. Zhao Hongyu smiled and was pleased. She planned to buy an SUV which offered her a better view of the road, but she didn't know what to do with the Ferrari. She liked the car a lot and was reluctant to sell it, but the car would gradually lose value if she left it unused. Giving it to Hao Ren as a gift was the perfect solution for her. Zhao Guang had no objection to Zhao Hongyu's decision. He didn't care about the Ferrari. For him, Hao Ren's breakthrough to con level was something worthy of celebration. He was delighted with Hao Ren's diligent cultivation, and he now had high hopes for Hao Ren's future progress since he was told that Hao Ren had reached con level without the aid of the 2 elixir pills. He had regarded Hao Ren as a hardworking and kind young man, but he didn't hold high hopes for his cultivation achievements. After all, if Hao Ren cultivated hard, the East Ocean had enough elixirs to elevate him to gen level. Now seeing that Hao Ren was not without talent in cultivation and his fortitude was far greater than ordinary people, Zhao Guang was more determined to keep this future Fuma. The party was about to begin in half an hour, so Zhao Hongyu took Hao Ren to the grand banquet hall on the 3rd floor. Zhao Yanzi's birthday party this year was a significant event, and even the South Ocean and North Ocean, which had few dealings with the East Ocean, had each sent representative groups of 20 to 30 people led by high-rank officials equivalent to Premier Shah in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. It was only half an hour before the party began, but the people of the West Ocean Dragon Palace had not arrived yet. When Hao Ren entered the grand banquet hall, he found that most of the people in it emitted blue lights while only a few had different colors. Those with different color didn't emit strong lights, but by their old looks and the respectful attitudes the others showed toward them, Hao Ren knew that they were the most powerful cultivators here. True masters knew the importance of modesty. That is Elder Shi from Greenstone Mountain, he is the number 1 elder of the Earth Elemental Dragon clan in the East and has a cultivation power of 600 years. That one with long eyebrows is Elder Mu from the Qingfeng Forest. Although he has retired from the throne of the Wood Elemental Dragon clan, he as the former Dragon King still has a strong influence. That red-faced elder emitting red light is Shang Chu, an elder who cultivates a fire elemental technique. And that one, Zhao Hongyu led Hao Ren into the hall and pointed out the most influential guests so that he wouldn't offend them by accident. Hao Ren listened carefully, knowing that they were senior hermits, and Zhao Guang took a ton of effort to invite them to the party. Their appearances at the party showed their respect and support to the East Ocean Dragon clan. They were a force the West Ocean had to reckon with if they wanted to start a war with the East Ocean. Well, little you are as pretty as I remembered. The red-haired and red-faced old man walked over and said to Zhao Hongyu with his resonant voice. He wasn't circulating any techniques, but the heat he carried was a bit overwhelming for Hao Ren. The burning sensation heated his face. If this elder had shown his face on the street, he would have made a scene. No wonder Zhao Hongyu had to pick them up. Hi, Elder Shang. Are the dishes here to your taste? Zhao Hongyu asked politely. They are good. The only problem is that they dry up as soon as I touch them. Obviously, they are not as good as the stuff in your Dragon Palace, Elder Shang said with a chuckle. It is because your cultivation of the fire elemental technique, burning flames in wilderness, has reached such a high realm. It's a blessing that you haven't burned up everything in the mortal world. Zhao Hongyu smiled. Girl, you are still such a sweet talker. Elder Shang glanced at Hao Ren. And is this little Z's Fuma? Hello, Grandpa Shang, Hao Ren said. Good. He nodded and looked Hao Ren up and down. He's indeed a handsome young man. But he is only at con level, not very high, right? He's still young, and there's a long road ahead of him. Zhao Hongyu smiled again. Please take a walk around the place. The good stuff will be served once the party begins. Good. This elder Shang wandered away, and the burning sensation that Hao Ren was feeling instantly disappeared. Zhao Hongyu introduced Hao Ren to the elders one by one. Meanwhile, Zhao Guang was busy greeting the other guests and had no time to make rounds with them. After the introductions, Hao Ren found that the elders were all cultivators with unfathomable powers and were as mighty as Zhao Yanzi's third uncle. He thought, due to their old ages and peaceful minds, they probably don't care about the title of number one cultivator, and that is why the title went to Zhao Kuo, who had only been in the cultivation world for 200 years. However, Zhao Kuo is an extraordinary genius since he had reached top-tier Qian level in only 200 years. Of course, Su Han is an even rarer genius since she had reached mid-tier Qian level in only 20+ years. After meeting the elders, Zhao Hongyu was about to give Hao Ren a break when a clear voice greeted her, "Ms. Zhao." Zhao Hongyu turned and saw Qin Xiaoyang standing before her with a fake smile. "Hi, Mr. Qin. What can I do for you?" Zhao Hongyu asked him, looking dignified in her formal dress. It's true that one can merge with the Dragon Corps and become a member of the Dragon Tribe after reaching Khan level. Qin Xiaoyang's eyes glinted. However, as an inspector, I suspect that Hao Ren only reached the realm temporarily by taking elixirs. What do you want? Hao Ren took one step forward and asked. I'll do a little test. Qin Xiaoyang locked his eye on Hao Ren. If you are truly a Khan level cultivator, you won't be afraid of the test. One thing the inspectors could do is to evaluate the level of realms. Ren, let me handle this, Zhao Guang walked over and said firmly. I have a suggestion, Mr. Qin. You may lower yourself to Khan level and fight with me. What do you think? Thinking back to the competitions he had seen in the hall among the kids, Hao Ren asked abruptly. Chapter 167. Burn it, Phoenix. Qin Xiaoyang hesitated for a bit because he didn't expect that Hao Ren would make such a request. What he planned originally was to utilize the chance of testing Hao Ren's realm and rush a violent energy into Hao Ren's body and mess up the allocations in his body. It was like a pool that could only contain 1,000 cubic meters suddenly got caught in 10,000 cubic meters of water. The process would definitely be extremely painful and could even destroy his meridians. His identity was the inspector on patrol. Even if this matter would break his relationship with East Ocean, he didn't have to worry about it. He must revenge for what happened last time. However, as of that sphere, I still don't know how to cast it. Though Mr. Qin wouldn't mind my suggestion, right? Hao Ren continued. Hao Ren said one sentence after the other. It made Qin Xiaoyang seem like he was afraid if he didn't battle against him. Fine. Bring it on if you want to fight. He wore a silver suit and looked handsome. Yet, he didn't even want to take off his jacket fighting against Hao Ren. Hao Ren was more cautious as he unbuttoned the jacket of his black suit and handed it to Zhao Hongyu, who stood nearby. He only wore a striped dress shirt. He was dressed up by a hairstylist and a makeup artist and looked very handsome. This was also the first time Zhao Yanzi saw Hao Ren wear a suit. Therefore, she discovered that this sloppy uncle actually looked handsome at a time like this. Zhao Yanzi, who was chatting with Su Han, dragged Su Han along and walked over when she saw the situation wasn't looking good. Her striped blouse was a matching set with Hao Ren's, and it could be seen as a couple outfit. In the crowd, they stood right beside each other and looked very dubious. In the presence of many seniors, I, Qin Xiaoyang, am unwilling to bully a young kid and will temporarily reduce myself to Khan level. It'll count toward my defeat if any of my moves are above Khan level. Qin Xiaoyang looked around and said confidently. People backed off a few steps and left them with a circle of 3 to 4 meters in diameter. The power of Khan level was just like tickles to these guests. How powerful could the attacks of a 7 or 8-year-old kid be? As for those kids, they wouldn't encounter any danger because the elders would protect them. Therefore, no one cared about battling without a sphere. Hao Ren walked up 2 steps and revolved the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Zhao Yanzi, who stood outside of the site, held Su Han's hand and was slightly nervous. Hao Ren took the initiative and challenged Qin Xiaoyang. What's going on? Su Han didn't quite get it either. Even if everybody demoted themselves to Khan level, Qin Xiaoyang's practical experience couldn't be neglected. A person in the Li level might not be able to win against a Kun level master who only uses the power of Khan level. Please. Hao Ren leaned forward slightly and reached out his hands. Humph. Qin Xiaoyang snorted coldly. Since it was a battle between Khan levels, he wouldn't take out his Dharma treasure. He held his fists tightly and stared at Hao Ren. Metal elemental of cultivation techniques were known for its sharpness. As long as the energy was revolving in the cultivator's hands, one could also easily chop iron. In the cultivation technique of the 5 elements, the metal element had the highest attack power. It was high enough that it could reach the power of Dharma treasures just by utilizing one's fists and legs. Hao Ren released a long breath, and his middle finger suddenly flicked forward. A long and narrow white sword energy flew toward Qin Shaoyang. Metal elemental sword energy. Qin Shaoyang opened his palm, faced the sword energy and directly broke it into pieces. Hao Ren didn't show any disappointment. He waved his hand again, and another red sword energy flew toward Qin Shaoyang. Fire elemental sword energy. Again, Qin Shaoyang didn't panic at all. He randomly hit with his hand and turned the weak sword energy into pieces of energy. Su Han sighed slightly. This light-splitting sword shadow scroll is indeed flashy yet not practical. The offense power of its early stage was weak as hell, and it was still unknown whether or not one could cultivate it until the late stages. Hao Ren's face was solemn as if he couldn't be careless at all. He swung his hand and threw out another ray of green sword energy. Wood elemental sword energy. Qin Shaoyang didn't even have to use his hand but inhaled a deep breath in and blew forward. This green splendid-looking sword energy was blown away immediately. Ha ha ha! A few kids who were watching couldn't stifle their laughter. Hao Ren's attack looked great but wasn't even as good as their attacks. Elder Mu, who stood by the side, looked at Hao Ren and Qin Shaoyang, who were still fighting in the circle, and smiled. It's interesting how this little guy actually knows how to utilize the cultivation technique of the 5 elements. However, his attack power is kind of weak. 3 attacks without hitting the target made Hao Ren anxious. Sword energies of the 5 elements shot out randomly. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth corresponded with white, green, blue, red, and yellow. They looked like fireworks that didn't cost money and shot continuously toward Qin Shaoyang. Qin Shaoyang revolved the cultivation technique in his palms leisurely and broke these ticklish sword energies. He could deal with more complicated and more chaotic attacks than this. Therefore, he simply depleting Hao Ren's energy and saw him as a joke. Hao Ren, who stood on the site, seemed like he couldn't handle the situation. He released the sword energy and backed off at the same time. His back bumped into Elder Mu's body and almost fell. He panicked and placed his hand there for support. Ha ha ha! The surrounding kids laughed even louder. They didn't support anyone and only laughed at whoever made a fool of themselves. At the same time, Elder Mu felt a trace of nature energy flowing out from the front of his body. Hao Ren's finger shot out another ray of green sword energy again. His posture was unbalanced as if he was scared Qin Shaoyang would come closer. Qin Shaoyang didn't care and waved with a palm to block this sword energy. Pung! 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 Green sword energy suddenly exploded in his palm. Qin Shaoyang, who had no defense, walked back 6 steps abruptly. He looked at his palm again, and it was in jet black. If he was in the realm of the Kun level, he didn't need to be afraid of this type of attack. However, his demoted himself to the realm of Kan level. Hao Ren's attack power that he threw out just now was at least the attack power of Li level. Hao Ren didn't even give him a chance to check nor gasp. Shua! Shua! Shua sounds followed by another 3 rays of green wood elemental sword energy. Qin Shaoyang couldn't block and couldn't hide either. A light veil appeared in his hands to defend. Pung! Pung! A wave of fluctuations came from the defensive veil of Kan level. The 3rd sword energies pierced through. Qin Shaoyang clamped the sword energy hastily with both of his hands. The sword energies exploded in his hands when it encountered an obstacle. Pung! Qin Shaoyang was covered in ashes due to the explosion. His handsome and clean face was suddenly covered in black smoke. Wah! 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 Hao Ren didn't even give him time to adjust and threw out another 3 rays of wood elemental sword energies. Elder Mu, who stood on the side, felt his genuine energy flow out of his body. Even though for his majestic cultivation power, and the lost energy was insignificant, he understood where Hao Ren's sword energies came from. Grafting one twig on another, TL. A Chinese idiom that means substituting one thing for another by stealth. What kind of technique is this kiddo cultivating? Elder Mu, who was knowledgeable, began to wonder. He could control the leakage of the nature essence by controlling it through his mind, and con-level Hao Ren wouldn't be able to borrow any. However, today he was here to eat at Zhao Yanzi's birthday dinner, and he couldn't expose it. He could only let Hao Ren grab his nature essence bit by bit. Yet, Hao Ren felt bad for grabbing too much nature essence from this senior. He moved a few steps and stood in front of Elder Shang, who was looking at the situation. Elder Shang also felt his nature essence get sucked out. The suction was very weak. It felt like a mosquito bite, but it still got sucked a little. Hong! Hao Ren's hand shot out a red sword energy. Qin Xiaoyang, who was about to clean his face, couldn't care less and grabbed his weaving shuttle like Dharma treasure. The sword energy and the weaving shuttle clashed with each other and made an exploding sound. It seemed like the power of the sword energy wasn't any weaker than the defense of the Dharma treasure. Hao Ren didn't hesitate and threw out another 3 rays of red sword energies. The remarkable ability of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll was its capability of absorbing elements, converting elements, and having 5-element sword energies. And the seniors who cultivated their cultivation techniques to their maximum were the purest elemental aggregate themselves. There weren't any tiny bit of other elements in their bodies, and Hao Ren could randomly absorb any pure element. These elements couldn't be stored in the body, but they could help the light-splitting sword shadow scroll increase the damage and attack. 3 rays of fire red sword energies rushed in front of Qin Xiaoyang, and he didn't have a chance to dodge. If he could use the power of Kun level, the weaving shuttle could expand indefinitely and block these 3 rays of sword energies. Yet, he already promised to use the strength of Con level, and there were so many pairs of eyes watching him. He could only use the metal shuttle to block one, dodge another and then use his bare hands to take down the last. Pung! The red sword energy exploded in Qin Xiaoyang's hands. 5 elements could assist each other, but they could also counter each other. Metal countered wood, but fire countered metal. If Qin Xiaoyang's metal elemental defense could still block a portion of the wood elemental sword energy, then this fire elemental sword energy was the huge enemy to Qin Xiaoyang's metal elemental cultivation technique. The rich fire element borrowed from Elder Shang encountered Qin Xiaoyang's hands with metal elemental cultivation technique. The power was already strong enough, but at this moment it was unstoppable. Qin Xiaoyang took 3 steps back abruptly but still couldn't block this fire elemental sword energy. The surrounding fire elemental fragments left many cuts on his black suit. The sword energy burned out. Qin Xiaoyang's hair also got burnt by the scorching temperature. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyang didn't look as confident and elegant as earlier. He totally looked like a spiritless hobo. All was fair in battle. When Qin Xiaoyang challenged him, Hao Ren already thought of his strategies, showing his weaknesses before showing his strengths. Elder Shang, who cultivated fire elemental cultivation techniques, had a bad temper. He was one of Zhao Hongyu's father's best friend, and he came out because of Zhao Hongyu this time as well. He didn't like this arrogant Qin Xiaoyang. When Hao Ren absorbed the element again, he transferred stronger power into Hao Ren's hand at his own accord. Wah! Hao Ren felt his hands burn and threw it out with the technique of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll in a hurry. It was no longer a straight sword light that he threw out this time. It was a speedily flying phoenix. Phoenix's nirvana would burn the universe. This was the attack power of Gen level, which was a level above Li level. It's equivalent to a human core formation cultivator's full strike. And the one who was receiving this attack was Qin Xiaoyang, who was equivalent to a human qi condensation cultivator. He would lose if he couldn't block it. He would also lose if he utilized a power higher than Con level. Yet, Hao Ren never said that he could only use the power of Con level. Chapter 168. West Ocean Dragon Palace. Ding! A blue light web flew from outside of the room and buckled the phoenix that was right in front of Qin Xiaoyang. Water elements and fire elements were mingled together. The phoenix was wiped out, and the water elemental blue web evaporated and vanished. Ho 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 ho, sorry I'm late. An elder, dressed in a green robe, led many people and walked in from the door. He was the one who threw the blue light web. West Ocean Dragon Clan. There were 50 to 60 people who came. The leading elder seemed like he was in his 60s. He was the overlord of the West Ocean Dragon Palace, Old Man Zeng, who had secluded himself for hundreds of years and just came out recently. The good-looking young man in luxurious clothing standing beside Old Man Zeng was the Crown Prince of West Ocean Palace, Zeng Yitao. Haha, it's such an honor to have you, Elder Zeng. Here at Zi's birthday party, Zhao Guang walked over and said politely. Oldman Zeng glanced at Zhao Guang, snorted, and simply folded his hand in the front. In terms of seniority, Oldman Zeng was one generation older. Even though Zhao Guang was unpleased, he couldn't really do anything. Since this is Zi's birthday party, there's no need to fight. Oldman Zeng glanced at Hao Ren and Qin Xiaoyang and said. He helped Qin Xiaoyang earlier, and he was now trying to stick up for him. They're just fooling around. Zhao Guang nodded and turned to Qin Xiaoyang. Does Mr. Qin still have any questions regarding Hao Ren's realm? Qin Xiaoyang gave him a cold glare and didn't reply. Oh, is this the famous Hao Ren? Oldman Zeng moved his gaze to Hao Ren and carefully observed him. Hao Ren instantly felt like he was being seen through. The ice-cold gaze pierced through his body and made him feel uncomfortable. When Oldman Zeng spoke, the young man beside him also stared at Hao Ren with animosity. Qin Xiaoyang, who lost the match, was about to leave secretly. However, Su Han stood out from the crowd and said, "By the way, I have good news for you, Qin Xiaoyang." Qin Xiaoyang turned suddenly and glared at Su Han. I just received this news today. From now on, you won't have to be a patrolling inspector anymore and travel around so much. Dragon God Shrine appreciates your hard work and will send you to Northwest Sky Mountain to be a regional inspector starting tomorrow, Su Han said. Hearing this news, half of Qin Xiaoyang's face was still jet black, but the other half of his face turned from livid to pale. Sky Mountain sounded like a great place, but it belonged to the harsh Northwest region. Sending him there as a regional inspector was almost like sending him into the frontier. Seeing Su Han's calm yet pleased expression, Qin Xiaoyang knew that she was telling the truth and asked reluctantly, "Why all of a sudden?" "I'm not too sure. It's an order from the headquarters. Maybe you offended a powerful cultivator, and he or she reported you." Qin Xiaoyang gritted his teeth with force. He was disgraced right now and couldn't stay here anymore. His fists made a series of cracking noises as he walked away. As long as there were people, there would be situations and relationships. Inspectors also had preferences. Just like how Su Han had a good relationship with East Ocean, Qin Xiaoyang was leaning toward West Ocean. Oldman Zeng watched Qin Xiaoyang leave and was slightly caught by surprise. Qin Xiaoyang was a patrolling inspector, but he was closely connected to West Ocean. He came to East Ocean City in advance as a vanguard of the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Yet, East Ocean Dragon Palace won in this round. Seeing Qin Xiaoyang walking away with anger, Zhao Guang laughed with Zhao Hongyu. He already knew that Qin Xiaoyang leaned toward West Ocean. Even though they weren't afraid of him, it was still a threat for them in East Ocean City. Qin Xiaoyang was suddenly moved to the northwest by Dragon God Shrine. Even though they didn't know the reason, East Ocean got rid of a problem. Patrolling inspectors had the authority to stay in any city, and they could determine their schedule. If Qin Xiaoyang wanted to stay in East Ocean City, Zhao Guang and others couldn't do anything about it. Su Han was also very happy as well because she liked to cultivate in tranquility. Qin Xiaoyang had been dealing with some matters in Europe for the last 2 years, and that was the period of time she had the most prosperous cultivation progression. She definitely didn't like Qin Xiaoyang bothering her. If the inspector system didn't prohibit inspectors from killing each other, she would have killed him through curses. Her offense ability wasn't as good as Qin Xiaoyang's, but she had many ultimate techniques. If she had to, she would be willing to lose 5 years or 10 years of cultivation progress in order to give him a destructive fatal blow. Therefore, Qin Xiaoyang was in love yet afraid of this beautiful and crazy woman. He was in love with her beauty but fearful of her fury. By the time Su Han spoke, Zheng Yitao, who stood beside Oldman Zeng, finally spotted Zhao Yanzi in the crowd. Zhao Yanzi hid behind Su Han when she saw Zheng Yitao stare. West Ocean Dragon Palace. 1,000-year purple corals. 10 pieces of West Ocean mystic ice. The server, who was in charge of recording the list of gifts, yelled from outside the door. They arrived last, but their gifts were the most precious. 1,000-year purple coral could be made into elixirs as well as become a material of Dharma treasure. West Ocean mystic ice was also the most precious treasure of the West Ocean Dragon Palace, and it's also a type of mystic crystal for water elemental cultivation techniques. Dragon Core could absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth automatically, and it's most effective in the low realms. Yet, it's harder to open the openings as one's realm advanced. In the later stage, if one wanted to advance the dragon core, he or she must use the mystic crystal that matched his or her attribute. Otherwise, it would be daydreaming for him or her to reach Kun or Qian level. Every single mystic crystal was the most precious treasure of heaven and earth. Not only is it rare, but it's also difficult to obtain. West Ocean Dragon Palace was located in a remote geographical region and didn't flourish in the cities that East Ocean Dragon Palace resided in. However, they had the most valuable resource, which was the West Ocean Mystic Ice. The annual production of West Ocean Mystic Ice was 6 pieces, but the existence of the Mystic Ice was enough for them to arise loads of masters. When the elders of East Ocean Dragon Palace were still in search of mystic crystals, the elders of West Ocean Dragon Palace were already absorbing the mystic crystals steadily for their next level cultivation. West Ocean sent out nearly 2 years' worth of products of mystic crystal at once. This birthday gift was indeed a very generous one. Even the representatives from South Ocean and North Ocean were jealous. As long as they handed the 10 pieces of West Ocean Mystic Ice to the elders who almost broke through higher realms and had them secluded for cultivation, even if some of them fail, they could still quickly generate 6 to 7 Kun-level masters. Zhao Guang was slightly surprised when he heard the list of presents and said loudly, "Elder Zeng went all out this time. Pleasure is all mine." Oldman Zeng nodded as if the presents were nothing special. West Ocean and East Ocean are future in-laws. These are necessary for building up the relationships. Now that he mentioned it again, Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu looked at each other with complication in their eyes. Chapter 169. Who to pick? What's the matter? Is our West Ocean Dragon Palace's crown prince not worthy for your Z? Seeing Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu not saying anything, Oldman Zeng raised his voice and said, "Elder Zeng, Z already has a Fuma," Zhao Guang said. "Who's that?" Oldman Zeng asked on purpose. "Ren, who just won against Qin Xiaoyang, is the Fuma of East Ocean Dragon Palace," Zhao Guang said with a calm tone. Humph. Oldman Zeng snorted, and a powerful aura was released. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu, who were only at top-tier Xuan level, couldn't stand straight and fell backward immediately. Elder Mu and Elder Shang, who stood behind them, took a step forward in time and put their palms on their back, supporting them quietly. Oldman Zeng was extremely arrogant. He was here as a guest, but he dared to be so rude to East Ocean, the host of the party. Just when Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu were suffocating and couldn't block the pressure coming from Oldman Zeng anymore, a figure covered with shining blue light landed and struck at Oldman Zeng with a single hand. Oldman Zeng blocked this strike, and their palms struck against each other. Pung! Fierce wind fluttered the tablecloth in the banquet hall, and those with weak cultivation power backed up multiple steps, no matter how close they stood. Oldman Zeng also backed off 2 steps as his face turned pale. Zhao Kuo, who stood in front of him, didn't move at all. It was clearer who was stronger. "Oldman Zeng, you've secluded yourself for hundreds of years, but I don't see any improvements. You're afraid to trigger the heavenly tribulation and hid in the West Ocean Dragon Palace. What kind of master is that?" Zhao Kuo shouted at him directly. Oldman Zeng felt his anger burning in his chest. He wanted to retort but didn't know what to say. West Ocean had been craving for East Ocean's territory and resources for a long time, but West Ocean didn't dare to do anything because of Zhao Kuo's existence. Oldman Zeng finally came out of the seclusion cultivation and still wasn't a match for Zhao Kuo. You can only be around for so long. If you can't pass the heavenly tribulation, will there be any other masters in East Ocean? Zeng Yitao, who stood beside Oldman Zeng, yelled proudly. "Where did this dumb kid come from? How dare you interrupt me?" Zhao Kuo waved his hand, and a blue light that was the same size as Zeng Yitao appeared in the midair and rushed toward Zeng Yitao's head. Oldman Zeng was still suffering from chest pains, but he threw out a blue light as well in order to protect his grandson. After an immense collision, the lights both collapsed. Oldman Zeng couldn't help but took 3 steps back and almost spit out a gulp of blood. As expected, this Zhao Kuo had cultivated to the peak realm and was 1 step away from crossing heavenly tribulation. Oldman Zeng was shocked and could only accept this fact. Also, Zhao Kuo took a few steps forward. "Take these 10 mystic ice back." He pulled out 10 normal-looking white ice cubes and threw them at Oldman Zeng. However, people with advanced cultivation techniques could see the blinking crystal cores inside. They were the natural mystic crystals that cultivators were dying to obtain. Oldman Zeng caught the 10 mystic ices and glared at Zhao Kuo. Hee, East Ocean don't care about your mystic crystals. Zhao Kuo raised his head. Do you really think we would let Z marry West Ocean if we receive your mystic crystals? Oldman Zeng trembled in anger, but he had to endure because he wasn't as strong as Zhao Kuo. He thought that Zhao Kuo was still in seclusion for the heavenly tribulation and wouldn't appear at this birthday party. It seemed like they had the wrong information. Besides, how can we split them upon receiving? More than 100 elders in East Ocean needs mystic crystals. You want the elders of East Ocean to fight against each other and have the survivor take them all? Zhao Kuo said. The few East Ocean elders looked at each other when they heard Zhao Kuo's words. Indeed, they did crave for the mystic ice when they heard West Ocean gave 10 of them away. As Zhao Kuo pointed out, they finally realized that West Ocean wanted to make East Ocean's elders fight for them and cause discord. It was because no matter how Zhao Guang distributed the 10 mystic ice, there would always be dissatisfied elders. Also, if all the elders seclude themselves for cultivation for 3 to 5 years, what should we do when there's an invasion? Zhao Kuo said again. Hearing Zhao Kuo yelled loudly, Zhao Guang nodded silently. This younger brother of his was normally careless, but he wasn't foolish when it came to major incidents. Zhao Guang also thought of these in-depth reasons, but it was difficult to refuse the mystic ice since he was the Dragon King. Yet, Zhao Kuo revealed Oldman Zeng's plots completely by making a scene. Oldman Zeng laughed awkwardly. Elder Zhao worries too much. Nowadays, the whole world is at peace and as 5 elemental dragon clans are as close as a big family. How will there be an invasion? Humph, it's hard to say. Zhao Kuo glanced at him and returned to the crowd. In fact, he had been in the banquet hall since Hao Ren and Qin Xiaoyang started battling. He didn't want to help because he didn't like Hao Ren either and wanted Hao Ren to make a fool of himself in front of everybody. Nevertheless, he didn't expect Hao Ren to win and also win nicely. Hao Ren, who stood nearby, also slightly admired third uncle's attentive to details when he heard Zhao Kuo questioning Oldman Zeng. He didn't know that when he and Zhao Yanzi played in Art District, Zhao Kuo appeared suddenly because Qin Xiaoyang was stalking them. Zhao Kuo's malicious words of, "Who dares to bully Z? I'll rip his skin off," was actually for Qin Xiaoyang, who was hiding in darkness. This sentence scared Qin Xiaoyang off directly. How could the person who cultivated to top-tier Qian level be stupid? It's about time. Let's get the party started. Zhao Guang looked around and said calmly. The crowd moved slowly, and everyone tried to find a seat. Sit with us, Ren, Zhao Hongyu shouted at Hao Ren. Okay, Hao Ren accepted frankly. Zhao Yanzi also returned back to her mother. She liked to be with Su Han, but Su Han's identity was an inspector and couldn't sit with Zhao Guang's group. As a Fuma, Hao Ren had to sit beside Zhao Yanzi. They both wore a matching striped dress shirt and looked like a lovely pair underneath the spotlight. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu sat at the left side of Zhao Yanzi, and Zhao Kuo sat at the right side of Hao Ren. A few of the specially invited old seniors also sat at this main table accordingly. West Ocean and East Ocean's relationship seemed close on the surface. Therefore, their seats were close to the main table. However, through a few seniors' shoulders, Hao Ren could clearly see this West Ocean young master's sinister gaze. Su Han sat a bit further with the Dragon Kings of gigantic rivers as she ate and drank alone. The banquet hall was extremely bustling. All the plates that the servers served were authentic delicacies. Hao Ren had never seen those things before because they were great stuff that could supplement energy and beauty from the Dragon Palace. More than a dozen female dancers went on stage and danced beautifully with the rhythm of the song. Zhao Yanzi sat beside Hao Ren and wasn't interested in the dance at all. She ate slowly and didn't talk to Hao Ren. This made Hao Ren bored, and he could only eat as well. To his right was the vicious Zhao Kuo and he obviously wouldn't talk to him. After a while, the atmosphere became even more animated. Zhao Guang touched Zhao Yanzi. Today's your birthday. You can't just sit here. Go have a toast with all the seniors. Okay. Zhao Yanzi pouted her mouth and stood up. Go with her, Ren, Zhao Hongyu said. Hao Ren stood up and took his wine glass. They had to start from the most distant table for the toast. Zhao Yanzi passed through the crowded hall and went to the table that was closest to the door. Hao Ren held his wineglass and walked beside her. They immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Seeing everyone look towards them, Zhao Yanzi slowed her pace down and went closer to Hao Ren. She hesitated for a bit and held Hao Ren's wrist. Under the spotlight, Zhao Yanzi leaned towards Hao Ren lightly and slowly moved her feet in the leather shoes. Her delicate palm held onto Hao Ren's fingers, showing everybody that Hao Ren was her Fuma. The most distant table was the Dragon Kings of the rivers near East Ocean. They saw Zhao Yanzi walk over with a cup and stood up in a hurry. Because Zhao Yanzi was only 15 years old and couldn't drink alcohol, she could only drink tea instead of wine. The wine served today was 100 flower wine, which was extracted and made from 100 Flower Palace's precious herbs. A mortal without cultivation could be drunk for half a day if he or she took a small sip. Zhao Guang seemed like he was in his 30s or 40s, but he was actually more than 200 years old. Yet, Zhao Yanzi was really 15 years old. It seemed like Zhao Guang was strict towards Zhao Yanzi, but he truly spoiled his daughter a lot. It was a fact that all the nearby Dragon Kings knew. Therefore, these river Dragon Kings didn't dare to give her an attitude and were polite when Zhao Yanzi came to have a toast. Going through one table after another, Zhao Yanzi wasn't afraid of getting drunk because she drank tea. However, Hao Ren felt slightly dizzy from drinking. Zhao Yanzi dragged Hao Ren and was afraid he would pass out. After almost finishing the whole round of tables, Hao Ren's hand was covered in sweat, and Zhao Yanzi finally changed the position and grabbed Hao Ren's arm with her own. This way seemed even more intimate. The last table other than the main table was Old Man Zheng's table. In fact, Zhao Yanzi didn't want to go and have a toast with them, but she had to walk over reluctantly under everyone's gaze. On the surface, West Ocean and East Ocean were still stable as allies. Even the seats for West Ocean was the closest to the main table. Grandpa Zheng, Z wishes your life be filled with happiness as vast as the sea, and your longevity be as everlasting as the mountain. Walking to the table, Zhao Yanzi held up her cup and said lightly. Humph. Old Man Zheng snorted lightly. However, he couldn't just get mad for no reason when all the eyes in the building were on him. In fact, Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu already made Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi go around the hall and greet all the guests together. It was just like announcing that Z was taken and East Ocean had its Fuma. If anyone wanted to be in laws with East Ocean, it would be pitiful because East Ocean's little princess, Z, was already engaged. At this time, Hao Ren closely looked at the jealous gaze of this, West Ocean's young master. Little Z, I'll talk to the East Ocean, thoroughly, after the party's over. When Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren were about to leave, Old Man Zheng said solemnly. Chapter 170. Wouldn't want a gold mountain. Zhao Yanzi ignored Old Man Zheng and dragged Hao Ren away from his table. Hao Ren felt the coldness from Old Man Zheng's eyes when they turned around. When Hao Ren was an ordinary human, West Ocean couldn't do anything to him because of the inspectors. However, he had broken through to Khan level now, which meant that he was qualified to become a member of the Dragon Tribe and Zhao Yanzi's fiancée. Since he was now a cultivator and no longer a mortal, it wasn't against the rules to fight against a cultivator. Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren went back to their table for a break. It was not easy to walk around and greet all the guests at their tables. Look at you, you got all sweaty. Why don't you go freshen up your makeup and get changed? Zhao Hongyu was worried about Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi stood up. I'll go with you. Hao Ren stood up as well. She turned around to him and didn't reject his suggestion. They got out of the banquet hall and headed towards the dressing room through the corridor. Boom! A ray of white light flashed over and blocked their way. Zheng Yitao, who was in his black and white polka dot shirt, appeared in front of them. Zhao Yanzi's face turned cold immediately. Get out of the way. Z, you should be marrying me. We are the right match. Instead of getting out of the way, he shouted out to her passionately. I'm not marrying you. She was still cold. I will call for my third uncle if you still don't move. Zhao Yanzi's threat had its effect. Zheng Yitao moved a few steps aside since he knew how powerful her third uncle was. Even his grandpa, who could defeat anyone in the West Ocean, wouldn't be able to beat her third uncle here. However, he didn't give up and pointed at Hao Ren. You are choosing him, a Khan level Doomba S, to buy your future husband? Khan level? Humph, you might not even be able to defeat him, Zhao Yanzi said. Zheng Yitao remembered how Hao Ren defeated Qin Shaoyang when they first entered the lobby. He narrowed his eyes. Hao Ren looked at Zheng Yitao, who he was meeting for the first time. He seemed to be a high schooler. However, his must had gotten the arrogant characteristic from his grandpa. On top of that, the status of prince had made him even more unscrupulous. Zheng Yitao stepped forward and said, "Z, as long as you marry me, I can give you mountains of gold and silver, but what does he have? No one cares about your gold mountains and silver mountains. Get out of the way." She gritted her teeth as she was getting mad. Zheng Yitao took out a coral, which was shining with purple light, from his zumi ring. He said to her, "This is my gift to you, Z, a purple coral that has been around for 10,000 years. He pointed at Hao Ren. "What did he give you?" Hao Ren was stupefied as he remembered that he forgot to get her something for her birthday. Zhao Yanzi was stupefied as well, but she immediately took out her phone and pointed at the little chain tied to the end of it. "This is his gift to me." Hao Ren remembered it was what he got her from the little shop outside of Lingjiao Middle School. He blushed a little out of embarrassment as it was only worth 5 yuan. "Ha ha ha," Zheng Yitao laughed out loud. "This CRP. I can buy you millions or billions of them if you want. Who wants it from you? I only want this one he got me. It's better as long as he got it for me." Zhao Yanzi reached out her hand and knocked the purple coral in his hand over. Zheng Yitao quickly reached out to catch it, but it still fell onto the floor. Although the coral was 10,000 years old, it was extremely fragile. The coral broke into pieces when it hit the floor. Not wanting to bother with him any further, Zhao Yanzi dragged Hao Ren to the dressing room not far from them. Hao Ren secretly smiled at her. "It's better as long as he got it for me." Knowing she was only saying that to piss Zheng Yitao off, Hao Ren was still a little touched by her remark. Zheng Yitao slowly straightened up his body from trying to catch the purple coral. He saw them walk away hand in hand and realized that sweet Zhao Yanzi would be someone else's girlfriend from now on. It made him mad. As the prince of the West Ocean Dragon Palace, he could get any beautiful girls he wanted. However, this Zhao Yanzi wouldn't even let him touch her. As long as Zhao Yanzi was married into the West Ocean, it would be an actual unite by marriage between the East and West Ocean. If the princess of the East Ocean lived in the West Ocean, the resources and business of the East Ocean would all automatically become those of the West Oceans. Therefore, fulfilling his grandson's wish was one reason why Oldman Zeng wanted him to marry Zhao Yanzi. More importantly, it was out of the consideration of their benefits. However, the East Ocean had already found themselves a Fuma, which made it completely impossible for Zhao Yanzi to marry into the West Ocean. This had ruined their entire plan. Hence, Oldman Zeng was so mad that he halted his 100 years of seclusion cultivation to come to Zhao Yanzi's birthday party and put pressure on them. Zhao Yanzi slammed the door after they got to the dressing room. The makeup artist, stylist, and hairdresser all came to her in a hurry. "What do you need, Ms. Z?" "I want to get changed and have my makeup redone," Zhao Yanzi said. They didn't dare waste any time after seeing how bad of a mood she was in. They led her into another huge dressing room and prepared several dresses for her to choose from. A few minutes later, Zhao Yanzi got out of the room in a black silk tank top. Hao Ren was a little shocked when he saw her petite body looking so charming in the outfit. With the excellent techniques of the hairdresser and the makeup artist, her face appeared to be cuter than before, and her tied-up hair made her look elegant. She had this aura already. Who knew how unimaginably elegant she would become when she got older? "Fuma Hao, let us fix you up a little as well," they walked to Hao Ren and said in excitement. Hao Ren had quite some alcohol just now, and he was a little dizzy with a weird look on his face. He was pushed into the room and got changed into the clothes that they handed over to him. Then, he went to the dressing table, and they adjusted his hair and covered the blush up with makeup. He was wearing the most formal outfit, a good quality black tuxedo with a white bow tie. There was a shirt with both ends tilting up underneath the tuxedo. The sleeves were French-inspired with gold buttons on the pleated sleeves. On his feet were black silk socks and leather shoes. When Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi reappeared in the banquet hall hand in hand, their matching outfit astonished everyone. Zhao Yanzi suddenly looked mature, and Hao Ren looked dignified and majestic. The bright light shot right in front of them as most of the guests started to applaud loudly. "What a perfect match! a talented man and a beautiful woman. It made everyone jealous. The slight blush on Zhao Yanzi's face made her even more charming. Hao Ren coughed twice to calm himself down. It was the first time that he experienced something like this. However, with Zhao Yanzi's arm around his arm, he had to keep his temperament and try not to make a fool of himself. The two of them went back to the main table under everyone's stare. Their faces were both red when they sat down. Zhao Hongyu covered her mouth to hide her satisfied smile. An elder son in the corner of the hall gave Zhao Hongyu a big thumbs up. Obviously, it was all her plan. It's so embarrassing, Mom. Zhao Yanzi sat down and complained. Even though she said that, her back straightened when she walked down the banquet hall with Hao Ren. She didn't want anyone to look down upon her. Same went for Hao Ren. Seeing everyone's eyes on him and Zhao Yanzi, he put on a better show out of the nervousness. Zhao Hongyu's arrangement was meant to emphasize that Zhao Yanzi was already taken. At the few West Ocean tables beside them, Zheng Yitao had already shown his furiousness through his eyes. The elders could still keep calm as Oldman Zheng held his words back in flames of fury. Since many representatives of many forces were present, he had to hold back. Causing problems during the party would be unwise. However, what East Ocean just did was an act against West Ocean in Oldman Zheng's opinion. At the main table, Zhao Hongyu was glad to see how red Zhao Yanzi was. She moved over secretly and asked, "Is Ren handsome today, Z?" "Why are you asking this, Mom?" Zhao Yanzi pouted unhappily. As the birthday girl today, everyone had to go along with her wishes. Zhao Hongyu took her question back and stopped teasing her. However, she did think that Hao Ren looked very good with Z in his suit. Knowing how Zhao Yanzi was, Zhao Hongyu knew that the day Zhao Yanzi admits Hao Ren was handsome would be the day she admits that she liked him. Hao Ren kept smiling beside Zhao Yanzi because people kept looking over at them. Many hermits and elders in the mountains came to the party not knowing that this little princess of East Ocean already had a fuma. Cheers and laughter lasted until the end of the party. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu were at the door to see everyone off as the guests left the Starlight restaurant one by one. The elders whom Zhao Hongyu picked up during the day all left by flying in the night. The city was crowded, like a forest of steel. They had trouble finding this place, but it was a piece of cake for them to return to their places of seclusion. The people of West Ocean Dragon Palace were the last to arrive as well as the last to leave. Seeing that the couple had seen all the guests off, Oldman Zheng and his people stood in the lobby, not ready to leave. "What? You don't want to leave after you have already scrounged enough food?" Zhao Kuo stared at Oldman Zheng from the lobby and said loudly. "Don't be rude, Zhao Kuo." Zhao Guang scolded him quietly. As long as it was still within the day, the West Ocean Dragon Palace was still their guest. "Dragon King Zhao, I think we still need to discuss some things." Oldman Zheng stepped forward and said directly. Chapter 171. Who does Z belong to? Since all the guests had already left, Zhao Guang thought for a bit and reached out his right hand. "Please." They left a few people guarding the entrance while Zhao Guang, the elders, and about 20 important figures of West Ocean went upstairs into the meeting room on the third floor. Zhao Hongyu took Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi along with them. Instead of sitting down at the long desk in the room, the two groups of people seated themselves in the greeting area of the room. Oldman Zheng and Zhao Guang each sat in an old-fashioned wooden armchair in the middle, and the others either sat beside them or stood on the side. Zhao Guang took the chair on the east side while Oldman Zheng took the one on the west side across a rosewood tea table. Beside Zhao Guang seated Zhao Kuo, then it was Zhao Hongyu, Zhao Yanzi, and Hao Ren. All the elders of the East Ocean were standing. On Oldman Zheng's side, his grandson, Zheng Yitao, was beside him while the elders were standing as well. Although they weren't at the long desk, the two groups of people positioned themselves in two obvious opposite sides. What does Elder Zheng have in mind to discuss? Zhao Guang picked up a cup of green tea after he had sat down. "I'll be up front with you, Dragon King Zhao. You knew that we would be proposing a marriage plan to Zhao Yanzi on her 15th birthday, yet you still put on this show. What is it that you are trying to pull?" Oldman Zheng threw a question at Zhao Guang without even touching the cup of tea in front of him. "Oh, that? I'm not sure what you are talking about." Zhao Guang took another sip and said calmly. "Humph. Don't play dumb with me. West Ocean had informed East Ocean 2 years ago that we will hold a magnificent wedding for Zhao Yanzi. We would have the engagement ceremony when she turns 15 and the marriage when she turns 18. Old Man Zeng said, clenching his fists. Old B** starred. Who are you to say that she will marry into West Ocean? When did Z ever agree? Zhao Kuo shouted abruptly. Pung. Old Man Zeng smashed his palm into the rosewood tea table, leaving a deep palm print. What are you East Ocean trying to do by secretly setting up a marriage? He shouted. Boom. Pa. Zhao Kuo smashed his palm on the table as well, and the tea table turned into pieces immediately. When did you have a say in what we decide to do in East Ocean? Zhao Kuo roared. The atmosphere suddenly got intense, and both sides were on the edge of starting a fight. Although East Ocean had a master like Zhao Kuo, the average strength of the people on West Ocean's side was higher than that of East Ocean's. Old Man Zeng took a few deep breaths and said coldly, "You would be facing a war if you don't give us a satisfying answer." A war. A war in the world of cultivation. Not only the elders of East Ocean but also the elders of West Ocean shivered. There hadn't been a large war in the cultivation world for over 600 years. Due to the ascendance of the human cultivators and the establishment of Dragon Tribe's inspector system, there hadn't even been a single kill in the near 100 to 200 years. Both East and West Ocean dragon clans were of great power, so the inspectors wouldn't be able to stop a war between the two. 6 sects of the human cultivators were involved in the war 600 years ago, and all sides lost half of their masters and elites as a result. Although the Dragon Tribe wasn't officially involved in the war, it was still affected and lost 16 Qian-level masters. Old Man Zeng's remark implied how serious he was. It would cause huge consequences if this matter around Zhao Yanzi caused a war between the dragon clans. Zhao Guang stopped Zhao Kuo, who wanted to speak, and kept calm as he asked Old Man Zeng, "What do you want?" "Cancel the marriage between Zhao Yanzi and this kid and let her marry into West Ocean after 3 years, Old Man Zeng said firmly. His stern attitude showed how certain he was about this. It also demonstrated what status Zhao Yanzi would have if she were to marry into West Ocean. Hearing this, Zhao Yanzi was so mad that she tried to stand up and say something, but Zhao Hongyu stopped her. Zhao Guang knew that West Ocean wanted to take advantage of East Ocean, and they could find just any excuse to do so. It was true that Zheng Yitao was fond of Zhao Yanzi, but he was rude and unreasonable, not to mention that he was a womanizer and a bully who had no good characteristics at all. How could Zhao Guang let his baby girl marry such a prince? Zhao Guang didn't want to give in, so he put the teacup on the table as he said lightly, "That is impossible." A strong power raised from Old Man Zeng's body. He had always thought Zhao Guang was a pushover and had no idea that he would be so strict on the issue involving his daughter. But he didn't dare to announce the war. Both East Ocean and West Ocean had thousands of years of history, and a war wouldn't do West Ocean any good even if they won. Although it seemed like South Ocean and North Ocean weren't doing anything, they were both monitoring the relationship between East Ocean and West Ocean. Old Man Zeng's body slightly trembled as he said, "All right, I will give you another month to decide." "That wouldn't be necessary because Z has found her future husband, and we respect her decision. So, we won't consider letting her marry into West Ocean," Zhao Guang said lightly. Hearing this, Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren on her side and blushed. "I wasn't the one who chose him, but I guess Hao Ren would be better than Zheng Yitao," she thought to herself. Hao Ren, on the other hand, was listening to the discussion quietly and analyzing the relationship and situation between East Ocean and West Ocean. He now understood why he was made into the Fuma, as he was the key to cut off West Ocean. Otherwise, it would have been hard for East Ocean to reject the marriage proposal due to the relationship between the two clans. But now, since Zhao Yanzi had chosen the Fuma herself, and the Fuma had successfully become a member of East Ocean Dragon Clan, it would be arbitrary for West Ocean to argue on that. If Zhao Yanzi weren't taken and East Ocean rejected West Ocean's proposal, East Ocean would be to blame for embarrassing West Ocean. However, if Zhao Yanzi were already taken yet West Ocean wished to marry her forcefully, it would be West Ocean to be blamed for interfering with other people's relationships. No matter what, East Ocean was standing on the side of justice now. If West Ocean were to start a war on purpose, most neutral forces would be on East Ocean's side. Hao Ren had reached Khan level before Zhao Yanzi's birthday party. It might not seem like a huge deal, but it was a significant contribution strategically. Good, good, good. Oldman Zeng stared at Zhao Guang and said it 3 times in a row. He understood that although they were more powerful, East Ocean was better than them strategically. Also, East Ocean's land business was more prosperous than West Ocean's, and they were more successful in drawing other powers over to their side. East Ocean had been planning on this ever since a few months ago, and Zhao Yanzi's birthday party was only a demonstration of their capabilities. Zhao Guang had secretly prepared for a war a long time ago. They would be falling into East Ocean's trap if West Ocean announced a war right now. Goodbye. Oldman Zeng suddenly stood up and walked out of the room. Chapter 172. The Thoughts of the Little Girl. Seeing Oldman Zeng leaving with all the elders of West Ocean, Zhao Guang picked up his teacup again and took a sip. The confrontation wasn't easy for him either. He placed the cup back on the table, and the table broke into pieces all of a sudden. The cup fell onto the floor and broke into pieces as well. Then, the chair Oldman Zeng was sitting on before dissembled on its own too. This Oldman Zeng's heaven-quaking scroll has already reached the top level, and anyone under the mid-tier Qian level would be either severely injured or killed by his attack. Zhao Kuo stood up and said. Zhao Guang stood up as well and asked Zhao Kuo as he looked at the pieces on the floor, "Were you okay from his attack?" "I'm on a higher level than he is, and my technique is stronger than his. It's not a problem." The old guy looks terrifying, but he is just a coward in reality. He tried his best to avoid breaking through the mid-tier Qian level just to dodge the heavenly tribulation. Zhao Guang nodded and turned to Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi without saying anything else. "Come on, let's go home." He then turned to the elders and said, "You all had a long day today. Go back and take some rest. Premier Shah, let me take a look at the list of gifts after you are done writing it." "As you wish, Dragon King." Premier Shah bowed. Zhao Guang went out of the meeting room. Zhao Hongyu, Hao Ren, and Zhao Yanzi followed him out. All the elders bowed to them together and said, "Goodbye Dragon King." Zhao Hongyu asked Hao Ren to leave the white Ford in the garage here, and the 4 of them went back to Zhao Yanzi's house in the Ferrari and the black Chevrolet. Zhao Hongyu was worried that the people of West Ocean were still around to cause Hao Ren trouble. She asked him to stay the night so that they could protect him. "Don't worry, Hongyu. West Ocean won't dare to do anything to Hao Ren. The situation right now is that Ren is the Fuma of East Ocean, and we will fight back with full strength if they do anything to him. Oldman Zeng knows the consequences," he said as he took off his jacket. He was a bit tired from entertaining all the guests today. "It's better to be careful no matter what. Ren should stay the night," Zhao Hongyu insisted. Hao Ren nodded and decided to stay to keep Zhao Yanzi company. Since his grandma and parents were not home, it would be boring to go back and stay there himself. "I'm going upstairs then." Zhao Yanzi rubbed her eyes, looking sleepy. Surprisingly, she didn't object to the idea of Hao Ren staying the night this time. Hao Ren followed her upstairs. He looked at her silk tank top and thought to himself, her drowsy look is actually pretty cute. As soon as she went back to her room, Zhao Yanzi went to the bathroom for a shower after such a long day. Unlike Hao Ren, she took a day off from school and had been welcoming the important guests since this morning. Now it was already 10 o'clock, so she was about to pass out. Hao Ren sat down at her table to check her homework as he listened to the sound of the water behind the door. Compared with how bad it was before, Zhao Yanzi's homework had improved a lot. However, he still spotted a few wrong answers after a brief scan. Now that the birthday party was over, she had to focus on her studies now. Zhao Yanzi's curtain, pillow, and bedsheet had all been changed due to the change of the season. The room appeared to be more refreshing than before. However, the sweet scent was still the same, and it made Hao Ren feel very comfortable. When Hao Ren finished looking at the math, physics, and chemistry homework on her desk, Zhao Yanzi walked out of the bathroom in her pink pajamas. "Hey! You didn't give me a birthday gift this time." She dried her hair with a little towel as she walked over. "I just came back from my grandma's and went straight to school to get my report card. I was too busy, so I forgot to get you a gift," Hao Ren answered. "Busy, busy, busy. You just forgot." She rolled her eyes at Hao Ren. "I'll make it up," Hao Ren said softly. "My birthday is already over, so there isn't much making up that you can do." She reached out her clean and smooth palm and said, "Hand over your wallet." Hao Ren was like a helpless lamb in front of her. He took out his wallet obediently and put it in her hand. Zhao Yanzi opened the wallet without hesitation and took all the big notes out of it. She put them in her drawer and said grumpily with her head lifted, "I'll let this one slide. Since there was no gift, I'll take the cash." She looked exactly like a bossy girl at school. Hao Ren wondered if she had been hiding in the small alleys near the school after class to extort money from the students. "All right, go take a shower." Seeing Hao Ren staring at her, she tried to get him moving again. Hao Ren walked into the bathroom. Here, she flipped out a set of men's pajamas from her nightstand drawer and threw it at Hao Ren. He caught it and looked at her. Zhao Yanzi realized that something was wrong and blushed immediately. "No, it's my mom who put it here." Hao Ren laughed and took the pajamas into the bathroom. Zhao Yanzi, on the other hand, flushed as she realized that her explanation was a bit far-fetched. After a nice relaxing cold shower, Hao Ren walked out of the bathroom and saw Zhao Yanzi on her computer. Hao Ren went over. "I'll put the clothes I changed out of here for now." "Leave it, and my mom will wash it," Zhao Yanzi said. Her eyes were still fixated on the computer screen. "Let's go to bed, it's late already," Hao Ren said. He noticed the weirdness after saying it. Sure enough, Zhao Yanzi turned to look at him. "What are you talking about?" "I mean, you should go to bed," Hao Ren explained immediately. "There's no school tomorrow," Zhao Yanzi murmured and kept on playing her game. "Damn it," she added. Hao Ren was confused about what he had done to piss her off again. Then, he realized that she was playing Papadino and had just lost another game. "Hey," she turned to Hao Ren and said, "aren't you good at games? Come and help me." Hao Ren was speechless. "I'll help you win 2 rounds, and then you go to bed. Deal?" he asked. 10 rounds. Till he exits the game himself, Zhao Yanzi shouted. It seemed like she was furious at her opponent. "Go to sleep soon, guys." Zhao Hongyu knocked on the door. I know, Mom. It's my birthday," Zhao Yanzi yelled. Zhao Hongyu shook her head, laughed a little, and left. This daughter of hers was too much to keep in line. She had decided to let Hao Ren deal with Zhao Yanzi in the future. Hao Ren sat in the sofa chair in front of the computer. Zhao Yanzi was too lazy to pull out the other chair, so she just sat on the back part of the chair. Hao Ren put his hands on the keyboard, took a deep breath, and waited for the game to start. Papadino was a game that he was really good at when he was in high school. However, he hadn't played since he started university. Ready, go. Hao Ren quickly hit the keyboard as soon as the game started. The opponent was at a skillful, postdoctoral level, player. The game took a long time, and Hao Ren almost got a cramp in his wrist. At last, his experience didn't disappoint him, and he won the game. He turned back and found Zhao Yanzi leaning on his back in excitement. She stared at the screen with a cheerful smile on her face. Hao Ren coughed to remind her. Zhao Yanzi suddenly realized that her entire body was leaning on Hao Ren's shoulder and back. Since she was only in her pajamas, she could imagine that Hao Ren must have felt something. Suddenly, her face turned red. "What are you looking at? Go ahead and start the second game," she shouted out. "What do I get if I win?" Hao Ren asked on purpose. "Well, you can sleep here if you win," Zhao Yanzi said absent-mindedly. Her entire focus was on the screen and didn't even notice what she had just said. Hao Ren sighed lightly and started the second game. Hao Ren's shoulder was blocking Zhao Yanzi's view, so she sneaked in front of him. Here, and over there. Use the tools." Her instructing skills were obviously better than her gaming skills. She started to shout as the game got intense. Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang heard her in their room. They glimpsed at each other speechlessly and turned the volume of the TV up. In the end, Zhao Yanzi couldn't help but reach out her slim arms to help Hao Ren with the tools. Her body shook slightly as she pressed onto the keyboard. Hao Ren felt the unsettledness in front of him. His hands were controlling the keyboard, and that made his arms wrap around her perfectly. He felt like he was holding a teddy bear made of cake. Although the opponent was pretty good, there was no way that he or she could defeat the two of them. Soon, the opponent exited this gaming room after losing 6 games in a row. Ha ha ha, Zhao Yanzi laughed loudly. However, she stopped immediately when she realized that it wasn't very ladylike. She looked at her sides and saw that Hao Ren's arms were wrapping her. It seemed like she was cuddling in his arms. She gritted her teeth, bent her arms, and struck behind her. Ah! The unexpected elbow attack made Hao Ren feel a pain in his chest. Zhao Yanzi calmed herself down from the game and realized that this uncle had been taking advantage of her for a long time. She jumped off the chair, thought for a bit, and hopped into her bed. Hao Ren was confused by her change of temper. He pulled out the sheets and blankets from under her bed and started to make his bed on the floor. Zhao Yanzi thought that he could sleep in the empty room next door, but she didn't mention anything. That, West Ocean's crown prince, Hao Ren laid down and tried to ask. Don't mention him, Zhao Yanzi shouted immediately. Hao Ren zipped his lips as Zhao Yanzi suddenly rolled over and asked him, Grandma is in another province? Hao Ren nodded. Let's go see her tomorrow? She blinked her eyes. Alright, Hao Ren hesitated before agreeing. He felt like he was kidnapping this young girl. Chapter 173. Who's more like the bad guy? Zhao Yanzi was probably really exhausted. She fell asleep in just a little while. The light on the ceiling was off, but the lamp by the bed was left on. Hao Ren curled up in the dark and looked at the ceiling, thinking about what happened during the day. West Ocean must have a strong background to back up its attitude. Old Man Zeng, especially, was so arrogant. If it weren't for Zhao Yanzi's third uncle, he would have kidnapped Zhao Yanzi forcefully even though they were on East Ocean's turf. There were other things besides the issue with East Ocean and West Ocean that were giving Hao Ren a headache. The room was tranquil, and Hao Ren could see some dim lights from the few corners of the room. Those were the array formations that Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu put up when Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren slept over at Lu Qing's place. Hao Ren looked at Zhao Yanzi, who was already deep in her sleep, and sighed. He thought that maybe it would be easier just to be a mortal being. Tick-tock, tick-tock, it was already the next morning, and Hao Ren didn't sleep at all. He silently cultivated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll and guarded Zhao Yanzi at the same time. He was uneasy about East Ocean irritating West Ocean yesterday. Although he was only on con level, he was still stronger than Zhao Yanzi, who lost all her power. Ah! Zhao Yanzi yawned as she stretched in her bed. She noticed that Hao Ren was staring at her, so she snorted and kicked her blanket onto Hao Ren's head. Hao Ren pulled the blanket down, thinking, so ungrateful. I guarded you for the entire night. If you do not recognize my contribution, you should at least recognize my hard work. Zhao Yanzi didn't know that Hao Ren was awake all night. She hopped into the bathroom to freshen up. She was never concerned about the threat from West Ocean. What on earth could they do? East Ocean is not afraid of West Ocean at all, she thought. When these two got downstairs, Zhao Hongyu had already prepared breakfast for them. Everything was nice and ordered as usual. I'm going to see Grandma with Hao Ren today, Mom. Zhao Yanzi took a bite of her bread. How are you going there? Zhao Hongyu asked. Driving over. Zhao Yanzi pointed at Hao Ren. Doesn't he know how to drive? Hao Ren nodded and said, Auntie, you and Uncle should come with us. We can't. There are a lot of things to deal with after the birthday party, Zhao Guang said. Then, the two of us can go. Zhao Yanzi asked Zhao Guang timidly. Yeah, you guys can go. Zhao Guang nodded casually. Zhao Yanzi was delighted, but Hao Ren was surprised by the fact that Zhao Guang allowed this. Be careful, Zhao Hongyu said to them and went upstairs to pack some clothes for Zhao Yanzi. Then, Hao Ren took Zhao Guang's black Chevrolet and drove Zhao Yanzi toward the little village in Zhejiang province where Grandma was at. As soon as Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren stepped out of the house, Zhao Guang turned to his study room and said, Premier Shah, go ahead. Yes, Dragon King. Premier Shah walked out of the study room in his green robe and said, according to the new information, amongst the elders who used the mystic ice, 6 of them had leveled up to Kun level. 6. Zhao Guang looked down slightly as if he was weighing the meaning of that number. West Ocean has higher strength than us to start with, and now they have 6 more Kun level masters. No wonder they had the guts to cause trouble at the birthday party, Zhao Hongyu said. Zhao Guang nodded with a serious look on his face. Keep going. Yes, Premier Shah's look was serious as well. There is also the report of the appearance of a soul formation cultivator in our East Ocean city. Soul formation cultivator. Zhao Guang, who had always kept his calm, looked surprised. Since it involves a soul formation cultivator, we weren't able to dig too deep. However, according to Su Han's remarks during the birthday party and our comprehensive analysis, the reason for Qin Xiaoyang's transfer to Northwest Sky Mountain was that he probably had pissed this cultivator off. Zhao Guang frowned as he rubbed his chin. In that case, it does sound like that's what had happened. Qin Xiaoyang belongs to the Metal Elemental Dragon clan, and he should have a special status in the inspector system. He must have gotten on the bad side of an important figure to be sent to the cold and remote northwest region. Also, Premier Xia hesitated for a few seconds before saying, when Fuma Hao was breaking through to Con level, a soul formation cultivator who was passing by gave him some help. Oh? Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang were both surprised this time. Premier Xie continued, the entire situation appears to be more complex than we had estimated. West Ocean brought a lot of powerful cultivators this time, but they didn't do anything at the birthday party. They might be afraid for this soul formation cultivator in East Ocean City. Zhao Hongyu shook her head and said, the soul formation cultivators do not interfere with issues within the dragon tribe. Even if the war between East Ocean and West Ocean start, they won't get involved as long as no human is injured. However, the transfer of Qin Xiaoyang was surely a reason for West Ocean to be on alert. You are right, Dragon Queen. All three parties are in a stalemate for now, and we need to wait and see if Third Lord can break through to the Heavenly Dragon realm. Oldman Zeng is not easy to deal with, and he must be waiting for his opportunity as well, Premier Xia said. You are right. He lost his temper yesterday, but it was just an act. He is extremely sneaky. However, both sides are holding grudges about yesterday. I'm sure that there will be some conflicts in these few days. It's a good thing that Z is not here for now. Zhao Guang looked at Premier Xia and said, don't worry about us. Just go ahead and secretly protect Ren and Z for the next 2 days. Yes. Premier Xia bowed, turned into a dash of green light, and disappeared. Hao Ren, in the meantime, was driving toward a toll station on the highway. Zhao Yanzi was a bit nervous since this was the first time that she and Hao Ren went on a trip by themselves. However, she was just happy that she could take this opportunity to avoid doing her homework. What? Do I look like a bad guy? Having sensed her nervousness, Hao Ren asked. What do you think? Zhao Yanzi threw the question back at him. I didn't do anything other than watching over you as you slept, did I? Hao Ren asked. Zhao Yanzi pouted, but she didn't know what to say. Hao Ren's tone made her feel like he was going to do more something this time. I told you that the condition over there isn't that good. So, don't yell and tell me to drive back when you get there. Hao Ren reconfirmed as soon as they got past the toll station. I know. So annoying. She rolled her eyes at him because she didn't think of herself as spoiled at all. The vehicle got on the highway. Hao Ren drove for a while before he finally asked, what's that West Ocean's crown prince's name? Told you not to speak of him. Zhao Yanzi was not happy, but she still answered, Zheng Yitao. Hao Ren secretly memorized the name. He knew that this guy wasn't a good one. Do you have a marriage agreement with him? Hao Ren asked again. PTTF. We never agreed. They were the ones who came up with it on their own, and my dad never agreed to it, she said. Hao Ren knew that West Ocean must have proposed a few times, and Zhao Guang rejected using the excuse of Zhao Yanzi's age. However, East Ocean suddenly found Zhao Yanzi a fiancée without telling them, and it made West Ocean Dragon Clan furious. This is probably why Zhao Guang fought against all pressure and made me, a human, into Zhao Yanzi's Fuma, Hao Ren thought. The road trip on the highway was very boring, and Zhao Yanzi slowly fell asleep. She was busy the day before and didn't get to sleep well at night. It was normal for her to get sleepy today. Hao Ren tried his best to drive as smooth as possible. Sometimes, he felt sorry for her because although everyone catered to her needs as the princess of East Ocean Dragon Palace, she didn't have much freedom. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu probably decided to let her grow up on land to make her happier. The 3-hour drive took them to the bumpy road woke Zhao Yanzi up from her dream, and she rubbed her eyes and looked outside. The simple houses surprised her. Ah? This is it? She grew up in the city and would see luxurious palaces if she went to the Dragon Palace. Even when she went on a trip to the Greenstone Mountain, she lived in the best hotel at the foot of the mountain. When did she ever live in a village like this? Hao Ren ignored her because they were already at the destination. Even if Zhao Yanzi protested and screamed, nothing could be done. The vehicle drove into the yard, and Grandma, who was sunbathing, saw Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi getting out of the black car. She walked over, surprised. "How come, you are here?" "Grandma." Zhao Yanzi ran over to her and greeted in her sweet voice. "Oh. How come you didn't tell me that you have such a pretty granddaughter?" That old grandma, Grandma's good friend, smiled as she also walked over with a fan in her hand. "Grandma." Zhao Yanzi greeted her as well. "Such a pretty little granddaughter." The old grandma walked around Zhao Yanzi and said, "This is not my granddaughter. She is my." Grandma was about to explain. Zhao Yanzi blushed as she called out, "Grandma." Grandma changed up what she was about to say. "Hee hee, our little Z is shy." The old grandma didn't think much. She rubbed her head and said, "Today is Saturday, and all my sons who work in the towns nearby are back. There is only one empty room, and we don't have enough blankets." Chapter 174. Learn to be virtuous. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi wanted to surprise Grandma, so they didn't notify her beforehand. Now, they were faced with the awkward situation which was beyond Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi's expectation. There was only one room, and there were only one bed and one set of blankets. "We'll deal with the accommodation situation later tonight," Hao Ren said. He already had a plan for this one-room situation. "If you need to be in different rooms, I'll ask one of my sons to go back to town so that we can have another empty room," the old grandma said. "That's not necessary. We'll deal with it later tonight." Hao Ren quickly rejected her suggestion. He didn't want to cause them so much trouble. Zhao Yanzi quietly turned to Hao Ren as she was worried, but she didn't say anything. "Now that you are here, let's have lunch first." Grandma held on to Zhao Yanzi's hand and said brightly. The people in the countryside had their lunch earlier than city people because they had to do farm work after lunch. Usually, they would have lunch before 11 o'clock. After the 3-hour drive, they were just in time for lunch. They wouldn't prepare a lot of dishes in the countryside, and Zhao Yanzi was obviously not used to the light dishes they had. She filled herself up anyways with a little frowny expression. "This girl is a little more spoiled than Yujia," Grandma thought to herself as she watched Zhao Yanzi eat. The old grandma's family went to their farms and did manual rice transplanting after lunch. It was just in the busy season for farm work, so her sons came back to help on the weekends. Although the old grandma was quite old, she was experienced. Hao Ren's grandma went into the field as well to help around. She didn't think it was dirty at all. Instead, it brought back a lot of her memories. Zhao Yanzi found it fun, so she went to help barefooted. She got exhausted after just transplanting less than a dozen rice plants in a few minutes, but Hao Ren finished 2 to 3 rows during that time. Grandma smiled when she saw that they were having lots of fun on the other side of the field, playing and helping each other. Although the rice plants were a little crooked, she could foresee them growing up healthily. Suddenly, she realized the growth in Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi as well. They worked until 2 in the afternoon, and everyone took a break. Zhao Yanzi lost interest in it and ran over to the creek to wash her feet. Then, she picked a big stone to sit on while she swayed her delicate legs up and down to air dry them. The old grandma who was taking a break on the side of the field nudged Hao Ren's grandma with her elbow. That is not your granddaughter-in-law, is it?" Grandma smiled quietly as she narrowed her eyes. "In the afternoon, let's do something else." Zhao Yanzi walked to Hao Ren on the warm cobblestones and said. "I told you it's going to be boring here, yet you insisted on coming," Hao Ren said absent-mindedly as he wiped the dried mud off his feet. "I'm here to see Grandma, and you are being mean to me." Zhao Yanzi felt wronged. Hao Ren looked at her speechlessly. "All right, we'll go look around in the afternoon." Yes. Zhao Yanzi put on her socks and shoes and was cheered up again. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi escaped from the field after explaining to Grandma. They went into the village and wandered around. Actually, there was only so much to see in the countryside. Mostly were unpaved roads and houses made of bricks. However, Zhao Yanzi found it interesting whenever she saw chickens, ducks, cats, and dogs in people's yards. Sometimes chained-up black dog would bark at her when she passed by, and she would get scared and hide behind Hao Ren. Hao Ren thought to himself, "Hey, you are a dragon, but you are scared of a puppy?" When they passed by a giant warehouse, Zhao Yanzi was curious about what was inside. She got on her tiptoes to look through the window. When she saw sweet potatoes piled up in little hills inside, she was excited. "Hey, there are sweet potatoes inside." Her eyes brightened as if she hadn't eaten in hundreds of years. Hao Ren sighed lightly. "Ah, I'm not asking you to call me your husband, but at least you should call me by my name." He walked over to her and looked inside as well. "So what?" "Baked sweet potatoes." Her eyes shot out lights of excitement. There were usually middle-aged man and woman selling baked sweet potatoes in simple metal ovens by her school, and she had always wanted to bake one herself. Hao Ren took her to the front of the warehouse to see if they could get inside. To their surprise, the iron gate was not locked at all. They lightly pushed it open and entered. Zhao Yanzi was extremely excited to see hills of sweet potatoes right in front of her. Regardless of the dirtiness of the sweet potatoes, she dashed over like a greedy thief and stuffed 2 into her pocket and a few more in her arms. Seeing Hao Ren not moving, she called out, "What are you doing? Come to take some." Hao Ren put 4 or 5 in his arms reluctantly. He had done something like stealing sweet potatoes when he was little. In fact, he even went into other people's fields to dig them out. However, he never thought that he would be doing this again as a university student. Zhao Yanzi couldn't take any more despite how much she wanted to. She got out of the warehouse reluctantly. Just when they stepped out, a few farmers with garden hose passed by and saw them sneaking out. They shouted out, "What are you doing?" Zhao Yanzi ran away out of panic, and Hao Ren followed her without thinking. The two of them, a tall guy and a short girl, hastily dashed onto the little road as the sweet potatoes rolled out of their arms. Premier Shah looked down from a low cloud and sweat came out of his forehead. The princess of East Ocean Dragon Clan is stealing sweet potatoes with her fiancé, he thought nervously. Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren ran out of the village and were relieved when they found that there was no one after them. They counted the stolen goods, and realized that most of them were gone. Hao Ren only had a couple in his arms while Zhao Yanzi had 2 in her pockets. Altogether, there were 5 of them. Zhao Yanzi carried the sweet potatoes happily as if they were priceless treasures. Since Hao Ren had lived in the countryside before, he knew that the sweet potatoes didn't worth much. Usually, a farmer was able to harvest more than half a warehouse in one season. The farmers wouldn't even care if Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi asked them for a dozen, and that was why the warehouse wasn't even locked. Hao Ren only ran away with Zhao Yanzi out of panic. But now, Hao Ren only found it funny seeing how thrilled and excited Zhao Yanzi was. "Let's bake them here." Zhao Yanzi calmed herself down a little and suggested as she was satisfied with the surroundings. They were outside the village and surrounded by a few little hills, which was perfect for blocking the wind. Hao Ren picked up some tree branches and created a little hole with his 5 elemental sword energies. He put a sweet potato inside and covered it with the branches. Then, he lit it up with the fire elemental sword energy. He was only at Con level and had only mastered the first level of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. The 5 elemental sword energies wouldn't be able to harm an enemy. In terms of offensive power, they might not even be better than kitchen knives. However, they worked pretty well at trivial things like this. Zhao Yanzi carried a stone over to sit beside the fire. She stared at the sweet potato, full of expectation. "Can it be cooked properly?" she asked. It was obvious that this was the first time she baked sweet potatoes. Hao Ren found himself a stone to sit on as well and said, "Of course, I've done it a lot when I was little." "Shouldn't we be putting the sweet potato on top of the fire? Can it be cooked underneath?" Zhao Yanzi was still questioning his words. "That would burn it. It wouldn't be baking unless it's underneath," Hao Ren explained to her patiently. Zhao Yanzi had no interest in the 5 elemental sword energies he just used, yet, she was so curious about baking sweet potatoes. About 20 minutes later, Hao Ren released some water elemental sword energies to extinguish the flame. He poked around the ashes and took out a black sweet potato from underneath. Zhao Yanzi didn't care about the cleanliness and reached over to grab the sweet potato. As soon as she had it in her hands, she realized how hot a freshly baked sweet potato was. She immediately started to blow on it and almost couldn't hold it. Even so, she didn't want to let go of it. She switched it between her hands and revealed her greediness. When the sweet potato cooled down a little, she couldn't wait to peel it open. The tempting golden color of the inside demonstrated how well done it was. Zhao Yanzi was probably afraid of Hao Ren stealing it from her, so she bit onto it with both hands holding it. However, the inner part was still a bit hot. She started to blow again as soon as she took a bite. Hao Ren was speechless when he saw her silly look. One sweet potato was not enough for her. She pointed at Hao Ren as she ate. "Bake another one," Bake another one. Hao Ren shook his head with a smile. He gathered more tree branches and put 2 sweet potatoes in the hole, which was still warm. He kept adding branches into the flame to keep up the temperature. Zhao Yanzi rubbed her belly in satisfaction after she had finished that sweet potato. She patted Hao Ren's shoulder with her dirty hands. "Let me do it. Let me do it." From watching Hao Ren, she thought that baking sweet potato was a piece of cake. So, she decided to try it herself. Hao Ren noticed the 2 black stains left on the corners of her lips, but he chose not to tell her since she didn't offer him any part of the baked sweet potato. After adding branches into the flame for 20 minutes, Zhao Yanzi asked Hao Ren to extinguish the fire. He hastily took out the 2 sweet potatoes from the ashes only to find that they were already burned into coal-like black pieces. Hao Ren looked at Zhao Yanzi, and she instantly blushed. She didn't think that the inside would be as burned as the outside. After peeling off the burned layers, there were still some edible parts inside. "Here, this one's for you." She passed one to Hao Ren generously this time. She was eating happily despite the black stains on her hands. Hao Ren smiled as he realized that Zhao Yanzi could be quite cute sometimes. However, the sweet potato in his hand was basically burned completely. The edible part of it was only as big as his palm. Pay attention to your cultivation. Although having fun is important, cultivation is more important. It would be troublesome if you can't defeat Zheng Yitao in the future. Zhao Yanzi patted Hao Ren's shoulder in encouragement after finishing up 2 sweet potatoes. That sounded like a different version of Hao Ren's encouragement to her regarding her studies. Chapter 175. Natal Dharma Treasure. After eating the baked sweet potatoes, Zhao Yanzi was full. She placed the 2 remaining ones on the roadside for the lucky person who would walk by. It was already about 4 in the afternoon. The cooking smokes were beginning to float up from the village homes, and the farmers who had been working in the fields all day were on their way back with their tools on their shoulders. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi also turned around and went back. Now with her belly full, Zhao Yanzi was energetic again, looking around interestedly. Some kids ran around her for a while before running away, singing. During all this time, she was oblivious to the black stains at the corners of her lips. "That Zheng Yitao. What level is he on now?" Halfway across the village, Hao Ren asked Zhao Yanzi. "I suppose he reached Gen level about a year or half a year ago," Zhao Yanzi said distractedly. Gen level, Hao Ren thought about it. It was equivalent to the core formation realm for human cultivators. Although it was only 2 levels higher than Con level, there was a drastic difference between them. With the aid of the dragon core, it was quite easy for the dragons to reach Gen level. However, before a dragon could reach Gen level, his or her level would still be in the foundation establishment realm. There was a huge difference between the 2 realms. "Gen level is nothing special. I was once at Gen level," Zhao Yanzi said. Hao Ren knew Zhao Yanzi's Gen level was the result of elixirs. Judging from her lazy ways of doing her homework, Hao Ren would be surprised if she had reached Gen level on her own. In contrast, as West Ocean's crown prince whose grandfather was a top-tier master, Zheng Yitao should have reached Gen level on his own since he had to inherit the West Ocean Dragon clan in the future. A cultivator of Con level would never defeat a cultivator of Gen level, right? Hao Ren asked her. Of course not. Zhao Yanzi turned to look at Hao Ren. "I think Zheng Yitao is quite powerful. Oldman Zheng of West Ocean taught him a blue-grade technique which I think is called 3 Stars Destruction Scroll. It seems that Zheng Yitao indeed meant to marry her since he even told her his cultivation technique. Of course, he must have been trying to show off when he told her that," Hao Ren thought. It is said that this technique would allow the cultivator to have 3 powerful natal dharma treasures. However, he only has 1 natal dharma treasure now, and I don't know what kind of dharma treasure it is. Zhao Yanzi told Hao Ren everything she knew about Zheng Yitao. In fact, she was worried that Zheng Yitao would ambush Hao Ren and challenge him while his cultivation level was still relatively low. Then, she thought about Hao Ren's fight with Qin Xiaoyang and admitted that it was quite a triumph. If she had to choose between Zheng Yitao and Hao Ren, she would undoubtedly prefer Hao Ren. She had heard a lot of unsavory tales about Zheng Yitao, and she wondered how many more incidents she didn't know about. When Zhao Yanzi visited the Dragon Palace as a little girl, she just played pranks on the ordinary soldiers but never hurt them. However, Zheng Yitao had wounded and even crippled some West Ocean soldiers. and that was why the people in and out of the West Ocean Dragon Palace would flee at the sight of Zheng Yitao. After all, he was the crown prince who was spoiled by his grandfather, who was mostly in seclusion cultivation and had not left the Dragon Palace for hundreds of years. While they chatted, they walked toward that old grandma's courtyard. Seeing the black stains at the corners of her lips, Hao Ren was afraid that grandma would scold him for not helping Zhao Yanzi out. He pulled her arm and said, "Wait a moment. There are some black stains around your lips." "Black stains?" "Yeah. You got them when you ate the sweet potatoes." Hao Ren pointed at the corners of her lips. Zhao Yanzi tried to look down but couldn't see. She tried to rub them off with her fingers but couldn't do it properly without a mirror. Hao Ren turned to face her and brushed her hand off. He put his fingers in the clear water inside a container by the roadside and lightly rubbed at the black stains at the corners of her lip with his wet fingers. Since they were stains from the ashes, it was not easy to clean them with only water. Hao Ren wetted his fingers repeatedly and rubbed carefully. Anxious to get her clean and pretty face back, Zhao Yanzi stood still obediently and was even a little moved by Hao Ren's patience. Hao Ren was very careful with this task. With Zhao Yanzi's shorter height, he bent his back to keep his gaze on the delicate skin around her lips. His head was almost touching hers. Zhao Yanzi's skin was so fine, smooth and elastic that it felt like gel. Exhaling deeply, Hao Ren finally got her lips clean. Meanwhile, looking at Hao Ren, who was so close to her, Zhao Yanzi suddenly felt her heart beating faster. Feeling Hao Ren's fingers around her lips, she wondered if a kiss would feel like this. Her face reddened suddenly, and she slapped Hao Ren's hand away abruptly before giving him a vicious look. Hao Ren was surprised since he had been trying hard to clean her up. He wondered if Zhao Yanzi was angry at him for not telling her about the black stains earlier. They stood there and stared at each other when an old man led an ox over and shut it in a fenced shed beside them. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0V3LB1N. Then, this ox began to drink the water from the container beside them. Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren exchanged a surprised look and realized immediately that the water Hao Ren used to clean Zhao Yanzi's face was, in fact, the drinking water for the ox. "You're dead." Enraged, Zhao Yanzi raised her hand to hit Hao Ren. Startled, Hao Ren ran away immediately. Although he had once lived in the countryside, he had no idea that the fenced shed was for an ox. Zhao Yanzi chased him into the old grandma's courtyard. Seeing them running back, grandma chuckled. After eating 2 sweet potatoes, Zhao Yanzi was so full that she didn't have a great appetite at dinner. "Ren, I'm afraid that you have to share a room tonight." While eating the congee, the old grandma glanced at them and said. Zhao Yanzi was surprised, but Hao Ren answered immediately, "No problem." "This evil guy." Zhao Yanzi glared at him. Hao Ren held her hands under the table, signaling her to be silent. Thinking that she had to share a room and a bed with him, Zhao Yanzi was furious and regretted that she had come here with Hao Ren. After dinner, they enjoyed the cool air in the courtyard. The good sons gave back massages to the old grandma one by one, and the kids frolicked in the courtyard. Zhao Yanzi chatted with grandma while the kids pulled Hao Ren to join their little game. When the moon hid its face in the clouds, everyone called it a night. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi entered a simple room in which there were only a bed and one set of bedding. Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren, thinking that he would offer to sleep on the floor. However, Hao Ren patted her on the head and gestured her to keep silent before whispering, "I'll sleep in the car outside, and you can sleep here. The old grandma's sons only come home on the weekends, so we shouldn't make them go back to the town by taking their rooms." Zhao Yanzi looked at him and nodded. She then looked at the brick floor and thought it would be quite cold to sleep on. With a smile on his face, Hao Ren silently opened the door. He crossed the courtyard and got into the black Chevrolet. Chapter 176. Not attractive at all. Zhao Guang's Chevrolet was quite spacious, especially the back seats. It managed to accommodate one sleeping on it with his or her legs bent. However, it was not as comfortable as a solid bed. Hao Ren turned around again and couldn't find a comfortable position. Finally, he sat up cross-legged and began to cultivate the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. 5 sword energies slowly circulated in his body while Hao Ren controlled the strength of them with the technique. The sword energies sometimes traveled out of his body and sometimes entered his body. When the 5 sword energies combined, they formed a small grey Hunden 1 sword energy. The sword energy pulsated in his palm as if it was alive. Natal Dharma treasure. Suddenly, Hao Ren remembered the things that Zhao Yanzi had told him during the day. Zheng Yitao could have 3 natal Dharma treasures which could be connected to the owner's mind. The cultivator could control them at will and could utilize their full power. On top of that, as the cultivator reach a higher realm, his or her natal Dharma treasure would also elevate and grow more powerful. My sword energies are formed by the essence in my body, and they share my blood and mind. Are they natal Dharma treasures? The technique Zheng Yitao is cultivating can let him have 3 natal Dharma treasure. With 2 more natal Dharma treasures than most cultivators, he is naturally more powerful. Well, this Hunden sword energy of mine could be divided into 5 elemental swords. Does it mean that I have 5 natal Dharma treasures? If I could achieve the realm of 10,000 swords at heart, mentioned in the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, and could transform the Hunden sword energy into tens of thousands of swords, does it mean that I will have tens of thousands of natal Dharma treasures at my command? At this thought, Hao Ren turned his attention from the control of the strength of the sword energy to the control of its direction. The sword energy ran through his body and clothes with faint muffled thunder sounds. With a thought, Hao Ren brought 2 fingers together and made a gesture before yelling, "Go!" The grey Hunden sword energy traveled through his fingers before shooting out of the window and up into the sky. In the dark night, the whitish-grey sword energy had a tail trailing behind it like a flare. Boom! The sword energy entered the clouds in the sky, but Hao Ren could still feel the connection with the sword energy and could even sense the clouds. The sword energy continued to soar and instantly penetrated layers of clouds. Boom! Disturbed by the sword energy, the lightning started to form. Muffled thunders boomed in the sky, and Hao Ren hurriedly called back the sword energy as he felt a pressure in his chest. So far, the sword energy couldn't make turns yet. Therefore, it dropped with the same route it had when it went up into the sky. Back! Hao Ren reached out his hand, and the sword energy shot through the car window before entering his palm. A surge of burning energy traveled from the center of his palm into his heart. He looked down and saw a red mark on the Laogong acupoint in the center of his palm as if he had been burned. The power of the lightning. Hao Ren endured the pain and realized that the sword energy had brought back the energy of the lightning from the clouds. The nature essence in his body seemed to have been activated by the pure lightning power. It began to boil. Meanwhile, a lightning bolt flashed in the clouds, lighting up the whole sky. Hao Ren felt lucky since he had withdrawn the sword energy from the clouds. If his sword energy, the natal Dharma treasure, connected with his spirit, had been damaged, he would also have been wounded and would at least spat out a mouthful of blood. The red mark on the Laogong acupoint in the center of his palm gradually disappeared. He hurriedly transferred the pure energy of the lightning into his own nature essence, feeling that his whole body was soaked in the stimulation of the lightning. Suddenly, another opening appeared in the dragon core in his body. The magnificent nature essence from the outside entered Hao Ren's body like a whirlpool, and the car even shook under its force. Half a minute later, the new opening on the dragon core was finally full of essence and became stable. Meanwhile, Hao Ren felt like the connection between him and nature seemed to be sharper. At this moment, a drizzle began. The temperature in the courtyard dropped, and Hao Ren, who was sitting in the car, felt the chill. In the room about a dozen meters away, Zhao Yanzi tossed and turned in her bed and couldn't sleep either under the dim yellow light from a light bulb dangling from the ceiling. The walls of the room were coated with lime mud and dust. In a corner, several spiders were crawling at a measured pace to build their webs. On the floor, some black bugs were crawling back and forth. Zhao Yanzi rolled into a ball with the quilt around her on the bed that was made from hard boards, observing her surroundings alertly. After some thinking, she got up and put on her shoes. Seeing it was drizzling outside, she picked up an umbrella from the corner of the room and cautiously walked into the courtyard. Sitting in the car, Hao Ren was cultivating with his eyes closed, trying to solidify his realm. Zhao Yanzi walked to the car and knocked on the window. "What's the matter?" Hao Ren was surprised to see her. "Idiot! Aren't you cold out here?" Zhao Yanzi opened the door and got in the car. "It's raining. Aren't you afraid that you will catch a cold coming out in your pajamas?" Hao Ren looked at her and asked. Zhao Yanzi didn't answer. She curled up her legs and sat in the back seat beside Hao Ren. Hao Ren thought for a while. What? You can't sleep alone here? Zhao Yanzi pouted, but she remained silent. Do you want me to keep you company in the room? Hao Ren asked again. Finally, Zhao Yanzi turned to look at him. It is you who offered to keep me company. I didn't ask. Her eyes sparkled like two innocent diamonds in the dark night. Hao Ren smiled. Placing his hand lightly on her shoulder, he nudged her out of the car before following her. He took a cushion from the car and held up the umbrella before walking Zhao Yanzi to the room. Although the room didn't have heating, it was warmer than the courtyard. Hao Ren tossed the cushion onto the cold brick floor before sitting down on it cross-legged. Zhao Yanzi froze. She had not meant to let Hao Ren sleep on the floor. Seeing that he was already on the floor, she had no choice but to get back into the bed with her lips pouted. Time ticked away while the drizzle continued. With Hao Ren at her side, Zhao Yanzi now had more control over her thoughts. For example, she no longer wondered if the bugs would crawl into her ears or not. Meanwhile, Hao Ren silently felt the second opening on his dragon core. He found that the nature essence circulated faster in his body, and he could use more essence at a time. Even the Hunden sword energy in his palm seemed to have a more solid shape. Ahem. Ahem. Lying on the bed, Zhao Yanzi suddenly cleared her throat. Hao Ren turned to look at her. You, can sleep on the bed, Zhao Yanzi stammered while her shining eyes avoided Hao Ren's. Do you mean it? Hao Ren asked casually. Zhao Yanzi's face turned burning red, wondering if this uncle was so dense that he had to wait for a second invitation. I mean, the bed is not so small. I can give you half of it, Zhao Yanzi said. Then she added, but the quilt is mine. Hao Ren thought for a while before standing up from the floor and climbing onto the woodboard bed. Zhao Yanzi's face turned bright red. In her home, the floors were covered by carpets, and it wasn't cold to sleep on it. But in this countryside house, the floor was paved with cold bricks, and it was very uncomfortable to sleep on it even though Hao Ren had the cushion he brought from the car. She pulled the quilt tightly around her body and shifted to lie on her side with her back to Hao Ren. After sitting so long on the hard floor, Hao Ren found that it was a lot more comfortable to sleep on the bed. He lied on his side facing the wall with his back to Zhao Yanzi. The atmosphere between them was still a bit awkward. You can't touch me. After a moment of consideration, Zhao Yanzi felt like she had to warn him. Your figure is not good enough to tempt me, Hao Ren retorted casually. You. Zhao Yanzi widened her eyes and had the urge to turn and hit him. On second thought, it was quite improper to mess with him in the current situation. She held herself in check. Soon, Hao Ren's breathing became even and long. Zhao Yanzi turned silently and sat up slowly to look at him over his shoulder. She tried to determine if he had really fallen asleep. After seeing that Hao Ren didn't move for half a minute, she was certain that he was asleep. Pig. With a silent insult, she moved back to her side of the bed carefully. When she moved back, a thought occurred to her. When she was hovering over Hao Ren, if he had suddenly woken up and reached out, she would have landed in his arms. This thought brought redness to her face again, and she moved back and pulled the quilt around her immediately. Lying on her side with her back several centimeters away from Hao Ren, she bit hard on her lip. Forget it. No one would know anyway. Zhao Yanzi consoled herself before falling asleep. Premier Shah peeked through the crack of the door when he passed the room. Immediately, he covered his eyes with his hands and silently murmured before resuming his patrol in the courtyard, I saw nothing. I saw nothing. When Zhao Yanzi woke up the second morning, she found that she was alone in the room. Subconsciously, she checked her quilt and realized that it was still tightly tucked around her. She looked at Hao Ren's side and saw a slight dent in the bed, showing that he hadn't moved during the night. I thought he wouldn't be able to sleep. Zhao Yanzi was a little disappointed. She opened her suitcase and changed out of her pajamas. During this time, Hao Ren was at the hilltop cultivating the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. After getting the second opening in the dragon core, he seemed to have gained some new inspirations. The Hunden sword energy that was made from the 5 elemental sword energies was gradually condensing. The vague gray sword energy now looked like a real sword. The only problem with it was that it was not retractable. The only time it would return to Hao Ren's body was when it fell straight back down after he shot it high up into the sky. He cultivated on the quiet hilltop almost until noon. Thinking that Zhao Yanzi would be up by now, he walked down the hill and returned to the old grandma's courtyard. The old grandma's family were sitting together peeling bamboo shoots while chatting. Grandma had joined them, reliving the country life. Zhao Yanzi was making rounds unsteadily on an old black Phoenix brand bike. The old-style bike had too big of a frame for Zhao Yanzi's petite size, and her feet barely touched the pedals. "You're finally back. Z looked for you everywhere early this morning, and you didn't even bring your cell phone," Grandma complained to Hao Ren when she saw him enter the courtyard. "Well, I just went to the nearby hills for a walk." The moment he said this, Zhao Yanzi's bike crashed toward him unsteadily. Hao Ren gave the bike a gentle push, so it passed him instead of crashing into him. Zhao Yanzi seemed to be having a good time without him. Many kids in the city didn't know how to ride a bike, and Zhao Yanzi didn't seem familiar with it either. However, with her strong athleticism, she managed to gain her balance on such a big bike. Zhao Yanzi tried to turn, but it was too late for her. She rode directly toward the mud wall of the yard. She could only make small turns in the yard. When Hao Ren pushed the bike forward, it sped up and was too fast for her to make a turn, so she crashed toward the short wall. In a big stride, Hao Ren reached out and carried her from the bike before it crashed into a pile of hay in the corner. Zhao Yanzi hit Hao Ren on his chest furious, and Grandma who was peeling bamboo shoots saw it and chuckled happily. She had been through a lot of things, and it was flirtation disguised as fighting in her eyes. After lunch, the old grandma's family was about to work in the fields, and it was almost time for Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi to return home. Grandma was reluctant to let Z go, but she was comfortable here and didn't want to return to East Ocean City for the time being. Zhao Yanzi was pleased with the 2-day trip in which she not only ate sweet potatoes she baked herself but also learned to ride a bike as well, though it had been quite painful in the beginning when Hao Ren wasn't around to prevent the falls. Sitting in the car, Hao Ren waved goodbye to the old grandma's family and his grandma. He drove the car onto the road outside of the village before entering the highway. Soft music floated in the car, but it couldn't pull Zhao Yanzi into a nap. She looked at the lush green fields on both sides of the highway and asked Hao Ren abruptly, "Tell me the truth, did you sleep last night?" "I did." Soundly, Hao Ren told the truth. Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth and glared at Hao Ren. It seemed like she was not satisfied with his answer. Nonplussed, Hao Ren wondered what was wrong with him falling asleep. After a moment of consideration, he gave up and turned his attention to the road. Zhao Yanzi pouted and turned her gaze toward the fields. "Humph. I'm not attractive to you at all," she thought. They returned to East Ocean City safely, and Hao Ren drove directly to Zhao Yanzi's home. Both Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu were home. It seemed like they knew that Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi would return since they had prepared dinner for them already. As Zhao Guang predicted, the people from West Ocean Dragon Palace stayed 2 more days in East Ocean City and fought a small-scale battle with East Ocean Dragon Palace. They had at least 30 feet practices with each other and ended with light injuries on 3 elders from West Ocean and moderate injuries on 7 elders from East Ocean. By gaining the upper hand over the East Ocean, the West Ocean got the revenge they wanted. Since Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi were out of the city, they were not engaged in the fierce battle. Now, West Ocean had withdrawn their forces, and things began to settle down a bit. "Ren, you can go with me to the Dragon Palace today. Now that you are on con level, I think it's necessary for you to choose a natal Dharma treasure as soon as possible." Sitting down at the dinner table, Zhao Guang said after a moment of consideration. Chapter 177. The Mysterious Taoist Natal Dharma Treasure. Hao Ren asked. He thought that he could only get natal Dharma treasures after reaching Gen level. Yes, natal Dharma treasure is the Dharma treasure that would connect to your mind and spirit. Normally, you can keep it in your body, feed it your blood and cultivating its spirituality. In the end, you'll be able to become one with your natal Dharma treasure, Zhao Guang explained patiently. Isn't it too early to talk about natal Dharma treasure right now? Zhao Hongyu said worriedly. You've seen the situation now. West Ocean is forcing us out. If Ren doesn't improve his strength quickly, he might be their major target, Zhao Guang said. Natal Dharma treasure will bond together with you for the good and the bad. Although it can help you to raise your power to a certain degree, it would be a threat too if a master gets a hold of your natal Dharma treasure. Isn't it better for him to get to Gen level and have a steady foundation first before getting a natal Dharma treasure? Zhao Hongyu asked. I think it's more suitable for Ren to hurry up and refine a natal Dharma treasure now as West Ocean just left. Zhao Guang said and turned to Hao Ren. What's your take on this? Let's go to the Dragon Palace and see, Hao Ren said frankly. Premier Shah explained Dharma treasure briefly before but didn't mention anything about natal Dharma treasure. Thinking of choosing a Dharma treasure that would join his cultivation from now on, Hao Ren was still pretty excited. I'll stay because I got a bunch of homework to do, Zhao Yanzi said lightly. Zhao Guang nodded. Hao Ren took Zi's dragon core, and Zi was just like a healthier mortal being now. If she wanted to cultivate, she would have to wait until Hao Ren reaches a certain realm and completes the secret technique with Zhao Yanzi to return half of the mature dragon core to her. However, Zhao Yanzi didn't put any effort into cultivation, and Zhao Guang never had high expectations for her. Therefore, he didn't even allocate a natal Dharma treasure for her just in case that this item would become a burden for her if it got captured. After dinner, Zhao Yanzi went back to her room to study, and Zhao Hongyu followed her upstairs to tutor her. Zhao Hongyu thought that she occasionally had to care about Zhao Yanzi's studies due to Zhao Yanzi's class advisor's last home visit. The matter wasn't urgent, so Zhao Guang drove Hao Ren to the beach. On the way there, the father-in-law and the son-in-law didn't have that many conversations. Zhao Guang didn't even ask about the 2-day trip. They arrived at the beach, went through the passage last time, crossed the bottom of the sea, and arrived at the Dragon Palace. Even though flying was convenient, there would be some inevitable inspections if inspectors found out. Only when it was an emergency or when the weather reduced visibility, such as a thunderstorm, would the dragon cultivators be allowed to fly in the sky. This was a part of the regulations. Welcome Dragon King, welcome Fuma. Premier Shah sensed the arrival of Zhao Guang and Hao Ren from the array formation and greeted them. Yes, have you organized the list of presents from last time? Zhao Guang asked. I've already put it in the main palace for the Dragon King to look through, Premier Shah said respectfully. Zhao Guang nodded. I plan to have Ren choose a natal Dharma treasure, and I'll leave that to you. I'll check the altar for the heavenly tribulation. Come to see me if anything happens. After he finished speaking, Zhao Guang flew away. Natal Dharma treasure, Premier Shah seemed to be surprised too. Then, he slightly bowed at Hao Ren and said, Please follow me, Gongzi Hao. He met Hao Ren many times, and they weren't as unfamiliar as before. He was closer to Hao Ren than Zhao Yanzi, and he was more inclined towards this Fuma. Hao Ren thought that Premier Shah was bringing him to the godly treasure palace to choose a Dharma treasure, but Premier Shah led him to the southeast corner of the Dragon Palace. There was a huge palace here, and there was a normal brick house beside it with a small garden. Premier Shah stopped in front of the fence that circled the garden and yelled, Grandmaster Chu, are you in there? Even with Premier Shah's prestigious status in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, he has to stop at the entrance of this small garden. Who is the person living in this house? Hao Ren couldn't help but be curious about it. Seeing no reactions from the inside, Premier Shah straightened his body and yelled again respectfully, Grandmaster Chu, are you in there? There was still no reaction. Premier Shah thought slightly and finally yelled again, Grandmaster Chu, are you in there? If it weren't a request from the Dragon King, he wouldn't dare to bother this influential figure. If they still didn't get a reply after 3 tries, he could only bring Hao Ren back and report to the Dragon King. The worn wooden door of the brick house was pulled open, and a little Taoist, dressed in green clothes, walked out. He looked like he was 8 to 9 years old. What's up with the yelling? I'm taking a nap. Premier Shah shrunk his neck and smiled awkwardly. Little Taoist Zhen, is your master here? Nope. He went to travel the world. This kid answered impatiently with an unfriendly attitude. When will he be back? Premier Shah asked again. I don't know. The kid said before turning around and heading back to the house to continue his nap. However, Premier Shah didn't even dare to get angry. He could only force a smile and didn't call the boy back. Seeing that this little Taoist was about to close the door, he turned to face Hao Ren with a sad expression. Suddenly, the kid, who was about to close the door, got surprised. He walked out of the house, passed through the garden that had a lot of plants, and stood in front of Hao Ren and Premier Shah. Hao Ren looked at this little Taoist at the same time and found that this kid actually looked like an 8 or 9 years old boy. He had a red dot on his forehead and was very good looking. 5 elemental body type. That's kind of weird. He circled around Hao Ren and murmured. Premier Shah smiled as he stood aside and didn't dare to interrupt. Hey, show me your cultivation technique, this little Taoist went back to Hao Ren and said. Hao Ren wasn't happy with the attitude, but he thought that he shouldn't hold a grudge against a little kid. Thus, he circulated the nature essence in his body using light-splitting sword shadow scroll and shot out 5 elemental sword lights over the small house. After a crashing sound, 5 dashes of sword energies exploded, and the energy got bounced back with tremendous force. Premier Shah set up a defensive energy wall quickly in order to block the damage. Obviously, powerful array formations were set up around the house. Oh. This boy in green didn't have a beard, but he still touched his chin pretentiously. You're cultivating the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, he said. Hao Ren was surprised because this kid could tell that he was cultivating an uncommon technique instantly, which meant that this kid was knowledgeable. He started to take this kid seriously. Are you here for the natal dharma treasure? This boy turned to look at Premier Shah and asked. Yes, Premier Shah nodded hastily. My master is not here, and I'm too lazy to do the work. But again, it doesn't matter if one has or doesn't have a natal dharma treasure when he or she is cultivating the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, the boy said proudly. How so? Premier Shah asked right away. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll uses nature essence to cast sword energies. Even though this cultivation technique could host a natal dharma treasure, it's better off using the sword energies that are formless and weightless. They are capable of killing enemies from thousands of kilometers away, and they could also form sword formations. Wouldn't it be extra to have a natal dharma treasure in the body? He squinted at Premier Shah and said. I see. I know now. Premier Shah cupped his hands together slightly and replied. However, he thought in his mind, if you don't want to make us a natal dharma treasure, why bother to say so much other stuff? He has the same weird temper as his master. Yet, Hao Ren suddenly had a feel of comprehension. In fact, this kid's words were similar to his assumption. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll was to change formless sword energies into solid swords. If it could be further cultivated, the sword energies could reach the grade of Tiangang. Wouldn't it be more powerful than any other dharma treasure? However, since you came, I shouldn't waste your time. This kid said. Even though he looked like a kid, he spoke like an old man. He stood on his tiptoe, reached his hand out, and pinched Hao Ren's necklace. Okay, I'm going to take a nap. Don't bother me if nothing happens in the future. The kid waved his hand and returned to the house. Thank you very much, little Taoist Zhen. Premier Shah cupped his hands together and said respectfully. Seeing the boy entering the house, Premier Shah turned to Hao Ren quickly and whispered, What did he give you? Hao Ren lowered his head and looked at the necklace. There doesn't seem to be any changes. Try inputting some nature essence, Premier Shah said. Hao Ren followed his instruction and suddenly made a discovery. This broken necklace suddenly had space within it. It was a space that was as big as a bedroom. It was similar to a dharma treasure called Zumi ring that could be used as a portable storage space. However, the space inside this necklace was now a few hundred times bigger than the space inside ordinary Zumi ring. Seeing the surprised expression on Hao Ren's face, Premier Shah guessed that little Taoist Zhen had given Hao Ren something. He smiled contently and said, Finally, we didn't come in vain. Gongzi Hao, let's report to the Dragon King. I've tried my best, so please say something nice about me. Hao Ren nodded and followed Premier Shah. They left this corner and headed towards the direction of the main palace. What Hao Ren was shocked about wasn't just the large space inside his necklace. On top of that, that kid created a space in the necklace from a simple pinch of his fingers. According to Premier Shah's explanation from last time, spatial dharma treasures like Zumi ring were the hardest to create. Also, what was amazing was that the dharma spell needed to open this space was the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. When that boy created the dharma treasure casually, he also changed the dharma spell of this dharma treasure into the phrases written on Hao Ren's cultivation technique. When he saw that Hao Ren was still in shock, Premier Shah laughed. Gongzi Hao, you are very fortunate. This little Taoist Zhen has the same queer temper as his master and never easily gave away benefits. However, he made an exception and upgraded your dharma treasure for you. Who is his master? Thinking of Premier Shah's respectful attitude in front of that kid, Hao Ren asked. Premier Shah slowed down his pace. The godly dragon has 9 sons, and each of them is unique and different. His master is the elder son of the godly dragon who created heaven and earth, Chu Niu. Chapter 178. Resisting heavenly tribulation. The son of the godly dragon who created this world. Hao Ren immediately slowed down his steps as he was stunned. Since his seniority is so far beyond us that we could only address him as Grandmaster Chu, he doesn't involve himself in the business of the East Ocean. However, when he is in a good mood, he would toss out some defective items, and we'd pick them up for our collection, Premier Shah said. Defective items, collection, it meant that the shining advanced Dharma treasures displayed in the Godly Treasure Palace were all items discarded by Grandmaster Chu. This Grandmaster found a quiet place in the East Ocean Dragon Palace to live, and he gave the Dragon Palace these, defective, Dharma treasures as a repayment. Because the most powerful Dharma treasure creator resided in East Ocean, the East Ocean had the largest number of top-tier Dharma treasures among the 4 ocean dragon clans. Natal Dharma treasures are quite different from ordinary ones. While the ordinary Dharma treasures can be activated with a Dharma spell, the natal Dharma treasures must be stored in the cultivator's body and connected with the cultivator's blood and meridians. Therefore, they need to be made with a special method. An ordinary cultivator can make ordinary Dharma treasures as long as he or she has the materials and enough cultivation realm. However, natal Dharma treasures can only be made by special Dharma treasure creators since any minor issues in them would be fatal to the cultivators, Premier Shah explained on the way. Today, he took Hao Ren to the small house to try his luck. Usually, the elders of East Ocean wouldn't dare to trouble this ancient Grandmaster, who could be counted as their ancestors, by asking him to make them natal Dharma treasures. However, since Hao Ren was the Fuma of East Ocean, and Grandmaster Chu might make an exception for him. After all, it was an easy task for Grandmaster Chu to make a natal Dharma treasure. Unfortunately, Grandmaster Chu was not at home, and his disciple was too lazy to make it for Hao Ren. It was pretty much a useless trip. With Grandmaster Chu's help, Zhao Yanzi's third uncle will pass the heavenly tribulation with ease, won't he? Hao Ren asked. Hee, here is where you are wrong. For one thing, Grandmaster Qin is now traveling, and no one knows when he'll be back. Also, even if he is now in the Dragon Palace, he won't interfere with the heavenly tribulations. After all, when one reaches top-tier Qian level, one must face the heavenly tribulation. If you pass it, you live. Otherwise, you die. It is one of the natural laws, and Grandmaster Chu will never interfere with it. After a pause, Premier Shah continued, besides, if you are Grandmaster Chu who has lived for tens of thousands of years, you wouldn't care if a junior could pass the heavenly tribulation or not. If he did care, he would have been an extremely busy man in the past tens of thousands of years. Hao Ren nodded silently. Indeed, Zhao Kuo's fate was essential to East Ocean. However, it was a trivial matter in the eyes of Grandmaster Chu. It meant that if a war broke out between the East Ocean and West Ocean and there were many casualties, it would seem like a child's play to Grandmaster Chu, and he won't be caring enough to intervene. Premier Shah and Hao Ren returned to the main palace and didn't see Zhao Guang. Knowing that he would be at the altar, Premier Shah took Hao Ren to find him there. The altar was situated in the northeast region of the Dragon Palace. Although Hao Ren had mentally prepared himself for it, he was astonished when he saw the altar. As big as 4 official soccer fields, the altar was built with one piece of jade that was purer than white marble. There were many layers to it, and each layer was engraved with complicated patterns. On top of that, colorful crystals were inlaid in the essential locations, and the whole altar was magnificent. Undoubtedly, the patterns engraved on the altar were, in fact, advanced array formations. Judging from the great preparations the East Ocean Dragon Clan was making for Zhao Kuo's heavenly tribulation, Hao Ren knew the event in half a month would be grand and breathtaking. How did it go? Zhao Guang was checking the last-minute details of the altar. When he saw Hao Ren and Premier Shah, he walked over and asked. Grandmaster Chu is out, and only his disciple is in the house. However, little Taoist Zhen didn't want to make a natal Dharma treasure for Fuma, and he said that Fuma didn't need one with his cultivation technique, Premier Shah answered. Well, we can't force them if they are not willing to help. Zhao Guang's face fell. Obviously, he also didn't believe little Taoist Zhen's words. The natal Dharma treasure would grow and level up with the cultivator. Without it, the cultivator would be at a disadvantage if he or she encountered an opponent who had one. Besides, Zhao Guang had seen Hao Ren's weak sword energies and knew that Hao Ren defeated Qin Shaoyang because he got the secret help from the elders who were at the party. The inception of this chapter's publication is linked to N0V3 £11N. Uncle, I think that boy was right. If I can master the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, my sword energies could battle with Dharma treasures. In the long run, it's not good for me to have a natal Dharma treasure. Also, Premier Shah did his best. Seeing the worrisome expression on Zhao Guang's face, Hao Ren tried to comfort him. You're right. Maybe I'm too impatient. There are some fine Dharma treasures in the Godly Treasure Palace. If you like, you can select one or two. Without the restrictions of the Mount Tai bracelets, you are free to use Dharma treasures, Zhao Guang said. He had meant to say that some Dharma treasures in the Godly Treasure Palace could be used as natal treasures even though they were not as powerful as the ones made by Grandmaster Chu himself. On second thought, he decided against it as it may be too rushed. Thinking that the necklace was enough for him to study, Hao Ren shook his head and said, I don't need them right now. After all, Dharma treasures are just tools in external matters. Focusing on the elevation of cultivation realms is the best way to go. Zhao Guang smiled, satisfied with Hao Ren's way of thinking. He turned to Premier Shah and said, You can accompany Ren back onto land. I'll stay here for a few days to ensure that this altar is well prepared for my brother's heavenly tribulation that is less than half a month away. Yes, Your Majesty. Premier Shah answered respectfully. Another thing. You are authorized to go on land more frequently. The West Ocean won't be happy, and they would definitely come back. Since the battlefields will be mostly on land, you must familiarize yourself with it, Zhao Guang instructed. Premier Shah bowed. Uncle, take care, Hao Ren said to Zhao Guang. I will. Zhao Guang nodded before walking to the other side of the altar to check. The moment Hao Ren and Premier Shah left, Zhao Guang turned around and looked at Hao Ren. With a cold expression on his face, he sighed and thought, alas. Zhen Yitao is cultivating the West Ocean's blue-grade technique, 3 stars destruction scroll, which could host 3 natal Dharma treasures as his strength increases. In contrast, the Fuma of my East Ocean has nothing. If they engage in a fight, it would be worrisome. If I had known that the situation between East and West Ocean would get so tense, I wouldn't have allowed him to cultivate the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Although it is great at foundation building, its offensive ability is even weaker than an ordinary yellow-grade technique. Chapter 179. The Hidden Space, Jiezi Space back on land. Hao Ren drove Zhao Guang's black Chevrolet back to East Ocean City with Premier Shah, who needed to talk with Elder Lu and Elder Sun about some issues. Of course, he was protecting Hao Ren in some sense. Hao Ren dropped Premier Shah at Lu Qing's apartment building before driving to Zhao Yanzi's home to return the car. Since it was already 11 o'clock when he got there, Hao Ren spent the night in Zhao Yanzi's home. The next morning, the 3 of them had breakfast without Zhao Guang there. Auntie, could you explain to me the process of going from Con level to Li level? Hao Ren asked while eating a sandwich. Now that he was on Con level, his agreement with Su Han was over. Since he thought that it was not proper to ask her questions about cultivation anymore, he took the opportunity to ask Zhao Hongyu. It's not difficult for one to get to Li level from Con level. Zhao Hongyu poured milk into her glass with a gentle hand. You know, unlocking the first opening in the Dragon Core brought you to Con level, and you need to unlock 10 openings to reach Li level. To reach Gen level, you need to unlock 40 openings. Hao Ren nodded, thinking that he was one step closer to Li level since he had unlocked 2 openings already. If he could go on at this speed, he would reach Li level in 2 weeks. But as the process goes on, cultivation would get harder, and it would probably take longer to achieve that goal. Seeming to have sensed Hao Ren's thoughts, Zhao Hongyu said, It takes longer for you since you are cultivating the 5 elements simultaneously. Although Zhao Guang has low regards for your light-splitting sword shadow scroll, I think you are progressing steadily, and that will bring great benefits to your future cultivation. Thank you for your encouragement, Hao Ren smiled. Zhao Hongyu smiled as well and was more appreciative of Hao Ren. In the past, she just wanted him to take care of Z and keep her safe with his kindness and patience. But now seeing his persistence, modesty, intelligence, and diligence, she had high hopes for him. Pouting, Zhao Yanzi didn't join the conversation. She had not finished her homework last night, and all that she could think about now was how to get to the school early and copy Ling's homework. Oh, you can drive the Ferrari today. I ordered the SUV, and I'm planning to drive it back home today. I can't park it in the garage with the Ferrari in there, Zhao Hongyu said. Okay. Hao Ren had a headache at the thought that he had to drive the Ferrari to school. However, it wouldn't be safe if he parked it outside the campus. After breakfast, Zhao Hongyu drove Zhao Yanzi to school while Hao Ren drove the shiny Ferrari to East Ocean University. When he stopped at a red light, Hao Ren touched the necklace dangling before his chest. He activated it with the light-splitting sword shadow scroll and opened the space in the necklace. It had been late when he returned to Zhao Yanzi's home last night, and he went to bed without studying the necklace. Refreshed in the morning, he began to explore the hidden space in it. The hidden space in the necklace was as big as a room. Right now, it was empty. Picking up an empty candy box in the car, he tried to put it in the space but failed. He tried with other small objects in the car, and the results were the same. Is it a fake space? Hao Ren was baffled. After a moment of consideration, he took off the bell that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily gave him and tried to put it in the space. Swoosh! The space instantly sucked the golden bell inside. Surprised, Hao Ren immediately opened the space and tried to take the golden bell out. After 2 attempts, he took the bell out of the space. After slipping the golden bell back onto his wrist, he thought for a while before untying the 2 cultivation accessories from the necklace and tossing them into the space. The 2 items were sucked in. One was the amber that Zhao Yanzi gave him to help him absorb the water elements, and the other was the golden pearl that Su Han gave him to absorb the metal elements. He took them out of the space in the necklace and put them back onto the chain. Then, he tried again with the empty box and failed. After experimenting, Hao Ren finally understood that the hidden space in the necklace was not for the ordinary objects. It was a space that could only store objects with spirit, or in other words, treasures. As to the objects in the mortal world such as cakes and pencils, they couldn't enter the space. Honk! The cars behind him honked together. Hao Ren looked up and found that the light was green again and the cars in other lanes were already moving forward. He pulled the gear lever, and the Ferrari accelerated abruptly, instantly leaving a distance of more than 10 meters between him and the honking cars behind him. He drove the car to the southern dorm area to get his books. When the Ferrari entered the dorm area, it caught everyone's eyes. East Ocean University didn't lack rich students. A couple of days ago, Huang Zuji had just shown off his Mercedes-Benz S350 in the school. However, no one expected that someone would drive a Ferrari to school. It was obvious who was more eye-catching. Of course, Hao Ren didn't want to attract attention. After this week, he planned to go home and park it in his garage for Zhao Hongyu. The garage in his home was spacious enough to park 4 cars. When he entered the dorm room to get his textbook, Zhao Jiayi and the other 2 were coming out. Not mentioning anything about the car, Hao Ren walked downstairs with them. "Fuk. Whose car is this? Such a show-off." Seeing the Ferrari parked at the entrance of the dorm building, Zhao Jiayi was the first to yell. "How much does it cost? Who is the guy that drove such a car to school? It would definitely impress the girls." Tucking the books under his arm, Zhou Liren walked over and touched it cautiously before a thought occurred to him. "No. This is a male dorm building. It should be parked in front of the female dorm building if he wants to impress them." Cao Ronghua walked around to peek at the plate before looking at the car in detail. "This car looks quite familiar." Beep. The lights of the car turned on suddenly. Zhou Liren, who had been touching it, jumped back immediately, thinking that he had activated the alarm by touching it. They were surprised when they saw Hao Ren tossing his bag into the storage space in the car before opening the driver's side door and getting into the convertible sports car. "Fuk. Zhao Jiayi, Zhou Liren, and Cao Ronghua yelled at the same time. "I have space for one of you." Sitting before the steering wheel, Hao Ren turned to them and said. Zhao Jiayi reacted the quickest. He pushed Zhou Liren and Cao Ronghua aside before pulling open the door and getting into the seat beside Hao Ren. "Me too. Me too." Zhou Liren put one foot in the car and yelled. "Go. Go. You'll be next." Zhao Jiayi pushed him out. Hao Ren chuckled and started the car, leaving Zhou Liren and Cao Ronghua behind. "Fuk. You are rich." Sitting in the car, Zhao Jiayi couldn't contain his excitement. The car drove out of the dorm area and onto the campus. Hao Ren just nodded with a smile as a response to Zhao Jiayi. and his swag looked faked in Zhao Jiayi's eyes. The feeling of driving a Ferrari was indeed different. Although they drove slowly around campus, Zhao Jiayi enjoyed himself very much as the girls on the road cast glances at them. Xie Yujia was riding a bike before them. She glanced at the Ferrari when it passed her, and she froze when she saw that the driver was Hao Ren. Hao Ren saw Xie Yujia in his rear-view mirror. Thinking that it was not a good idea to stop the car and talk to her, he continued to drive to Academic Building C. Reluctantly, Zhao Jiayi jumped off the car, thinking that it would be awesome if he could drive it. However, among the guys in their dorm, only Hao Ren had his driver's license, and Zhao Jiayi had never driven a car beside playing racing games on the computer. The students coming and going from Academic Building C saw Hao Ren and Zhao Jiayi getting off the Ferrari, and Zhao Jiayi quite enjoyed their disgusted and jealous glances. Zhao Jiayi was usually disgusted with the behavior of rich kids, but he felt different when he was the one who got to class in a Ferrari. With the remote control, Hao Ren locked the car and raised the roof. Zhao Jiayi was envious of this, and he was also regretful that he couldn't drive it even if he could get the key from Hao Ren. They entered the classroom. Shortly, Xie Yujia, Zhou Liren, Cao Ronghua, and others came into the room. Zhou Liren and Cao Ronghua trotted over, still panting. "Tell the truth. Are you, a kept man of a rich woman?" From the look of him, he had been running after the Ferrari to the class. "Okay, I'll stop messing with you. Someone loaned the car to me, and I'll return it after this week," Hao Ren said. "How could someone loan you a Ferrari so casually?" Zhou Liren widened his eyes. "When did you make such a rich friend?" Hao Ren smiled and ignored his question. Cao Ronghua was deep in thought. Is it the car that the beautiful office lady drove? At this reminder, Zhou Liren remembered it too. Right. That beauty once drove the Ferrari to pick you up. No wonder it looks familiar. Knowing that they were referring to Zhao Hongyu, Hao Ren didn't deny it and said, "Yeah. I borrowed the car for a short while." "You're indeed kept," Zhou Liren yelled. Hao Ren covered his mouth, knowing what he was going to say. Xie Yujia looked back toward the noisy group. Glancing at Hao Ren, she sighed slightly. When Hao Ren's eyes met Xie Yujia's clear gaze, his heart lurched. "The class president looked back at you again. You are indeed charming with that Ferrari." Zhou Liren bumped Hao Ren with his arm and said. Hao Ren smiled helplessly, knowing that they would never understand Xie Yujia. Chapter 180. Dharma treasures are array formations. After the morning classes, Cao Ronghua, Zhou Liren, and Zhao Jiayi raced down the building like three excited middle schoolers since the winner of the race would get the opportunity to sit in Hao Ren's Ferrari. The other classmates also knew that Hao Ren had driven a Ferrari to school, and they all went down to take a look. Sitting in the front row, Xie Yujia quietly packed up her stuff and didn't want to join the fuss. Soon, only Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were left in the classroom while the others were all downstairs checking out the Ferrari. "The car is not mine," Hao Ren explained to Xie Yujia. The classroom was empty now. Even though some students passed by the door occasionally, it was very quiet inside. The sunlight shot through the windows and landed into the room, reflecting on the empty desks. "Okay." Xie Yujia nodded. "You don't have to explain anything to me." "Are you upset?" Hao Ren asked again. Pretending to be packing his books, he still stood in the back row. "No, I just don't want to interfere with your business," Xie Yujia said in her clear and casual voice. Then, she put the books into her bag before standing up. Speechless, Hao Ren watched Xie Yujia walk to the door of the classroom. "Oh." Xie Yujia looked back suddenly when she reached the door and said, "There's no class after 2 this afternoon, and I plan to visit my old school, Lingjiao Middle School. Do you want to go with me?" Hao Ren froze for a moment before nodding. "Okay. Your little beauty is in Lingjiao Middle School too, isn't she? You can visit her while you are there." She walked out of the classroom after giving him a bright smile. Hao Ren packed up his books hurriedly. When he walked out of the classroom through the rear door, he saw Xie Yujia going down the stairs on the other side of the corridor. He took out the car key and was walking down the stairs when his cell phone beeped with an incoming text message. Thinking that it was from Xie Yujia, he clicked it open and found that it came from an unfamiliar number. "Hi, I'm Wang Jia. Dear classmate Hao, it suddenly occurred to me that I still owe you 10 yuan when we collected the class fees last time. How about I treat you to a dinner tonight?" This message reminded him of the conversation between Ma Lina and Lu Yan about the snobbish attitude of Wang Jia, one of the girls in their class. He knew that not every girl in their school was as indifferent to fame and fortune as Xie Yujia, and he deleted the message without hesitation. When he was perceived as poor, no girls except the class president, Xie Yujia, offered him help. Now that he drove a Ferrari to school, girls began to invite him to dinner. After walking out of the academic building, he saw many students surrounding his Ferrari. Their attention attracted the curiosity of the passing students, and these passing students all walked over to see what was happening. With the car key in his hand, Hao Ren backed off and decided to take a walk around campus. He was planning to come back and get the Ferrari when the crowd was gone. Gongzi. He didn't walk far when Lu Linlin and Lu Lili jumped out suddenly from the side. They hooked their arms through his intimately. They were as agile as small kitties, and they dressed especially bright and cute today with unique floral blouses. "Oh, here you are." Hao Ren pulled his arms from theirs and looked at them. "How are your exam scores?" "Thanks to you, we had excellent scores." Lu Lili stuck out her tongue cutely and reported before her sister could say anything. Excellent scores probably means that every course is over 80, Hao Ren thought. "Thanks to your tutoring, my sister and I got excellent scores. Thus, we have decided to invite you to lunch," Lu Linlin said to Hao Ren with a smile. They had not seen Hao Ren for several days and were quite pleased to see him today. Ignoring everyone else, their eyes were only on Hao Ren. The guys around them were burning with jealousy at this scene. The Ferrari belongs to him. No wonder the most beautiful girls in the school are with him. Even Huang Zuji was defeated by him. There's nothing we can do. Triggered by the sight of Lu Linlin and Lu Lili clinging onto Hao Ren's arms, the whispering gossip spread. Since Hao Ren had questions that they could answer, he didn't decline the invitation. While he walked with them toward the Hongji Square, he said, "A couple of days ago, I accidentally released the sword energy into the sky, and it brought back some lightning energy that seemed to be helpful to my cultivation." Hearing Hao Ren's words, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili, who were walking on both sides of him, exchanged a look before raising their hands to cover their smiles. Confused, Hao Ren asked, "What?" "Silly Gongzi, it's lightning cultivation, so of course you need to cultivate with lightning in the sky. If you could only absorb the 5 elemental essences from nature, it won't be called lightning cultivation at all," Lu Lili snickered. Her smile dazzled the guys around them. "You dare to call me silly?" Hao Ren pouted and pretended to be angry. Thinking that Hao Ren was about to punish her, Lu Lili stuck out her tongue before jumping further away from him. The scene triggered another surge of jealousy among the guys who were around them. "Gongzi, in fact, we came to you to ask you something." Lu Linlin moved closer to Hao Ren and whispered. "What is it?" Hao Ren asked. "For one moment this morning, we suddenly lost contact with the bell, but the contact soon returned. We were surprised but knew that you were not in danger. We just came over to check with you," Lu Linlin said. "Oh." Hao Ren thought that the loss of contact was due to his necklace. "Last night, I went to the Dragon Palace and got a hidden space attached to the necklace. In fact, I was about to ask you something about it. Why is it that only Dharma treasures or items with nature essence on them can be stored in the hidden space, and the objects of the mortal world can't be put in there? In fact, all Dharma treasures, including the ones that have hidden spaces in them, are a combination of array formations," Lu Linlin explained. "For the top-tier Dharma treasures, there are comparatively more complicated array formations. There are simpler and fewer array formations in the low-tier ones. Different Dharma treasures have different functions. They are decided by both the materials and the array formations. In fact, great Dharma treasure creators could not only destroy a Dharma treasure with ease but also make Dharma treasures with materials proficiently as well. Dharma treasures such as Zumi rings could only store the true treasures of nature. The storage places inside these Dharma treasures aren't real space. They must sense the nature essence fluctuations of an object before they could store it. The objects without nature essence can't form connections with the array formations in the Dharma treasures, so they couldn't be stored in the hidden space." Hearing Lu Linlin's detailed explanation, Hao Ri nodded, finally understanding the great power of that young boy. That young Taoist was someone who could create hidden spaces at will. With only one touch, he had built dozens of mini-array formations that could balance one another in this ordinary necklace. When Su Han gave him the necklace, it contained only several simple array formations. After Qin Xiaoyang's 2 attacks, the array formations were all broken. Zhou Liren and the others were busy making comments and arguing with each other and didn't hear a word of the conversation between Hao Ren and the Lu sisters. If the space could cut off the connection between the bell and the Lu sisters, then it would. Suddenly, an idea occurred to Hao Ren. Chapter 181. Returning to middle school. How did little Jumu's birthday party go? Returning to Hao Ren's side, Lu Lily asked in her cute voice. While Hao Ren didn't answer her immediately, she apologized in a whisper. Sorry. I will never speak anything bad about Gongzi ever again. Compared with Lu Linlin, she was generally quieter and more careful. Now that she was familiar with Hao Ren, she began to tease him from time to time. Hao Ren shook his head helplessly. He didn't mean to ignore her question. Due to the many things that had happened at Zhao Yanzi's birthday party, he was thinking about where to start. The West Ocean sent a big team to the party and brought 1,000-year purple corals and 10 West Ocean mystic ice as gifts. However, East Ocean returned the mystic ices. Also, Qin Xiaoyang was relocated to the Northwest region and will not come to East Ocean City for a while, Hao Ren told them. West Ocean mystic ice is a type of water elemental mystic crystal, Lu Linlin commented. Yeah. Hao Ren nodded. By now, they had arrived at Hongji Square. Glancing at the various small restaurants, Hao Ren asked, "What do you want to treat me to?" "Mini South Kitchen. My sister and I tried it a couple of days ago. It was quite good," Lu Lily said. Hao Ren smiled, thinking that they had gotten used to the life here since they not only came out for meals but also learned to invite people to meals to show their appreciation. They walked into the restaurant, and Lu Linlin ordered several dishes they had tried last time. Then, she turned to Hao Ren again and said, "But West Ocean mystic ice is a mystic crystal of the worst quality. The dragon cultivators can reach Kun level with the help of this mystic crystal, but it will be tough if you want to reach Qian level with it." "Oh?" Hao Ren was interested. "What kinds of mystic crystals do you know?" "There are so many. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are the 5 categories of mystic crystals. In each category, there are about dozens of different kinds. As to mystic crystals with multiple elemental attributes such as metal, earth, and wood, water, the number is even larger," Lu Linlin said. The guys in the restaurant all glanced toward the twins, but Hao Ren ignored them since his attention was now on the topic of mystic crystals. "But these mystic crystals are natural treasures with the purest and most violent essences. Even the West Ocean mystic ices, the ones with the poorest quality, are hidden by the West Ocean Dragon Palace as treasures and not available to ordinary cultivators. As to mystic crystals with better quality, it's much more difficult to find and get access to them. I cultivate 5 elements simultaneously, so I'm supposed to use a mystic crystal with all 5 elemental attributes, right?" Hao Ren asked. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll progresses slowly but steadily. The more openings you unlock in the dragon core, the more difficult the process will get. The mystic crystal is used to stimulate the dragon core and gain breakthroughs. In fact, we just have a vague idea about the advancement of the dragon core. You'd better consult Su Han about your situation, Lu Lily said cautiously. Are there mystic crystals that contain all 5 elements? I've never heard about any dragon tribe members cultivating a 5 elemental cultivation technique. The most they have are 2 elements. However, after a moment of consideration, she said, "My sister and I have read from a book that in this world, there are very few, only about 7 or 8 mystic crystals with all 5 elements. The best one is the 7-colored snow lotus in the sky mountain that is located in the northwest. It takes 10,000 years to take root, 10,000 years to bloom, and another 10,000 years to mature." The sky mountain? The northwest? Hao Ren's heart lurched, realizing that it was now Qin Xiaoyang's territory. Now the dishes were served. Lu Lily rubbed her hands together with satisfaction at the sight of the delicious-looking dishes. It seemed like they had little to eat while they lived in Lu Qing's place. "Gongzi, you first." Lu Lily picked up her chopsticks and was about to dig in when she suddenly stopped and said to Hao Ren, "It's okay. Let's eat together." Hao Ren smiled. "Good." Lu Lily grinned with excitement. She immediately put a piece of stewed pork into her mouth and chewed. Lu Linlin raised her hand to cover her bright smile. Then, she also picked up her chopsticks and began eating with a happy look on her face. They had meant to show their appreciation to Hao Ren with the meal, but it seemed like they were having a good time as well. Oh, another thing. What do you think of natal Dharma treasures? Hao Ren asked. Lu Linlin pouted. Gongzi, you have so many questions, but none of them are about our lives. Hao Ren froze for a few seconds and thought for a while. Okay, I'll stop with these questions. Linlin, Lily, how's your studying going? We have caught up with the class now. As to our daily lives, we live on campus during the weekdays and go back to Elder Lu's home for the weekends and holidays. A couple of days ago, a guy in the class gave my sister a love letter, Lu Lily said with a sweet smile. Nonsense. It was meant for you. It was delivered to me by mistake. Lu Linlin rolled her eyes at Lu Lily. Lu Lily lowered her head and chuckled. One of them had a ponytail while the other had two pigtails. It might be hard for others, but it was easy for him to tell them apart. Hao Ren knew that a lot of guys would pursue Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. However, he didn't think that any mortal man could meet their standards. With more than half of their cultivation strengths being restricted, they still were in the realm of Kun level. One day when they fully recover their strength, probably even Zhao Kuo wouldn't be a match for them. They began to chat about the things in their class and the school with pleased expressions, satisfied Hao Ren was showing interest in their life. After lunch, it was almost time for them to return to school for classes. Lu Linlin stood up without hesitation and paid for the meal with a wallet thick with bills. Obviously, it was the pocket money that Lu Qing had given them. It was just part of the payments that Lu Qing gave to the two helpers of Kun level. Crossing Hongji Square, they walked into the school. Gongzi, how about we going to class with you? Lu Linlin suggested abruptly, blinking her bright eyes. Don't. My next class is a professional course in a small classroom. Hao Ren glanced at them in resignation. They looked so carefree. Gongzi, give us your hand, Lu Linlin said suddenly. What is it? Alarmed, Hao Ren kept his hands close to his body. We'll measure the 5 elements in your body. Lu Linlin raised her hand to cover her smile. It felt like she was trying to take advantage of Hao Ren. Okay. Hao Ren extended his hands. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily each took one hand and held his fingertips. Metal, 15%. Wood, 16%. Water, 34%. Fire, 20%. Earth, 25%. Well, your elements became a little unbalanced again. The water element has gained the biggest percentage. You must make more efforts on the absorption of metal and wood elements in the future. Lu Lily released Hao Ren's hand and said. Okay. Hao Ren let go of their smooth fingers. Suddenly a thought occurred to him. You just measured them by holding my fingers. Then why did you make me take off my shirt last time when you did it? Standing on either side of him, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily exchanged a look and snickered. Before Hao Ren could ask more questions, they ran away. Hao Ren smiled in resignation. He got his books before walking to Academic Building D for his professional course given by the college. 2 hours later, the class ended, and so did the day. It's my turn. My turn. When the bell rang signaling the end of the class, Zhou Liren yelled. He wanted to have a taste of sitting in a Ferrari. After all, Hao Ren would return the car at the end of the week, and he would have no chance to sit in it anymore. Sorry, Hao Ren stood up with his books. But the class president and I need to run an errand. The class president? Zhou Liren's eyes widened. Things do change when you drive a Ferrari. Ren, you didn't dare to talk to her for more than 1 year, but you got her today. Bonk. Hao Ren hit him on the head. We have an errand to run out of the school. Ignoring the guys who were protesting, he walked to the front of the classroom. Class president, let's go. Okay. Xie Yujia nodded and handed her bag to Ma Lina. Please take this to the dorm for me. Ma Lina stared at Xie Yujia with shiny eyes. Although she was not a snob like Wang Jia, she was quite envious when she saw that Xie Yujia was going to take a ride in the Ferrari with Hao Ren. Little Li, take it to the dorm for me. Hao Ren tossed his bag to Zhou Liren. FUK. I'm a delivery boy again. Zhou Liren complained in a loud voice. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia smiled before hurrying downstairs. Since their classmates had admired the Ferrari at noon, no one was around the car now. Xie Yujia got in the car while Hao Ren started the engine. Did your parents buy it? Xie Yujia turned to ask him. We can't afford it. It belongs to Zhao Yanzi's mom, Hao Ren said with a bitter smile. Oh, her family is very rich then, Xie Yujia said in a low voice. She knew Zhao Yanzi was the young girl whom Hao Ren was tutoring. In her mind, that little girl was Su Han's cousin and was hostile toward her. Hao Ren didn't answer. He drove the car out of the main gate of the school smoothly. In Xie Yujia's eyes, Zhao Yanzi was only a spoiled little princess. She would never think that the girl was actually Hao Ren's fiancée. She wouldn't have believed it even if Hao Ren had told her so. Instead, she thought Hao Ren was close to Su Han, and Su Han was the one who introduced Hao Ren to Zhao Yanzi's family. After all, without the connections to Su Han, no one would loan a sports car that was worth millions to a college student. However, after careful consideration, she didn't think Su Han was Hao Ren's girlfriend. When the car arrived at Lingjiao Middle School, Xie Yujia got off the car and told the guard the name of the teacher she was going to visit. Xie Yujia looked like such a good student that the guard came over and opened the gate without further questions. Just when Hao Ren drove past the gate, he accidentally activated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll and suddenly saw the middle-aged guard emit a deep blue aura. The guard checked everyone who entered the school. Obviously, Zhao Yanzi's plain-clothed bodyguards were everywhere. Chapter 182. One big and one small, anything wrong? Xie Yujia got back into the car and asked Hao Ren curiously when she saw him looking back at the guard. Nothing. Hao Ren drove the car into the school, wondering if some of the workers in the school were also plain-clothed bodyguards sent by Zhao Guang. He parked the car in the parking lot behind the cafeteria and got off the car with Xie Yujia. Right now, the students were in class, and it was quiet on campus. Xie Yujia was here to visit her former teachers, and Hao Ren came here as her driver, planning to check up on Zhao Yanzi while he was here. In the academic building of the middle school department, Hao Ren and Xie Yujia gentled their steps while they walked up the stairs. Xie Yujia had gone through both the middle school and high school departments. She planned to first visit the teachers of the middle school department before going to the opposite building to visit the teachers in the high school department. Walking on the familiar stairs and through the corridors, Xie Yujia was reminiscent. When she was in the middle school department, she had refused many boys' public or secret pursuits due to her feelings for little older brother. Right now, she had a strange and wondrous feeling inside walking around in the middle school department with little older brother. Oblivious to Xie Yujia's complicated feelings, Hao Ren remembered the last time he was here attending a parent-teacher meeting. When he was sitting in Zhao Yanzi's classroom, he had imagined the scenario in which Zhao Yanzi was in the class. Today, he finally had the chance to witness it. They came to the second floor. The left side was teachers' offices, and the classrooms were on the right. Hao Ren walked directly to the classrooms on the right. He remembered the location of class 2 of the 8th grade and decided to go directly to the classroom to check up on Zhao Yanzi. The saucy girl must be reading a comic book in class. If she sees me pass by the windows, she will be startled, Hao Ren thought with some secret enjoyment. He could even imagine the surprise in Zhao Yanzi's eyes when she saw him. Yujia. Suddenly, a voice both familiar and strange interrupted his wandering thoughts. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia both looked back and saw Luo Ying, the class advisor of class 2 of 8th grade, was standing at the entrance of the staircase. Ms. Luo, Xie Yujia called. Her voice was not loud but very pleasing. Well, why are you here today? Luo Ying looked at Xie Yujia, pleasantly surprised. She walked closer and glanced at Hao Ren, vaguely remembering he was Zhao Yanzi's cousin. Seeing Luo Ying, Hao Ren dared not loiter at the entrance of the classroom. He stayed by Xie Yujia's side politely. Casting a glance at Hao Ren, Luo Ying asked Xie Yujia cautiously, "Your boyfriend?" Xie Yujia blushed. "No, he's my classmate in the university. We came here together." Luo Ying nodded with a smile as if she was relieved. "What? You think I'm not good enough for Xie Yujia?" Hao Ren murmured silently. "I have to print some tests in the copying room. You guys go ahead and sit in my office until I come back," Luo Ying continued. She said, "You guys," which certainly included Hao Ren. Resigned, Hao Ren had to go with Xie Yujia, deciding to check up on Zhao Yanzi in the classroom when Xie Yujia went to visit her teachers in the high school department. "Okay, Ms. Luo," Xie Yujia answered with a smile. Luo Ying nodded with satisfaction before going down the stairs. Seeing Hao Ren was looking around curiously, Xie Yujia tugged at him and pulled him to the office area on the right. The 8th grade teachers' offices were all on the second floor for the convenience of management. The teachers of Chinese, math, and English, the three main courses, shared one big office. Looking up at the plaque, 8th grade office of Chinese, math and English, above the room, Hao Ren followed Xie Yujia into the office. Obviously, Xie Yujia had been a class president when she was in middle school since she was very familiar with the office. However, Hao Ren was reminded of the many times when he was summoned to his teacher's office for lectures, and it was not a pleasant experience for him to enter such an office again. "Well, it's Yujia." Many teachers in the office recognized Xie Yujia and called out to her happily. "Hi, Ms. Sun. Ms. Tian. Ms. Jin." Xie Yujia greeted them one by one. Obviously very fond of Xie Yujia, they waved at her happily. Instantly, the quiet office room became lively. English teacher Ms. Jin, the youngest among them, was especially happy. She took Xie Yujia's hand, saying, "I've not seen you for years, and you are even prettier now. I still remember the boys writing you love letters, and I even caught one in my English class. It was written in English." "Ms. Jin, it happened a long ago." Xie Yujia lowered her head and said shyly. Standing in the office, Hao Ren just looked at Xie Yujia and the teachers. He felt a little embarrassed since he had not been a student of Lingjiao Middle School and thus didn't know any of the teachers. "Haha. You've brought your boyfriend to visit us?" Ms. Jin saw Hao Ren standing in the office and asked Xie Yujia. "No, he's my classmate in the university," Xie Yujia hurried to explain. However, the teachers didn't believe her. They teased her, "You used to study hard, but you are in the college now. It's natural to have a boyfriend." Xie Yujia blushed. She turned to look at Hao Ren, but he didn't come over to help her explain. Hao Ren felt it would be weird to talk to them. After all, they were not his teachers. "Your boyfriend is quite handsome. You two must be going steady since he has agreed to come here to visit your teachers with you." Seeing Xie Yujia's blush, the teachers teased her more vigorously. Since Xie Yujia had graduated from the middle school department many years ago, the teachers no longer treated her as a kid. Besides, it was quite common for college students to date. Seeing Hao Ren's solid character and Xie Yujia's gentleness, they thought it was highly likely that they would stick with each other after graduating from university. Being teased mercilessly by the teachers and Hao Ren didn't look like he would come forward to help explain. Xie Yujia had to distract them with another topic. She asked, "Are you quite busy these days?" "Of course. I'm overwhelmed," Ms. Jin complained. "The students are getting more and more rebellious. Today I even caught one copying someone else's homework in class." "Oh?" Xie Yujia pulled out a chair and sat down before beckoning Hao Ren to sit beside her. Just when Hao Ren was dragging a chair over to her side, Ms. Jin turned toward a corner and asked, "Zhao Yanzi, are you finished with your self-reflection report?" Hao Ren turned his head and saw behind the piles of papers on the desk Zhao Yanzi was busy writing a self-reflection report with her teeth gritting. Chapter 183. Unconvinced. Hao Ren was utterly stunned as he and Zhao Yanzi gazed into each other's eyes. Zhao Yanzi suddenly stood up, walked in front of the English teacher with a stern face, and put her written self-reflection report on the desk. Ms. Jin sat straight and picked up the report. She read it over and turned to Zhao Yanzi. "You don't sound very sincere here." Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth and gasped for some air. Her face turned green from the embarrassment. Hao Ren sat beside Ms. Jin, so he could clearly see Zhao Yanzi's reaction. "Why? Did I say something wrong?" Ms. Jin put on a serious look after seeing Zhao Yanzi's reaction. "Was it my mistake to catch you cheating on your homework in class?" Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth and pouted. She looked unconvinced, which made Ms. Jin even sterner. She said to Zhao Yanzi, "Let me tell you. Don't think that you are all perfect just because you did well on the midterm. Your English grade is still one of the lowest in the class." Zhao Yanzi suppressed her anger, but Xie Yujia couldn't help but say, "Don't be mad, Ms. Jin. Good grades come gradually and copying someone's homework is only a rare occasion. I don't need you to speak up for me," Zhao Yanzi suddenly yelled as she stared at Xie Yujia. Ms. Jin knocked her hand on the table. "What kind of attitude is this?" "There's no attitude whatsoever," Zhao Yanzi talked back. Although Hao Ren wasn't a student at this school, he couldn't keep watching anymore. He stood up and pulled Zhao Yanzi to the side. Zhao Yanzi pouted and stared at Hao Ren as if she was blaming it all on him. Save yourself some words. Hao Ren patted her arm lightly. He used to be scolded by his teachers and knew that the best one could do was to apologize and show regret for the mistake. There would never be a good outcome if one were to talk back to the teacher. Ms. Jin couldn't hold back her anger and said to Xie Yujia, Look, this is what the students are like nowadays. She looked at Zhao Yanzi and continued, if you were half as understanding as the students I used to have, I wouldn't be worrying so much. She is a good student, and I'm not, Zhao Yanzi shouted abruptly. What's the matter? What's the matter? Zhao Yanzi's class advisor, Luo Ying, walked in and spotted Zhao Yanzi, who was almost about to quarrel with Ms. Jin. Zhao Yanzi was a bit scared of the class advisor. Thus, her toughness suddenly decreased a lot. She kept her mouth shut, pouting. Hao Ren finally relaxed. He pulled on her arm, but she pushed his arm away immediately. Ms. Jin, there's no need to get into an argument with a student even though they don't behave, Luo Ying said to the English teacher. Then, she waved at Zhao Yanzi and said, come over here. Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth and walked to her. I asked different teachers for your homework, and I know you copied all of this weekend's homework from Shui Ling. Let's put that aside and answer this question first. What did you do this weekend? Luo Ying seemed to be nice, yet her eyes were staring at Zhao Yanzi sharply. Zhao Yanzi pouted her mouth and kept quiet, but Hao Ren knew that she went to Zhejiang with him this weekend. It is true that you have shown some improvement in your midterms, but getting into a relationship while your grades are going up would definitely affect your studies. Do you know that? Luo Ying continued. Zhao Yanzi wanted to explain but didn't know where to start. She wasn't sure what Luo Ying meant by a relationship. Don't think that I don't know. That guy named Hao Ren. He climbed over the wall to see you while you were in PE class a few days ago, right? Luo Ying continued to ask. Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia both shivered at Luo Ying's words. Xie Yujia turned to Hao Ren, but Hao Ren didn't know where to look all of a sudden. Now that you are fully committed to the relationship, you don't even have time to do your homework? Were you hanging out with him this whole weekend? Luo Ying asked again. Zhao Yanzi's anger turned into embarrassment. To her surprise, Luo Ying guessed everything right. Hao Ren's heart sank at the same time. It sounded like he was the one to be blamed for all of this after all. I know a teacher from City North First High School, and I will go find that Hao Ren sometime to talk with him, Luo Ying said seriously. What a class advisor, to chase after me across schools. Hao Ren was stunned as he stood beside Ms. Jin's desk. Luo Ying changed back to her friendly tone after the few remarks. I'll let it go this time. Go back to class. Zhao Yanzi walked immediately toward the office door after hearing that. Ms. Jin was relatively young, and she didn't want to let it go. Ms. Luo, you're letting her go just like this? She asked. What else can I do? Check out my drawer. Luo Ying pulled her drawer open and said, there is a dozen of her self-reflection reports here already. Hao Ren sighed slightly, thinking, Zhao Yanzi is just like me when I was her age. Quite a self-reflection report producer. And you? Luo Ying turned to Hao Ren and said to him, as her cousin, you need to tell her to focus on her study more. Hao Ren thought, I tell her to study every day. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have gotten so much better on her midterms. Xie Yujia was confused as she heard Luo Ying call Hao Ren Zhao Yanzi's cousin. Ms. Jin turned from angry to surprise when she found out that Hao Ren was Zhao Yanzi's cousin. That meant Zhao Yanzi was the cousin of her favorite student's boyfriend. How are you lately, Yujia? You should be a second-year student now, right? Luo Ying asked Xie Yujia. Yes, I'm in my second year, and midterms have just finished as well, Xie Yujia answered softly. Good students like her had always been popular among teachers. Hao Ren felt awkward standing between them. He sneaked to the door and said to Xie Yujia, I'll go take a walk outside. She gave him a sweet smile and said, Hey, don't go too far. You might get lost. Hao Ren nodded and got out of the office. He felt the stress inside the office, and he is a lot more relieved. While standing outside, he vaguely heard Luo Ying asking Xie Yujia quietly, is he really your boyfriend? He is actually pretty nice, and, I know Zhao Yanzi as well. She is a nice girl. Xie Yujia tried to defend Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi. Hao Ren went to the balcony of a classroom ahead of him. He looked into the window when he passed by class 2 of the 8th grade and saw Zhao Yanzi doodling on her blank notebook in her seat, which was located in the front of the classroom. A few students turned to him as they noticed someone at the window. Zhao Yanzi looked over as well. However, she immediately looked down at her notebook as soon as she saw Hao Ren. She put more force on her pen as if she was mad at the pen. Their geology teacher was explaining air pressure on the whiteboard, and he noticed the weirdness on Zhao Yanzi's face. He called out her name and asked her to answer a question, but Zhao Yanzi couldn't explain it at all since she wasn't listening. She looked at Hao Ren by the window and blushed in embarrassment. Hao Ren smiled, thinking it really was not her day. He walked on to the sports field next. After a while, he figured it was about time that Xie Yujia finished chatting with her teachers. Therefore, he went back to the office that he was in earlier. Luo Ying looked up from the homework that she was grading and said, "Yujia is in the office next door." Hao Ren stayed at the door and asked, "Could I talk with you for a bit, Ms. Luo?" Luo Ying stood up in surprise and walked out of the office. Luo Ren felt strangely nervous facing a middle school teacher like Luo Ying. However, he took a deep breath and said, "Actually, Zhao Yanzi is not a bad kid at all. She is under a lot of pressure at the moment. Please be more patient with her. She skips classes, talks back to the teachers, reads comic books and magazines in class, and causes conflicts with students from higher grades. Aren't those enough?" Luo Ying asked Hao Ren. "Maybe she is not as obedient as Xie Yujia, but that doesn't mean she is not a good person," Hao Ren said. Luo Ying stared at Hao Ren as he looked into her eyes sincerely. "Maybe my way of judging students is one-sided and too simple. However, the improvement in their grades is the best indication of their hard work. If Zhao Yanzi can rank in the top 6 in the finals, I will change my view of her," Luo Ying said. Hao Ren thought for a bit and nodded. "Okay." Luo Ying added as Hao Ren was about to leave. "Yujia is a very good girl. Although university relationships often end after graduation, I would still like for you to take good care of her." Hao Ren looked at her and didn't know what to say. Luo Ying's expression and tone showed her care for her old student. "She likes you a lot from the way she talked about you. Although you were not my student, I could see that you are not a bad person. So, please be nice to her." Seeing that Hao Ren was quiet, Luo Ying added. Hao Ren mumbled and answered before heading toward the other office. Xie Yujia pushed the door open and walked out of that office at the same time. Xie Yujia was surprised to see Hao Ren and Luo Ying outside of the office and asked, "What's the matter?" "Oh, he is asking me about Zhao Yanzi. Do you want to stick around for a little while, Yujia? We can have dinner together." "It's okay, Ms. Luo. I still need to go over to the high school department," Xie Yujia answered energetically. "Okay, go ahead then." Luo Ying laughed pleasantly. "Goodbye, Ms. Luo." Xie Yujia waved and pulled on Hao Ren's shirt, guiding him downstairs. Luo Ying watched them and smiled as she shook her head. She thought Hao Ren was a bit presumptuous when she first saw him at the parent-teacher meeting. But now, she thought that Xie Yujia might have a good pair of eyes for picking out guys. But this Zhao Yanzi is like a crooked stone that is difficult to polish. She will have much better grades if she behaves like Xie Yujia. Luo Ying sighed slightly and went back to her office. Chapter 184. In public. Xie Yujia glimpsed at Hao Ren as they got out of the academic building. "I am going to the high school department to visit some teachers. Are you coming with me, or do you want to take a walk around campus?" she asked. "I'll take a walk and take you back later," Hao Ren said. "Alright, I'll treat you to dinner." Xie Yujia laughed happily. She walked past the small bridge over the lake and headed toward the academic building of the high school department. Looking at her, Hao Ren could imagine how youthful and energetic Xie Yujia was during her middle school years. He thought to himself, if there were a girl like her in my class, I would probably like her as well. On the sports field nearby, 3 classes were having PE. The boys were running while the girls chatted on the railings beside the sports field. It was almost identical to what happened when Hao Ren was in middle school. He found a step to sit on and silently cultivated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll as he watched the mid-schoolers running on the sports field. One can put natural treasures in the space in the necklace but not the invisible nature essence. Hao Ren wanted to store some natural essence in the necklace so that he could make use of it to accelerate his cultivation speed, but it seemed like it wouldn't work that way. According to test results given to him by Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, Hao Ren especially emphasized the absorption of metal and wood elements. Su Han's golden pearl could assist him with the metal elements, but he needed to rely on his own efforts to absorb wood elements. Although the light-splitting sword shadow scroll could convert different elements, there had to be a profound foundation. The thin elements inside Hao Ren's body couldn't be converted efficiently. It would be better just to absorb them from nature. The nature essence circulated inside Hao Ren's body according to the light-splitting sword shadow scroll 7 times until it further stabilized the second opening in the dragon core. Soon, the students gathered together on the sports field. The bell rang, and the students were dismissed. The academic building behind Hao Ren suddenly got noisy as well. The students got out of their classrooms and walked around on the balconies and staircases. Hao Ren wanted to go see Zhao Yanzi, but he didn't want to cause her any trouble. Therefore, he stood up and started to walk around campus. "Uncle!" Zhao Yanzi called him from behind all of a sudden. Hao Ren turned back and saw her running out of the academic building in her blue school uniform. Hao Ren stood still until she ran in front of him. Ling, Zhao Yanzi's good friend from school, followed. 8th grade, Class 2, Zhao Yanzi. A name tag was pinned under the school badge on Zhao Yanzi's uniform. "What are you doing here?" she asked, panting a little. "I'm here to see you," Hao Ren said. "Where is she?" Zhao Yanzi asked aggressively. Hao Ren knew she was asking about Xie Yujia. He shook his head and said, "She should be in the high school department." "Humph. You are here with her, right?" She lifted her head and stared at Hao Ren angrily. Okay. Whatever you say." Hao Ren didn't bother arguing with her since he was in her school after all. Zhao Yanzi got even madder at Hao Ren's attitude. "You were in the office just to see me an embarrassment, weren't you? I'm neither a student of your school or your teacher's acquaintance. What was I supposed to say?" Hao Ren asked as he thought. "It might be my fault that you have to cheat on your homework, but it was definitely your fault for getting caught. When are you going back?" Zhao Yanzi's tone warmed up a little. "Maybe, in a little while," Hao Ren answered. "Wait for me by the school gate when school is over," she said. Hao Ren hesitated for a few seconds before he nodded. Ling stood beside Zhao Yanzi and examined Hao Ren as they spoke. She felt like something was different about this uncle from the first time she saw him. "Z. Your boyfriend is here to see you again." A few girls ran over and shouted beside them. Zhao Yanzi bit her lips and smiled happily. She turned around to hit them lightly without explaining. The girls laughed louder as they ran away. Hao Ren looked around and realized that students on the balcony were all leaning onto the railings and looking at him and Zhao Yanzi. A bunch of mid-schoolers was observing them as they spoke by the academic building. Zhao Yanzi was a popular girl whose name was even brought up regularly in the high school department. A gossip like her boyfriend from another school came to find her would undoubtedly quickly spread through the entire middle school department. "Zhao Yanzi, kiss." The girls who ran away circled back and shouted together. They had obviously planned this. "Zhao Yanzi, kiss." Some guys on the second-floor balcony shouted as well. "Kiss. Kiss." The other guys followed their lead. Zhao Yanzi blushed as she knocked on Hao Ren's shoulder. "Don't come to find me at school again." "Zhao Yanzi, kiss. Zhao Yanzi, kiss." The yells turned into a chant from the balcony. These students are so gossipy. Hao Ren knew that this would for sure lure the teachers out of their offices, so he got ready to leave. At this time, Zhao Yanzi suddenly stepped forward and said in the quietest voice possible, "A hug should be fine." Hao Ren thought he heard her wrong amongst all the yelling from the students. "Stupid." She knocked on Hao Ren's chest and stepped half a step forward into Hao Ren's arms. Oh, all the students kicked up a fuss immediately. Hao Ren's face was blushing down to the neck. This was the first time he hugged a girl in public. "What are you yelling at?" A skinny teacher dashed out of his office. Hao Ren suddenly turned and ran away after seeing how the situation had changed. Since he was on con level, he could run as fast as if he was flying. He disappeared into the tree's shadows in no time. Zhao Yanzi touched her hot cheeks and said to Ling as she lifted her head, "Come on. I'll buy you bubble tea at the school corner store." The two of them walked away under everyone's stare. The celebrity of the school finally stirred up a tornado. The male students all remembered Hao Ren as the guy who had Zhao Yanzi, who wouldn't agree to go out with anyone, in his arms. Chapter 185. Weakening the Heavenly Tribulation. Hao Ren had no idea what Zhao Yanzi was planning. However, his heartbeat sped up when she went into his arms. It was not less powerful than that of the small lightning cloud tribulation. Hao Ren rushed out of the middle school department and headed toward the academic building of the high school department. Xie Yujia was just walking out. She saw Hao Ren and immediately waved at him. "Hey, Hao Ren." Hao Ren walked over, and Xie Yujia noticed the blush on his cheek. She blinked curiously and asked, "Why is your face so red? Is it too hot outside?" "Oh, it's all right." Hao Ren put his hand on his forehead and replied, You are done visiting your high school teachers?" "Yes, though some of them have been transferred to other schools." Xie Yujia nodded and looked up at the sun. "It's still a bit early for dinner. Why don't we take a walk around the school?" Hao Ren thought, there is nothing to do anyway when I get back. Plus, I could kill some time and pick up Zhao Yanzi after school. He agreed and said, "Let's go." Xie Yujia smiled pleasantly and walked beside Hao Ren. As another bell rang, the students all went back to their classrooms. A few high schooler hastily passed by Hao Ren as they chatted with each other. "Fatty, remember the mid-schooler, Z, who you are interested in? Her boyfriend just came here to see her. They hugged on the sports field outside of the building, and they probably kissed too." "Damn it. Where did you hear that from? My little sister is in the middle school department, and she just texted me. She witnessed the whole thing." As they went by, they couldn't help but peek at Xie Yujia. They were probably wondering why they hadn't seen this beautiful girl in the school before. Of course, they didn't pay attention to Hao Ren. They would never have guessed this was the guy who just hugged Zhao Yanzi in public. Xie Yujia didn't pay attention to the discussion because she wasn't sensitive to the name, Z, and her hearing wasn't as acute as Hao Ren. She walked closer to Hao Ren as they moved forward slowly and quietly, checking out the grasses, trees, hills, and small ponds in the school. The school was quiet. This was the last class of the day, so there were no PE classes. The entire sports field was empty and silent. The sun in the west was giving out the last warmth of the day and poured a layer of gold on the sports field. They strolled on the track side by side. Hao Ren looked down at the lines and stepped on the white starting line. They were both quietly walking in the bright sunset. The red tracks with white lines reminded Xie Yujia of her middle school and high school years and Hao Ren of the athletic games at the university not too long ago. After taking a walk along the sports field, they went to the library, the music center, the stadium, and everywhere else. Xie Yujia cherished the memories of her middle school and high school years, and having Hao Ren by her side gave her a different feeling. "I fell here once." She pointed at the stairs outside of the library as she lifted her right sleeve. "See, the scar is still here." Hao Ren looked over and saw a tiny scar on her pale skin. He took another look at the stairs and could imagine what it looked like when she tripped. It made his heart ache a little. "When I was in middle school and high school, I had always wondered where my little older brother was studying." Xie Yujia smiled in delight and said, "But I never imagined that you would be just 2 blocks over at City North First High School." Hao Ren could imagine Xie Yujia's quiet yet persistent lifestyle during her middle school and high school years. She probably read books in the classroom during breaks, took sunbathes on the balcony, kept a friendly distance from the guys and never got too close to them, and daydreamed by the side of the sports field during PE class. The sunshine slowly faded away, and it was about time for the final dismissal. "I'll treat you to dinner," Xie Yujia said. "Don't worry. I still need to take Z back. Let me drive you back to the school first. Actually, I still owe you a meal for the notes you lent to me last time." Hao Ren walked to the parking lot and said, "You don't have to take me back if you need to wait for her. I'll just take a bus. It's pretty convenient anyways." Xie Yujia walked to the school gate as she said this to him. Hao Ren called her, but she went through the small door and got out of the school without looking back. Hao Ren sighed as he watched her leave. He went into the parking lot and started the Ferrari. The doorman opened the door for him, and he drove the car outside of the school gate and waited on the side of the road. Ring. The final dismissal bell rang. A few minutes later, all the students walked through the gate. There were some other cars at the school gate, picking up students. However, none of them were as luxurious as this Ferrari. Zhao Yanzi got out of the school with some of her classmates, and she waved at Hao Ren on purpose when she saw the Ferrari. Hao Ren was very eye-catching in this flashy car. Zhao Yanzi ran over cheerfully with her bag on her back and got in the car. Students from both the high school department and the middle school department were gossiping about them when they saw that. Zhao Yanzi pinched Hao Ren's cheek as soon as she got into the car, acting like they were very close. Hao Ren immediately started the car and dashed out under everyone's stare like a rich kid. N0V3LTR0V served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. As the vehicle moved forward, Zhao Yanzi glimpsed at Hao Ren and asked, "She left?" Her tone showed her hostility toward Xie Yujia, who was beautiful and well-developed. "You hate her that much?" Hao Ren turned to her. "At least there's nothing that I like about her." Zhao Yanzi pouted. "It seems like it is very hard for a good student and a bad student to get along." Hao Ren rubbed his head and kept driving. "You should work harder starting today," Hao Ren said suddenly. "The reason is?" Zhao Yanzi asked immediately. "No reason. That's the responsibility your mom gave me," Hao Ren answered. Zhao Yanzi twitched her nose and kept quiet. She seemed to have already forgotten about the incident in the office today. "Do you think your third uncle can pass the heavenly tribulation this time?" Hao Ren asked. 50/50ths, Zhao Yanzi looked a little gloomy. "My dad said that my third uncle's heavenly tribulation would play a big part in East Ocean and West Ocean's relationship." Hao Ren thought so as well. Otherwise, why would Zhao Guang stay at the Dragon Palace to supervise the construction of the altar? "What would be the consequences if he fails?" Hao Ren asked. Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth. "My third uncle is very powerful so that he won't fail." However, her facial expression revealed how unconfident she was about it. "What if," Hao Ren said, "what if I can weaken the heavenly tribulation?" Chapter 186. Ninth Heaven, Weaken the Heavenly Tribulation. Zhao Yanzi opened her eyes wide. "The heavenly tribulation is a lightning tribulation, and my light-splitting sword shadow scroll is a 5-elemental lightning cultivation technique. I should be able to weaken some of it if I tried my best." Zhao Yanzi thought for a bit and shook her head. "We don't know what kind of tribulation he is faced with this time. If it is the simplest 5 lightning tribulation, which is the wind cloud thunder lightning fire tribulation, he should be able to pass with his power. However, if it is the 9th heaven purple cloud tribulation or something more powerful, he might be in danger." Hao Ren thought that the heavenly tribulation was a simple lightning tribulation, but it seemed like there was more to it. Perhaps it was the case for human cultivators, but for the dragon tribe, the heavenly tribulation was more complicated than a lightning tribulation since it was also a transformation tribulation. "Your class president used to have outstanding grades." Zhao Yanzi suddenly changed the subject. "It sounded like she was always at the number 1 in her grade when she studied here," Hao Ren answered. Zhao Yanzi looked down quietly and suddenly said, "So, I wouldn't lose to her if I become the number 1 student in my grade?" "What do you mean by, lose to her?" Hao Ren asked. "Nothing." Zhao Yanzi looked out of the window. The Ferrari arrived at Zhao Yanzi's house. Hao Ren parked the car outside and went in with Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Hongyu walked down from the attic and called them for dinner. She was just waiting for them to get back to start dinner. It was a little quiet since Zhao Guang wasn't there. Zhao Hongyu mentioned that her studio needed some help from Hao Ren again, to which Hao Ren agreed. "Auntie, third uncle's heavenly tribulation is really a big deal this time, right?" After some small talk, Hao Ren asked. "Yes. We have been preparing for Zhao Kuo's heavenly tribulation for over half a year now. He sensed that it was coming a year ago, and East Ocean has been putting in a lot of effort for the preparation," Zhao Hongyu said. She thought for a bit and added, "Just the preparation for this heavenly tribulation has used up about 1/3 of East Ocean's treasures and accumulations." 1/3 of the East Ocean's treasures and accumulations. Hao Ren was astonished as he knew the East Ocean Dragon Clan had countless treasures. 1/3 was an enormous amount. The heavenly dragon realm is like the soul formation realm for human cultivators. They are all equivalent to the earthly immortal realm. There hasn't been a heavenly dragon among the water elemental dragon clans for over 1,000 years. Heavenly dragon, Hao Ren frowned. The most recent one happened 600 years ago when the metal elemental dragon clan spent thousands of years of their accumulations on helping an elder to get into the heavenly dragon realm. I heard that golden lights came down as countless treasures poured from the sky. Just because of this elder, the metal elemental dragon clan is much more powerful than the other clans. Plus, another of their privileges is to be able to reach 8th heaven, Zhao Hongyu explained patiently. Zhao Yanzi listened very carefully. She wasn't aware of these things as well. The eighth heaven? Hao Ren asked. The dragons can fly, but as rules go, we can't exceed seventh heaven, or we will be punished. However, the metal elemental dragon clan has the privilege of flying to eighth heaven. Above that would be the heavenly immortals' turf, and ninth heaven is where we could never step in, Zhao Hongyu said. Seventh heaven, eighth heaven, aren't they just names? What is the use of going that high anyway? Zhao Yanzi murmured. Zhao Hongyu laughed. You think it's just a matter of height? There are all kinds of immortal mountains and immortal clouds on fifth heaven and beyond. The cultivation sects live there, and the treasures on eighth heaven surely would be better than those on seventh heaven. Won't it be a pity if you aren't unable to get them? Zhao Yanzi pouted quietly. Hao Ren was a bit astonished to hear about the immortal mountains, clouds, and human cultivators on fifth heaven. N0V3LTR0V served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. The metal elemental dragon clan could get to eighth heaven. No wonder Qin Xiaoyang, who was a metal elemental dragon, was so arrogant. East Ocean was spending 1/3 of their savings to help Zhao Guang with his heavenly tribulation in order to get an opportunity like this as well. There weren't many dragons in the metal elemental dragon clan, so they could all get to eighth heaven since one of the elders had become a heavenly dragon. On the other hand, the water elemental dragon clan had a lot of members, so not everyone could have this privilege if Zhao Kuo got to ascend successfully. Only East Ocean would be able to go to eighth heaven. By that time, East Ocean would be able to quickly recover with all the treasures that were hard to find in the mortal world. They might even get their hands on a lot of mystic crystals. If that happened, they wouldn't be afraid of West Ocean at all. But the reality was that the heavenly tribulation was extremely dangerous. Most of the powerful Qian-level masters couldn't get through it. Zhao Kuo was fighting to pursue a higher realm as well as a better future for East Ocean. What do you mean by the immortal cultivation sects then? How come you never told me about this before, Mom? Zhao Yanzi blinked. You need to focus on your studies. Zhao Hongyu reached out to press her finger on the tip of Zhao Yanzi's nose. However, she kept on explaining. The cultivation sects, which are the remaining human cultivator forces after the Great War a few hundred years ago, used immense array formations and transferred their entire sects onto fifth heaven and up from the mortal world. Of course, not everyone was aware of this. The information was of high confidentiality in order to avoid conflict with the dragon tribe. Hao Ren nodded. Human cultivators had already handed the land over to the dragon tribe. If the dragon tribe were to seek more trouble with them, a serious war might break out. Zhao Hongyu smiled softly at Hao Ren, who was frowning. Don't overthink this. There isn't much that you can help with regarding the heavenly tribulation. However, I need your help with some company matters. I'll give you some design and architecture related books to read over when you have some time. Okay, Auntie. Hao Ren nodded. Zhao Hongyu didn't think that Hao Ren would be helpful with the heavenly tribulation, but she still appreciated his attention on East Ocean's future. She saw him as a family member, and Hao Ren started to see himself as a part of East Ocean as well. This was something that she really liked to see. Zhao Yanzi was still young, but Zhao Hongyu knew that she would have to hand her daughter over and let Hao Ren take care of Zhao Yanzi eventually. She hoped that her daughter could have a peaceful life. Zhao Hongyu looked at Zhao Yanzi in pity and glimpsed at Hao Ren. Then, she sighed slightly. This was none of Zhao Yanzi's concern, as the daily homework was already enough for her to deal with. Regarding the fights and wars, she was just curious and wouldn't even keep it in mind. But the hug from Hao Ren today would for sure bring down the number of love letters she would be receiving. She smiled cheerfully at the thought of this. Then, she suddenly stared at Hao Ren. Chapter 187. Special group. After dinner, Hao Ren began tutoring Zhao Yanzi. He planned to give her an overview of the courses in the second term. He began with math and gave her an outline for each chapter. After all, the grade 8 math was a little tricky. In her pajamas, Zhao Yanzi pursed her lips but listened quite attentively. Hao Ren sat on the wooden chair next to her. Shoulder to shoulder, they presented an intimate picture if anyone looked at them from behind. Zhao Yanzi's pink and delicate skin made her face look like a small apple that was just picked from a tree. Hao Ren could even feel the warmth of her shoulder beneath her pajama top. Now that they were familiar with each other, Zhao Yanzi was no longer alarmed about these small intimacies. When Hao Ren tutored her earlier on, she had always kept a distance of half a meter and was always cautious. After math, Hao Ren continued with English. Although languages needed time to comprehend, Hao Ren tried to single out the key points so that she would not be unfamiliar to them on tests. If she mastered the different sentence structures, the English tests in middle school would be a piece of cake. Zhao Yanzi was quite smart, and her only problem in the past had been her reluctance to study. Since she had listened attentively, when Hao Ren quizzed her at the end of the session, she came up with the right answers promptly. Knock. Knock. Someone knocked on Zhao Yanzi's door. Mom, come in. Zhao Yanzi called out. Zhao Hongyu entered with a smile. Ren, I chose some beginner's books for you. You can take them with you and study them when you are free. Isn't he staying here for the night? Zhao Yanzi asked immediately. Do you want Ren to sleep here? Zhao Hongyu asked her. Realizing her mistake, Zhao Yanzi curled her lips and didn't know what to say. Ren, you can sleep here if you want. Seeing Zhao Yanzi's pout, Zhao Hongyu smiled again and said to Hao Ren. No, thank you. I better go back. Hao Ren stood up and said. Go. Go. Zhao Yanzi raised her head and yelled. Zhao Hongyu smiled, giving a small pat on her forehead. Auntie, I'm going now. I'll come over tomorrow to tutor Z. Hao Ren picked up the architectural design books Zhao Hongyu gave him. After Hao Ren walked out of the room, Zhao Hongyu gently pinched Zhao Yanzi's cheek. Today, I got another phone call from your class advisor complaining about you. Oh? What did she say? Zhao Yanzi's eyes widened. She said that when your boyfriend came to the school, you hugged him. The gossips around it had spread all over the school. Zhao Hongyu looked at her. It was Hao Ren, wasn't it? Mom, it isn't like that. Zhao Yanzi blushed and tried to explain. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. Copying Zhao Yanzi, Zhao Hongyu covered her ears with her hands and walked out of her room. While Zhao Yanzi raged in her room, Hao Ren drove the Ferrari back to his dorm in East Ocean University. When he got back to the dorm, Zhao Jiayi and the others rushed over and insisted that he should buy them a meal. After all, they were traumatized by Hao Ren, the winner in life, who had lunch with the Liu sisters at Hongji Square and drove around with the beautiful class president. Since all of his defenses were useless, Hao Ren got more than 10 dinners delivered to the dorm, treating his buddies and the guys from nearby dorms. Comforted by the food, they stopped their indignant complaints. Zhao Jiayi, how are the basketball practices? Eating a box of fried rice noodles, Hao Ren asked. I train every day. Today, I practiced until 9, Zhao Jiayi said. Zhao Jiayi has now become one of the main players on the basketball team, and he will become the captain of the team very soon, Zhou Liren yelled. He patted Zhao Jiayi on the arm and said, then, you can recruit me onto the team. Now, girls are inviting you to meals, but I have nothing. You are not good enough. Zhao Jiayi lightly slapped his hand off. Zhao Jiayi is awesome. The whole basketball team is under his command, Cao Ronghua chimed in. Is it because Xie Wanjun is going abroad? Hao Ren asked. How did you know? Zhao Jiayi asked curiously. Then, it dawned on him. Oh, Xie Yujia must have told you that. It's no big deal. Since he has been busy recently, he let me act as the temporary captain. Temporary captain. Most likely, Zhao Jiayi would be the captain after Xie Wanjun goes abroad. Yeah. Zhao Jiayi is a big figure now. Girls are trying to date him, and some even went to the stadium to watch him practice. I should have joined the basketball team, too. Zhou Liren lamented regretfully. Hao Ren grinned and asked Zhao Jiayi, when does this year's season begin? The first match is next week. We were one of the best last year, so we don't have to compete with the universities in East Ocean City and have advanced directly to the second round. We'll have an away match with Sanmu University in Xinan City. Sanmu University got the 8th place last year, Zhao Jiayi said. According to the class president, our class will book a bus and go to the match, following the school bus that is taking the basketball team. Since it's only a 2-hour drive from here, Xie Yujia said the trip would be counted as a class activity and hoped that every one of our classmates could go and cheer on the team. However, she insisted on paying for the bus from her pocket instead of using the class fund, Cao Ronghua said. Since Hao Ren hasn't been living in the dorm recently, he was not aware of the activities of the class. He guessed that Xie Yujia paid for the class trip so that more people would be willing to go and cheer for Zhao Jiayi. The guys got excited about the topic of the class trip. Xinan City was not far from East Ocean City, and there were several attractions to see. Besides, Sanmu University's film program was said to be full of beautiful girls. Hao Ren didn't join their discussion. Instead, he carried the architectural design books to his upper berth to read. Below fifth heaven is the mortal world, above fifth heaven is the world of the cultivators, and above ninth heaven is the world of immortals. Suddenly, Hao Ren remembered what Zhao Hongyu had told him. The dragons could move freely in the ocean, on the land, and below eighth heaven. However, they couldn't freely enter the territories of the sect. The East Ocean Dragon clan had a history of more than 1,000 years, and the prominent sects probably also had a history as long as 1,000 years. If the six major sects didn't drag each other into the fierce war which resulted in a substantial carnage of human cultivators, those dominant cultivation sects wouldn't be forced to ascend to fifth heaven and up, and the dragon tribe wouldn't be able to get control over the land. Su Han said that it had taken great risk for her to get the metal water mystic crystal. Now thinking about it, maybe she had ventured into fifth heaven and had stolen or grabbed it from one of the powerful sects. Otherwise, she would never have found such a natural treasure in this mortal world. Here, even West Ocean mystic ice, the lowest grade water elemental mystic crystals, were treated as superior treasures by the West Ocean Dragon clan. Due to the large number of dragons and their simple cultivation process, a lot of them had reached gen level, which was equivalent to the core formation realm of human cultivators. If a war broke out between the dragon and human cultivators, the dragon tribe would prevail since they had more mid-ranked cultivators, and that was why the major cultivation sects went to fifth heaven. Well, I wonder what these cultivation sects look like. Hao Ren couldn't help but wonder. He dozed off, and the morning came in the blink of an eye. As usual, Hao Ren went with his roommates to eat breakfast in the cafeteria before going to class. The difference was that his light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll was now in constant circulation, and the Dragon Core was automatically absorbing the essence from nature. He activated his nature essence and found that the mid-aged lady selling Yutiao was emitting a pale blue light. The guy drinking soy milk had a bright blue light. The girl in a black dress who was messing with other girls around her had a green light. The guy checking his cell phone had a gray light. A teacher with glasses had a red light. A middle-aged man who was driving on campus had a yellow light. And in the distance, the man doing Tai Chi in the small forest had a green light. Among the large group of people milling around in the school, they stood out even though there weren't many of them. After reaching con level, it was the first time Hao Ren realized that dragons surrounded him. Those masters who were 2 realms higher than Hao Ren and could conceal their auras from him, and those inspectors who could completely conceal their presence couldn't be detected by Hao Ren. Therefore, there might be even more dragons around him than what he saw. The dragons merged into the mortal world. If they didn't cultivate techniques of the dragon tribe, other cultivators wouldn't be able to tell their identities. He looked at Zhou Liren, Zhao Jiayi, and Cao Ronghua and found no lights on them. After all, there weren't that many dragon cultivators compared with the number of mortal beings. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, white, green, blue, red, yellow. On his way to the class, Hao Ren didn't see a single person with a white light, which proved the rarity of the metal elemental dragons. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0V3LB1N. Most of the auras Hao Ren sensed were blue. There were thousands of water elemental dragons who came from branches of river, lake, and ocean. The brighter the light, the higher the realm the cultivator was in. Hao Ren looked down at himself and saw that the light on him was very dim. It meant that the other cultivators could tell that he was only on con level. No wonder they ignored him. Although Hao Ren had gotten out of the kindergarten level by breaking through the spirit concentration scroll, con level was actually the level of elementary school. In the circles of the dragons, if one were lower than gen level, he or she would be ashamed to greet others. However, Hao Ren was cultivating 5 elements at once, so he was equivalent to 5 con level cultivators. Entering the classroom, Hao Ren glanced around and found no cultivators here besides himself. Xie Yujia walked in with her backpack, talking and laughing with Ma Lina. Hao Ren looked at her carefully and saw no light on her. Hey! Did you know that after Lu Linlin and Lu Lily joined the Taekwondo club yesterday, lots of students swarmed to the club? The president of the Taekwondo club is exhilarated. Yu Rong leaned over and said. They also joined the swimming club, and 300 students joined the club after them, Gu Jiadong said. Damn. They are perverts who just want to see Lu Linlin and Lu Lily in swimsuits, Huang Jianfeng yelled indignantly. Didn't you join too? Yu Rong turned and gave him a dirty look. I need to lose weight, Huang Jianfeng explained lamely. Hao Ren rubbed his forehead, wondering what the girls were up to. Undoubtedly, the clubs they joined would dim the glamour of Huang Zuji's club. Gongzi. A crisp voice came from the door. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily entered the classroom hand in hand. They were wearing thin and light long-sleeved floral blouses and jeans that accentuated their long slim legs. The only difference between them was that one had a ponytail and the other had pigtails. Their appearances dazzled the guys. What are you doing here? Hao Ren asked. We are here to keep you company during class. They smiled. Chapter 188. Idiot in Life Thud. Xie Yujia, who was sitting in the front row, suddenly put down her ballpoint pen and stood up. She turned and walked toward the back, looking at Lu Linlin and Lu Lily coldly. Sensing something was not right, the guys who were crowding around the back rows scattered. Sorry, but this is the class for class 2 only, and the class is about to begin. Please leave now, Xie Yujia said sternly as she walked over. Lu Lily looked at her and backed off 2 steps, but Lu Linlin took 1 step forward. That sounds weird. We just want to sit in on your class. It is bothering you? They glared at each other, and sparks flew between their eyes. I'm the class president, and I asked you not to interfere with the order of our class, Xie Yujia said calmly, though everyone could see that she was angry. Weird. Does the school forbid other students from sitting in on a class? Lu Linlin wouldn't back off. She continued to stare at Xie Yujia. They had similar heights, so they faced each other with livid expressions, leveled. This confrontation lasted only several seconds, and the guys had all settled down to watch how the drama would unfold. However, Hao Ren couldn't let it continue. He stood up immediately and pulled them apart. Okay, stop it. Gongzi. Look at her. She's so mean, Lu Linlin turned to him and complained. Xie Yujia gritted her teeth and shook slightly with fury. Stop it. You guys should go. If you want to keep me company, please come when we're in a big classroom when multiple classes are present. Sensing Xie Yujia's anger, Hao Ren said to Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. We didn't bother her. Why did she come over and mind your business? Lu Linlin was stubborn, determined to fight with Xie Yujia. Lu Linlin. Lu Lily. Xie Yujia couldn't contain her anger anymore. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are the principal's granddaughters. Xie Yujia turned to Hao Ren, but before she could open her mouth, Lu Linlin said, Oh, I get it. You like Gongzi, too, don't you? Xie Yujia's face fell, looking like she was about to lose her temper. Linlin. Lily. Hao Ren's tone got stern. Go back. Li Linlin looked stiff, and Lu Lily tugged at her lightly. Sister, let it go. Xie Yujia stood there and looked at them. The guys froze with fear, and no one dared to utter a word. In the past, Xie Yujia had always been calm and never lost her temper. However, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily seemed to have triggered something inside her. Lu Linlin pulled Lu Lily out of the classroom. Before she left, she gave Xie Yujia a stare. Xie Yujia didn't back off. She squinted her eyes and stared back. The guys were excited since they had never seen 2 beauties fight over a guy. Ding, the class bell rang. Glancing at Hao Ren, Xie Yujia said to him, Mr. Hao Ren, please conduct yourself. Then, she turned and walked to her seat in the front row. In her white shirt and straight pants, Xie Yujia stomped away. You're finished. Finished. Zhou Liren leaned over to Hao Ren and gloated over Hao Ren's misfortune. The other guys were also excited. After all, it was quite a topic that Xie Yujia, the sister of the top figure Xie Wanjun, had a clash with Lu Qing's granddaughter during their class. When the class ended, Xie Yujia, still angry, packed up her bag and left the classroom without a word. Ma Lina followed her immediately, probably trying to comfort her. Hao Ren thought of sending her a text message or calling her but found both inadequate. In the next few days, the atmosphere between Hao Ren and Xie Yujia was awkward, even more awkward than when Zhao Zheyi told her that Hao Ren liked her a while back. Even the girls in the class began to cast unfriendly glances at Hao Ren. Hao Ren continued to tutor Zhao Yanzi each evening and cultivate the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. It seemed like nothing had changed. His cultivation progress was zero. This is the knot in my heart. Hao Ren couldn't sleep at night and found that he cared about Xie Yujia a lot. Friday came, and the cold relationship between Hao Ren and Xie Yujia had no sign of thawing. She refused to return his text messages or answer his phone calls, and she ignored him when he walked over trying to talk to her. Hao Ren had a taste of Xie Yujia's stubbornness. When the last class ended, Xie Yujia picked up her things and walked out of the classroom. Malina walked to Hao Ren's side and poked his forehead with her finger. "You idiot." Xie Yujia almost cried that day. "Really? When?" Hao Ren was astonished. "During class after the confrontation." "Why did you think she was silent?" She was trying to contain her tears. Angry at the memory, Malina hit his arm with her fist. The punch was not forceful, but Hao Ren's heart ached. Zhou Liren and the others had all gone out to watch Zhao Jiayi practice basketball. After Malina left, Hao Ren was the only one in the classroom, picking up his stuff in slow motion. The campus was quiet, except for the occasional yells of the students celebrating the end of the school week. Hao Ren didn't know if Xie Yujia would go home and talk her heart out with that old grandma. But he had no one to talk to. Not wanting to discuss such matter with Zhao Jiayi and his buddies, he had to mull over it himself. He was about to leave the classroom sullenly when he saw Su Han standing at the door in an indigo-colored shirt. Upset? Su Han looked at him and asked. "Relationship problems," Hao Ren answered. "The love affairs of the mortals are of no interest to me." Su Han looked at him. "You come with me today. I need you to do me a favor." Hao Ren couldn't refuse Su Han's request for help. He picked up his bag and walked to the door. Su Han turned and walked out with him. Downstairs, Hao Ren started the Ferrari while Su Han got in the car. When the car passed the basketball court, Huang Zuji, who was in his loose sports jersey, was drinking water at the sideline. When he saw Su Han in the passenger seat of Hao Ren's Ferrari, he choked on the water. Hao Ren saw Huang Zuji as well. However, with his current strength, he no longer thought of Huang Zuji as his rival. He stepped slightly on the gas pedal, and the Ferrari shot out of the school. When they were out of the school, it occurred to Hao Ren that he hadn't asked Su Han where they were going. "To my home in the Flower City on Plumflower Road," Su Han said. Hao Ren's heart lurched, not expecting that they would go to Su Han's home. Then, he remembered that Lu Qing also lived in Flower City. While Su Han gave directions, Hao Ren drove the car steadily. People in the nearby cars all looked toward the dashing car and pretty Su Han in it. After entering the high-end residential complex, Su Han directed Hao Ren to park the car in the underground parking lot. She took him into the elevator, which made Hao Ren feel very familiar. Ding! The elevator reached the 8th floor. Hao Ren walked out of the elevator and saw Lu Qing's apartment. In this building, 2 apartments shared one floor. Su Han lived right across from Lu Qing. Hao Ren had spent several nights in Lu Qing's place, and he had never imagined that Su Han was living next door. Elder Lu Qing was indeed a master of public relations. He not only arranged for Lu Linlin and Lu Lily to live in his place to draw them over but also made Su Han, an inspector, into a lecturer at his school. On top of that, he got her a place next door to him. He was doing everything he could to make friends for the benefit of East Ocean. Unlocking the door, Su Han changed into her indoor slippers before walking into the apartment. The smooth wooden floor was spotless, and it mirrored Su Han's white and delicate ankles. The facilities in the apartment were luxurious, including a super-sized flat-screen TV and a huge chandelier. Next to the living room was Su Han's cultivation room, which was connected to the balcony. "What favor do you want me to do?" Hao Ren asked. He imagined that it must be some tricky task that even an inspector couldn't handle. Su Han handed a cup of tea to him before pointing upward. "A light bulb was burned out. Can you change a bulb for me?" Hao Ren almost spat out the mouthful of tea he had just taken. "I don't want mortals in here, and Lu Qing doesn't know how to do it either. So, I resort to you," Su Han explained lightly. Hao Ren dried the corners of his mouth and put down the cup of tea he had been drinking. He walked to the door and found the switch before pressing them down. He placed a stool under the chandelier and stood up on it before unscrewing the broken bulb and replacing it with a new one. His parents were usually not home, and his grandma used to let him do these odd jobs. So, Hao Ren was no stranger to this. After Hao Ren changed the bulb and pushed up the switch, the new bulb blinked twice and was on. Jumping down from the stool, he asked, "Anything else I can do for you?" "The kitchen sink is clogged. You may help me unblock it," Su Han responded. She is quite demanding, Hao Ren thought and sighed before going to the kitchen. He turned on the water and found that the drainage was clogged up. He bent down and pulled out the tube before cleaning the dirty stuff off it. While he was washing the dirty stuff off his hands, he looked back at her and asked, "Anything else?" "The dryer rack on the balcony is loose. Can you fix it?" Su Han asked. Sighing slightly, Hao Ren walked through Su Han's spacious bedroom and got to the connecting balcony to check the dryer rack. Seeing that some screws on the rack were loose, he asked her for the tools and tightened the screws. "Anything else?" Hao Ren asked her in exasperation. Su Han was obviously like an idiot in ordinary life despite her talent in cultivation. "That's all. I will cook us some dinner," Su Han said. Looking at this woman who was extraordinarily beautiful, Hao Ren shook his head immediately and said, "No, thanks. Who would dare to eat dinner cooked by someone who couldn't even handle these small jobs in her daily life?" he thought. "This is our dinner." Su Han dug out 2 packs of instant noodle from the refrigerator and tossed one at Hao Ren. "By the way, do you want to join our inspector system?" Su Han asked abruptly. Chapter 189. Inspector's Temporary Help. Inspector, Hao Ren froze. In the inspector system, we have official inspectors and assisting inspectors. Every official inspector can have one assisting inspector, Su Han continued. While she talked, she tore open the package of the instant noodle, placed all the items into a bowl, and poured hot water into it. Hao Ren sat down and opened his package of instant noodle. It seemed like Su Han didn't get him here to only fix the stuff for her. She also wanted to talk about this offer. "What are assisting inspectors?" Hao Ren asked. Su Han poured hot water into Hao Ren's bowl and explained. "Assisting inspectors don't have to join Dragon God Shrine. The official inspectors can choose their own assistants and report to the headquarters. In short, they are unofficial helpers." Hao Ren didn't know that inspectors could have their own assistants. In his mind, inspectors all operated independently. Most inspectors don't recruit assistants. After all, the inspectors have passed multiple tests in Dragon God Shrine and have reached Kun level at least. They didn't need any assistants. On the contrary, the assistants might be burdens to them. Su Han put the covers on the bowls while she explained. Hao Ren nodded, thinking that if he were a Kun level master, he wouldn't want a low gen level cultivator to help him. However, from what Su Han had told him, it seemed like she wants him to be her burden. The relationship between the assisting inspector and the official inspector is that of subordinate and superior. If you became my assisting inspector, you would be a part of Dragon God Shrine, and anyone who wants to attack you have to consider the potential backlash coming from Dragon God Shrine. Su Han stared at Hao Ren and said slowly. "In short, you want to protect me by giving me this identity, right?" Hao Ren asked her directly. "I don't have to give you special protection. With this identity, you automatically get some protection," Su Han explained. "Why would you do that?" Hao Ren continued to ask. "You look good to me," Su Han answered. Hao Ren nodded and thought for a while before asking, "Does this have anything to do with Zhao Yanzi's third uncle's heavenly tribulation?" With Zhao Kuo's strength, he has a 60% chance of passing the heavenly tribulation, which is a high success ratio itself. Combined with the careful preparations East Ocean are making, he should have a better chance than all the masters who tried to pass the heavenly tribulation in the last few hundred years. However, as an inspector, I must be prepared if Zhao Kuo fails. She lifted the cover of her bowl and picked up a pair of chopsticks. The aroma of the instant noodle floated up. Hao Ren's stomach grumbled, and he also lifted the cover from his bowl in a hurry. If Zhao Kuo failed to pass the heavenly tribulation, West Ocean would take the opportunity to invade East Ocean's territory. If the two sides engaged in a fierce battle, Hao Ren, a low-level cultivator, would be easily killed since no one would care if he was the Fuma or not. This was what Su Han was worried about. That was why she watched the situation closely and wanted to give Hao Ren the title of assisting inspector. Hao Ren understood Su Han's motive. She looked cold but was quite good to him. For Su Han, making Hao Ren her assisting inspector cost her nothing. Although she didn't have high hopes for his cultivation future, he was quite useful to her, such as changing light bulbs. If you want the position, we'll sign the contract. I'll tutor you in terms of cultivation periodically, and you don't have to do anything special for me. You just need to patrol with me when it's necessary, Suhan said, eating her noodles. She was extremely beautiful, and it was somehow an enjoyment watching her eat the cheap instant noodle. Okay. I agree to be your assisting inspector, Hao Ren said. Good. Suhan nodded and took out a piece of pale paper from her pocket. She murmured some words, and the paper turned into a beam of white light, shooting through the window. I just issued a voice transmission talisman to the headquarters. Suhan turned her head and looked at Hao Ren. From now on, you are my assisting inspector. Okay. Hao Ren nodded, knowing that the so-called assisting inspector was just a temporary help for Suhan, not an actual inspector in the system. After the instant noodles, Suhan took Hao Ren into her cultivation room to teach him how to use the energy spheres. To build the energy spheres, one must form a screen with nature essence using the spirit concentration scroll. Since people below con level couldn't see through the essence, they also couldn't see through the energy spheres, let alone the potential battles inside. Under Suhan's instructions, Hao Ren tried several times before finally releasing a layer of essence from his body and forming a solid energy sphere. It was the essential ability of all cultivators. From now on, no matter whom his rivals were, he couldn't fight in front of mortals. He also learned that the red spheres meant practice fights whereas the white spheres represented death battles. After he had mastered how to create the energy spheres, Hao Ren sat down to cultivate. Suhan didn't tell him to leave, and that meant she allowed him to stay. After all, even if Hao Ren harbored any bad intentions toward her, he would be no match for Suhan, a Qian-level master. They sat facing each other. The purple smoke in the incense furnace floated up gently under the soft lights in the room. Swoosh! Hao Ren had a feeling of ventilation in his body. In the dragon core, the third opening was unlocked. Swoosh! Swoosh! Like bubbles, another 2 openings appeared in the dragon core. Hao Ren was pleasantly surprised. He had made no progress recently with his cultivation, but he had just unlocked 3 openings in one go. Swoosh! Swoosh! Before he could savor this moment, another 2 openings were unlocked in the dragon core. 2 plus 3 plus 2. He had unlocked 7 openings by now, and 5 of them happened in quick succession. The feeling was so wonderful that Hao Ren didn't dare to move. He sat quietly, hoping that more openings would be unlocked. Swoosh! Swoosh! Hao Ren hoped to hear more of such sounds. However, the dragon core was silent. It was just absorbing the essence from nature at high speed. Hao Ren opened his eyes and saw Suhan sitting cross-legged across from him. Her posture was so still that she looked like an elegant stone statue. He observed her closely and found her beauty flawless. Her skin was like polished jade, and her facial features were so exquisite that it looked like they came from a perfect drawing. Her gorgeous curves were so beautiful that they made her look like the masterpiece of a great artist. No wonder the extremely arrogant Qin Xiaoyang has fallen for her, Hao Ren thought to himself. He turned his head to check the time and found that it was already 6 o'clock in the morning. They had spent the whole night cultivating. Suhan opened her eyes slowly. Let's have a practice battle. If your sword energies can touch me, you win. Chapter 190. The attack of sword energies. What do I get if I win? Hao Ren asked her immediately. Suhan froze. She meant to improve his battle experience with this practice and had not thought of the prize. You can't possibly win against me, Suhan said lightly. Okay. Hao Ren stood up, wanting to take the opportunity to test his strength after unlocking 7 openings. With a bang, he released his nature essence and built a red energy sphere. Compared with the state when he had only unlocked 2 openings, he felt a noticeable increase in the 5 elemental essence in his body. The dragon core was like an engine and a reservoir for nature essence. Whenever he unlocked 1 opening, the absorption power and the reservoir volume would increase. 2 gray sword energies appeared in Hao Ren's palms, and Suhan summoned a white jade sword into her hand while looking at Hao Ren. Let's begin. Hao Ren threw a gray sword energy at Suhan. The Hunden sword energy was a combination of 5 elements or lightning power as Lu Linlin and Lu Lily called it. Suhan stepped aside before shattering the Hunden sword energy with the tip of her sword. Clap. Clap, like an exploding lightning bolt, the Hundan sword energy crackled upon contact with the tip of the white jade sword. A weak surge of lightning traveled along the sword, numbing Su Han's fingers slightly. Before Su Han could make any adjustments, Hao Ren threw out the second Hundan sword energy, and Su Han blocked it with the body of her sword. With another series of crackling sound, the Hundan sword energy exploded, and Su Han felt another numbing sensation in her palm. The Hundan sword energy could break all 5 elements. Su Han's sword was made with Tinluo godly jade from a place of extreme coldness, and it was a very precious material. Otherwise, Su Han wouldn't have made it her natal Dharma treasure. However, Hao Ren's Hundan sword energy could even break the special power of her jade sword while the lightning traveled along the Tinluo godly jade, which could fend off all evil energies and all elements. Su Han was a bit surprised. If Hao Ren were more powerful than Kun level, she would have been defeated. If Hao Ren were at Kun level, she would have been forced to let go of her sword in the first round. However, that was all Hao Ren could do. In the past, he could only throw out 1 Hundan sword energy. Now with 7 openings unlocked, he could at most throw out 2. After that, he changed to the ordinary 5 elemental sword energies. Swoosh! He tossed out a white sword energy. White represented the metal element, and Su Han cultivated the metal essences. Her sword arced elegantly in the air, and the special material of the sword turned the white sword energy into nothing. Hao Ren flickered his wrists and pushed his palms forward, releasing so many sword energies that it looked endless. The power in the sword energies was weak, but he would win if any one of them touched Su Han. He drew 1 thread of essence from each element into each of his sword energies. If the total value of each elemental essence in Hao Ren's body was 10, then the value of each sword energy he released was 1. Su Han had meant to test Hao Ren and give him some battle experience, but she was surprised to see that he has gotten more powerful with each attack. At first, he released 1 sword energy at a time with only 1 finger. Then, he could release 2 with 2 fingers. Now, he could release sword energies with all 10 fingers at the same time. Each attack contained 10 sword energies. Hao Ren didn't care about which elemental essence he released, so the attack was a mix of all 5 colors: white, green, blue, red, and yellow. If people were watching, they would see a dizzying cluster of dancing sword energies. Under his fierce attacks, it felt like Su Han was forced to focus on defending herself and couldn't spare any strength to launch attacks. Before the first wave of the 10 sword energies could reach her, Hao Ren released another 10 sword energies. Su Han could have blocked these sword energies with 1 defense essence shield, but it wouldn't be a good practice for either of them. The moment she blocked 10 sword energies with her sword, another 10 were in the air while 10 more were being released from Hao Ren's fingers. Su Han faced 30 sword energies altogether at the same time. She wasn't an experienced fighter. Therefore, she looked calm, but her movements became frantic. Hiss! Finally, a sword energy went through her defense and shot toward her body. Su Han tried to dodge, but it pierced through her clothes. At this sight, Hao Ren immediately stopped releasing more sword energies. Su Han's sleeve was cut, and her white skin was revealed. Whoosh! Hao Ren withdrew the red energy sphere, signaling the end of the practice. Su Han turned her head to look at the cut on her cloth. She withdrew her sword and pulled the sleeves together. "How was it, Su Han?" Hao Ren asked with sincerity. "You were okay," Su Han said lightly. Even though she was defeated, she had to maintain the dignity of a master. Hao Ren smiled in embarrassment. He didn't think that his random attacks could break through Su Han's defense. He thought Su Han had let him win to make him feel good. He looked at her. "I'll buy you a new blouse." "No," Su Han said coldly before walking toward her bedroom. Knowing that she had gone to her room to change, Hao Ren stood there and thought for a while. Finding it was already 7 o'clock in the morning, he went into the kitchen and took out a pan and some eggs. He began to cook. When Su Han walked out of her room in a bright green dress, she smelled the aroma of breakfast. She found Hao Ren in the kitchen. Beside a pot of simple congee was a plate with 4 fried eggs on it. "I made a simple breakfast." Hao Ren poured the congee into 2 bowls and carried them and the plate of fried eggs to the dining table. Su Han had always been calm, but she was panicking a little right now. It was the first time that someone cooked her breakfast. Usually, she would cultivate unless she got hungry. Then, she would eat instant noodles. Hao Ren was oblivious to her complicated feelings. He just needed to eat breakfast in the morning, and the most efficient way to go about it was to cook. Not noticing the emotions in Su Han's eyes, he took 2 fried eggs into his bowl of porridge and began to eat. Su Han sat down. She picked up a pair of chopsticks and began to eat as well. The fried eggs were nothing luxurious, but they were better than instant noodles. She looked up at Hao Ren and thought about the practice battle. He is only at Khan level, but he can now shoot 30 sword energies continuously. If he continues to increase his strength with cultivation, he will be able to control these 30 sword energies and move them around instead of shooting them randomly. Is it possible that I underestimated the power of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll? After eating the simple breakfast, Hao Ren picked up his empty bowl and stood up. If you have nothing else for me to do here, I'll go home now. Su Han nodded. Hao Ren washed his bowl in the sink. Then, he walked out of the kitchen and headed toward the door. Ahem. Ahem. Looking at his back, Su Han coughed abruptly before saying, if you want, you can cultivate at my place for a couple of days. Thank you, but I'd better go so you can cultivate without interruption, Hao Ren said as he put on his shoes at the door. With a fried egg on her chopsticks, Su Han gazed at him. Hao Ren waved his hand at the door and closed it behind him after walking out. The big apartment was quiet with Su Han in it alone. Eating the breakfast that was still warm, Su Han was deep in thought, and her long eyelashes fluttering. In the practice battle, she wanted to instruct him. However, Hao Ren's unstructured sword attacks inspired her. Since her own sword techniques needed polishing, Hao Ren would be a good partner in training. Besides, this guy can cook good breakfasts. Hao Ren got to the underground parking lot and drove the Ferrari out of the Flower City complex. When he got out of Su Han's apartment, he had toyed with the thought of visiting Lu Qing's home. On second thought, he decided against it. He called Zhao Yanzi, but she didn't answer. Then he called Zhao Hongyu, but the result was the same. Worried, he called Lu Qing and was told that Zhao Yanzi and her family had gone to the Dragon Palace to inspect the altar. From Lu Qing, Hao Ren also knew that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had gone out shopping. He congratulated himself on the decision of not visiting Lu Qing's home. Otherwise, he would be dragged by the girls to go shopping. He drove the car into the garage of his home on the seaside. He wasn't planning to drive it in the recent future. It was too eye-catching to drive it around the school. The house was quiet and lonesome since Grandma was absent while Uncle Wang had also returned to his home. After cleaning the house, he glanced at the cloudy sky before sitting down cross-legged in front of the window and starting to cultivate. In the sounds of surging sea waves, Hao Ren felt like he had returned to his childhood, and Xie Yujia's figure flashed in his mind. It was a little girl with big round eyes, and her hands and feet were dirty with mud. Hao Ren opened his eyes and glanced at the cell phone by his side. After a moment of consideration, he picked it up and dialed Xie Yujia's number. It was about 9 in the morning, but he was sure that Xie Yujia was up. After 2 rings, the call was connected. Is it Ren? Yujia has gone out for groceries. What's up? A deep voice sounded on the phone. After a moment of startle, Hao Ren immediately realized that it was Xie Wanjun. Obviously, Xie Yujia didn't take the phone with her. Well, nothing special. I just wanted to talk to her, Hao Ren said. Why talk over the phone? Take her out on a date. Xie Wanjun scolded him on the phone. Okay. When she comes back, tell her I called, Hao Ren said in a low voice and ended the call. He closed his eyes again and tried to continue cultivating, but he couldn't concentrate. His mind kept summoning the images of Xie Yujia when she was little. He stopped cultivating and looked at the ocean outside of the window, immersed in his childhood memories. He didn't have a clear memory of little Carrot, but the image of her was buried deep in his subconsciousness. At that time, he didn't understand what love or affection was. He just felt like that girl was annoying, following him everywhere. But when she was gone, he had missed her for a long time. Buzz. His cell phone vibrated. Seeing Xie Yujia's name on the screen, he answered it immediately. Hao Ren, you called me? What did you want to talk to me about? Xie Yujia's clear voice came to him over the phone. Oh, nothing special. Did you go out for groceries? Yeah. My brother wants to eat hot chili oil fish fillets and chicken fried with bean sprouts. I just went out for the ingredients, and I am about to prepare lunch for him, Xie Yujia said. Xie Yujia didn't sound cold. Instead, she told him the minor details. It meant that she was no longer angry with him. Holding the phone in his hand, Hao Ren didn't know how to continue. Xie Yujia hesitated for a few seconds before asking, Hao Ren, do you believe the stuff like cultivation? Chapter 191. Elevation. Elevation. Cultivation. Hao Ren's heart raced, and he almost dropped the phone. Nothing. I happened to see it on TV. It has gotten cold recently. Remember to dress warm, Xie Yujia continued. Okay. You take care as well, Hao Ren said. He suddenly felt like they were quite intimate, expressing such concerns for each other. When grandma is back, I'll go visit her, Xie Yujia said gently before hanging up. With the cell phone in his hand, Hao Ren felt warm inside. At least, Zhao Yanzi would never be considerate enough to remind him to dress warmly in the cold weather. Heaving a sigh of relief, Hao Ren sat back down cross-legged and continued to cultivate. With a happy mind, the knot in his heart was gone. Beams of five-colored light flashed around him, which was the result of the combination of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll and the spirit concentration scroll. The weak sword energies traveled through and around his body. Gradually, although still at Kan level, Hao Ren felt like he was becoming one with the swords. The 7 openings in the dragon core were absorbing and releasing nature essence, transmitting 5 elements into his meridians and blood. Only 3 more openings were needed before he could reach Li level. It would be another significant milestone for him. He cultivated until midnight, and he felt a bit lonesome when he opened his eyes. Life was a lonely journey. Pitter, patter. It was drizzling. The raindrops slipped down from the eaves of his room, dripping on his windows and creating rhythmic sounds. He tossed and turned on his bed and couldn't sleep. Finally, the morning came, but he didn't want to get up in the coldness even though he was starving. The lazy atmosphere on this rainy day permeated the whole house. Bored, he picked up a book but found it uninteresting. If Zhao Yanzi's third uncle's heavenly tribulation wasn't close, Hao Ren should have been in Zhao Hongyu's studio helping her. He was debating with himself if he should get up when he suddenly heard a gentle voice. Gongzi. He was so startled that he almost jumped out of his bed. In pale blue casual clothing, the grinning Lu Linlin and Lu Lily pushed open his door and walked in. Why, are you here? Hao Ren pulled the quilt tightly around him and rolled to the corner of the bed. We are here to take care of you, Gongzi. Lu Linlin walked closer with a grin. She pulled the quilt off him before handing him a change of clothes. Gongzi, get up and change. And your breakfast is in the living room, with long pigtails on her back, Lu Lily said softly. Seeing Hao Ren not moving, Lu Linlin asked again, do you want us to help you change? No. Hao Ren waved his hand immediately. You can go out now. Lu Linlin lifted her hand to cover her snickering, and Lu Lily lowered her head and smiled. They exchanged a look before backing out of his room with satisfaction. Hao Ren heaved a sigh of relief. Hurriedly, he took off his pajamas and changed into the clothes they gave him. An ordinary guy would feel extremely happy to be followed by 2 beauties all day long. However, Hao Ren was alarmed by their sudden appearance. Moreover, the Lu sisters were Kun-level masters and thus couldn't be driven away by force. Their services were happy tortures. After walking out of his room, Hao Ren went downstairs and saw a big breakfast on the dining table. He knew that their cooking skills were tolerable. Last time when Zhao Jiayi and the others got the runs after eating the cake the sisters made, the sisters attributed it to the elixir they added in the cake, but Hao Ren was skeptical. Looking at the big breakfast, Hao Ren didn't want to hurt their feelings by refusing to eat it. Yawning, he sat down with a frown before eating tentatively. This sandwich is delicious. This piece of bread is quite good. And this salad, too. Seeing the surprise on Hao Ren's face, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked at each other and smiled. Gongzi, how are our cooking skills? Hao Ren looked up at them with surprise. Excellent. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily gave him beautiful and content smile before saying in unison, we are glad you like it. Then, they each grabbed a white apron and began to clean the house. The cold and quiet place suddenly became lively. Gongzi, we went and visited Taijun yesterday, Lu Linlin said while handling the vacuum proficiently. Oh? Hao Ren finished the breakfast and stood up. We are glad to report that Taijun is in good health, Gongzi, Lu Lily added. Grandma must have been very pleased to see them. The sisters know how to make Grandma happy, Hao Ren thought to himself. They were indeed considerate since they spent a whole day visiting Grandma and keeping her company. Why do you want to come and do the cleaning for me? Watching them in aprons like two maids, Hao Ren asked as he began to clear the table. Today, they still had their hair up, but the difference was that they were wearing the decorative glasses they had once worn. Combined with their beautiful faces and gorgeous figures, they looked as cute as buttons. Gongzi, we are here to apologize, Lu Lily said, wiping the lamp with a cloth. Apologize? Yeah, we shouldn't have quarreled with your class president that day, Lu Lily continued. Thinking of his mean attitude toward them, Hao Ren felt a bit guilty. Don't worry. I hope you won't quarrel with people in the future. We won't, Lu Lily promised with a smile. However, Lu Linlin didn't speak, obviously still angry at Xie Yujia. Lu Lily must have dragged her here to apologize. And we have good news. Lu Lily's tone suddenly became joyous. What good news? Her happiness lifted Hao Ren's mood. The house had become lively with these two girls moving around. My sister and I have broken through. Lu Lily's eyes sparkled like twinkling stars. To low-tier Qian level? Hao Ren asked cautiously. He remembered Su Han had once told him that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had possessed powers equivalent to top-tier Kun level when they were released from the Dragon Palace. Our cultivation power is not calculated with that system, but it's equivalent to the level you just said. Lu Lily's face was full of joy. By her side, Lu Linlin nodded as well. Low-tier Qian level. 2 Qian level masters. What was more? They were 2 Qian level masters who could coordinate with each other seamlessly. Su Han was only at middle-tier Qian level, and Zhao Kuo, who was preparing to the heavenly tribulation, was only at top-tier Qian level. Anyway, we didn't disappoint you and recovered some of our cultivation power. Lu Linlin looked at Hao Ren and said. Well, keep up your good work. Hao Ren nodded. In fact, he didn't know what to say. He wouldn't be surprised if they elevated to middle-tier Qian level in a short time. No wonder Su Han was concerned about them. From what I see, your cultivation strength has also increased, Lu Lily said as she looked at Hao Ren closely. Yeah. I have unlocked 7 openings. I guess I will reach Li level soon, Hao Ren said. Gongzi, you are awesome, they complimented him. Hao Ren was embarrassed, knowing that his progress was tiny compared with their leap from Kun level to Qian level. And you seem to have joined the inspector system? Lu Linlin gazed at Hao Ren and said. How do you know? Hao Ren looked at her in surprise. There is a faint golden flame mark on your forehead. It's the symbol of inspector. Lu Linlin poked his forehead with a finger and said. Hao Ren couldn't see his forehead, but he guessed that there must be a mark that could only be seen by cultivators. Although as an assisting inspector, he didn't have much power, the mark was a protection to him. Although he had never thought of asking Su Han for protection, he was grateful toward her. Seeing the doubt on Lu Linlin's face, Hao Ren explained, I'm not an official inspector but just an assistant who runs errands for Su Han. Assisting inspector? Lu Linlin pursed her lips in consideration. As far as I know, assisting inspectors are usually not involved in the business of Dragon God Shrine and are only responsible to their official inspectors. But. She paused, and Hao Ren felt like something was not right. But what? He asked. But the assisting inspectors have to be tested each year. If they don't pass it, the consequence is huge, Lu Linlin said. Damn. Hao Ren almost yelled. Su Han, the sly woman. She played me again. Hao Ren thought that Su Han was only doing a favor to him, but he was tricked into a corner by her. Well, according to what we know about it, the assisting inspectors are candidates for the positions of official inspectors. They are chosen and eliminated each year. Only those with true powers can work with the official inspectors. When their strengths grow strong enough, and they have passed the final test, they can become official inspectors, Lu Lily added. Hao Ren was incensed, knowing that he was tricked by Su Han. Beside the relationship of superior and subordinate, assisting inspectors and official inspectors are also partners. The official inspectors would tutor the assisting inspectors on cultivation while the assisting inspectors would help the official inspectors accomplish some tasks, Lu Lily said. Stop. Stop. Hao Ren raised his hand to stop them, feeling a huge headache. He asked the most important question, can I quit? Once you become an assisting inspector, your name is registered in their headquarters. You have to pass the tests and become an official inspector before you can quit. If you quit without permission, you would be eliminated, Lu Lili answered him. Eliminated. Hao Ren heard the cruel word again. Life was as cold as snow. Chapter 192, The Heavenly Tribulation Activated. After seeing Hao Ren's astonished expression, Lu Lili continued, Inspector system is too huge for us to fight against. Hao Ren waved his hand and said, You don't have to worry about it. Inspector system was a mysterious existence, and Hao Ren didn't think that it was such a bad thing for him to be partly involved in it. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili stood beside him for further instructions. Oh, you haven't told me your opinions on natal dharma treasures, Hao Ren said. Basically, every cultivator would have a natal dharma treasure, and some techniques would allow for 2 natal dharma treasures, one for the defense and one for the offense. However, you are cultivating the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, which will eventually enable you to kill enemies with the sword energies alone. I don't think you need to obtain a natal dharma treasure right now. Lu Linlin's opinion was surprisingly similar to that of the little Taoist Zhen. What are your natal dharma treasures? Hao Ren asked. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili waved their wrists, revealing 2 exquisite bracelets. Qian Kun bracelets can be used for defense and attack. Also, they could trap and tie down enemies. They come in a pair, and my sister and I each have one. Their powers would be maximized when both the Qian bracelet and the Kun bracelet are used together, Lu Lili explained. Are they mighty? Hao Ren asked curiously. Gongzi, look. Lu Lili took off her bracelet and tossed it out. It flew to the sky above the ocean, turning into the size of a small mountain instantly. Boom! The bracelet released a golden light, blowing a massive hole in the surface of the sea. Since the water near the beach isn't deep, even the seabed was revealed. A huge whirlpool was created instantly as water flowed back into the hole. The seawater surged up as high as about a dozen meters, and the violent air current it caused rushed up and pierced a hole in the dark clouds above. Hao Ren was dumbfounded. With a smile, Lu Lili waved her hand, and the bracelet resumed its original form before flying back onto her delicate wrist. Fortunately, they were at a tourist beach instead of a harbor, and it was a rainy morning so that no tourists or boats were out. Otherwise. Seeing Hao Ren's astonishment, Lu Lili stuck out her tongue and poked his shoulder. Gongzi, I just used 1/10 of its power. 1/10. Hao Ren gasped. It was only 1/10 of the power. If she unleashed the full power of the Qian Kun bracelets, it would be powerful enough to wipe out East Ocean City. Now he understood why Su Han was nervous about them. Seeing Hao Ren's expression turning from astonished to alarmed, Lu Linlin covered her mouth as she smiled and said, Don't worry, Gongzi. We won't abuse our power. However, I think you can still get a natal dharma treasure for defense. After all, you can use the light-splitting sword shadow scroll for attacking, Lu Linlin continued. In my opinion, you don't need a defensive natal dharma treasure as well. The sword energies would be enough to defend you and attack your enemies. If you don't have top-tier materials to make a natal dharma treasure, it would be a waste of time and efforts, Lu Lili said. Okay. Hao Ren nodded. After listening to their explanations, he had lost a lot of interest in the natal dharma treasures. When I cultivate the light-splitting sword shadow scroll to an advanced level, I can release thousands of sword energies. By then, I could use 500 of them to attack my enemies and use another 500 to form a sword energy wall around me. Hao Ren thought to himself. Imagining having thousands of sword energies under his command, Hao Ren became excited and felt like he would very dashing. Gongzi. Gongzi. Lu Lili waved her hand before his eyes, pulling him back to reality. Oh. Take a break when you're done, Hao Ren said. Lu Lili pouted with disapproval at Hao Ren's words. Gongzi, you don't care about us. Hao Ren froze at Lu Lili's complaint, realizing that while he bombarded them with questions, he didn't show any concerns for them. Okay. You two can watch TV, and I'll read a book with you. Hao Ren was planning to go back to his room upstairs to cultivate, but he changed his mind. He went up and grabbed 2 architectural books before going downstairs to keep them company. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili nodded happily. Hand in hand, they sat on the sofa to watch TV while Hao Ren read his books beside them. It was still drizzling outside, but the atmosphere was warm inside with the twin beauties in the house. The humid air carried a sweet fragrance. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily discussed the leading actor of the drama they were watching and also made comments about the leading actress like two ordinary girls. After lunch, the Lu sisters showed no intention of leaving, and Hao Ren was okay with them staying. Since it was still raining, he spent the afternoon reading. In the evening, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily told him that they couldn't go back due to the rain and wanted to stay the night here. Knowing that it was just an excuse for them to stay here and keep him company, Hao Ren didn't object to their plan. Since it was their first time staying the night in Hao Ren's home, they were excited and messed with each other in their room. However, they didn't go to Hao Ren's room to bother him. The drizzle continued to Monday morning. Hao Ren didn't want to drive, so the sisters followed him to the bus stop, each holding a small flower-patterned umbrella. While they were waiting for the bus at the bus stop, the handful of people who were also waiting for the bus kept glancing at Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, who looked cute holding small umbrellas in the rain. On the bus, they sat on each side of Hao Ren. Life was simple and warm, and Hao Ren felt like he was back in middle school. The bus drove slowly, and they arrived at East Ocean University 1 hour later. High-spirited, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily skipped and hopped to class hand in hand. Hao Ren also went to his classroom. Due to the rain, the floor of the classroom was damp. Xie Yujia walked in with an umbrella in her hand, and the edges of her pants and shoes were damp as well. She leaned her umbrella against the wall in a corner, and she smiled at Hao Ren after seeing that he was already there. They were the only people in the classroom. Hao Ren was early today since he came directly from home, and Xie Yujia came early to the classroom so she could take one of the seats in the front row before others took them. Pitter-patter. The drizzle continued. Hao Ren looked out through the window and saw Su Han passed by elegantly while holding an umbrella. A black Mercedes-Benz drove from a distance and stopped in front of the administration building. The short elder son got off the car as two bodyguards in black suits followed him. Then, the passenger door opened, and another man got out of the car. In a suit and a pair of sunglasses, a man walked out elegantly, though his back was a little bent. On a second look, Hao Ren almost choked. It was Premier Shaw. He had only been on land several times, but he looked entirely different now. A bodyguard in a black suit walked to him and held up a black umbrella for him. Premier Shaw only nodded slightly. Damn, he looks like a boss now, Hao Ren thought. The group walked into the administration building while the black Mercedes-Benz waited outside. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Xie Yujia already sat down and was flicking off the water droplets from her shoes and the edge of her pants. Then, she looked back at Hao Ren and opened her mouth. She was about to say something. Buzz. Hao Ren's cell phone suddenly vibrated. It showed Lu Qing's phone number. Hao Ren answered it. Gongzi Hao, Elder Zhao's heavenly tribulation got activated earlier than we expected. We must go to the Dragon Palace right now. Lu Qing told him over the phone. Chapter 193. Grand Array Formation, Activate. After hearing this news, Hao Ren stood up immediately with his cell phone in his hand. Xie Yujia was about to talk to him but blinked instead when she saw the expression on his face. Through the window, Hao Ren saw the Mercedes-Benz driving toward the academic building he was in and rushed out of the classroom without hesitation. Xie Yujia wanted to call out to him, but it was too late. Dashing out of the academic building, Hao Ren saw that the black Mercedes-Benz had already stopped at the entrance. Without thinking, he pulled open the door and got in. Lu Qing, Elder Son and Premier Shaw were already in this car while the bodyguards sat in the car that was following them. Their expressions were not as grim as Hao Ren had expected, but they didn't seem relaxed, either. The car drove out of the school steadily and headed toward the direction of the sea. Z and the others are already there, right? Hao Ren asked. Right. Lu Qing nodded. This Mercedes-Benz was spacious inside. Light music resonated in the car while the drizzle continued outside. Buzz. Hao Ren's cell phone vibrated. He picked up the phone and saw a text message from Xie Yujia. Hao Ren. Why did you run out of the class? It is about to begin. Where are you going? After a moment of consideration, Hao Ren answered back. Something happened, and I will probably come back quite late. Then, he turned off the cell phone to avoid further interruptions. How about Linlin and Lily? Are they coming? Hao Ren asked Lu Qing. No, they are not a part of East Ocean, Lu Qing answered him simply. Probably due to the presence of Fuma, Lu Qing and the others didn't talk. The only sound in the car was the light music. They arrived at the seaside and got to the huge black rock. Lu Qing and others took Hao Ren into the undersea tunnel. When they came to the main gate of the Dragon Palace, Hao Ren felt like it was quite different. All kinds of array formations were activated, and the number of patrolling soldiers had doubled. As Zhao Kuo's heavenly tribulation drew near, the whole East Ocean Dragon Palace looked as if they were preparing for a war. All array formations were being used, and even the patrolling soldiers had all changed into armors. After passing the heavily guarded main gate, Lu Qing, Hao Ren, and the others entered the Dragon Palace. The altar for Zhao Kuo's heavenly tribulation was situated in the northwest corner of the Dragon Palace. Since they couldn't fly in the Dragon Palace, they had to walk there. On the way, they passed through several checkpoints. Even though the soldiers recognized Lu Qing and Premier Xia, they still checked their identifications. Hao Ren looked around and saw that the number of soldiers protecting key places such as the Profound Cultivation Palace and Godly Treasure Palace had doubled as well. They were impenetrable. If anyone wanted to take the opportunity to break into the East Ocean Dragon Palace, they would be killed on the spot. Lu Qing, Hao Ren, and others finally arrived at a huge white altar where more than 10,000 soldiers were guarding on its edge. Each gold-armored general led 1,000 silver-armored soldiers as they stood at one out of the 12 earthly branches. There were 12 earthly branches, so there were 12 gold-armored generals and 12,000 silver-armored soldiers. Standing in uniform intervals beside the altar, it looked like a large compass from above. The altar that was made with one massive piece of white jade was even more majestic than last time Hao Ren saw it. All kinds of complicated patterns and engravings were put on the altar, glittering brightly. All sorts of complex array formations could be activated at any time. All the elders in the Dagon Palace were present. The 10 purple-robed elders who had the highest cultivation powers stood in the inner circle according to the positions of the 10 heavenly stems too. Even Hao Ren, who knew nothing about array formations, could tell that it was a very powerful array formation. At the center of the hill-sized white jade altar, Zhao Kuo, who was in a simple cyan robe, was sitting on the ground cross-legged with his eyes closed. Except for a black belt, he had no other decorations on him. On his right, there stood a black tri-point double-edged sword 3 that had a handle of more than 3 meters long. Made from 10,000-year blue water mystic iron, the tri-point double-edged sword weighed 6,500 pounds. It had a similar shape as a trident, but it was 100 times more powerful than a trident. This was Zhao Kuo's weapon that contributed to his reputation. It was called, Killing Tribulation. Black hair, black beard, and black face. Zhao Kuo was resting peacefully, and Hao Ren found that this man was extremely magnificent for the first time. Over 10,000 people stood grim-faced around the altar while Zhao Kuo was alone in the center. He was ready to embrace the tribulation of life and death with calmness. He deserved the name of the #1 cultivator of the mortal world. Your Majesty. Hao Ren was woken from his daze by Lu Qing's greeting. He turned and saw Zhao Guang walking toward them with Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Guang nodded. The tension on his face showed his anxiety. Zhao Hongyu lightly smiled at him, and Zhao Yanzi's big eyes glanced at Hao Ren while she remained silent. She had a deep bond with her third uncle and was very nervous about his heavenly tribulation. Elder Zhao estimated that the heavenly tribulation would come in 6 hours. Premier Xia stepped forward and told Zhao Guang. Okay. Get everyone prepared. Zhao Guang waved his hand. 6 hours? The East Ocean put so much importance on Zhao Kuo's heavenly tribulation that the whole Dragon Palace is getting ready 6 hours beforehand, Hao Ren thought. Time ticked away, and everyone was tensed up. Although the heavenly tribulation was estimated to come in 6 hours, no one was sure if it would come earlier than that. Zhao Yanzi was tired after standing for so long. She wanted to rest for a while but couldn't find anywhere to lean on. Unless she sat on the ground, she couldn't really rest. However, as the princess, she would never do such an inappropriate thing. Seeing Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang staring at Zhao Kuo in the center of the altar, she silently moved to Hao Ren, clutching onto his clothes as she leaned onto his arm. Hao Ren had been cultivating the light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll, and he stopped and held her when he sensed her movements. Since Hao Ren had swallowed her dragon core, Zhao Yanzi was now like an ordinary girl. It was too much for her to stand for several hours. However, Zhao Guang ordered everyone to stand ready for the upcoming event, and no one could rest. Even he himself was standing, so Zhao Yanzi couldn't be an exception. At this moment, the entire East Ocean Dragon Palace had to unite and face the heavenly tribulation together. Zhao Guang wouldn't let anything distract them. Zhao Yanzi sighed in relief when Hao Ren held her. Her feet were less sore. However, her glances at him still weren't so friendly. Boom! Thunder could be heard in the sky. Your Majesty, the heavenly tribulation will come in half an hour at most. Premier Shah walked over and bowed as he reported. Array formation, activate. Zhao Guang ordered. The altar made of one piece of unique white jade began to move upward slowly. Zhao Yanzi clutched Hao Ren's arm to steady herself. Shortly, the altar that was as big as several soccer fields rose above the sea. It was dark all around. In the boundless darkness of the night, thunder resonated in the sky while lightning flashed. Chapter 194. The power of heavenly tribulation surrounded by the dark sea. Hao Ren didn't know where this altar was in the vast ocean. But he guessed this location was selected beforehand by the East Ocean Dragon Palace and had been kept as a top secret to prevent their enemies from attacking them at this vital moment. In the sky, the thunder sounded, and the lightning rolled in the dark clouds that were now very close to the surface of the sea. The occasional flashes turned the sea surface silver white. There was no trace of land in sight, and the frightening scene would have scared an average person. A platform slowly rose from the altar, and Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu stood it. Today, the Dragon King Zhao Guang would personally command the heavenly tribulation array formation. Instantly, the wind picked up, and the sea waves surged up high. Zhao Yanzi staggered slightly, and she immediately clutched onto Hao Ren's arm. Afraid that she would fall into the sea from the edge of the altar, Hao Ren firmly held her hand. Her palm was warm, but her fingertips were cold. Boom! A lightning bolt arced across the sky. Even Hao Ren, who had never experienced such event, knew that the heavenly tribulation was coming. Zhao Yanzi was nervous. Her grip on Hao Ren's hand tightened. The lightning bolts traveled in the clouds, and the atmosphere on the huge altar, where more than 10,000 dragon cultivators gathered, was getting grimmer. Bang! The first lightning bolt crashed down from the clouds. It was as thick as an arm and looked like a purple jade. Ninth Heaven 18 Lightning Tribulation. Premier Shah, who was standing beside Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi, murmured. Is it very powerful? Zhao Yanzi asked him anxiously. Extremely powerful, more powerful than the windfire lightning tribulation we expected. Premier Shah furrowed his brows and said. Can third uncle withstand it? Zhao Yanzi asked again immediately. Premier Shah turned his attention to the center of the altar and didn't answer. He acted as if he did not hear Zhao Yanzi's question. The purple lightning bolt crashed down from the sky and landed on the top of Zhao Kuo's head. Zhao Kuo remained in the same place and didn't move a muscle. With a grunt, he withstood the first round of heavenly tribulation with his body. Since he had reached top-tier Qian level, his body was almost unbreakable. The moment the first heavenly lightning bolt crashed, the rain poured down from the dark clouds in the sky. The huge white jade altar released a pale blue light shield, blocking the rainwater. The first lightning bolt is not difficult to withstand, but the latter ones get more and more powerful, Premier Shah said. Each of them would double in power compared with the previous one, and there are altogether 18 of them. Hao Ren made the calculation silently. If each lightning bolt is going to be twice as powerful as the last one, then the last lightning bolt would be almost 100,000 times more powerful than the first one. 100,000 times, it is terrifying just to think about it. Zhao Yanzi's math was not as good as Hao Ren's, but she was worried when she heard that each of the 18 lightning bolts was stronger than the one before it. She bit her lower lip, and her breathing became uneven. While they were talking, the second heaven lightning bolt crashed down. It was twice as loud as the first one, and it was thicker and brighter. Zhao Kuo still sat there motionlessly, letting the lightning bolt crash into his body. His body lit up for a few seconds before returning to normal. Elder Zhao is indeed the #1 cultivator in the mortal world. He didn't resist the heavenly tribulation. On the contrary, he absorbed the power of the heavenly tribulation and saved it to withstand the later lightning bolts, Premier Shah said in a low voice. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi held each other's hand tightly while their eyes were locked on Zhao Kuo, who was in the center of the altar. It was their first time witnessing a heavenly tribulation, and it was very important to East Ocean. Boom! The third heavenly lightning bolt came with the booming sound. It lit up half the sky. Hao Ren had toyed with the idea of helping Zhao Yanzi's third uncle absorb the power of lightning bolts with his technique. Now seeing the great power of the heavenly lightning bolts, he knew how naive his idea had been. They were not only heavenly lightning bolt, they represented the power of the heaven. Cultivation itself was against the natural law. It was okay if the cultivators just wanted to chill in the mortal world. But if they wanted to challenge the natural law and gain the same privileges and powers of the heaven and the earth such as immortality, they must pass the tests of the heavenly tribulation. Still sitting, Zhao Kuo quietly waited for the third heavenly lightning bolt to crash into him. But this time, his body shook slightly. Premier Shah's frown got tighter. 18 heavenly lightning bolts, not easy, he thought. Boom! The sound of the fourth heavenly lightning bolt shook the sky. As thick as a pillar, it crashed down from the clouds. This time, Zhao Kuo finally opened his eyes. The heavenly lightning bolt crashed into the Beihui acupoint in the top of his head and traveled through his spine before going into the altar. The remaining power of the heavenly lightning bolt lit up the engravings and arrays on the altar for a second. Zhao Kuo stretched his arms and raised his head as he shouted, "Ha ha ha, awesome, again." As if it was an answer to Zhao Kuo's challenge, the heaven didn't give him any break when the fifth heavenly lightning bolt crashed down. Zhao Kuo still withstood it with his body. The lightning bolt crashed into his body, and his cyan robe remained intact. However, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a dash of light shot out into the distance. Bang! A wave as high as dozens of meters surged up in the distance when the light struck the surface of the ocean. Excellent! Again! Zhao Kuo yelled, his arrogance returned. As thick as a skyscraper, the sixth heavenly lightning bolt crashed from the sky toward him. The bright lightning engulfed Zhao Kuo in it. From a distance, Zhao Yanzi's breath quickened while she stared at the center of the altar. She clutched onto Hao Ren's palm tightly, and her fingertips began to sweat. When the lightning disappeared, Zhao Kuo, who was sitting in the center of the altar, was still intact. He is indeed the #1 cultivator. Hao Ren couldn't help admiring him. If it had been the simplest 4-9 heavenly tribulation, Zhao Kuo would have passed it already. However, Zhao Kuo was ambitious. Even if he could get into heaven, he didn't want to be in the lowest rank. The most powerful 9th heaven 18 lightning tribulation was the ultimate test for him. Faced with such a heavenly tribulation, even an immortal would be killed if he or she was not careful. Clang! Zhao Kuo reached out and picked up the black tri-point double-edged sword. Standing up, he looked up at the sky and shouted, "Again, again." The seventh heavenly lightning bolt transformed into 7 flashes, crashing toward him from 7 directions. Zhao Kuo waved his weapon, killing tribulation. With a black flash, he shattered all 7 heaven lightning bolts. He was so proud that he was determined to fight with the heavenly tribulation. Standing in the wind in his fluttering robe while some lightning flashed on his long-handled black tri-point double-edged sword, Zhao Yanzi's third uncle looked like a god who descended into the mortal world. The 8th heavenly lightning bolt struck down quickly from the clouds. It transformed into thousands of lightning balls, attacking Zhao Kuo from all directions. Hao Ren calculated silently and knew that the 8th heavenly lightning bolt was 128 times as powerful as the first one. Each of the lightning balls looked weak, but in fact, they held the same power as the first heavenly lightning bolt. Zhao Kuo looked at ease, but it was really a challenge for him. Standing in the center of the altar, he waved the 6,500-pound black tri-point double-edged sword so fast that it turned into an impenetrable light shield. The lightning balls crashed onto the killing tribulation, with loud muffled banging noises, deafening Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi. Despite the situation, Zhao Yanzi didn't cover her ears. She watched the situation on the altar more anxiously. Tens of thousands of soldiers stood on the edge of the altar. They dared not to move without orders. Therefore, the altar that was as big as several soccer fields was a one-man stage for Zhao Kuo. The 9th heavenly lightning bolt shot down. It split into 9 parts and whistled toward him with the power of wind and fire on top of lightning. They were extremely sharp, as if they could pierce everything in the world. The Hunden lightning could break everything comprised of the 5 elements. Although Zhao Kuo was top-tier Qian level with a powerful weapon, he didn't dare to be careless with it. With the 6,500-pound weapon, Zhao Kuo was still agile. He broke 8 of the 9 lightning bolts one by one. Whoosh! The last lightning bolt as wide as a river was cleaved into 2 parts by Zhao Kuo's the 6,500-pound black tri-point double-edged sword. Tri-point double-edged sword was the legendary weapon of the ancient water god. Zhao Kuo's moves were so powerful that they even broke the heaven lightning bolts. Seeing the excitement in the people around him, Hao Ren was about to cheer when Zhao Kuo supported himself with the black tri-point double-edged sword and raised his left hand to hold his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Third uncle. Zhao Yanzi yelled anxiously. At this moment, a light flashed in the clouds, and the 10th heavenly lightning bolt was ready to strike. The 10th heavenly lightning bolt is 512 times as powerful as the first one, Hao Ren calculated. Including this one, there were still 9 heavenly lightning bolts left. However, it seemed like Zhao Kuo couldn't pass them. Hao Ren clenched his fists and began to worry for Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo was fierce and rude, but he was not a bad guy. To the contrary, he was straightforward and manly. Boom! The 10th heavenly lightning bolt, 512 times as powerful as the first one, crashed down. Zhao Kuo forced himself to lift the tri-point double-edged sword and got ready for the battle. Once the heavenly tribulation was activated, it couldn't be stopped. Just like cultivation, the cultivators wouldn't back out once they start despite all the difficulties ahead of them. Clang! Zhao Kuo's tri-point double-edged sword knocked the ground of the altar and made a huge noise. With blood on his lips, he looked calmly at the sky. The heavenly lightning bolt with its ultimate power crashed onto Zhao Kuo's head in the form of a pure white light beam. Waving his tri-point double-edged sword, Zhao Kuo faced it squarely. No one could back off from the heavenly tribulation. Standing straight with his head held high, Zhao Kuo was instantly swallowed by the flash of lightning. Zhao Yanzi clutched Hao Ren's hand tight, and her fingernails cutting into his palm. Also, deep dents were forming on her lower lip as she bit on it forcefully. When the flash disappeared, Zhao Kuo kneeled in the center of the altar on one knee. His tri-point double-edged sword was shattered into pieces, and his arms were bloody. In the sky, the 11th heavenly lightning bolt was ready to strike. Knowing that Zhao Kuo couldn't make it, Zhao Guang shouted, "Heaven and Earth Array Formation, activate." His resonant order spread to the edge of the altar. Yes. The tens of thousands of soldiers who were waiting around the altar answered loudly. Sneaky heaven! Broken heaven! I will get you! At this moment, Zhao Kuo flew up abruptly in his torn robe. With a roar, he suddenly turned into a black dragon and flew high into the sky. Chapter 195, Black Dragon. A black dragon with black claws, black scales, a black beard, and black eyes. In the pitch-dark sky, Zhao Kuo turned into a black dragon and soared in the air. A lightning bolt flashed in the clouds and illuminated the black dragon in the sky. It was Hao Ren's first time seeing a real dragon. He was stunned. According to Su Han, after dragon cultivators reached Dewey level, they could transform into dragons. While the spirit concentration scroll cultivated the acupoints in the human body, the cultivation after Con level would unblock the acupoints in the dragon body by unlocking the openings on the dragon core. Brother! Zhao Guang shouted into the sky. However, Zhao Kuo, doing his utmost with all he had flown up high in the sky. Bang! A lightning flash crashed into the black dragon. The 11th heavenly lightning bolt. The lightning bolt with the enormous power hit the body of the black dragon, turning it silver. Zhao Kuo fell hundreds of meters before flying back up. Brother! Come back! Zhao Guang raised his voice and yelled again. This time, he used his nature essence in the shout, and his voice could be clearly heard 100 kilometers away. However, Zhao Kuo was stubborn and wouldn't come back. He wouldn't admit defeat in the battle against heaven. When the black dragon flew close to the clouds, the 12th heavenly lightning bolt crashed down. The blinding lightning lit up the whole space between the sky and the sea. The violent heavenly lightning bolt crashed directly onto the waist of the black dragon, almost cutting him into halves. To pass the heavenly tribulation, Zhao Kuo was giving it all and even used his true dragon form. Tumbling and falling from the sky, Zhao Kuo almost fell into the sea. But the moment his claws touched the sea surface, he immediately turned around and flew back up. The dark clouds gathered from all directions, signaling that the heaven was brewing the last few heavenly lightning bolts. Brother. Concerned, Zhao Guang wanted to fly up, but Zhao Hongyu held him back. Zhao Yanzi's eyes were full of tears. Sobbing, she bit onto her fist while watching her third uncle being struck down again and again. Holding her other hand, Hao Ren was completely stunned. Before Zhao Kuo could get close to the clouds, the 13th heavenly lightning bolt crashed down. The enormous energy in it boiled up the seawater beside the altar. Flapping in the rain, Zhao Kuo swayed in his dragon form. Suddenly, he spat out a red bead. Essence core. He's risking his life. On the high platform, Zhao Guang yelled in astonishment. The dragon core was also called the essence core, the life source of a dragon. As a master of top-tier Qian level, Zhao Kuo used the tri-point double-edged sword as his weapon and hadn't obtained a natal dharma treasure. His dragon core was his ultimate weapon and last resort. The full energy of top-tier Qian level was unleashed from the dragon core. Instantly, the space between the sky and the sea was brightly illuminated as if it was daytime. The 13th heavenly lightning bolt shot toward Zhao Kuo. The red bead blocked the lightning bolt. The lightning bolt and the dragon core were battling with each other, but everyone including Hao Ren knew that using the dragon core as a weapon would cause considerable damage to its owner. Boom! The 13th heavenly lightning bolt turned into sparks of white light before vanishing. Meanwhile, the dazzling red dragon core dimmed and revealed its water elemental nature. Almost instantly, the 14th heavenly lightning bolt slashed toward Zhao Kuo. It is about 8,000 times as powerful as the first one. Hao Ren calculated in his mind as sweat appeared in his palms. Obviously, Zhao Kuo couldn't make it, but he wouldn't admit defeat. If he returned to the altar, the strength of more than 10,000 cultivators and the power of the array formation would probably manage to block the last few heavenly lightning bolts and keep him alive, even though his cultivation progress would likely be wiped out. Suddenly, it dawned on Hao Ren that Zhao Kuo would rather die than let the soldiers block heavenly lightning bolts for him. This man was trying to reserve the soldiers and the strength of the East Ocean. The 14th heavenly lightning bolt consisted of countless lightning flashes. With the huge sound of explosions, they shot toward Zhao Kuo, who was high in the sky. Zhao Kuo could no longer block them. Although he was in his dragon form, he was only an earthly dragon before reaching the heavenly dragon realm. The heavenly lightning bolt that was 8,000 times more powerful than the first one was too much for him to withstand. Bang! The 14th heavenly lightning bolt exploded on Zhao Kuo. Since it was a dark night and Zhao Kuo was a black dragon, it was hard to determine the severity of his injuries. However, everyone knew that he was now in a severe condition. Sneaky heaven. Broken heaven. In my whole life, I, Zhao Kuo, have been impulsive and fierce, but I've never taken any innocent life. I'm just rash with words, and you put such a punishment on me. Swaying in the sky, Zhao Kuo cursed in his resonant voice. Crash. As if it was a response to Zhao Kuo's words, the 15th heavenly lightning bolt struck toward Zhao Kuo's black dragon head. Zhao Kuo put the dragon core back into his body and created a light shield in front of him with his last bit of essence. But in the face of a heavenly lightning bolt that was 16,000 times as powerful as the first one, any 5 elemental essence was as weak as a piece of paper. The lightning bolt crashed through the light shield immediately. Zhao Kuo had to withstand it with his body. He was struck down from the sky by the fierce heavenly lightning bolt. He tumbled and fell into the sea, creating waves that were as high as mountains. Brother! Zhao Guang yelled, and the elders guarding the altar were all dumbfounded. Zhao Yanzi's face was covered in tears. Her legs weakened, and she would have fallen to the ground crying if it wasn't for Hao Ren's support. Wah! Zhao Kuo's flew out of the sea in his bloody dragon form. I'm still here. I'm not defeated, he shouted and flew into the sky. Bang! The 16th heavenly lightning bolt crashed down. It was 30,000 times as powerful as the first one. If it struck Zhao Kuo, it would be hard for him not to die. After being struck by 15 heavenly lightning bolts, Zhao Kuo was fearless. He flew right toward it. Bang! The lightning bolt collided with Zhao Kuo, and he was bounced hundreds of meters away before falling into the sea. On the high platform, Zhao Hongyu furrowed her brows tightly. It was obvious that Zhao Kuo couldn't survive the heavenly tribulation. I'm not defeated. Shaking violently, Zhao Kuo shot out from the sea again. I, Zhao Kuo, will poke a hole in the heaven, he shouted, soaring to the clouds in the sky. Brother. Zhao Guang knew his brother could never survive the last 2 lightning bolts. Regardless of the risks, he turned into a white dragon and flew into the sky. Zhao Guang. Zhao Hongyu yelled, but she couldn't stop him. Almost as big as the black dragon, the white dragon flew in the air and blocked the fierce black dragon. At this moment, the 17th heavenly lightning bolt struck down. Zhao Guang tried to block the lightning bolt and was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Dad! Zhao Yanzi screamed. Alarmed, Hao Ren held her to him. Dragon King! Everyone shouted in surprise, but none of them dared to leave their positions on the altar without permission. Held up for a moment by Zhao Guang, the heavenly lightning bolt continued crashing toward Zhao Kuo. Zhao Guang dropped hundreds of meters before flying up and catching Zhao Kuo, who was falling like a rock. Heaven and Earth Array Formation, activate! Zhao Guang shouted, and his white dragon form flew toward the array formation before turning back to his human form. He carried Zhao Kuo's human body and entered the altar. Hao Ren noticed that blood was gushing out of Zhao Guang's shoulder. Obviously, he was severely wounded while trying to rescue Zhao Kuo. Regardless of his wound, he stood up immediately. Unleash full force to block the 18th heavenly lightning bolt. Yes. All the elders, generals and soldiers answered as one. In the sky, lightning flashed in the clouds. The last heavenly lightning bolt was the most powerful one. Zhao Kuo was not able to pass the heavenly tribulation, but he could live if the last heavenly lightning bolt were blocked. Boom! The heavenly lightning bolt was more like a huge laser beam. Dozens of colorful defense shields above the altar were activated, but like pieces of paper, they were instantly broken by the heavenly lightning bolt. It was 130,000 times as powerful as the first lightning bolt, which could kill an ordinary cultivator. Holding his chest and spewing blood, Zhao Guang ordered, earthly branches, 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, and 11th general. Block the first wave. Heavenly stems, 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th and 9th elder, assist. Yes. The generals and elders took the order. The heavenly lightning bolt arrived at the core defense array formation above the altar. 5 elders, 6 generals, and 6,000 soldiers took their positions and unleashed their natural essence. The entire white jade altar was lit up instantly, and a surge of terrifying energy was activated. The abundant nature essence proved that the white jade was indeed a piece of advanced nature treasure. The core defense array formation had 5 layers. The outmost layer began to bend and shatter under the force of the lightning bolt. Bang! The outer layer broke with a crisp banging noise. 5 purple-robed elders, 6 generals, and 6,000 soldiers were all bounced back. Blocked the second wave. Pale-faced, Zhao Guang held his hand to his chest and continued to order. 6 generals in the positions of 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, 10th and 12th earthly branch positions took half a step forward with 6,000 soldiers, while the 5 purple-robed elders at the 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th and 10th heavenly stem positions unleashed their energy. Their efforts paused the advancement of the lightning bolt for only 6 seconds before the second defense layer was shattered. It seemed that the heavenly lightning bolt with 130,000 times the power of the first was unstoppable. If it crashed down, no one could escape without a scratch. Everyone would be severely wounded, while those with weak cultivation strength would die on the spot. That was why Zhao Kuo refused to return to the altar when he saw the great power of the heavenly tribulation. He knew that he couldn't pass it, and the 9th heaven 18 lightning tribulation was more powerful than the altar could withstand. He would rather die than enlisting help from the East Ocean Dragon Clan and harm the member. Everyone, together. Zhao Guang knew no strategy would work in the face of the ultimate power. He ordered everyone to get ready for the final blow. The 10 purple-robed elders, 12 golden-armored generals, and 12,000 silver-armored soldiers stood in their positions, and the others stood on the engravings and arrays of the altar while injecting their nature essence into them. Both Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu squatted down, ready to unleash their full energy to fight with the heavenly tribulation. Hao Ren didn't back off. Although his cultivation strength was low, he kneeled and placed his hand onto the altar. Boom! The heavenly lightning bolt broke another core defense layer, and the surface of the altar began to crack. Meanwhile, all the intricate engravings on the altar began to hum. Instantly, the warm and white light illuminated the whole sky. With a booming noise, the heavenly lightning bolt that was about 130,000 times more powerful than the first one destroyed the second-last defense layer. The final moment had come. Chapter 196 to 10,000 Cultivators Array Formation. The heavenly lightning bolt with 13,000 times the power of the first one had broken the second-last core defense layer of the array formation and was crashing toward the people on the altar. Wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. The heavenly lightning bolt had broken the layers of wood, fire, earth, and metal. Only the last and most crucial water elemental defense array formation was left. The 5 elements created each other. Since the heavenly lightning bolt had broken 4 of them, the core of the array formation was damaged. Seeing the blue light shield beginning to shake, everyone gritted their teeth and transferred all their energy into the altar. Hao Ren had thought that the power of the lightning would be cold in the pouring storm. However, when the heavenly lightning bolt was above his head, he sensed the burning pressure from it through the last layer of the array formation. This chapter's initial release occurred on the N0V3LB1N site. Its temperature was as high as 10,000 degrees, hot enough to burn people into ashes instantly. If it had not been for the protection of the water elemental defense array formation, all of them would have been burned into ashes. Even the purple-robed elders couldn't open their eyes at this dazzling heavenly lightning bolt. Zhao Yanzi squatted next to Hao Ren, tightly holding his arm. Life or death, they were in it together. The blue defense array formation shook violently. It could collapse at any moment. Crack! Crack! The altar that was as big as several soccer fields began to crack all over and started to shake violently. The heavenly lightning bolt was crashing against the altar with tens of thousands of pounds of force. If it weren't for the nature essences that tens of thousands of cultivators injected into the altar, it would have been shattered into debris by the first wave of the strike. Hao Ren put all of his nature essence into the altar and felt his arms go numb. This was the power of the heavenly lightning bolt. It was not an ordinary heavenly lightning bolt, but the heavenly tribulation from the ninth heaven. Under the support of the nature essence from everyone present, the last layer of the blue defense array formation was humming and blinking, managing to withstand the 18th heavenly lightning bolt. Bang! Bang! Occasionally, some soldiers were bounced off the altar by the power of the heaven tribulation as its power was spread onto the people on the altar. The power of this final heavenly lightning bolt was 13,000 times more powerful than the first heavenly lightning bolt. If it were distributed evenly to each person, each of them would have to withstand the full power of the first heavenly lightning bolt. It was natural that the weaker cultivators couldn't bear the pressure. More importantly, not everyone could withstand the power of the lightning bolt that could break all 5 elements. Pale-faced, the elders could barely manage it, but the soldiers were bounced off one by one. The power of the final heavenly lightning bolt above the blue array formation didn't disappear. The power of this heavenly tribulation was awe-inspiring. Premier Shah, take Z and Ren out of here, Zhao Guang turned his head and shouted. In this critical moment, the heavenly lightning bolt could crash down at any moment, and everyone under it would probably die. After all, it was against the natural law for them to help Zhao Kuo withstand the heavenly tribulation. Yes, Your Majesty. Pale-faced and exhausted, Premier Shah stood up and hurried toward Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi. Dad! I won't go! Zhao Yanzi yelled. Behave! Zhao Guang raised his hand and pushed her aside without touching her. Premier Shah hurried over and helped Zhao Yanzi up. Princess, please go with me. He looked at Hao Ren, who was still injecting his nature essence into the altar, and said, Fuma, please go with me. Leave it to His Majesty. Seeing all the generals and elders who were still supporting the altar with pale faces and the soldiers who kept coming back onto the altar after being bounced off, Hao Ren shook his head and said, No, I won't go. You take Z with you. Your Majesty, please retreat. Suddenly, Lu Qing raised his head and shouted at Zhao Guang on the high platform. Others seconded his plea, shouting, Your Majesty, please retreat. Your Majesty, please retreat. No, I won't. Zhao Guang placed his hands that were covered by the green energy back on the altar. I will fight with you. Zhao Kuo, with blood all over him, took several deep breaths before struggling to stand on his feet. Brother, let me go out and die with the heaven tribulation. If Zhao Kuo were wiped out by the heavenly lightning bolt, the entire heavenly tribulation would end, and the other people wouldn't die with him. His brother was on one side, and tens of thousands of the elite cultivators of East Ocean were on the other. Zhao Guang was in a dilemma. We are willing to block the heavenly tribulation for Third Lord. The 12 generals in golden armor suddenly shouted together. We are willing to block the heavenly tribulation for Third Lord. The 12,000 soldiers also shouted, and their voices repeatedly echoed in the altar. The stunning scene set everyone's heart on fire. Zhao Kuo was the supreme commander in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. The generals and the soldiers had been fighting alongside. Okay. We will face life and death together. Pressing against the bloody wounds on his chest with one of his hands, Zhao Kuo stood up and placed his other bloody hand on the altar. The blue array formation was instantly covered in a red mist. He was putting his dragon blood and vital essences into the array formation. Even after being struck by 17 heavenly lightning bolts, Zhao Kuo still possessed some nature essence. The array formation that was on the verge of collapsing was strengthened by what he did, and it began to push back against the last heavenly lightning bolt. The morale was greatly boosted. With blood-red eyes, Zhao Kuo continued to inject his blood into the altar. The engravings on the milky white altar began to turn pink. The array formation above the altar hummed louder, releasing dazzling blue light and blocking the white heavenly lightning bolt. Zhao Yanzi took the opportunity to run back to Hao Ren before placing her small hands onto the altar. Without her dragon core, she still possessed a tiny bit of nature essence. Moved by what he saw, Hao Ren circulated his light-splitting sword shadow scroll to its limit, feeling like his weak remaining power was being absorbed bit by the engravings of the altar. This heavenly lightning bolt with 13,000 times the power of the first one was in a tough battle against the array formation consisted of the power of more than 10,000 cultivators. It was a long and hard moment. Everyone gritted their teeth, not daring to relax a little bit. Boom! The deadlock lasted for a long while before the heavenly lightning bolt exploded in the air abruptly. Seconds later, the blue array formation also shattered into pieces. A huge crack also appeared in the middle of the altar, turning it into two parts. Only the elders and generals were able to stand. The 12,000 soldiers all fell to the ground. This battle exhausted all of their nature essence. If their enemies launched a sudden attack, they would all die. Of course, they had chosen a spot in the deep sea and kept the location a secret. No enemy would come and attack them. Boom! As if the heaven was resentful of the defeat, after the 18 heavenly lightning bolts, another small lightning bolt was released by the clouds. Everyone was astonished since this small lightning bolt struck directly toward Zhao Guang, Zhao Kuo, and Zhao Hongyu. The heaven was punishing them for blocking and interfering with the heavenly tribulation. Light-splitting sword shadow scroll, absorb. Hao Ren, who stood near them, suddenly lifted his hand subconsciously. Chapter 197. Seven-colored snow lotus. As if it heard Hao Ren's summon, the heavenly lightning bolt flew toward his palm. 5 elemental sword energies could be combined into Hunden sword energies that possessed Hunden lightning power. The ultimate form of Hunden lightning power was Tiangang. The heavenly lightning bolt in the heavenly tribulation was Tiangang. This small heavenly lightning bolt entered Hao Ren's body and traveled through his 108 acupoints before settling down in his dragon core. Hao Ren exhaled deeply, and even the air he just exhaled was mingled with some lightning power. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu gasped while Zhao Yanzi, who was by his side, also widened her eyes, forgetting to cry. Pooh! Under the stimulation of the heavenly lightning bolt, 6 openings in his dragon core were unlocked. Colorful lights engulfed Hao Ren's body as he jumped from Con level to Li level. Li level needed 10 openings, and Hao Ren had 13 now. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll was lightning cultivation. Hao Ren's theory of absorbing the lightning power of the heavenly tribulation with his technique was proved right. For cultivators, the lightning tribulation was dangerous and painful. But to Hao Ren, it was a piece of cake. He was even spared from the pain caused by the level up when he advanced using the lightning power. Ah! Suddenly, Zhao Kuo spat out a big mouthful of blood. Third uncle. Zhao Yanzi, who had been staring at Hao Ren in astonishment, turned around and rushed toward Zhao Kuo. The almighty Zhao Kuo finally lost his balance and fell to the ground. By now, the altar was ruined, and the cold wind blew onto them. Zhao Kuo in his torn robe was covered in blood. Regardless of his blood and sweat, Zhao Yanzi threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. "Third uncle can't make it this time. I'm content with the fact that I will die in one piece." Zhao Kuo, an unrivaled cultivator in the mortal world for hundreds of years, now looked defeated. He touched Zhao Yanzi's head gently and said, "Z, you must take care of yourself." "Third uncle, you won't die." Zhao Yanzi cried in his arms. "Kid, come here." Zhao Kuo glared at Hao Ren with his bloody eyes and shouted at him. Hao Ren walked over and stood before him. "From now on, you have to take care of Z for me. I know that you are not a bad guy. The only problem you have is that you are hanging around too many girls. Well, I have only 1/20th of my power left. I'll transfer it to you." He reached out to grab Hao Ren's arm. Slap. Before Hao Ren could react, Zhao Guang slapped off Zhao Kuo's arm. "Brother, what are you doing?" "With my remaining strength, I can only live for several hours. I will transfer it to him and help him get stronger." Zhao Kuo lifted his head and said. Zhao Hongyu sighed and pinched her nose to hold back her tears. She had always scolded him for being rude, but she knew that he was just quick-tempered and was not malicious at all. "My meridians are broken, my dragon core is damaged, and my reputation as the #1 cultivator is gone. I will transfer my remaining power to this kid so that he could protect Z better. It's my final gift to Z as her uncle." Zhao Kuo continued after seeing Zhao Guang still standing between him and Hao Ren. "Save your breath." With a cold face, Zhao Guang turned to look at Premier Shah and said, "Don't stand there in a daze. Go and ask little Taoist Zhen to come here." "Yes, your majesty." Premier Shah turned immediately and dived into the sea after forming an energy sphere around him. "Where is Xingyue?" Zhao Kuo looked around and asked. Although Zhao Kuo was still sitting down, he looked a lot better than a few seconds ago. Perhaps it was due to terminal lucidity. A beautiful female cultivator in her 30s walked over and looked at Zhao Kuo with a frown. Out of the 10 purple-robed elders on the altar, she was the only female. "I promised that I would pass the heavenly tribulation, but I failed," Zhao Kuo said to her softly. "Don't talk now. You need your rest," this female cultivator named Xingyue said gently. "You've always been fierce towards me, but I know that you are thinking for me. I can't control my big mouth, and my heavenly tribulation got this powerful. It is a punishment for neglecting the cultivation of personality and temperament," Zhao Kuo said with a bitter smile. The smile didn't look good on his ugly face, but Hao Ren's heart ached, especially after he saw Zhao Yanzi's heart-wrenching sob. Xingyue was silent. Zhao Kuo was the #1 cultivator of East Ocean, and she was the #1 female cultivator of East Ocean. Although Zhao Kuo was more powerful than her, he was very obedient in front of her. He would immediately shut up after she glanced at him. After bickering with him for 200 years, she expected that Zhao Kuo would ascend into the enviable heaven dragon realm. She had never imagined that it would end like this. No one had expected that the heavenly tribulation would be the mighty 9th heaven 18 lightning tribulation. When the first lightning bolt struck, her heart sank. Faced with such a powerful heavenly tribulation, Zhao Kuo had a clearer understanding of the situation than her. However, no one could stop the heavenly tribulation once it was activated. The only thing that he could do was to fight to his death. Under Xingyu's watch, he didn't want to lose like a coward, he wanted to die a hero. Everyone was silent. The only sound was Zhao Yanzi's sobbing. Hao Ren didn't know that this #1 female cultivator of East Ocean was, in fact, Su Han's master. Wah! The sound of water splashing broke the silence. Premier Shah and little Taoist Zhen arrived at Zhao Guang's side. "Little Taoist Zhen, my brother failed the heavenly tribulation. I must rely on you to save his life." Zhao Guang bowed to him respectfully and said. The haughty little Taoist Zhen glanced at Zhao Kuo, who was on the ground, and said, "Broken meridians, damaged dragon core. I'm afraid that even the Deluo Golden Immortal One wouldn't even be able to save him." Everyone's heart sank at his answer. As if he had expected it, Zhao Kuo laughed carelessly. "Anyway, I have no regret in my life since I battled with the most powerful heavenly tribulation. Hao Ren, kid. Come over here, and I'll transfer my remaining power to you." Hao Ren didn't move since he didn't want Zhao Kuo to die after transferring him his power. However, he didn't dare to refuse him outright, knowing that Zhao Kuo would cuss at him for that. What's the hurry? Seeing Zhao Kuo's anger, little Taoist Zhen touched his chin, trying to look older and more experienced before continuing. I'm not finished yet. I can't save him if I don't have nature treasures. However, I probably could save his life with the help from one item. What's that? Instead of getting mad at little Taoist Zhen for keeping them in suspense, Zhao Guang was pleased with his words and asked. 7 colored snow lotuses from the sky mountain in the northwest, little Taoist Zhen said slowly. 7 colored snow lotuses? Hao Ren's heart lurched since these lotuses were the most fitting mystic crystals for his 5-elemental cultivation technique according to the Lu sisters. Okay, I'll go look for them immediately, Zhao Guang said. Why is your family so rash? Little Taoist Zhen gave him a dirty look and said, I'm not finished yet. Please go on. Zhao Guang held his temper in check and bowed slightly towards the little Taoist Zhen to show his respect. The 7 colored snow lotuses need to be over 1,000 years old, and I need 6 pieces. However, the older lotuses are mostly located in the depth of the karst caves. The deeper you go into the cave, the stronger the repulsion to the nature essence. In other words, only a cultivator who is below Zhen level could go and pick the 7 colored snow lotuses, little Taoist Zhen said slowly while nodding his head. Below Zhen level, they looked around, and their gazes rested on Hao Ren. However, the process of collecting 7 colored snow lotuses will be quite dangerous. If one is a lot weaker than Zhen level, it would be difficult to get them. All in all, it's not an easy task to get these 1,000-year 7 colored snow lotuses, little Taoist Zhen continued. Zhao Guang furrowed his brows and nodded with a grim face. Little Taoist Zhen glanced around and pointed at Hao Ren. You seem to be only at Li level. Well, you can do it. Go get the 7 colored snow lotuses for me, and I will make the elixir for him. Hao Ren looked at him in skepticism, feeling like there was more to it. Seeing Hao Ren's gaze, little Taoist Zhen told the truth. Okay, I'll be frank. I only need 3 7 colored snow lotuses to save him. However, you need to get me 3 more as payment. To be clear, I want 3. I won't save him for anything less. Ren, the task is too dangerous for you since you have no experience going on such trips. I'll send someone else, Zhao Guang interrupted. It's fine. I'll go. Hao Ren raised his hand and stopped Zhao Guang. The Sky Mountain in the northwest is within Qin Shaoyang's territory, and he will make trouble for people who are from East Ocean. You mean, Zhao Guang was baffled. With Zhao Kuo on the verge of death, as his elder brother, Zhao Guang couldn't keep a clear head. I will go. I'm in a better position, Hao Ren said as he pointed at his forehead. Oh, Inspector? Zhao Guang suddenly understood. In fact, when Hao Ren showed up on the altar with Lu Qing, Zhao Guang had noticed the mark on his forehead. But his mind was centered around the upcoming heavenly tribulation and had no time to ask about it. Now seeing the mark, he knew that Hao Ren had joined the inspector system through Su Han. Since this was the case, Hao Ren was a better candidate for this mission since Qin Shaoyang was technically one of his peers. Dad. I'll go with him. Zhao Yanzi stood up abruptly with tears on her face. Nonsense. Zhao Guang glared at her. You have no strength at all. It's not a field trip. Zhao Yanzi bit her lip, feeling wronged and sad. After all, she wanted to help her third uncle. You must bring back the 7 colored snow lotuses in one day. This means that from now on, you have 24 hours, and I must sustain his life with elixirs. If you are late at all, then I can't promise that I can save him, little Taoist Zhen told Hao Ren. Okay, I'll go right now, but I need one person to go with me, Hao Ren said. Who do you need? Zhao Guang asked. Su Han, Hao Ren answered. Chapter 198. Borrowing the treasure, okay. Zhao Guang nodded gloomily. Although he didn't want to owe the inspector a favor, Su Han was indeed the best person to deal with Qin Shaoyang. Please go with Hao Ren, Elder Xingyue. He turned to Xingyue. Yes. This female cultivator bowed without seeming like a girl at all. Elder Lu, Elder Shu, please take Zhao Kuo back to the Dragon Palace. General Hu and General Sun, lead your armies. Zhao Guang recovered from his panic and started to arrange things in an organized manner. Without wasting any time, Xingyue grabbed Hao Ren and headed somewhere on her sword in a flash. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, and Hao Ren tried to keep his balance on the narrow sword. However, since Xingyue grabbed onto his arm like a clamp, it wouldn't be easy to fall even if he wanted to. Maybe since she was extremely anxious, the sword flew faster and faster. Hao Ren, who was in the front, found it challenging to stay on. "Don't worry. This speed is within your limit," Xingyue said coldly behind him. Hao Ren thought that her tone sounded the same as Su Han's. It never occurred to him that Su Han was brought up by no one else but Xingyue. When Hao Ren was still confused, the sword suddenly dropped down to the city. It was so fast that it actually looked like a flash of light, and none of the mortals noticed Hao Ren and Xingyue. They flew into Su Han's apartment through the window. Su Han was cultivating, and she noticed the change and immediately walked out of her cultivation room with a sword in her hand. "Who is it?" she shouted. Her expression changed when she saw Hao Ren and Xingyue. Su Han slightly bowed to Xingyue and said, "Master." Hao Ren was surprised to learn that Xingyue was Su Han's master. He took a closer look at their faces and found the resemblance. "You have already left East Ocean, and you are now more powerful than me. There's no need to bow." Xingyue looked at her and said, "I'm here today to ask you for one favor. Zhao Kuo failed his heavenly tribulation, and his life is in danger now. To save him, one of the main ingredients is the 1,000-year 7-colored snow lotus. It only grows on the Sky Mountain, which is located in the northwest. Since Qin Xiaoyang is guarding that region now, we hope that you can make a trip there with Hao Ren." "Okay." Su Han agreed without any hesitation. "The East Ocean owes you a big one." Xingyue jumped onto the sword and disappeared by the window. Su Han turned to Hao Ren in her pajamas. "Let's not waste another minute and get on our way." "Okay." Hao Ren nodded in agreement. Su Han grabbed a long trench coat and pulled it over herself. Then, she whipped out her white jade sword and made it float in the air. She grabbed Hao Ren and walked onto the sword. The white jade sword enlarged in the air, and it was broad enough for Hao Ren and Su Han to stand on. Boom! It broke through the window and headed northwest at a fast speed. It felt so cool to fly on a sword. Hao Ren wished that he had a sword of his own. But since he was cultivating the light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll, it could create tens of thousands of sword energies, and he didn't need a sword at all. Su Han, standing in front, kept her mouth shut. Hao Ren had to lightly grab onto her arm from behind to prevent himself from falling off. The sword was as fast as lightning. Since they were within the thin clouds high above the ground, the mortals in the city could only see a slight flash in the sky at most. They wouldn't be able to see two people standing on a sword in the sky. "You must keep Zhao Kuo's failure a secret." After a while, Su Han said abruptly. Hao Ren nodded as he circulated the light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll to keep the coldness away. If this information were to get out, West Ocean would have a huge reaction. The East Ocean without Zhao Kuo, the #1 cultivator in the mortal world, wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from the West Ocean. However, the most important thing right now was to save Zhao Kuo's life. Other things could wait. From the look of it, it seemed like Su Han wouldn't be able to stick her hand into the battle between East Ocean and West Ocean. The best she could do was to save Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi's lives. Shoo! 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 A few more flashes went by them. These lights suddenly circled back, and shouts sounded, "Who is trespassing Kunlun Mountain?" Inspector Su Han is passing by due to an emergency. Su Han raised a small golden banner. Shoo! Shoo! The flashes backed off from blocking them. Su Han sped up and passed by the mountains at high speed. The white sky mountain slowly appeared in Hao Ren's view. Su Han slowed down the sword to land. Boom! A white energy sphere appeared in front of their sword. It was the protection array formation of the Northwest Sky Mountain. It was the Northwest Earth Elemental Dragon's turf. Water elemental dragon clans ruled the areas near the oceans, rivers, and lakes, while the inner land was typically wood elemental and earth elemental dragon clans' home. They couldn't exceed the water elemental dragon clans in terms of the number of members, but they weren't less powerful. Su Han took out a piece of paper from her ring. She poured her nature essence into it and threw it into the sphere. The paper turned into a ray of blue light and disappeared. Without saying anything, Hao Ren stood behind her as he knew that this was her voice transmission notes. If she needed to take care of some matters for herself, she could have barged in as an inspector. However, she was here for the East Ocean, and doing that could displease the local dragons. A moment late, a few elders in earthy yellow robes flew over. Inspector Su-han, welcome. We apologize for not welcoming you sooner. No need for that, Su-han said directly. I'm here to get some of your local specialties, 7-colored snow lotus. The elders looked at each other and asked, what age do you need? We could prepare some for you if it's not a big amount. Su-han turned to Hao Ren. Hao Ren stepped forward on the broadsword and said, we need 6 1,000-year 7-colored snow lotuses. The elders gasped at what Hao Ren had said. They looked at each other before saying, we had 3 of those, but Inspector Qin Xiaoyang was here not long ago and asked for 2 of them. So, we only have 1 left. Su-han sighed coldly as she thought to herself, Qin Xiaoyang started to act as a tyrant as soon as he was assigned here. Hearing her sigh, the elders thought that she wasn't happy about what they said. They immediately explained, Inspector Su-han, 1,000-year 7-colored snow lotuses are indeed very rare, and we do only have 1 left. But since you and Inspector Qin Xiaoyang are colleagues, maybe you can borrow them from him for the emergency? Hao Ren thought, 3 1,000-year 7-colored snow lotuses should be just about enough to save Zhao Kuo's life. But that little Taoist Gen probably won't cooperate. He then said to the elders, how about this? You guys can show us the way to the karst cave, and I'll go get the lotuses myself. Hearing this, the elders looked at each other again, not knowing how to respond. Chapter 199. Perfect Team. He, little Han. How come you have time to visit me in this remote and poor place? Qin Xiaoyang's voice came from the west. Su-han furrowed her pretty eyebrows and said to the elders from the Earth Elemental Dragon Clan, tell me where the karst cave is, and you can prepare that 1,000-year 7-colored snow lotus for me. The karst cave is at Luiying Peak of the Sky Mountain, and it's extremely dangerous. Inspector Su-han, please be extra careful. The leader of the elders lightly nodded and took off with the other elders. The 2 inspectors didn't appear to be friendly with each other, and the Earth Elemental Dragon Clan did not want to get involved. After all, the lotuses were grown in the dangerous area on the Sky Mountain, so they weren't worried about Su-han taking many lotuses. As soon as they left, Qin Xiaoyang appeared right in front of Su-han and Hao Ren. Su-han looked at him coldly, and she put away her sword and landed with Hao Ren. Qin Xiaoyang also put away the light around him and stared at Su-han, who was incredibly charming. He said, little Han, you are in such a good mood. You are on a trip to Sky Mountain with your little assistant. Obviously, he had noticed the light mark on Hao Ren's forehead. He was surprised and jealous of the fact that Hao Ren became Su-han's assisting inspector. I don't have time to chat with you, Su-han said to him. You may go back as soon as you hand over 2 1,000-year 7-colored snow lotuses. I should do it just because you told me to. I was letting you win when we were in East Ocean, but we are on my turf, the Sky Mountain, now. Qin Xiaoyang looked at Su-han arrogantly as his tone got impatient as well. Shoo! The white sword reappeared in Su-han's hand. Su-han's personality was like this. She would choose to solve the problem physically without **tting. The golden weaving shuttle appeared in Qin Xiaoyang's hand as well. He looked serious as he never dared to underestimate Su-han's strength. Boom! The white sword smashed into the golden weaving shuttle, and the ice and snow on the Sky Mountain slightly shivered. Million phantoms. Qin Xiaoyang's golden weaving shuttle spun, shining golden light all around as golden weaving shuttles were everywhere. However, different from Hao Ren's light-splitting sword shadow scroll where it could potentially generate millions of sword energies, all these golden weaving shuttles in the air were illusions to cover up the location of the real weapon. Piece of cake. Su-han murmured and whipped out her white sword. Millions of swords also appeared in the air. Your realm is high, but your sword technique sucks as usual. As Qin Xiaoyang said that, the golden weaving shuttle shot straight at Su-han at the same time. Millions of swords and shuttles crashed into each other in the air. As soon as one got destroyed, another would be created. What are you waiting for, Hao Ren? This is not a 1v1 battle. Come on. Su-hao shouted at Hao Ren, who was just watching from the side. Hao Ren realized that he was too focused on watching and forgot to help. He immediately created a grey Hunden sword energy and shot it at Qin Xiaoyang. He was only able to throw it like a grenade before. However, since he had broken through to Li level, he was able to control the sword energy much better. Qin Xiaoyang was mad, but he couldn't help but panicked. He didn't expect to be in a 1v2 situation. Then, he realized that Su Han never played by the rules. Plus, the hostility between them was already obvious. For the battles between inspectors, as long as there was no death and no interference with the inspector's job, the Dragon God Shrine wouldn't get involved at all. If Hao Ren were just a cultivator who attacked the inspector, he would have been punished by the Dragon God Shrine. However, there was no need to worry about it since he was an assistant to Su Han now. His Hundan sword energy shot at Qin Xiaoyang quickly. Qin Xiaoyang remembered the fight that happened at Zhao Yanzi's birthday party and didn't dare to underestimate Hao Ren. Therefore, he covered his palm with nature essence before trying to block Hao Ren's attack. Pa! The sword energy exploded in Qin Xiaoyang's palm and made his arm numb. 5 Elemental Lightning. Qin Xiaoyang covered his arm in surprise. Meanwhile, Su Han's white sword slashed toward his shoulder with no mercy. Su Han's sword shouldn't be able to harm him at all if she were alone, but the situation was completely different since there were two of them. Without saying anything, Hao Ren created another Hundan sword energy and threw it at Qin Xiaoyang. Pa! It exploded on Qin Xiaoyang's chest and burned a hole in his shirt. Qin Xiaoyang took 5 steps back, and Su Han went forward with her sword and created another wound on his arm. Lightning grenade. You allowed him to use such a powerful Dharma treasure. Qin Xiaoyang backed up and shouted in surprise. He didn't think that Hao Ren, who was very weak, could harm him, so he assumed that Hao Ren had thrown out the extremely powerful explosive Dharma treasure, lightning grenade. Although Qin Xiaoyang had always kept his temper under control as an elegant gentleman, he finally lost it. He jumped away from Su Han's sword with one hand covering the wound and the other pointing at Hao Ren. "Let's him battle me one-on-one if you dare," he shouted. Su Han suddenly stopped attacking and said, "Okay, but you need to hand over those 2 1,000-year 7-colored snow lotuses if you lose." Qin Xiaoyang took a deep breath, and the wound quickly healed. He looked at Hao Ren and then at Su Han, knowing that she didn't really put all her force in that attack just now. Shoo! A white sword energy shot directly at Qin Xiaoyang. Hao Ren was worried about Zhao Kuo, so he didn't want to waste any time. He went straight at it since he heard that Qin Xiaoyang wanted to fight him one-on-one. Qin Xiaoyang blocked this sword energy with his golden weaving shuttle. Then, another yellow earth elemental sword energy shot toward his face. Hao Ren learned something from the fight with Su Han last time. If it weren't possible to win by force, then he got to win by quantity. Shoo! 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 There went another 3 sword energies. As soon as Qin Xiaoyang blocked them with his golden weaving shuttle, there came another 5. Su Han returned to Hao Ren's side and whispered as she put away her sword, "Beat his spirit so he won't be bothering us when we pick the lotuses." Okay. Hao Ren shot 10 more sword energies of different elements at Qin Xiaoyang with all his fingers. When he leveled up from Kan to Li, the amount of nature essence he was able to absorb and use was several times more than before. The sword energies were shot in all directions and hit some of the stones and trees around them. Bomb! 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 The sound of explosions resonated in the sky. Qin Xiaoyang was surprised at the improvement in Hao Ren's strength. In just a short period, Hao Ren has grown so much. If he had a year or two. Hao Ren got more impatient when he thought of Zhao Kuo's critical status. He didn't have much time left, so he released all of the nature essence in his body. Su Han walked to Hao Ren and grabbed onto his wrist lightly. Hao Ren was just feeling exhausted, but a wave of nature essence poured into his body all of a sudden. It felt just like when he did the landscape painting with Su Han. Light-splitting sword shadow scroll, absorb. Light-splitting sword shadow scroll, release. The sword energies that were only the thickness of a little finger suddenly enlarged into the thickness of a fist. Waves of sword energies of Xuan level, which were close to Kun level, dashed towards Qin Xiaoyang like waves of the ocean. They were guided perfectly in regard to which direction to go. Every time Hao Ren swung his hands, 10 sword energies would shoot out. It felt like Qin Xiaoyang was dealing with thousands of arrows that were flying at him. Qin Xiaoyang was busy defending. When he turned to Su Han and saw her arm touching Hao Ren's arm, he was even more triggered. Bomb! The golden weaving shuttle was knocked away by a blue sword energy all of a sudden. Another sword energy went over his head and messed up his hairstyle, leaving him in a complete mess. Although he was a Kun-level master, he couldn't handle the attacks from a dozen Shuan-level masters at the same time. At the moment, Hao Ren was playing the role of several masters. Su Han supplied the ammo, and Hao Ren made the shots. The two of them were a perfect team. Su Han knew that her sword technique wasn't excellent and couldn't get them the victory quickly. Therefore, she had decided to borrow Hao Ren's hands to deal with Qin Xiaoyang. Bomb! Another sword energy went by Qin Xiaoyang's neck and ran into the hill behind him, and the top of the hill immediately broke into pieces. Qin Xiaoyang began to sweat at the scene, imagining what could have happened if the sword energy went through his neck. Hao Ren took back the rest of the sword energies in excitement. It was easy to learn the techniques recorded on the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, but it was tough to cultivate and advance in realms with it. However, as long as he could reach a high realm, the endless amount of sword energies could definitely challenge someone who was more powerful than him. Su Han slowly let go of Hao Ren's arms and asked Qin Xiaoyang, whose hair was a complete mess, "Who is the winner?" Qin Xiaoyang sneered without saying anything. It was obvious that he was no match. Even though Su Han gave Hao Ren the nature essence, she wasn't involved in the actual fight. "Hand over the 7-colored snow lotuses," Su Han said lightly. The fact that Su Han came to cause trouble on his turf and her little assistant put him into such a mess made Qin Xiaoyang furious. Although he didn't know what kind of secret elixir Su Han gave Hao Ren to improve his strength so quickly, he knew that he had completely failed today. There was nothing that Qin Xiaoyang could do to Hao Ren since he had backing from Su Han. However, since Hao Ren was already halfway in the inspector system, Qin Xiaoyang could always find an excuse to cause trouble for him. Su Han looked very gentle, but she could be vicious and violent if she wanted to. Qin Xiaoyang was drawn by her charm although he knew that she was dangerous. At the moment, he couldn't defeat Hao Ren and Su Han, so he gritted his teeth and took out 2 lotuses from his Zumi ring before throwing them to Su Han. Su Han caught them and handed them to Hao Ren after some examination. The petals of these 2 lotuses were completely white, but there weren't black fruits in the middle. Instead, there were 7 colored crystals inside of these lotuses. Mystic crystal, mystic crystal. So, this is what it looks like. Hao Ren felt the strong nature essence inside the 1,000-year 7-colored snow lotuses in his hands. Put them in the storage space to prevent nature essence leakage, Su Han reminded Hao Ren. Okay. Hao Ren immediately put them in the space inside his necklace without hesitation. Su Han didn't pay attention as she thought that the space inside the necklace was about the same as the storage space inside an ordinary Zumi ring. She would be very surprised if she found out that the space was as large as a room. Qin Xiaoyang didn't stick around after the defeat and left sneakily. He had lost to Hao Ren twice in a row now, and he blamed it all on his bad luck. 7-colored snow lotus is one of the 10 best ingredients for making elixirs, and the 1,000-year lotuses are even rarer, Su Han said as she took out her white sword again and stepped on it. Hao Ren followed her up the sword after it expanded in size. He knew that their next destination was Luiying Peak. They would go ask the Earth Elemental Dragon Clan for the last lotus if they couldn't find enough on the peak. The Northwest Earth Elemental Dragon Clan only had 1 left since Qin Xiaoyang took the other 2. Su Han didn't want to push too hard if it weren't necessary. Su Han didn't mention anything about mystic crystal when she explained the value of the 7-colored snow lotus. It seemed like she wasn't aware that these lotuses could be used as mystic crystals for cultivators who were cultivating 5 elemental cultivation techniques. Hao Ren thought about it and realized that almost no one in the dragon tribe would choose to cultivate 5 elemental cultivation techniques. The Lu sisters were well experienced, so they knew such a thing. Su Han would never pay attention to such niche information. The mystic crystals that couldn't be used as mystic crystals would naturally become excellent ingredients for making elixirs. Although the nature essence was strong on them, their prices and strategic values couldn't even be compared to West Ocean mystic ice. How many 1,000-year 7-color snow lotuses are there in the cave? Hao Ren wondered. Chapter 200. The top-tier herb. The Luiying Peak was not the highest peak on the Sky Mountain. It was on the west side of the highest peak and got its name for its shape, which resembled a soaring eagle. Looking toward the east from the perspective of the Luiying Peak, Hao Ren saw some towers and pavilions. They looked magnificent and beautiful, not inferior to the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Those were left behind hundreds of years ago by the cultivation sects when they ascended as a group. Those buildings are just empty since all the Dharma treasures and cultivation techniques were taken with the sects, Su Han said casually while looking at those buildings. Hao Ren nodded and looked more attentively at the large palaces and towers. He could imagine the lively scenes when the cultivation sects lived there. The human cultivators had been prospering on the land with their advantages in everything. After a meaningless war in the cultivation world, their strengths were greatly reduced, and they had to hand over their control of the land to the dragon tribe. During that time, the dragon cultivators were scattered all over the place except the 4 ocean dragon clans. Su Han seemed reluctant to talk about such things. After all, the human cultivators used to prey on the weak and killed for treasures. It was no accident that they got into major conflicts with each other and then fell together. The inspector system was established to avoid similar misfortunes, and it had helped the dragon tribe to settle down for hundreds of years without significant conflicts. They followed the rules about territories and resources and had gradually merged into the mortal world. Clang! When Su Han and Hao Ren landed on the Luiying Peak, 2 long spears crossed each other, blocking their way. The back mountain is a forbidden area. You are not allowed in here, 2 Dewey-level guards in blue robes said to them. I'm here to pick some snow lotuses. I've got permission from your elders, Su Han said. I need to confirm, one of the guards said. Slap. Su Han reached out and slapped this guard unconscious. Before the other guard could utter a word, Su Han made him unconscious as well. We don't have time to wait for their confirmation. You hurry up and go in. Only cultivators below Gen level or the core formation realm can enter the depth of the cave, so I'll wait for you outside. Su Han sat down cross-legged on a clean rock and said lightly. Looking at the 2 unconscious guards at the entrance of the cave, Hao Ren began to understand Su Han's way of doing things. He stepped over the guards and entered the karst cave with a sign that said, "Forbidden," above the entrance. A strong nature essence greeted him and almost toppled him. Seeming to have sensed his weak cultivation strength, this nature essence didn't attack him. It was probably a complicated array formation established by the Sky Mountain sect that used to occupy this area. It was here to protect the snow lotuses from being stolen by petty thieves. A master couldn't pass the array formation while a low-leveled cultivator couldn't go through the dangers hidden in the cave. At first glance, the cave was nothing special. Like any ordinary karst cave, the hidden river made a series of water noises. Also, the inside of the cave was not pitch black since there were some natural lights. Hao Ren ventured inside carefully. It was his first time being inside the territory of a cultivation sect, so he was more cautious than curious. The cave was deep. The deeper he went, the more disoriented he became. The things he could use now were the water-repellent bead, the hidden space in the necklace, and the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. He released a sword energy to illuminate the path, and he ventured deeper into the cave by hopping on the huge rocks. It was fortunate that Zhao Yanzi didn't come with him. Hao Ren suspected that she would have been too afraid to follow him inside. In the black and white cave, Hao Ren began to see some small colorful flowers. He took a closer look and found that they were nail-sized immature 7-colored snow lotuses. These snow lotuses were top-tier herbs to the mortals, but they were useless to cultivators. Since he wasn't a greedy guy, Hao Ren didn't want to damage these precious snow lotuses. He glanced at them before going further into the cave. The deeper he went, the bigger snow lotuses he saw. However, they were still in buds and not mature. After seeing the snow lotuses that they got from Qin Shaoyang, Hao Ren knew what a 1,000-year 7-colored snow lotus looked like. If Zhao Yanzi had been here with him, she probably would have plucked 2 of them for her collection. Like every little girl, she wouldn't have been able to resist the temptation of treasures. Hao Ren didn't know that his resistance to the temptation had helped him avoid great troubles. All the snow lotuses were guarded by spirit beasts. The moment he picked any immature snow lotus, they would be alerted. The Sky Mountain sect had raised these spirit beasts. Hundreds of years ago when they ascended, they couldn't bring the cave with them. Therefore, they took some mature snow lotuses and seeds and left the immature snow lotuses and the spirit beasts behind. In the past hundreds of years, the number of the spirit beasts grew, and their powers got stronger since they ate the snow lotuses for food. Although they couldn't pass through the array formation and get out of the cave, They had become wild after years of living on their own. Due to his weak cultivation realm, Hao Ren hadn't attracted their attention yet. But if he picked a snow lotus, he would alert the sensitive spirit beasts. As he went deeper, he found more snow lotuses that were more mature. Hao Ren had no time to ponder about the reason, thinking that the snow lotuses here were of higher quality because the dense nature essence better nurtured them in the depth of the cave. He didn't know that the earth elemental dragons would be attacked by the spirit beasts when they came in to pluck the snow lotuses. That was why they usually picked the ones near the entrance. If they tried to venture too far into the cave, they couldn't withstand the fierce attacks of the spirit beasts. Su Han sat outside of the cave and cultivated. She didn't know how dangerous it was for Hao Ren right now. She thought the cave was just a snow lotus garden left by the previous cultivation sect. How dangerous could that be? Hao Ren's footsteps finally woke up some spirit beasts, and their eyes opened in darkness. This chapter was originally shared via N.O.V.B.in. Oblivious to the dangers around him, Hao Ren focused all his attention on lighting up the path in front of him with his sword energy. He was not aware that a group of spirit beasts was following him. After a long time, Hao Ren finally made some discovery. 1,000-year 7-colored snow lotuses. He looked up, moved his sword energy upward, and saw 3 1,000-year 7-colored snow lotuses dangling on the ceiling of the cave. He was now at the end of the cave, and it looked like a huge round room. Hao Ren couldn't help but admire the magical work of nature. Without thinking, he raised his arm excitedly, aiming at the herbs. Whoosh! His right index finger shot out a sword energy. The sword energy struck the place next to the snow lotus in the middle, and several small rocks fell but not the snow lotus. Holding his breath, Hao Ren aimed again. He knew that Zhao Yanzi's third uncle was waiting for these 3 snow lotuses to save his life, but he must take his time and be cautious. If he missed his aim and damaged the 1,000-year 7-colored snow lotus, it would be disastrous. If he used too much force, he could collapse this small cave, and it would be a bigger disaster. After making a small adjustment of the angle, he released a weaker sword energy. This time, it cut right into the root of the snow lotus that was in the middle. As it fell off, Hao Ren took several steps forward and caught it in a hurry. The freshly picked snow lotus had more nature essence than the 2 he got earlier. Not wanting to waste its nature essence, he immediately put it into the space in his necklace. He raised his head and aimed at the second snow lotus carefully. There were only 3 1,000-year 7-colored snow lotuses in the whole cave. Together with the one from the Northwest Earth Elemental Dragon Clan and those 2 he had gotten, there were only 6 1,000-year 7-colored snow lotuses in the whole world. They were indeed precious. The 1,000-year 7-colored snow lotuses would mature in about 500 years, and the herbal essence would reach its peak when the lotuses were 1,000 years old. After that, they would fall and decompose. Hao Ren supported his right hand with his left, forming the shape of a crossbow. Then, he shot out a sword energy from one of his fingers. While the sword energy shot up toward the top of the cave, Hao Ren suddenly saw many lurked white creatures on the ceiling with the light of his sword energy. When this sword energy cut off the second snow lotus, Hao Ren had a clear view of the creatures. They were white furry lions. Snow lions. Together with the falling snow lotus, down came the countless snow lions. Alarmed, Hao Ren rushed up and caught the snow lotus before putting it into the necklace. Then, he shot out 10 Li level 5 elemental sword energies from his 10 fingers. The sword energies shot onto the snow lions, and they only made the white creatures turn slightly in the air. As soon as the snow lions landed on the ground, they rushed at Hao Ren. Whatever. Hao Ren's fighting instinct was triggered. Thinking back to Zhao Kuo's courage during the heavenly tribulation, Hao Ren activated all his nature essence and shot out 10 sword energies. When he battled with Qin Shaoyang, he had used Su Han's nature essence, and his own nature essence was untouched. Faced with many snow lions, Hao Ren felt no fear. Instead, he was a little battle-hungry. The snow lions revealed their white fangs and charged at him. Hao Ren backed off for half a step and turned his palms before shooting out another 10 sword energies. They hit the heads of the snow lions at the front of the pack, causing them to howl. It seemed like the sword energies were strong enough to inflict pain. However, that also made them fiercer, and their black eyes became bloodshot. In this dark cave, their red eyes looked like lanterns. Under the illumination of his sword energy, Hao Ren could see their now red eyes and sharp fangs. When he turned around, he saw that a dozen larger snow lions blocked the exit path. It seemed like the big round space at the end of the karst cave was, in fact, the snow lion's nursery. Hao Ren had broken into a forbidden place.